Volume 6, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 261, Rokosov's New Appointment. November 23, Military Order Office. Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov is promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. The order will take effect immediately upon issuance. Admiral Turgenev put down the first order and picked up the second one. Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov concurrently serves as the commander of the 1st Guards Red Banner Mechanized Division. Standing in front of Turgenev's desk, Wang Zhong frowned slightly. What about the appointment of me as the Dean of the Suvorov Military Academy? Did Olga change her mind? Admiral Turgenev put down the second order and said, "Don't be distracted." Yes. Wang Zhong stood up straight. Turgenev picked up the third order. The 1st Guards Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division has made outstanding contributions and will be stationed in the Kubinka training base from now on, and will be transferred to the Capital City Defense Command at the same time. Wang Zhong wanted to ask, first, where is my appointment as Dean? Second, what kind of city defense commander can suppress a heroic unit with a lieutenant general of such status as the division commander? But Turgenev had a stern face, and Wang Zhong couldn't ask questions. He could only watch him put down the third order and pick up the fourth one. Appoint Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov as the commander of the St. Ekaterinburg defense. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Good guy, put my direct troops in a key position next to the capital, and appointed me as the commander of the city defense. This is obviously to prevent others from making trouble. Wang Zhong took the opportunity when Turgenev put down the order and asked, "Is this what Olga, Her Majesty meant?" "Admiral Turgenev, I suggested it. Do you understand what I mean?" Wang Zhong, yes. Turgenev picked up a new order, appoint Lieutenant General Rokosov as the president of the Suvorov Military Academy. The last one really became the president of the military academy. I don't know what the professors of the academy look like. Turgenev put down this one and picked up another order. Wang Zhong couldn't help it, anything else? Admiral Turgenev glanced at Wang Zhong, I am meeting your request. If you don't want to accept it, I can change the order on the spot. Wang Zhong, read it first. Turgenev then lowered his head and looked at the order, appoint Lieutenant General Rokosov as the chairman of the Special Review Committee for Military Equipment. Well, he is both the principal and the chairman, and will also micromanage the troops in the future. It seems that my hair is in danger. Wang Zhong looked at Admiral Turgenev and asked, anything else? Turgenev put all the orders in a pile, sorted them out, and then picked up a pen and asked, what other appointments do you want? I will write them for you. Although Wang Zhong had no social experience, he knew that it would be too outrageous to really make demands at this time. Besides, he had nothing to complain about and could interfere in everything. After this pile of appointments, he was not a prince, but he was almost the same as a prince. At least in Yebeo. Admiral Turgenev came out from behind his desk with the stack of appointments and handed them to Wang Zhong. I originally wanted you to attend a meeting of the General Staff, but Chief of Staff Tokayev looked unhappy. His Majesty meant to let him lead the counter-attack this time. She fully trusts your judgment and intends to replace Tokayev with a reason if something goes wrong. Wang Zhong, it seems that the new Tsar is not yet able to convince the people in the army. She is a girl after all, and she is too close to the church. Admiral Turgenev sighed and continued, after all, the Civil War was 20 years ago. The church has been expanding its power at the lower level, and the nobles are expanding in the army. Didn't you say that the design of many of our weapons is very bad? I heard your Majesty relay your opinion. The fundamental reason for this is that the old nobles are forming cliques for personal gain. Not every noble thinks as clearly as your father does. Turgenev obviously had something else to say, but the confidential staff opened the door. Report. Emergency. Admiral Turgenev frowned. What's wrong? Is someone finally going to oppose the new Tsar? It just so happens that the new city defense commander is here. No, please allow me to turn on the radio. After saying that, the confidential secretary went directly to the radio and started operating it. It seems that Turgenev is also a very easygoing person. He doesn't care if his subordinates mess up a little. After the radio was turned on, English came out. This world is called Anglo. Wang Zhong's English is basically at the level of how do you do. He can understand simple ones when listening, but he can only stutter endlessly when speaking. The confidential staff translated, the President of the United States will give a speech to Congress next, and we will broadcast the full text. Wang Zhong looked at the morning sun outside the house and estimated the current time in the United States. Wow, speaking at this time. He looked at the calendar again. It was 2 weeks earlier than the Earth, but the attacks were all on Sundays. The speech began at this time. In fact, Wang Zhong had heard the speech many times in many places. For example, there is a mod for Hearts of Iron that adds the original text of these speeches into the game. Players can listen to them by clicking the resolution. Of course, With Wang Zhong's easy-to-read level of English, he certainly couldn't understand every sentence, but he would definitely not misunderstand the last sentence. God help us. The confidential staff translated, I believe I have expressed the will of the United States Congress and the people of the United States. I am sure that we must not only do our best to defend the country, but also ensure that the United States will never be harmed by such treacherous acts again. The enemy is in front of us. Our people, our land, and our interests are in great danger. We cannot ignore this fact. I have full confidence in the United States Army and the United States people. We will surely win. Bless us, God. The staff translator was not as angry as the speaker himself. He finally said to Admiral Turgenev and Wang Zhong in a calm voice, the United States and the Fuzhou Empire, as well as their ally the Prosan Empire, are already at war. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly understood Fatty Wen. He had to have a good sleep. Especially yesterday he heard that the United States vetoed the Lend-Lease Act at the instigation of the Prosan lobby. Now, there is no need for the bill. I will end it myself. M3 Lee tanks, M4 Sherman tanks are all available, and there are also P-39 Flying Snake fighters. More importantly, trucks. After the United States production capacity exploded, there were so many trucks that they exploded. Using the United States trucks to improve logistics, equip a division with more auxiliary troops, and equip the tank troops with maintenance vehicles, towing vehicles, and other things. Wang Zhong's list in his mind immediately became 3 pages long, and it was still getting longer. Admiral Turgenev glanced at Wang Zhong, do you want some wine to celebrate? Wang Zhong, yes, yes. Seeing this, the confidential staff turned off the radio and quietly slipped away. The admiral came to his wine cabinet, took out a bottle of wine with a simple decoration, pulled out the cork with a corkscrew, and poured 2 glasses. Wang Zhong went over and picked up the glass himself, raised his glass and said, to celebrate the United States' participation in the war. Admiral Turgenev, for the upcoming aid. The 2 clinked glasses. After drinking, Admiral Turgenev said, you will show up at the Suvorov Military Academy this afternoon. I have already informed the school that you will be there. In addition, your safety in Yebeo will be the responsibility of the church's tribunal. You can also arrange some troops you trust. Wang Zhong, I will arrange it. Admiral Turgenev continued, you can go to the city defense headquarters tomorrow. Wang Zhong, what about Ludmila's appointment? Where is she assigned? Admiral, the Praying Hands and the Divine Arrow Company were not under our command. In addition, since you changed the use of the Divine Arrow, the front line has become less eager for the Praying Hands, and the death rate of the Praying Hands has also dropped. Now most of the Arrow Company is organized together with the anti-aircraft artillery, responsible for the air defense of key areas. I guess Belinsky will not let your fiancé go to the front alone, you can fully enjoy family life in Yebeo. Wang Zhong, it would be great if that's the case. Admiral Turgenev, okay, let's go quickly, otherwise His Majesty will finish the imperial meeting, and it will be difficult for you to leave if she comes. That's right, His Majesty the Tsar said, my dear, I want to know the situation at the front, then you really can't leave. Wang Zhong nodded and put a stack of documents into his briefcase. Admiral Turgenev, find an adjutant. It's not right for a lieutenant general to carry a briefcase by himself. Wang Zhong didn't like the sentence. He came from China and didn't have this bad habit. Turgenev, I know you are close to the church, and you deliberately want to wash off the dandy atmosphere on your body. Well, the habits brought from another world are like this to others. Admiral Turgenev, I don't know what the church is going to shape you into. I'm starting from a functional perspective. You have an orderly to handle the chores of life, and you should also have an adjutant to handle the chores of the job. The adjutant is equivalent to a secretary. Wang Zhong, okay, if I find a secretary like Bernard or Humphrey, I will ask them to be my adjutant. Turgenev, who are these? The dandies of Yebeo? You have to choose well. People with poor ability can't be your adjutants. I promise. Wang Zhong, anyway, I will pay attention. Turgenev nodded, let's go, the imperial meeting is about to end. Wang Zhong turned and left the room. Admiral Turgenev came to the window and looked at the rising sun outside. He maintained the posture of appreciating the beautiful sunrise and stood for a long time. Then the door opened, and Her Majesty Olga I pushed it open and walked in. Elisha. Is he gone? Why did he leave so quickly? I wanted to find him to learn about the situation on the front line. Admiral Turgenev turned around, Your Majesty, he has just received so many appointments, he must be very, very busy, you'd better not disturb him all the time. Olga I pouted like a girl. Admiral, Your Majesty, although the coronation ceremony has not yet been held, you are already His Majesty. Olga I sighed, I know. I know. I will take over from my brother and take care of everything. Chapter 262. Wang Zhong sighed. As soon as he left the summer palace, he saw Gregory holding a captured submachine gun and leaning next to a jeep, that should be his car in the capital. After yesterday's triumphal ceremony, Wang Zhong didn't want to ride a horse anymore. The thought of riding gave him a phantom pain in his butt. Wang Zhong walked towards Gregory with his briefcase. After taking 2 steps, he noticed a car full of inquisitors parked in front of his car. Okay, from now on, wherever I go in Ye Castle, there will be a judge following me. This is indeed safe enough, but will it scare ordinary people? He walked up to Gregory, looked at the driver, and asked, "This driver is?" Gregory, assigned by the palace etiquette department. The judges said he was fine. Yes, this group of people started to fight over their own guard strength. Wang Zhong shook his head and decided not to care about these things and focus on fighting Prosan. He got into the car and said to the driver, "Go to the Suvorov Military Academy." The driver nodded. The car full of inquisitors in front obviously heard it and started taking the lead. Gregory sat in the passenger seat and started driving before closing the door, directly following the inquisitor's car. 2 cars, one behind the other, drove out of the summer palace and drove down Officers Street. Most of the officers working in the headquarters lived on this street. Wang Zhong observed both sides of the street and clearly saw that there were more guards than before the state funeral. In addition to the guards, there were also skitarii. The 2 groups were clearly separated from each other across the street. Of course, this may be because the enemy has just been forced back from the vicinity of the Leaf Castle. Wang Zhong asked the driver, "How long does it take to get to the military academy?" "Driver, the current traffic situation will be over in half an hour. After all, there is no traffic jam now, and the cars on the road will avoid us." Wang Zhong nodded, leaned back and began to close his eyes to rest, but in fact he was thinking about the future. If everything is similar to the Earth, the enemy will have F2 number 4 next March. However, after the production of the number 4 F2, Earth Santoku did not give much to the old armored divisions on the Eastern Front. Instead, they reduced the establishment of the old armored divisions. Some armored divisions even downsized to only 1 armored battalion, and the rest were grenadier battalion. A small number of number 4 F2s were sent to the Eastern Front, and they all played a huge role. A large number of number 4 F2s were used to arm the 3 armored divisions resting on the Western Front, and to form new armored divisions and armored battalions. The protection of the number 4 F2 has not been greatly improved, mainly due to the use of the long-barreled 75 gun, and the armor-piercing ability has suddenly improved. Then the Sundoko armored troops relied on their high quality to compete with the T-34 with existing equipment. In the second year, the overall quality of the Sundoko armored troops dropped a bit, but they still crushed the Soviet armored troops. It was not until September that the Tiger began to appear on the battlefield. Wang Zhong has read the memoirs of many Sandoku veterans and knows that the true power of the Tiger is completely different from its performance in various film and television works. Film and television works always show the power of Tiger armor protection. But in fact, the real power of the Tiger style is first and foremost the firepower, and secondly, the person who performs the Tiger style. On the Earth's Eastern Front battlefield, the Tigers were able to use various types of unparalleled weapons. Most of the time, they did not use armor. Instead, 2 Tigers hit the target at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, destroyed the first batch, and then blasted around 20 T-34s. The attacking tank brigade was directly crippled and had to retreat. And generally by this time, the T-34 has not discovered where the Tiger is. Because elite tank crews will carefully survey the battlefield terrain and choose good and concealed positions. It's like playing a game. The veteran goes to the low-level room to fry fish, and hides in various old and cute positions to attack the new player until all the ammunition is used up, and the amazing KD, kill-to-death ratio, is achieved. Moreover, the Tiger's 88mm gun is really powerful. Looking at the battle cases with the Tiger, basically all the T-34s that were killed were destroyed, and 90% of them were even destroyed by fire. Wang Zhong himself has experienced this in actual combat and has a profound experience. In most cases, when a tank gun hits an enemy, it is impossible to tell whether it was destroyed or not. The normal situation is to keep shooting until the target is on fire or a member jumps out of the vehicle, then switch targets. Wang Zhong, the cheater, could tell the effect of the attack at a glance and directly instruct the gunner to change the target. As for the Tiger's 88 gun, 90% of the time when a shot hits the enemy, it will directly catch fire or even explode the ammunition. In this way, the Tiger can change the target, and the efficiency of annihilating the enemy is greatly improved. Therefore, the Tiger type is powerful. The most important thing is that the 88 anti-all cannon is powerful. The real name of the Tiger can be called 88mm gun armored carrier. The way to deal with the Tiger on both the east and west fronts on Earth is not to destroy it directly, but to destroy the logistics of Santoku and defeat the troops who did not receive the support of the Tiger to encroach on the front. Some people even said in a joking tone that the Soviet army used the number of T-34s to exhaust the Tiger's armor-piercing bombs against the Tiger, forcing the Tiger to retreat. Wang Zhong didn't want this to happen in Ant. Then tit for tat is necessary. A vehicle was needed that could destroy Tigers at long range, and then put them at the disposal of the most elite tank crews. These vehicles should refer to Sandoku's Tiger heavy armored battalions and be organized into independent battalions with sufficient auxiliary troops and logistics. They should be deployed wherever there are Tigers. If you use the Tiger style as a fire brigade, I will organize a dedicated Tiger fighting brigade. So the question is, which weapon in Ant's arsenal can accurately hit the Tiger at 1,500 meters and is guaranteed to be destroyed in the first launch? Wang Zhong thought about it based on the knowledge brought from the Earth, and it seemed that there really wasn't any. After all, the distance is limited to 1,500 meters. If you put it at 1,000 meters, there are weapons that can penetrate it, but there are requirements for the angle of incidence. In some more realistic World War II games, when dealing with Tigers and Tiger Kings, Wang Zhong usually uses 152mm grenades to kill the people inside and seize the equipment. But this obviously cannot be done in reality. Moreover, the Tiger will not act alone most of the time, and will be coordinated by other troops. Tiger King Caritas's memoirs emphasized the need to have a good relationship with the accompanying infantry and cooperate with them in combat. Wang Zhong was in trouble for his Tiger killing plan. The car suddenly stopped. The driver turned around and said, "General, we are here." Only then did Wang Zhong realize that the car was parked in front of a magnificent building. On the right was the staircase leading to the main entrance of the building. On the left was a statue of a general riding a horse wearing a military uniform from more than 100 years ago. It is speculated that the statue should be Suvorov. While he was still looking at the statue, a group of people in military uniforms came out of the building gate and walked toward the car with smiles on their faces. Wang Zhong knew that these should be professors from Suvorov Military Academy. He opened the door and got out of the car, waiting for the professors to come to him. The professor walking at the front came to Wang Zhong and stretched out his hand. "We have been waiting for you for a long time, General Rokosov." In fact, Wang Zhong didn't know this group of people at all, so he could only rely on the plug-in to see their names and professional titles. The person he was greeting now was Valery Nikolaevich. He was a professor, taught infantry tactics, and was also the vice principal. Wang Zhong held his hand. "Professor Valery, I still remember your comments about me." The professor's hands shook. This. Wang Zhong was immediately sure that this guy had criticized him harshly before. Otherwise he wouldn't be afraid. However, because he could not remember what these professors had taught, Wang Zhong was not sure which one should be dismissed, so he added, "I have benefited a lot from your teachings." Why does it look more like yin and yang? Could this professor have been frightened to death like in Chekhov's novel Death of a Clerk? Forget it, it's scary to death, it means he has something wrong in his mind. "Wang Zhong, I'm new here and I'm not familiar with the college. Please introduce it to me." Professor Valery immediately said, "It's easy to talk. We are going to take you to visit the campus. The leaders of various disciplines are here. We will ensure that you have a complete and clear understanding of the school's situation. Let's take you to visit the school first." Wang Zhong, "Okay, lead the way." So Valery turned around and pointed to the building behind him and said, "This is the comprehensive teaching building of our school. It contains the school's main lecture theaters and most of the theoretical classrooms. Wang Zhong, why didn't you hear anything from the students?" Valery, because the war broke out, the school not only allowed the 2 grades that were about to graduate early, but also reorganized the courses for other grades and reduced theoretical classes. Now most students are conducting war games in the Bingtui building. I hope to learn about the tactics of the Prosens as soon as possible. Wang Zhong became interested. "Okay, take me to see it." Professor Valery was a little embarrassed. "Aren't you going to visit here?" "Wang Zhong, let's talk when we have the chance. I'll go see what the students are doing." "Okay, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhong saw a dozen trucks full of officers driving into the school, circling the fountain and stopping between Suvorov's statue and the building. Only then did Wang Zhong see that the officers in the car were all young lieutenants and majors, not even lieutenant colonels. "What are these?" he asked Valery. "Valery, don't you know? The military command allows officers who are about to return from injury to come here to participate in a 2-month training course." "Wang Zhong, what course?" Valery looked at Wang Zhong with a strange look on his face. "The military command said that you will attend class in person." "What the hell? I didn't hear that I have to take classes in person?" "No, there seems to have been some kind of experience sharing meeting before, but the people who came that time were all generals, the lowest being a colonel." "Did you make a low-end version this time? And a dozen trucks at a time? There are at least several hundred people, right?" The key is that Wang Zhong didn't think about teaching anything at all. He had only thought about how to kill tigers before. At this time, the excited students began to notice Wang Zhong, and someone asked, "Are you Principal Rokosov?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, I am Rokosov." After answering, he felt something was missing, so he added, "Hello, classmates." As a result, all the officers who had been whispering just now looked over. "Is it General Rokosov? I heard that he is going to be the principal of the Suvorov Military Academy. He's the last one to become the principal." When the penultimate sentence came out, Wang Zhong noticed that the corners of Professor Valerie's eyes twitched, and it was obvious that his eyelids were twitching violently. "Wang Zhong, classmates. He is also a general who has commanded tens of thousands of troops, and his voice is definitely loud enough." The officers all fell silent. "Wang Zhong, if you come to participate in the temporary training course, I should be the one to teach it, but I haven't decided what to teach you yet. I promise I will figure it out before tomorrow. Today you can move freely and tell the students about the front line. Tell me about the war, I'll leave it to you." Chapter 263 The Gold Content of the Last One, Update 2033. Chapter 263 The Gold Content of the Last One, Update 2033. After disbanding these officers, Wang Zhong began to think about what he would teach these students who were forced to teach him tomorrow. While thinking about it, he followed a group of professors. Thinking about it carefully, there are too many problems with Ant's army now, and I feel that nothing can be said to immediately change Ant's situation. "Professor Valerie, this is our war game building. What is going on in the number 1 deduction room is the review of the defense battle of Ye Fort." Wang Zhong, huh? Oh. He was about to continue thinking about what to talk about tomorrow, but he suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him with bright eyes. This is obviously hoping that Wang Zhong will say something. Professor Valerie dutifully introduced, "Currently, those who play the role of our army are students majoring in infantry command, while those who play the role of the Prosan army are students majoring in armor command." Wang Zhong said without much thought, "Prosan is also very strong in infantry. In fact, their infantry attack threat under the cover of artillery fire is very great. We cannot take it for granted that they are only armored soldiers." The students on both sides looked at each other. A student suddenly thought of applauding, so he raised his hand and clapped. But Wang Zhong continued to speak, and he could only stay quiet. Wang Zhong looked at the exercise map carefully and shook his head. "You obviously have overestimated the Prosan troops. In fact, the Prosans can defeat us, not because of how powerful their armored forces are, our propaganda always focuses on this, but ignores the real situation." Wang Zhong waved his hands repeatedly, walked up to the student who was holding a pole more than 2 meters long, took the pole, and began to adjust the various chess pieces in the confrontation on the map. While adjusting, he said, "The main reason why the Prosan army can defeat us is it's because they are highly synthetic. This is their real advantage. Take Prosan's armored division as an example. In fact, they only have 2 armored battalions per armored division, and it is rare to even have 3 armored battalions. But most of their armored divisions will have an armored grenadier regiment based on 2 armored battalions, as well as artillery regiments, air defense battalions, logistics support battalions, and motorized reconnaissance battalions." Wang Zhong said as he filled in the affiliated units of the Prosan armored division on the map. "As for us, some senior generals have only a superficial understanding of the enemy. They just make assumptions without careful investigation and research. We lost 10,000 tanks in 18 days of the war, 10,000 tanks. Although most of these tanks are BT and T-26, there are also a large number of T-34 and KV tanks, but these tanks have also been lost. I have communicated with many tank division commanders of our army. These tank units have nothing but tanks. They take it for granted that if the tank units have tanks, they can conquer the world. The result? As a result, these lack the cooperation of other troops. There were no tank divisions and tank corps except tanks. They disappeared like bubbles in the sun. Who is leading this mentally retarded military expansion? One is General Skorobo. I have killed him. It turns out that he was a Prosan spy. The other is Tsar Nicholas V, but because of his he missed Ivan too much, the crown prince, and died. There is one person left, and that is Chief of Staff Tkachev, now the commander of the Western Front. He will get the opportunity to prove his loyalty to Ant's mother." When Wang Zhong said loyalty to Ant's mother, he noticed that several students frowned. He was probably a nobleman, and according to the term nobleman, he should be proving his loyalty to the Tsar. Wang Zhong ignored them. "These digressions are not the topic of our discussion today. What we want to discuss is how tanks should be used. Now, of all the armies in Anti, who has the most successful use of tanks? It's me, Rokosov. And my tank unit never acts alone. In fact, my division is a mechanized infantry division. I only have 1 tank battalion, But basically all of my battalion is a meritorious tank driver, and each vehicle crew destroys an average of more than 10 % tanks. Tanks can achieve their best combat effectiveness only with the cooperation of infantry, anti-aircraft artillery, anti-tank artillery, and curved artillery. The Plozans have discovered this long ago, so their tank divisions, they call them armored divisions, that's why there are so many non-tank troops. Wang Zhong stopped because his mouth was a little dry as he talked. At this time, a girl came up with tea on a tray. Wang Zhong picked up the teacup and found that the temperature was just right for drinking. He said thank you and drank the cup. Putting the teacup back on the tray, he continued, our tank troops not only have problems with their organization, but also with their use. Many commanders only know how to rush blindly, which is wrong. The key to the use of tanks is to unleash its firepower. Whether you are engaging in a tank battle with enemy tanks or covering an infantry attack, the most important thing is to use your firepower. This requires the tank to have the best possible observation and search capabilities. Prosan's tanks all have commanders, and the commanders like to stick their upper bodies out of the tanks for reconnaissance. Their tanks generally have very good reconnaissance capabilities. The new Type 3G tank is even equipped with a commander's observation tower. Do you have any pictures? Because there were students majoring in armor command in the room at this time, Wang Zhong wanted to demonstrate it to give them an idea of the observation tower. But the lecturer in charge of hosting the military push shook his head, not yet. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter. I also captured many intact Type 3G and Type 4E tanks in this battle. The trainees of the Armored Command Department can drive them themselves and experience the advantages of these tanks. The Prosens are very good at taking advantage of the firepower of their tanks. Their tanks have the best sights in the world, and the accuracy of their cannons is also very high. The first time I won a defensive battle was in the small village of Haute-Pinier. The Prosen tank crew actually hit the window of the village clock tower with a cannon from a distance of 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. At that time, the commander of the Divine Arrow Company of my unit was Brother Yuzmenko. He originally insisted on setting up a launching position on the bell tower, but he changed the position after my objection. If I hadn't objected, my fiancée, Ludmila, the prayer hand of the Divine Arrow, would have died under the enemy's precise artillery fire. Wang Zhong stopped and looked at the students. Judging from the students' eyes, they all listened very seriously. This made Wang Zhong extremely satisfied. Understand? Use firepower. The main function of armor is to allow the tank to use firepower for a longer period of time. Firepower. Search for the enemy and hit the first hit. This is more reliable than any armor. Wang Zhong said this here because he had just thought about how to fight the tiger, and then thought about the characteristics of the tiger style for a whole round. As a result, I now directly share some of my feelings at that time as practical experience and tell them to the students. Wang Zhong, but what about our tanks? Our tanks don't have a commander. Because the person who led the development and the person in charge of the review at the time felt that the commander was useless and a waste of manpower. This is simply ridiculous. In fact, it was the former Tsar Nicholas V who really decided on the plan without a commander, but he died. Wang Zhong, because our tank does not have a commander, or the commander must work part-time as a gunner, the detection ability in battle is very poor. If our tank commander sticks his upper body out of the tank like his counterpart Prosen, the tank can no longer shoot. This is the most ridiculous design I've ever seen. And our tank guns. As long as you have personally driven a T-34, you will know that this vehicle's tank guns cannot hit at all at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Most effective hits are achieved within 500 meters. Compared with the hit distance of the Prosenians, this is simply unbelievable. At this time, a student raised his hand, but the newspaper said that T-34 is invincible and will beat up any Prosen monster. Wang Zhong, bullshit. Yes, Prosen can't effectively penetrate the T-34's armor now, but they quickly found a way to deal with it. As I just said, the T-34's detection capability is very poor. To put it bluntly, the T-34 is like a blind man. As long as the Prosen people go around from the front to the side of the T-34 will not be able to find it. Regarding this point, in the future we can transport Prosen's number 3G type over and have a confrontation with the T-34. Although Prosen cannot penetrate the main armor of the T-34, he can attack the turret seat and break the tracks. The first time my unit got the T-34 was during the defense of Okhtov. At that time, Prosen's ace tanker used this to deal with our T-34. If I hadn't rushed back and discovered that this ace tanker had already packed up several T-34's group and destroyed their tanks, our army will surely suffer huge losses. Mr. Wang stopped. The girl just now thought he was thirsty again and came directly with water, but Wang Zhong waved his hand and scanned the whole room. Wang Zhong, do you understand now? For tanks, two things are important. First, long-distance detection and search capabilities, giving full play to firepower, and second, the coordination of multiple arms. Armor is also important, but not as important as advertised. Some of our generals think that as long as they pile heavy armor on tanks, everything will be fine. They think that as long as they have tanks, they can conquer the world. This is wrong. Wang Zhong stopped. He felt that he had almost said it. After all, he didn't even write a draft today, so it was enough to say this much. So he said, "Is there any problem?" Immediately some students raised their hands. Wang Zhong, say. Student, General, is that why you ranked last? Because our army's theory is wrong. Wang Zhong glanced at the professors accompanying him. You're sweating profusely now? Wang Zhong, of course. And I am here to correct these mistakes. Correct them fundamentally. If we do not reverse the situation and eliminate the bad influence of wrong military thinking, there will definitely be more anti-soldiers in the future for no reason. Bloodshed and sacrifice. These sacrifices are avoidable. This is the reason why I personally applied to His Majesty Olga I to become the Dean of the Suvorov Military Academy. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he hammered the large wooden table used for exercises in the picture. The students burst into thunderous applause that made the ceiling buzz. The professors huddled in the corner looked at each other. Chapter 264 Prediction, Update 2133. Chapter 264 Prediction, Update 2133. When the applause ended, the professors all looked at Professor Valery. So Valery sighed and stood up and said, Lieutenant General Rokosov, is it not good to completely deny our theory like this? Our theory mainly lies in offense, and it is normal to encounter some problems when defending. If the attack. Wang Zhong looked at the vice principal, whether it is offensive or defensive, tanks require a large number of support troops. Modern warfare is a multi-arms combined warfare, and it is also a logistics war. As for our tank division, 80 tanks are only equipped with 3 tractors, and there are no professional maintenance personnel at all. I have seen too many tanks being thrown on the roadside with just a little malfunction, and there is no tractor to repair it. After it was towed back, there were no professional maintenance personnel to repair it. When such a force attacks, even if the enemy doesn't offer any resistance, all tanks will break down on their own during the advance. When Wang Zhong said this, he kept staring at Professor Valery, forcing him to lower his head. Seeing that the professor had no intention of refuting, Wang Zhong turned to the students and continued. As long as you have been on the battlefield, you will know that, except for those tanks that were completely burned on fire, quite a few tanks can actually be repaired. The Prussian armored forces are excellent in all aspects, especially their battlefield maintenance. If we lose control of the battlefield, their maintenance units may be able to repair a considerable number of damaged tanks. This is also the reason why their tanks have never been finished. In the future, our army's armored forces will not only have various auxiliary combat units, but also maintenance units. Repairing a tank requires much less man-hours and costs than building a new one. In this kind of all-out war, this is very important. In fact, it stands to reason that Wang Zhong, no, Rokosov has no way of knowing the enemy's maintenance capabilities. But before Wang Zhong traveled through time, he read a lot of information as a military fan, and he discovered something interesting very early on. When Santoku is not replenished, sometimes the number of tanks will increase. For example, in Kursk, the Imperial Division reported on July 11 that it had 18 long gun IVs, probably F2 or H, ready for dispatch. By July 13, they had 20 long gun IVs ready for dispatch. 2 more cars will be repaired. The number 3 long-barreled tanks are even more outrageous. There were 34 long-barreled number 3 tanks on the 11th, and the number increased to 43 on the 12th. The number of repaired tanks was much more than the battle-damaged tanks. So the game Men of War is actually quite realistic from a certain perspective. The tanks on the battlefield can be repaired. The magical thing is that anyone can repair cars in Men of War. At this moment, Wang Zhong was determined to establish a maintenance capability in Ant's army that was not inferior to that of the enemy Prosan, at least to establish such a maintenance capability locally. That's why he said that. At this time, some students raised their hands, but the Plossians are going to lose the war, aren't they? My father is the commander of the army group. They said that when the counterattack starts in December, the Plossians will lose the war. We will quickly advance to Prosnia's homeland and fulfill the promise to meet in Prosenia. The students around the student also spoke, yes, my father said so too. And my dad. Wang Zhong could tell that this was a small group, probably all the sons of military nobles. The one who just took the lead continued, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, I heard that you were supposed to be the commander of the Western Front and be promoted to general, but you refused. Why did you refuse such a lucrative position that would lead to a lot of military exploits? My father never understood it. Wang Zhong, did he also say that my command ability is not enough to command the front army? Just kidding, I have commanded thousands of armies, in hearts of iron. The student was a little embarrassed. Well, I had a fight with my father because I admire you very much. This. Wang Zhong turned to the lecturer presiding over the confrontation and said, switch to the map west of Yebeo. The instructor immediately operated the mechanical device, so the map on the wall rolled up, and the new map unfolded with the sound of the motor. Wang Zhong drew a line on the map with the 2-meter-long pole in his hand. I think the enemy will block our army's winter counterattack here. There was an immediate buzz below, and even the most withdrawn students couldn't help but start discussing. What's the reason? The son of the group army commander asked loudly. Wang Zhong, send your name first, and then we will discuss this issue. Maslow Boyev. Wang Zhong frowned slightly when he heard the name. Aren't you a noble? The composition of this name does not look like that of the Ant people, because there is no patronymic name in the middle. Maslow smiled and said, how can the nobles worship you? You are a traitor to them. Can you answer my question now? Wang Zhong, your father is Maslow, Lieutenant General Boev, commander of the 21st Army Group. Wang Zhong, nice to meet you, Maslow. Let me tell you why I think we can only advance here. The first is logistics. If the enemy wants to establish a large logistics node, it will be on this line. When the enemy reaches this line, the supply situation will be greatly improved. Secondly, this line has terrain suitable for defense. The southern line is the Dua River. Although the northern line is plain and has no rivers, there are fortifications we built. These fortifications did not block the enemy, but in turn they would block us. Even when the Kalinskaya encirclement closed, the Prasen army still had the will to resist. At that time, they were hungry, lacked ammunition, and had no antifreeze lubricants, but they still caused us considerable casualties. After speaking, Wang Zhong took the 2-meter-long pole as a rifle and asked, do you still have any questions? Professor Valery, well, at this time, it's better not to say things that will make the enemy's ambitions destroy your own prestige. Wang Zhong, I am a soldier. If I were naive, it would lead to thousands of casualties. Maslow, are you saying that the commander of the Western Front, General Takakav, is naive? Wang Zhong, I mean, everyone who thinks they can defeat the Prasen Empire quickly is naive. This is destined to be a protracted war. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, the whole room fell silent, which was in sharp contrast to the thunderous applause just now. At this time, another student spoke up, so you are hiding in the rear under the name of the Imperial Iron Wall and the Imperial God of War? Are you planning to come out when you are about to win? With this contemptuous tone, Wang Zhong boldly guessed that this was a brat from the aristocratic faction. Wang Zhong, send your name. Alexei Petrovich Valkov, son of Prince Peter Alexandrovich Valkov. Wang Zhong, the reason why I temporarily left the front line is to solve the problems I discovered. My 1st Guards Infantry Division has gone to the Kubinka training base. I hope to use it as a blueprint to establish a series of new divisions. These the teacher should no longer be cut open and stabbed through by the Prasen people like tofu like other teachers. I also plan to correct the design errors of the T-34 and develop a more powerful tank. In addition, I also have a lot of opinions on the equipment of our Air Force. Valkov asked, even you admit that our T-34 is good enough, right? Wang Zhong, good enough? No, he is only good enough when facing the enemy's number 3 and number 4 equipped with short-barreled cannons. When the enemy switches to long-barreled cannons, they will not be good enough. Especially the bad ones. The long-range shooting ability will cause a lot of sacrifices for our tankers, and then we will never be able to recruit ace tankers with enough experience. In fact, they can still save up, but not enough, and they will die at any time. Anyone who survives until the end of the war will be an extremely lucky Slavic Superman. Valkov, do you also believe in the theory that Prosens are a superior race? You actually assert that they will definitely be able to develop better tanks. What a big hat! Wang Zhong, the reason why T-34 can win a first-hand armor and bullet confrontation is because of its excellent appearance. This appearance can be learned, and anyone can learn it. This has nothing to do with whether the race is excellent. Of course, I want to know when the enemy can learn it. Put a question mark. Until then, I think they'll first try to fit their tanks with longer guns. That's easy to do. Valkov, I didn't expect that our prince, His Highness, was so afraid of the Prosens. No wonder you said at that time that our victory was all thanks to General Mu and General Dong. Wang Zhong, using the weather is also a very important ability for generals. I don't think it is a shameful thing. But we can only use it this time, and the Prosenians will be ready next year. So we must also prepare for a more severe struggle situation. The current Ant army, after the mud ends early next year, may have to pay a heavy price to block the enemy's summer offensive. I don't want to see soldiers anymore because of the military. His death was in vain because of his doctrinal errors and feeble-minded equipment design. Valkov, that's a design approved by the former Tsar. Wang Zhong, yes, and this design killed a lot of people, including my father and my good brothers. Did the former Tsar die because he missed the crown prince who died for his country, or did he die because of guilt? I think put a question mark. In fact, everyone in Yebeo knew to some extent that the Tsar died for treason, but they didn't say it clearly. Alexei Petrovich Valkov snorted, let's see, anyway, the enemy is in the state, and the counterattack will soon reach the line you drew. Wang Zhong, yes, I hope we won't make too many sacrifices in front of the enemy's new line of defense. After saying that, he turned back and looked at the marks he had made on the map with his long pole. After a few seconds, he decided not to think about these things that he could not influence, and to complete the things that needed to be done one by one. After visiting the school today, we went directly to the Ordnance General Administration. After all, Wang Zhong is still the chairman of the Military Equipment Special Review Committee. This committee currently does not have an office location and has not set up a shelf. In other words, Wang Zhong is the only commander-in-chief. However, according to the functions of the committee, it is responsible for re-examining the equipment currently produced based on the actual needs of the battlefield. Just looking at this description is quite powerful. Wang Zhong planned to rush to the General Administration of Ordnance and use this title to force the General Administration to make some improvements to the equipment currently produced. Chapter 265, Hidden Level 5 Clerk. Now that he had decided to go to the Ordnance Bureau, Wang Zhong planned to complete the school process quickly. So he scanned the entire combat training room on the map and asked, are there any questions? Just ask, I have the safety on my gun. Many students laughed, and it was not clear from their appearance whether they were of noble or commoner origin. However, Masloboyev, who was born as a civilian, and the students around him laughed the most wildly. Wang Zhong speculated that they were all from civilian backgrounds. The students with livid expressions all gathered around the young Duke Alexei Petrovich. If he was the heir, according to Ant's rules, his father would be called by his title before he died. Wang Zhong looked at the scene and intuitively understood how complicated Ant's current situation was. He decided to ask Vice Principal Valerie about the conflicts between aristocratic students and civilian students when he returned to the principal's office after the visit. Wang Zhong, is there no problem? At this time Masloboyev raised his hand, General. Have you really killed so many enemy generals? No. I can confirm that 2 were killed, and 1 was wounded. The rest are all prisoners who entered the series of counterattacks I fought in November. I did not kill many enemy generals, but I captured quite a few. Wang Zhong paused and then added, when we surround and annihilate them with hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands in the future, more of their generals will be captured. Finally, we will also capture their Emperor Reinhard special. Masloboyev asked excitedly, do you want to shoot Emperor Reinhard? Wang Zhong subconsciously wanted to say that if he was caught, he would be tried and executed publicly, but the moment before he spoke, he thought of many faces of the deceased. Then he remembered the movie Playing Gorilla that he loved when he was a child. In it, there was a child who always played with a bullet. Later, the child was brutally killed by the enemy. The protagonist Li Xiangyang put away the bullet and did not load the bullet into the shell gun until the end of the movie. Wang Zhong has always been deeply impressed by the scene, and he has never forgotten it when he grew up. Reinhard, you must resist until the end, and then let me kill you son of a bitch with my own hands. Forget about procedural justice. This is a national hatred, a family hatred, and even more personal hatred for me. Yes, he said, I will kill him myself. When the words fell, there was thunderous applause, and even students with noble backgrounds applauded. Wang Zhong, is there anything else I want to ask? Will you marry Her Majesty Olga, General? No. Wang Zhong denied decisively, my fiancée has fought hard with me until now. I will not betray her, just like I will not betray Ant's mother. This time it was not applause, but a buzz. It seemed that these children who had not been on the front line were still very interested in gossip. No, those who had been on the front line also liked this kind of gossip. Wang Zhong patted the table, are there any other questions? Military related. However, everyone seemed to only care about the general's family life. Wang Zhong thought for a while and felt that he would have more time to pass on his practical experience to them anyway, so he said, since you have nothing to ask, then here today, you continue to execute the offense and defense on the map. As I just said, let's talk about the enemy's characteristics. After speaking, Wang Zhong turned around and walked towards the door, and the professors hurriedly followed. As soon as Wang Zhong left the house, a judge came forward and saluted, Your Excellency, President, I am the representative of the Judicial Court of the Military Academy. As for the young Duke Alexei Petrovich Valkov, their father and son have been focused on by us. But we have executed many capitulationists recently, and the superiors have judged that the action should be suspended to prevent the situation from getting out of control further. So now we will only take action if we find evidence that proves their collusion with Prasen. Wang Zhong nodded. He could already imagine what it was like to capture the capitulationists before. After all, he was the one who personally shot General Skorobo. The general himself was not marked red by the plug-in, so he should not be a real spy. But now he is. Professor Valerie, who happened to be following him out, heard what the tribunal representative said and immediately took a step back. The representative grinned at him and said, "Vice Principal Valerie, you are loyal, we can be sure of this." Valerie breathed a sigh of relief, then regained his composure and said to Wang Zhong, "Then let's continue visiting the campus." Wang Zhong nodded. Afterwards, Wang Zhong walked around the entire campus, and then discovered that the armored training ground at Suvorov Military Academy was very small, and the teaching aids were T-35s, that's right, that crispy thing with multiple turrets. When Wang Zhong asked about the teaching aids, Vice Principal Valerie patted his chest and said that T-26 and BT-7 would be delivered soon. Compared with the simplicity of the armored training ground, the Suvorov Military Academy has very complete cavalry teaching facilities, and the courses cover everything from good horse breeding to cavalry tactics. Although the cavalry did play a big role in the Kalinskaya counterattack that just passed, Wang Zhong himself also received help from the cavalry twice. But the usefulness of this unit is basically in a what-if state. When Wang Zhong asked about the cavalry, Vice Principal Valerie said this: "We attached great importance to armored forces only after Takakev became Chief of Staff. Before that, our main military thinking was that cavalry was the decisive factor. The tank is just like the armored car from the Civil War, it is an enhanced version of the tower gun. Okay, and is further behind than imagined. The last stop of the tour is the principal's office." As soon as Wang Zhong entered the principal's office, he saw a large area of empty space on the wall, and the color of this wall was obviously lighter than that of the surrounding areas. There should have been a painting hanging there. So he pointed to the empty space and asked, "What's going on?" "Professor Valerie, that's right. Usually, a full-length portrait of the principal is hung here. The relationship between the former principal and you was not good. He refused the invitation to stay at the school to teach and retired." "Wang Zhong, how can this be done? Is he a 6th-level clerk?" Professor Valerie was a little embarrassed. "We are all soldiers." "Wang Zhong, didn't he retire? Did he have a local job after he retired? What level is that job?" Valerie looked at the ceiling, probably recalling the hierarchy of civil servants. After a moment, he said, "I really don't know about this. But according to the military rank replacement, the old principal should be a 5th-level clerk." Wang Zhong was overjoyed. "That's even better. Please invite him to my city defense headquarters as a clerk." "No, my weapons review committee also needs a clerk. Let him come." After the old school director joined Wang Zhong's division, Pavlov's complexion immediately improved. This kind of old man with a lot of experience in government work is a treasure, and he can handle all the documents and stamp them. If the military is not good, then it would be better if he is not allowed to engage in military affairs. Professor Valerie was embarrassed. "Is it really necessary to do this? Isn't this too insulting?" "Wang Zhong, how can it be an insult to serve Aunt's mother? Pay attention to what you say." "Professor Valerie, then, please don't send an inquisitor to invite him." "Wang Zhong, will he come out without sending a judge?" Valerie was silent for a few seconds and said, "Can I write a letter to persuade him first?" Wang Zhong said with evil intentions, "Write a letter and I will ask the judge to take it to invite him." "Professor Valerie, Vice President, then, please allow me to call him first." "Wang Zhong, then you have to make an agreement with him. If he runs away, he will be determined to be a traitor and a Prosan spy. Let him wait at home." Wang Zhong didn't come back to bully people after he became rich. He mainly wanted to see how powerful the 5th-level clerk was. The 6th level can already organize all the messy things of a division and direct the operation of the entire division headquarters. The 5th level can't even think about it. Professor Valerie had a sad look on his face and seemed to be thinking wrongly. His expression even smelled like a rabbit dead and a fox sad. Wang Zhong pretended not to see it, pointed to the empty space in the frame and said, "What about this? It doesn't look good if it's empty." Professor Valerie immediately said, "I can draw you a picture. We have already contacted the painter. As long as you are free, he can draw it." Wang Zhong shook his head, "I don't have time. In this way, let the painter go to my division headquarters in Kubinka, find my car and my beloved horse Bucephalus, paint them both in the same painting, and hang them on in this room." "Okay, I will inform the painter," Professor Valerie said. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked at the other decorations in the room. After looking at it for a while, he felt bored and said, "Take off all these paintings and hang up a map for me. A map of the entire territory of Anti, preferably including the entire territory of Prasen." "Yes. Wang Zhong turned south and looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the window was the huge equestrian venue of Suvorov Military Academy, and beyond that he could see the royal woodland. Wang Zhong, all the equestrian fields outside should be converted into armored training grounds, and equestrian and cavalry-related courses should be conducted at nearby horse farms. Is there a horse farm nearby? Yes, they are specially supplied with horses for us. Valerie said respectfully. Wang Zhong nodded, came to the desk, saw 3 telephones on the table, and asked, what do the 3 telephones correspond to? The red one can go directly to Gongxia Palace. Wang Zhong stared at the red phone, afraid that it would ring suddenly. Valerie, the 2 black ones are ordinary telephones with 2 different lines so that you don't miss some important calls. Wang Zhong, I see this phone has a dial. Do you want to dial a number? No, you can just ask the switchboard to pick you up where you want. When Wang Zhong heard this, he directly picked up the receiver of the black phone. Operator, pick me up from the Kubinka Guard's 1st Machine Infantry Division headquarters. Okay. The pleasant female voice replied. After a while, Pavlov's voice came from the other side, Guard, please speak. Wang Zhong, it's me. Do you still have the enemy No 3G type and No 4E type troops we captured? Pavlov, yes, General. There are also No. 3 assault guns. We sent 3 of each type to the Ordnance Directorate as is, and kept the rest. Am I doing the right thing? Wang Zhong, you are right. Now send 1 of each type to the Suvorov Military Academy. Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow. I want to personally show the students the excellence of the enemy's tank design. Also send AT-34 and AT-34W. Pavlov, understood. I guarantee it will be delivered before the day after tomorrow. Chapter 266 Rokosov makes a fuss at the Ordnance Bureau. Putting down the receiver, Wang Zhong glanced at Professor Valerie. I'll leave it to you to call and write to the former principal. When you finish, give me the letter, and I will ask the Inquisitor to invite him to my committee. Valerie nodded. Wang Zhong thought for a while, then remembered what he had just thought about when he visited, and asked, is there a big conflict between students from noble backgrounds and students from common people in the school? Very big. You and His Highness the Crown Prince were able to ease the conflict when you were at school. But now? How can we, a noble and a crown prince, ease the conflicts with the common people? Are these 2 really dudes? No, it doesn't matter, both of them are gone now. Wang Zhong, has this tense situation lasted for a long time? Professor Valerie nodded, yes, it started after the Civil War. According to the rules set by the church, at least half of the students in the college every year are from civilians. At first, the nobles deliberately recommended stupid civilian students to enter the school. After the church found out, they began to recommend them to the school. Since then, the contradictions have not stopped, and have even extended to the military. By the way, in recent years, the more professional and technical the military services are, the higher the proportion of civilians. You see, there are more civilian officers in the armored forces. Wang Zhong was shocked. Why? Professor Valerie's expression can be summed up in one sentence, why don't you know? Wang Zhong guessed, is it because the nobles spend too much time on dancing and horse racing? Professor Valerie nodded, yes, that's the case. By the way, the proportion of nobles among cavalry officers is the highest. Wang Zhong, after all, I spend a lot of time on horse racing. It's understandable. After Wang Zhong thought about it, he found that after asking about this matter, it seemed that there was really nothing else to do at school, so he should just go to the Ordnance Bureau. At this time Valerie asked, are you planning to carry out military reforms in the Ant Army? Wang Zhong, that's right. I don't have a complete idea yet. My current idea is to start with specific tactics and armaments, and then form some elite divisions based on the structure of the guards and 1 machine infantry. Valerie thought about it for a moment, then said, then you should start writing a new tactical manual while doing the specific work. After all, what you can teach here is only the people who come to the school, but the manual distributed by the entire army can let more people learn. Wang Zhong had thought about writing before. In fact, when he came to Yebeo in August, he wrote a pamphlet. At that time, he had the impression that his hand was almost useless, but fortunately Ludmila helped. At this time, Valerie saw that Wang Zhong was really thinking about it, and hurriedly said, you should hire a typist to complete these manuals by dictation. If possible, have an editor who understands military affairs to help with the illustrations. Wang Zhong, are you suggesting that I find someone? Yes, while you're still behind. Wang Zhong, well, this is a good suggestion. I will consider it. After speaking, he looked at the time and said, I'm going to the Ordnance Bureau. We'll talk about this later. When Wang Zhong walked into the Ordnance Bureau, he attracted the attention of everyone who came in and out. Suddenly, A guy dressed as a worker but wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a wine bottle rushed towards Wang Zhong. The judges took action immediately, 2 of them stepped forward to stop the guy, and 1 of them took the shooting position. I'm a designer. I'm here to participate in the Ordnance Bureau's bidding today. In my hand is the design drawing of a reduced charge ammunition rifle. It can fire continuously and has good accuracy up to 700 meters. Wang Zhong, then how much does your gun weigh? An empty gun is 6 kilograms, much lighter than a machine gun. Wang Zhong, reduce the effective range to 400 meters. As long as the 400 can hit the half-body target with burst fire, it will be considered qualified. Then reduce the total combat weight of the gun with a 30-round magazine to 4.5 kilograms. Also, the failure rate must be low, even if there is no oil it, bury it in the sand and expose it to the sun for a day, and it can be fired immediately after you dig it out. In fact, the reliability of AK is not that exaggerated. It still needs careful maintenance, cleaning and oiling, but it is okay to go too far when making requests. After all, Lu Sun once said that if you want to open a window, you must first lift the roof. At this time, many designers sitting on the benches in the hall lowered their heads to look at their own designs. It seemed that they were all here to apply for new rifles. Olga should have conveyed Wang Zhong's last request to the Ordnance Bureau, but he immediately became its czar, and the Ordnance Bureau hurriedly approved the project and started bidding. Wang Zhong heard a designer mutter, "This requirement is simply a dream, it is impossible to achieve." Some designers also muttered, "Are you sacrificing long-range shooting performance in pursuit of firepower?" Moreover, this weight is intended to be carried by individual soldiers, so the idea of treating this project as a light machine gun is wrong from the root. We need to redesign it. Wang Zhong ignored these firearms designers and rushed directly to the innermost elevator. His target was General Sergei, the director of the Ordnance Bureau. The office of the director of the Ordnance Bureau is the same as the offices of the chiefs of ants other departments, that is, it is large. Wang Zhong's own principal's office is also very large, and the desk is big enough to play billiards. When Wang Zhong entered the room, in addition to General Sergei with 5 stars on his collar, there was also a guy with hair and glasses that looked like an engineer. When General Sergei saw Wang Zhong, the first thing he said was, "I didn't receive a notice that someone was coming to inspect today." Wang Zhong, that's because the equipment review committee hasn't been set up yet, and no one has informed you. Sergei put down the photo in his hand. Then what do you do, Chairman? Wang Zhong, I'm mainly here to say hello. After all, I will definitely cause a lot of trouble to the Ordnance Bureau in the future. Please believe that this is to prevent more ant soldiers from dying in vain due to poor weapons. Before Sergei could speak, the man dressed as an engineer spoke. That's right. I admit that both the BT series and T-26 have problems, and they did cause a lot of casualties, but isn't the T-34 a masterpiece? Wang Zhong, are you saying that you can't hit the enemy's masterpiece at 1000 meters? Engineer, that's because the sight is designed to engage the enemy at a distance of 600 to 800 meters. If you shoot at 1000 meters, it shows that you don't have a good understanding of the weapon. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. This was the first time he heard that the sight of the T-34 was mainly used to engage enemies within 800 meters. I don't know if this is a characteristic of both worlds, or if it's a matter of Ant's special supply. 800 meters? Prosen's ace tanker can shoot shells into the windows of the bell tower at a distance of 2000 meters. Here, you tell me that the design engagement distance is only 800 meters. In any case, this was too outrageous. Wang Zhong couldn't help but cursed, which idiot designed this? The engineer held his head high. I designed it. I studied the tank operations in Castile. Most of the tank's firing range is within 800 meters, so it is enough for the sight to reach this level. Wang Zhong strode forward, slapped the guy, knocked him to the ground, and then pulled out his pistol. You damn Prosan spy, you killed all our most well-trained tank crews. General Sergei, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, if you want to improve the T-34 tank, there is no more suitable designer than Valentin. If the combat distance in actual combat is farther than he expected, you can tell me. Wang Zhong, in actual combat, our army rarely destroys enemy tanks above 800 meters. The engineer lying on the ground laughed triumphantly despite facing the pistol. Wang Zhong, but the enemy often destroys our tanks at a distance of 1000 meters. We captured the enemy's tanks, complete. Look at how excellent the enemy's aiming devices are. In Aolachi, when I ambushed the enemy, I only had a 1/3 hit rate. The main reason was this terrible sight, and the other reason was the poor calibration of the main gun. This person claims to have studied Castile's tank warfare data. Why did the designer of Prosan come to a different conclusion than he did? He is either a spy with good intentions or a fool. No matter which one, he is not. It's time to continue being the designer of T-34 and let him go. General Sergei's face was livid and he said to Wang Zhong, you have the right to make such a request. But I want to remind you that we need tanks now, and it will take a long time for the factory's production line to switch to other tanks, and the production efficiency it will be low at first. The general looked at the chart on the table. When Raoul's factory resumes production, it can allocate more power to produce your T-34W tanks, provided that we obtain enough radios. At present, the production capacity of radios is basically used by the Air Force taken. Wang Zhong, T-34W is not enough? The enemy has suffered a loss in the armor-plated confrontation this time, and will definitely find ways to change the situation. General, yes, but that will take time. I estimate that the tank developed by the enemy for the T-34 will not be put on the battlefield until 3 years later. By that time, the enemy has already lost. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you thought that Prosan would not, that faction was quickly defeated. Wang Zhong, we need a new weapon. When it is handed over to an experienced crew, it can detect the enemy and fire at a distance of 1,500 meters, and obtain a first-time hit rate of more than 33%. The higher the better. Wang Zhong had actually seen how big the number 3 and number 4 were at a distance of 1,500 meters, so he did not overestimate the hit rate. 1 out of 3 is actually pretty good. Others who can hit the target with 100 shots are considered elites in 100 battles, and they probably cannot be achieved through training alone. General Sergei shook his head. I can understand your desire for a better sight, but our best optical glass production factory was abandoned a week after the war started, and the engineers and workers did not have time to evacuate. Now we can only produce the sights currently installed on the T-34. Even for these sights, the glass has a lot of flaws, and there are even bubbles, in the middle of the glass. Wang Zhong's mouth opened into an O shape. General Sergei, in this way, we can have a good chat about the problems we are currently encountering in military production. Can you let go of my son-in-law first? Chapter 267 Dilemma, Update 2233. Chapter 267 Dilemma, Updated 2233. Wang Zhong looked down at the obviously unconvinced engineer and said, No, I thought of a better way. You need to participate in tank training, and then join the front line to drive a T-34 tank without a radio. It is now November 914. On the 23rd, you only need to fight on the front line until November 23rd, 915, and then come back to me to brag about your tank design. After saying that, he stood up, turned off the safety of the pistol, and looked at General Sergei. Do you have any opinions? General Sergei, personnel transfers require orders from the military command. There will be an order from the military command. Let him experience the things he designed in person, so that he can establish a correct understanding. If he doesn't go, General Sergei, you should know that nothing will happen next without my approval. Your new products and improved models of existing products cannot be put into production. General Sergei, okay, it's okay to let my son-in-law experience his work in person. But I want to remind you, he is. Wang Zhong, he is an idiot. If he is not an idiot, then he is a spy. Now let's talk about the problem of glass. Can't we make optical glass now? General Sergei, we can make it, but the quality is very poor. If you want a sight as good as the Plozans, you can only use captured ones. Also affected are telescopes and artillery teams. Mirror. Wang Zhong, is there anything else affected? General Sergei smiled bitterly. Everything is affected, but the biggest impact is explosives. We have lost 20% of our explosive production capacity. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. It seems okay? Isn't the loss huge? General Sergei, but our fertilizer production capacity has shrunk to 20% of its original capacity. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Zhong kept his mouth open. The expansion of explosives production during the war mainly relied on the conversion of fertilizer production capacity. Without fertilizer production capacity, conversion of production would not be possible. In addition, the consumption of explosives is not high during peacetime, so it is used for mining and other purposes. During wartime, explosives production capacity should be expanded. Otherwise, the charge of the shells will not be enough. The Prosens couldn't deliver the shells, and Ants production was stuck. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Sergei continued, what's worse is that fertilizer production capacity has shrunk to such an extent that agriculture will definitely be affected next year, but the good news is that we don't have that much land to cultivate. If we only count high-quality agricultural production areas, we are left with the gap is only 40%, which is not a big gap. This is not good news, this is clearly a joke from hell. After saying that, Sergei pushed a thick book of forms bound into a volume in front of Wang Zhong. For other shrinkage conditions, please refer to this form. Wang Zhong picked up the form and flipped through it quickly, and found that there was a huge downward arrow behind all the production data. After flipping through about 30 pages, Wang Zhong put down the form with a serious expression. There were at least 30 more pages to follow. He seemed to be talking to himself. It turns out that what we most urgently need now is not to improve the flaws of weapons and equipment. What we most urgently need now is the support of the United States. General Sergei, that's it? It will be very difficult for us throughout 915 without external help. This is why the logistics department supports the theory of quick victory, because it will be too difficult to win next year if we don't win quickly. Do you understand? In fact, we all know that your theory is right, and maybe Takakev also knows it, but it is more difficult for us than Prozin, although it is not to the point where we cannot survive. We will definitely be walking a tightrope next year. If the enemy causes us to lose 11,000 tanks in 18 days like this year, then this battle will be unwinnable. Of course, you have achieved very good results now, and the United States has also joined the war. There is a high probability that we will receive support from the United States. I thank you more than anyone else for this. Wang Zhong was speechless. General Sergei, of course, weapons improvements must also be carried out. We expect that Raoul's factory can start trial production in April next year. As long as the supply of radios is not considered, we can let this factory go all out to produce T-34W. Leave the radio installation location free. The United Machinery Factory in Yebeo currently has a production line and is very familiar with your T-34W production, although the output is not high. I would agree to do this because the troops did report that the T-34W is better than the ordinary T-34. I was trying to convince my son-in-law just now, but he insisted on his own opinion, thinking that the production of the T-34W requires 2 or even 3 times the man-hours of the T-34. Wang Zhong, but as long as a T-34W is used properly, it can achieve 5 or 6 times the effect of a T-34. I know. General Sergei looked at his son-in-law who had just climbed up and covered his face. So I'm trying to convince him. Well, maybe it's a good idea to let him go to the front line to experience it. Okay, Valentin, you go down. The engineer walked away with his face covered. General Sergei changed his serious tone and said to Wang Zhong, if the war really continues, whether we can get assistance from the United States, how much assistance we can get will become the key. Unfortunately, I can't control this. As for matters within the Ordnance Directorate, I promise that we will fully consider your opinions. Many engineers are very stubborn. You can't put everyone on the front line. Someone has to design things. Wang Zhong, no, I am not sending everyone to the front line. I am sending idiots who stubbornly ignore feedback from the front line and have high self-esteem to the front line. If the engineer listens to the feedback from the front line, I will not send him to the front line. Sent away. General Sergei nodded, okay, you are right in this matter, and your father and many comrades have died on the battlefield, so you can naturally let my son-in-law go to the battlefield. Besides T-34, is there anything else that needs to be improved? Wang Zhong, I will write you a detailed report. In addition, I will ask my technical officers who use various equipment to also make a detailed report. Anyway, they are currently resting in Kubinka. General Sergei, I promise to study these reports carefully and let the engineers on the relevant projects also study them carefully. Is there anything else I can do for you? Wang Zhong, I need a new weapon, which is an armored vehicle. Its main gun should still maintain a certain penetration capability at a distance of 1,500 meters, such as a vertical penetration of 110 millimeters. At the same time, his shells should ensure sufficient killing effect after penetrating the enemy. It should be easy to maintain and have a low failure rate. The current high failure rate of KV tanks is because the engine power is too low and the vehicle weight is too heavy. Sergei interrupted Wang Zhong, our engine technology is not very good. This is the same as the Earth. After all, the engine is the jewel in the crown of industry. In fact, a large number of engines in World War II were produced under the authorization of others. Some engines were even given drawings and technical information by Santoku, in order to paralyze Mizi. Create the illusion of friendliness. Wang Zhong, I know that our engine technology is not good. So this is my plan. First, to introduce new high-power engines to the United States, it is best to obtain drawings and production authorization. Second, before the new engine of the United States is in place, we should first produce an artillery carrier with simplified protection. In fact, the ZIS-30 has been widely praised by our division. But it is too naked and has no turret, so it can only be carried out in preset positions. Ambush. We can produce an artillery carrier whose turret and body can protect heavy machine guns. The weight will be much lower than the T-34. We can even use the BT series production line. That's impossible. Sergei interrupted Wang Zhong, it is impossible for BT series tanks to be equipped with cannons that meet your needs. Wang Zhong, are you so sure? Of course. Although I am not an artillery expert, I have worked in the Ordnance Bureau for 15 years. I know that the caliber of the artillery that can meet your requirements will not be small, and the barrel will not be short. This is true. As soon as the veteran military workers heard Wang Zhong's request, they knew that the artillery must be long, black, and thick. General Sergei continued, the weight of the gun body alone cannot be underestimated for such an artillery piece. When the breech block, recoil mechanism, stabilizer, and other things are added together, the turret of this vehicle cannot be small. I speculate that the T-34W turret is I can't fit this thing in. Wang Zhong, then build a big turret. Currently, the turret with the largest seat ring we can build is your T-34W turret. In order to build this turret, we also imported a special vertical lathe from Prosan. We also copied this lathe, but we have never been able to find it. It is necessary to use this kind of lathe to produce tanks, because even the diameter of the turret seat of the KV tank is less than 1600 mm. In order to build a spectator tank that a dude would use for drag racing, he built a machine tool that could produce a larger seat. As a result, it provided the basis for making a larger turret. The more Wang Zhong understood the situation, the more he thought about it and became more frightened. In addition, Wang Zhong also discovered one thing. The American Sherman seat ring is 1753 mm, so the British can equip the Sherman with a 17-pound gun to make a Firefly tank destroyer. Wang Zhong collected his thoughts and said to General Sergei, look for the cannon first. After we find the cannon, we will see if it can be inserted into the existing turret. For example, we can consider reducing the contents inside the turret and removing the top armor. Wang Zhong suddenly stopped here. This configuration seemed familiar. Isn't this a Hellcat? For version of Hellcat? Wang Zhong is very familiar with the Hellcat, because in the game War Thunder, among the World War II vehicles, he likes this kind of thing that can run fast and have reliable guns the most. Why don't Hellcat and T-50 be too happy? However, the biggest disadvantage of the Hellcat is that it costs the commander a lot because it has no roof and the commander sits high up, so the commander will lean most of his body out of the turret. Of course, Wang Zhong's ultimate goal is to build a tank with more reliable armor so that Ant's elite tank crews can survive. The survival rate of tankers with one machine step of the guards is very high, so they should be the tankers with the most experience in all Ant battles at present. In the next 6 months, as long as you train hard, develop the basic skills into muscle memory, and equip yourself with reliable equipment, you can go hunting for tigers. The current plan is just an alternative when there is no more powerful engine. In the future, if we obtain a reliable engine, we will consider adding armor and engaging in armor-plated combat. General Sergei looked at Wang Zhong, well, can you try simplifying the turret? Let's choose the cannon first. I have the performance data of all our current cannon models here. You can choose one. Let me first remind you that developing a gun may take longer than developing a tank. Wang Zhong, I know, bring me the information. Chapter 268 Look at this cannon, it's thick and long. General Sergei put a brick that reminded Wang Zhong of Sahai into Wang Zhong's hand, here you go. Wang Zhong looked at the book, thought for a while and put it aside. He said to Sergei, I will take a copy of this book back and check it carefully. Can you recommend some excellent artillery? General Sergei, isn't the 57mm cannon used on the current ZIS-30 bad? Originally, we were planning to shut down the 57 production line and focus on producing the 76mm ZIS-3. Wang Zhong, that gun is really good, but the gun body is a bit heavy. There are actually two caliber 76mm guns in the Ant army, one is the ZIS-3 anti-tank gun generally equipped in anti-tank battalions, and the other is the 76mm infantry gun equipped in infantry units. This gun uses 45mm anti-tank gun mount. In the history of the Earth, the Soviet Army's demand for anti-tank guns suddenly increased a lot, which directly caused most of the gun mounts to be used to produce 45mm anti-tank guns. Therefore, the 76mm short-barreled infantry gun did not have much popularity because the output was too high. Not enough. By the way, the 76 anti-tank gun is generally placed at the division level due to weight issues, and it also serves as a howitzer from time to time. This is also the reason why the 45mm anti-tank gun has been used on the Earth until the end of the war. This thing is light and can be pushed by 2 people. Although it cannot penetrate various thickened armor tanks that have been introduced since the midterm, it can defeat half-track vehicles. Not bad. Sundoko has a large number of half-track vehicles, unlike the Soviet Army which only has a large number of tanks, and the infantry accompanying the tanks can only sit on the tanks. While recalling this knowledge that transcended time and space, Wang Zhong continued, also, the armor-piercing capability of the 76 gun is sufficient now, but the enemy will definitely increase its defense. In fact, we captured 2 Type 3H vehicles and have already added additional armor to the front. The armor was attached, and the front-line troops added tank tracks to the already thickened armor. The Plozans used the tank tracks as armor and placed them on the front of the tank body. This not only increased the protection, but also could be taken out as spare parts if the tracks were broken. General Sergei nodded, This consideration is very reasonable. Wang Zhong, be prepared for a rainy day. I think the 85mm anti-aircraft gun is good, with good muzzle velocity and straight trajectory. The Earth is the main gun later used by the T-34-85 based on the 85mm anti-aircraft gun. That one is too heavy. The design must be streamlined and the weight must be completely reduced. General Sergei shook his head. Wang Zhong immediately understood that this general also had real abilities, because the Earth's 85 anti-aircraft gun was barely installed in the tank after being completely reduced in weight, but its overall performance was much weakened compared to the anti-aircraft gun version. General Sergei at least had a general understanding of the data of each piece of equipment. He should have really read that document as thick as a brick. The general continued stroking his beard and thinking, if the performance you require is similar to the 85mm, the Navy has a 100mm high-level and flat dual-purpose gun that you can consider. Wang Zhong, Navy. Yes, and because the Navy's gun has most of the firing command given to the ship's anti-aircraft gun commander, the gun itself has a very simple structure, but it is taller than the Army's 85 and is suitable for installation on tanks. Wang Zhong frowned. Can this 100mm gun be installed in the turret? He remembered that the big reason why the big-headed version of the T-34 on Earth was equipped with an 85mm tank gun was that the 100mm tank gun could not fit in. Later, when the T-44 tank was equipped with the 100mm gun, a large turret with a seat ring diameter of 1,700mm was initially designed. Force the gun into it, but during the actual test, the tester said that the interior of the car was too narrow. Even if you think it's narrow, it's really narrow. So the T-44-100 tank that was later finalized used a large turret with a seat ring diameter of 1,825mm. This is the situation on Earth. As for Ant, according to what General Sergei just said, the largest turret that can be built is the T-34W. It is definitely impossible to fit 100 guns into the turret. General Sergei also frowned. After thinking for a long time, he said, otherwise, we will remove the turret, make a steep angle on the front of the fighting room, and then design an observation tower specifically for the commander. Wang Zhong, the only option is to have an ambush. It can be produced in this way, relying on our current production line. General Sergei spread his hands, and you said, we will continue to fight defensively. Wang Zhong touched his chin. Just now he was thinking about making a furry version of the Hellcat, so he didn't need to protect himself. The plan that Sergei gave now is that the protection is reliable, and without the turret, the hull will definitely be shorter. The reconnaissance and observation capabilities are not bad, but it cannot be used for offense. Using this design, train crew members first and gather experienced tankers. Then take advantage of this time to quickly import lathes and engines from the United States, and then directly build T-54 after completing these. T-54 vs. E-100, World of Tanks Level 10 Room. The more Wang Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this time, General Sergei misunderstood Wang Zhong's silence and said to him, there is another advantage to using naval guns. The Navy originally built these guns to serve as secondary guns for the planned battleships, but half of them were built together with the battleships. The hull of the ship was taken away by Proson, and a large number of already built cannons were put there, useless. Wang Zhong made a decision immediately, so good. Give me the Navy's cannon. Wait, the battleship planned by the Navy is finished? What about the other large ships? General Sergei, except for the Arctic Ocean Fleet, everything else is almost finished. Wang Zhong, does the Navy have a lot of naval infantry? Yes, what? Wang Zhong, can I bring all these naval infantry here? He has worked with naval infantry and knows that the biggest difference between this group of people and ordinary ant troops is their high cultural level. Naval infantrymen have graduated from at least 10th grade, and a significant number have attended high school. The proportion of Army troops graduating from 10th grade is very small. Most soldiers from rural areas have only attended schools run by churches, which is a simplified version of 10th grade. Many courses are not taught. The clergy would recommend young people with good studies to go to colleges and universities for further education, but now these people are either in production positions or in the Navy and Air Force. It is impossible to allow these people to join the Army as soldiers. When Wang Zhong heard that the Navy used ship members who graduated from high school to form naval infantry, his eyes straightened. Use it for me, don't give it to those idiot generals. General Sergei was helpless. You should go to General Turgenev for this. Oh, he may be promoted to general. He is the head of the military command department, and he is in charge of personnel transfers. I only deal with the transfer of equipment here. Or should I say come back with your plan? Using the Navy's 100mm gun and adding the T-34 body. Wang Zhong, can't the body be reset? Can't the engine be placed sideways? This can shorten the power compartment and make the whole thing more compact. The engine of the T-34 tank is placed vertically, which seems to mean that the technical level in the early stage of World War II did not support transverse engines. Wang Zhong was not sure, so he asked. General Sergei scratched his head, I'm just familiar with the equipment data. I really can't answer this question. How about? I call a designer. Wang Zhong, your son-in-law. No, another designer happens to be here. He is here to submit a KV tank modification plan. Should I invite him in? Wang Zhong, very good. I would like to praise KV's design by the way. General Sergei picked up the phone on the table, let Chief Engineer Kejing come in. The chairman of the Equipment Review Committee wants to see him. Wang Zhong picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. It didn't taste good. General Sergei put down the receiver, he should be here in 5 minutes. Wang Zhong, your tea is really bad. General Sergei, of course it cannot be compared with your royal maid. Your maid is already famous. She declined all the small gifts given to you and stared at the gift giver with murderous eyes. Wang Zhong was shocked, is there such a thing? General Sergei, yes, you put on your makeup and stop a drunk guy on the street. He can tell you a dozen of these things. Some people even claim that the enemy airborne troops want to attack your headquarters, and it's the maid alone. Kill them all with a machine gun. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He recalled how he had touched Nellie's hand several times. She was indeed very powerful, but standing up and shooting with a machine gun was too much. Nellie would never do it. This must be the result of constant rumors. At this time, General Sergei's adjutant opened the door, Chief Engineer Kejing is here. An engineer came in and stood at attention the moment he saw Wang Zhong, as if he was a soldier, Your Highness the Prince. Wang Zhong, don't call me Prince. General Sergei, don't blame him. Everyone knows that she will be happy if she calls you Prince in front of His Majesty. The route is here. Wang Zhong, why do you ignore me in front of His Majesty Olga? Don't call me Prince in front of me. Let me ask you, why don't you put the engine sideways? Kejing was shocked, why? The samples we use as reference are all longitudinally mounted engines. Wang Zhong, is it because of this? Yes, I think Proson's tank is like this too. Wang Zhong opened his mouth, is there no other reason? Wouldn't it be more difficult to give birth if you go sideways? Kejing, then you have to design it and try it out before you know. I haven't designed it yet, how can I know if it can be produced successfully? You are right. Wang Zhong, in this way, you don't want to make any improvements to KV. What KV urgently needs to improve now is stability, and if you don't change the power, no matter how you change it, it will be in vain. If we can increase the engine to 500 horsepower, KV the failure rate will definitely be greatly reduced. Indeed. Kejing responded casually, but immediately broke into a sweat, I mean, your opinion is very correct. Wang Zhong, don't be nervous. Since you are here to answer my questions today, it is you. You will be responsible for the design of the 100mm artillery carrier. This is a tank destroyer without a turret but with enhanced sighting capabilities. It uses the Navy's 100mm high-level dual-purpose gun, the T-34W V2K engine, and a transverse engine. The number of members is 4 to 5. Moreover, considering the actual combat situation, this destroyer needs to have a relatively good depression angle, at least -5 degrees. Kejing pointed at herself, shall I design it? Wang Zhong, yes. General Sergei, well, you should write a serious request and let General Turgenev make a formal appointment. Chapter 269 100mm Artillery Carrier Vehicle Design Team. Wang Zhong, okay, give me a call and I'll solve the transfer problem first. Chief Engineer of Kejing, huh? But I'm a man. Wang Zhong stopped, stared at Kejing's face and asked, what do you mean by this? Chief Engineer Kejing glanced at General Sergei, and then stammered, they all say that this review committee is a sealing agency, mainly to make it easier for you to find women. Wang Zhong, who are them? Kejing's chief engineer shouted, Volgakov's wife said this, and many wives said so. Wang Zhong frowned. Originally, there might be women on this committee, but now they can only choose men. But if they all choose men, there will definitely be new opinions outside, such as Rokosov not liking women or something. It would be quite disgusting when a bunch of men come over and want to sell the ditch. Forget it, don't think about him anymore. From now on, this committee can just demote talents in an eclectic way. Wang Zhong came to General Sergei's desk where he could play billiards, give me the phone. General Sergei picked up the receiver and handed it to him, just tell me where to hit. Wang Zhong, hello? Get me General Turgenev from the military headquarters. Military Command, General Turgenev's office. Judging from the current situation of the Prosen army, they have just emerged from the chaos caused by the partial retreat. However, the current weather conditions make it very difficult for them to organize an orderly retreat. They have to have the rear troops to buy them time. Admiral Turgenev stopped and looked at the new Tsar, Her Majesty Olga. Olga knew that she was being asked to ask a question, so she stared at the map, held her breath for a while and said, "Where did the enemy get their rear-cutting troops?" "General Turgenev, come from behind." Olga pouted, "Then what should I ask here?" "Turgenev, this is where you have to think." At this time the phone on the table rang. "Sorry." After saying this, Turgenev picked up the phone. "I'm Turgenev." "Is it you? What's wrong?" "Caging from the Design Bureau." The Admiral glanced at Olga before continuing, "Okay, I will prepare the transfer order. Make a list of the people you want and where you want them to be transferred. What else do you need?" "Naval infantry." Okay, how many naval infantry divisions are needed?" "I'll discuss it with Marshal Kuznetsov of the Navy." "Olga, it's Alyosha, right?" Admiral Turgenev did not answer, pretending to be focused on the phone and not hearing what Olga said. "Okay, you can directly hire ordinary people, and then ask me to go through the procedures for employment or equal transfer." "Former Dean of the Military Academy? What do you want him to be?" "But he has retired and there is nothing we can do if he doesn't want to go out." "Can you guarantee that he does?" "Okay." Olga stood up and put her hands on the table. "It's Alyosha, right?" "General Turgenev, yes. I didn't talk to you." "Your Majesty wanted to grab the receiver." Olga, "Oh, I really want to grab it." She grabbed the receiver and said, "Alyosha. Why are you walking so fast?" "Rokosov, I'm very busy. First I went to school, and now." "Olga, where?" "Rokosov, I told you not to come, you would cause trouble to everyone. And I'm leaving right away." Olga pouted, "You don't even want to talk to me. I have to deal with many things and learn many things every day, and you don't even want to have afternoon tea with me." "Rokosov, I will ask Lucia to go to the palace to have afternoon tea with you. She can tell you anecdotes about the battlefield." Olga dug her mouth higher, but what she said was, "Okay. Rokosov, your Majesty is indeed a wise king." Olga frowned, because to her, this sentence sounded a bit like saying haha, you lost and I ran away. So she thought for a second and said, "When will you come to the Royal Council?" "The principal doesn't need to come to the Royal Council, but your committee does. You have to report to me what was approved, right? And this chairmanship is the position I fought for you. You have to take me to see the things you approved. I want to see with my own eyes how it performs to prevent you from lying to me." Rokosov's side immediately misfired. Olga put on airs, "What's the answer?" "My dear Lieutenant General Rokosov, you are right, we will report to you when we have results." "Olga, you have to present to me personally what you approve." "Lieutenant General Rokosov, yes. I will obey your Majesty's order." Olga smiled like a winner. She smiled like this when the three of them played games when they were children. Now that I think about it, both brothers must have put in a lot of water for this smile. She was about to pursue the victory, but noticed General Turgenev's gloomy face, so she had to change her words, "Then I'll wait for Ludal to come and have afternoon tea with me." "Rokosov, of course, I asked her to set off from the manor to the summer palace now." Admiral Turgenev stretched out his hand, "Can you return the receiver to me, your Majesty?" "Okay." Olga returned the receiver to the old general. "Turgenev, in short, that's it? You don't always have to call and write in writing, you know? If you don't want to draft these documents yourself, find an adjutant. You can even have an adjutant in charge of military paperwork. A secretary is in charge of non-military matters. Kejing, right? I understand. That's it?" Turgenev hung up the phone and looked at Olga. "Lieutenant General Rokosov is determined to be with his childhood sweetheart, your Majesty." "Olga, I know. But he promised me that he would take care of me as an older brother." "Turgenev, never in the history of history has any Tsar remained single, male or female." Olga smiled, "Your Excellency, don't worry, I know what to do." Turgenev observed her expression carefully and smiled, "You are indeed very smart." "Olga, by the way, you just suggested that Alyosha find 2 adjutants, 1 civil and 1 military, right? Then you can't go by yourself. I don't know the quality of the cage musha in the ceremony hall, but she is not real after all. You have to sit in the summer palace, especially in this situation." "Olga, as a binder." Admiral Turgenev did not answer, which was regarded as acquiescence. Olga turned to look at the large window of the office and the courtyard outside the window. "We have to defeat Prasen as soon as possible, otherwise I will not be able to be truly free." Suddenly, she stopped being sentimental and looked at Admiral Turgenev again. "I have a very outstanding female officer here, can I recommend it to him?" Admiral Turgenev, Then you can tell Ms. Ludmila Vasilievna, isn't she coming to have afternoon tea with you? Wang Zhong put down the receiver and looked at the people around him. Why do you have such expressions? General Sergei, facing a duke who can say to His Majesty the Tsar, you are not allowed to come, I don't think there is anything wrong with our expressions. Wang Zhong, if I hadn't said this, His Majesty would have come running over. You don't want half of the department to shut down to receive His Majesty, right? General Sergei, yes. Chief Engineer of Kejing, then, when will I change my office location? Wang Zhong, you go back and arrange the follow-up work first, and hand over the improvement of KV to trustworthy people. Then bring the 10 newcomers you admire most. It hasn't been decided yet, but you should choose good people first. The 100mm gun carrier is an emergency project, and the imaginary enemy is the enemy's next-generation tank. Kejing, when the caliber is set to 100mm, are you planning to use the 200 100mm gun barrels produced by the Navy but not used? Wang Zhong, is there as many as 200? Yes, and the production line is still there. This gun is produced by the 700 factory next to the Inland Sea. The production line should not be converted at present, but I don't know what will be produced in the future, so it stopped. Kejing replied. General Sergei, we thought about changing this factory to produce 85mm anti-aircraft guns, but the Navy refused. They plan to put 100 guns on river patrol boats and drive them out to fight the enemy. Now if you want, you can let the factory continues to produce. Wang Zhong, is there no problem? Ah, you have a good reputation with the Navy, they should be very happy. Wang Zhong, very good, very good. The gun problem has been solved. The factory can use the Lerwu plant after production resumes. Chief Engineer Kejing, when do you estimate that a prototype can be built? Kejing, it's hard to say, but if we use mature things, it will probably be very soon, probably in April or May next year. Wang Zhong, I'll have a prototype car in February. I'll have it ready in 3 months. This way we can find problems early and start making improvements. Any new equipment will definitely have a lot of faults at the beginning. After using it for a period of time, targeted improvements should be made to the exposed problems in order to achieve relatively good reliability. Wang Zhong was so excited at this time that he could not wait to fast forward to February next year and test the prototype car himself. General Sergei, I know you are looking forward to it, Lord Duke Rokosov. But things have to be done step by step. I still think you should find an adjutant and a secretary first, one for each person. Wang Zhong, well. General Sergei, your committee also needs a large number of civilian personnel. Even if you recruit the retired principal to serve as a civilian, he can't do anything as a mere commander. Moreover, your committee needs a lot of professional knowledge and talents. People with combat experience, otherwise your review will not convince the public. Where are you going to find all these people? Wang Zhong was frowning at first, but suddenly he thought that the military academy had just arrived with a lot of junior officers who wanted to listen to his lectures. Wouldn't it be good to select those with excellent professional skills from among them? As for the 2 adjutants, why doesn't Nelly understand military affairs? It would be easier if Nelly could be the adjutant. Adjutant. Wang Zhong always uses Muraseth as his secretary when playing our knights, but if he uses a girl, then the girl's reputation is basically destined to be ruined in an instant. Sure enough, it's better to find a handsome male adjutant. Gregory only went to 10th grade and probably wouldn't be able to do it. Vasily, he was always picky, but after thinking about it, it seemed that only Vasily was suitable. My family is a music professor, so I received a good education since I was a child. I completed high school before joining the army, and also took the college exam. I can write well. Huh. Wang Zhong, give me the phone number. General Sergei picked up the phone and handed it to him. Wang Zhong, pick up the Kubinka Guards 1st Infantry Division. Pavlov. Let Vasily bring a bedroll and come to my manor. Rokosov Manor. Pavlov, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, I plan to appoint him as my adjutant. Got it? Wang Zhong put down the receiver. Wu's adjutant was now solved. Chapter 270 Rokosov Who Understands Airplanes, Update 2333. Chapter 270 Rokosov, Who Understands Airplanes, Update 2333. As for the civilian side, Wang Zhong decided to worry about it later. He picked up the receiver again and said, pick up to my house. After saying that, he realized that it was inappropriate to say this. The operator was confused, so he changed his words, there should be only one in the city to connect to Rokosov Manor, right? Yes. Just a moment, the operator said. A moment later, a majestic old voice came, hello, Rokosov Manor. How can I help you? Wang Zhong, Mr. Mikhail, it's me. Let Lucia answer the phone. I understand, Lieutenant General. Although Mikhail is the butler of the Rokosov family, the title of Duke now belongs to Wang Zhong's brother Pietro, so the butler respectfully calls him Lieutenant General. After all, Wang Zhong is already the Duke of Karen, so theoretically the family should be separated. Soon there was a voice on the other side of the phone that picked up the receiver. Hello? Elisha? What's wrong? Wang Zhong, two things. One is that Vasily is on his way to the manor. I want to promote him to adjutant and prepare a room for him. The second is that you go to the summer palace now and have afternoon tea with Olga. Listen. Listen to her complaints. I understand. Ludmila smiled. I asked Mr. Maiha to prepare a place for Vasily, and then I set off for the summer palace. Be careful, the streets are not peaceful, bring enough guards. Don't worry, the church sent me so many guards and secret sentries that I can spot them. There are many people taking refuge near the manor, and they are all members of the church. Ludmila smiled. Then it's up to you. Olga must have accumulated a lot of pressure. Yeah. Don't tire yourself. Wang Zhong nodded and hung up the phone. He said to General Sergei, my adjutant will submit complete requirements tomorrow, and the design bureau will be established quickly. General Sergei, what about the improvements in other weapons? Wang Zhong, change it according to the following requirements. Don't you have a department to collect feedback? Yes. General Sergei hesitated for a moment, then asked, but how does your committee know that what we changed does not meet the requirements of the army? You yourself are the best tank commander and tank driver, so naturally you know how to modify tanks, and the infantry under your command also conducted our army's most successful defensive battle, so you should also know how to modify rifles, machine guns, and anti-tank guns. Wang Zhong originally wanted to say that I knew it too, but he held back because although he had read a lot of war history before traveling through time, there were still things he didn't understand. After all, it was only superficial on paper. What's more, even those experts who specialize in the history of World War II will have their own blind spots in knowledge. Wang Zhong, I will establish a frontline feedback center and organize personnel to collect opinions on existing weapons from wounded soldiers and troops who have been withdrawn for rest. During the final review, experienced frontline officers and soldiers will also be invited to participate in the test. General Sergei nodded, then I'll be relieved. Wang Zhong, I'm leaving. Go slowly. General Sergei saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong glanced at Chief Kajing, opened the door and left the room, met Grigory who was waiting at the door, and told him, I asked Vasily to be my adjutant, do you have any objection? After all, it was Sergeant Major Grigory who had been following Wang Zhong before. Grigory smiled, no objection, he is already very professional at picking shit. What do you mean, I am feces? If I hadn't fought alongside you until now, I would be angry. Grigory himself also reacted, I didn't mean that, General, you know. I know. Wang Zhong replied, you are just saying that Vasily is a good picker of manure. It's really good, but it's a pity that when you become an adjutant, you can't pick shit. Wang Zhong smiled, and just as he was about to reply, there was a roar from in front of him. Damn bastard, how many times do I have to say it before you understand? That bullshit design of yours is bullshit. I have written so many reports. I have been writing reports since the beginning of the war, and I have been writing them until now. Bullshit. Wang Zhong and Grigory looked at each other, and then sped forward together. Then they discovered that the sound was actually coming from downstairs, which happened to be the stairs in front of them. So the two of them went downstairs and turned the corner of the stairs. They saw a lieutenant colonel pilot yelling at several engineers, why insist on this bullshit design? Are you flying the plane or am I? Open. Wang Zhong took a step forward, what's going on? The pilot glanced at Wang Zhong, saluted when he saw the rank of lieutenant general on his collar badge, and then continued to roar at the engineer. How many times have I told you that your firepower configuration is unreasonable? Unreasonable? The engineer obviously knew who Wang Zhong was, and when he retorted this time, he gave a reason, that design is for balance. Do you understand? Balance. Pilot, you're trimmed, we can't even hit the target. The machine gun is more effective than the cannon. This is the biggest laughing stock. The laughing stock. Wang Zhong intervened, which army are you from? Pilot, 4th Attack Regiment. Wang Zhong, are you driving the IL-2? Yes, I have been fighting on the southern front since the war started. I fought for 5 months and had 2 rear-seat machine gunners. I think I still have some say. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, you fought on the southern front? Yes, after the war started, the Air Force on the front line was completely destroyed. Our assault aircraft group was mobilized to the southern front to support the southwest front. I attacked the Prassens for the first time on June 28. Wang Zhong, in Upper Penier village. The pilot shook his head, I don't know. Lieutenant General, you are an infantryman. You don't know. It's hard to tell where you are in the sky. It's useless to have a map. When we set off, we just flew west to see where Prasen's troops were. Just attack. When returning to the airport, look for the landmarks near the airport. Find the landmarks to determine where they are, and then fly to the airport. So I didn't know where to attack the enemy. At that time, I got separated from my wingman, and I attacked the enemy alone. Wang Zhong, is the enemy preparing to attack a small town with a water tower and a church? The pilot spread his hands. All small towns have water towers and churches. It seems to make sense. Suddenly, Wang Zhong remembered that the IL-2 that boarded Penier had the tactical number 401, and the lieutenant colonel was from the 4th Attack Regiment, which meant that the tactical number might start with 4. Wang Zhong, is the tactical number of your landline 401? Yeah. How do you know? Wang Zhong laughed loudly. When you attacked the enemy alone on June 28, I was below. After saying this, Wang Zhong found that it was a bit strange to say this, so he changed his words and said, I am on the ground. The pilot immediately changed his attitude, really or not? That's not right. I remember that the enemy I attacked was not large in size, and the size of our people who resisted was not large either. That doesn't look like the Lieutenant General's headquarters. Wang Zhong, because I was a lieutenant colonel at that time. Ha 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 ha, you are such a boaster. Only one Duke Rokosov was promoted from colonel to lieutenant general in half a year. The pilot, the lieutenant colonel, stopped smiling. He looked at Wang Zhong and then at Wang Zhong. The empty corridor behind Tadashi. Young attachment. He muttered, turned around and took out the folder of Yebeo Daily from the newspaper rack placed next to the bench. These newspapers are used to pass the time of people waiting on the benches to do errands. After all, there are no mobile phones now. Usually, the most recent week's worth of the same newspaper is put in a folder, and then different newspapers are arranged on the shelf. The pilot immediately turned to the issue with a full-body photo of Wang Zhong printed on the front page. Oh my god! He exclaimed, you are really the Rokosov who knows about airplanes, as Kharlamov said. Ah! Rokosov, who knows about airplanes? Did the Air Force call me that? The lieutenant colonel put down the newspaper, came to Wang Zhong, straightened his clothes, put on his hat, and saluted with a snap, salute to you, General Rokosov. Wang Zhong returned the gift and said, won't you introduce yourself? Lieutenant Colonel, I am Drachenko Grigojevic, commander of the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment, here to report the problem of the IL-2 attack aircraft. Wang Zhong, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov, chairman of the Military Equipment Special Review Committee. New equipment and modifications of old equipment must pass our review. In addition, our committee will establish a special frontline feedback collection organization. But this agency hasn't been established yet, so you can tell me first. Drachenko immediately stood at attention. Yes. The question I responded to is, Wang Zhong, take a break, relax a little, and speak slowly. The lieutenant colonel relaxed his body, but his tone was still urgent. You can't slow down. The IL-2 is an aircraft with serious flaws. In addition to the ammunition it carries, its most effective weapon is the machine gun, because the two cannons cannot fire accurately. Wang Zhong, is it because the sight doesn't work? For machine guns and cannons, the sights are still okay. The rubbish ones are the sights for bombing and rocket shooting. It is better to throw them away based on experience. And there is a problem with our combat method. If the dive angle of the IL-2 aircraft exceeds 40, if it is too high, it will shake so much that it will be impossible to aim. As soon as the pilot finished speaking, the designer said, the design idea of this aircraft is to fly levelly at low altitudes and act as a flying tank. Dive performance is not necessary. Wang Zhong glanced at the designer. His knowledge of IL-2 came from the game IL-2 Defending the Eagle, which is a single-player flight simulation game. This production team later went on to create the famous military vehicle battle online game War Thunder. In Defending the Eagle, it is true that the IL-2's diving ability is very poor, and it can basically only fly at low altitudes and act as a flying tank. This concept was correct, but it was too advanced. Later, the Sidewinder gunship took on this responsibility. However, Wang Zhong did not experience the problem of inaccurate cannon shooting through the game. So he motioned for the designer to shut up, and the pilot continued. Drachenko, in addition to being unable to dive and having a bad sight, the IL-2's own weapon installation is also unreasonable. Drachenko raised his hands, stretched out his index fingers respectively, and put the two fingers together first. This is the arrangement of the two machine guns of the IL-2. Then he stretched out his two index fingers until they were half a meter apart. This is the layout of the two cannons. Wang Zhong, the cannons are placed on the wings. Right. Engineer, first, this is for trimming. Second, the cannon's firing rate is slow, and the synchronization device with the propeller is not easy to design. The pilot immediately became angry. Then you put 2 cannons on the wings. The result is that the cannons shake as soon as they are fired, and they are not accurate at all. And this shaking will make the machine guns that were originally accurate also become inaccurate. As a result, we would rather use machine guns for precision attacks than fire cannons at all. Wang Zhong remembered it, and it seems that there was indeed a memoir that said that the IL-2 single attack hit rate was too poor, so everyone likes 8 planes or even a regiment of more than 20 planes to form a horizontal formation like a cavalry wall formation. Shape, flying and strafing at the same time, using firepower density to make up for accuracy. Wang Zhong looked at the engineer. I don't care whether you change the installation position of the weapons or use other means, in short, the weapons of the aircraft can be fired accurately. At this time, the commander of the attack aircraft said, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, to be honest, compared to the IL-2, the attack effect of the Pei-2 of the squadron next door is more obvious. I flew over the Pei-2, and this thing is much faster than our IL-2, and it's also more flexible than IL-2, and he can also dive and attack. The Pei-2 also has better reconnaissance capabilities when flying to high altitudes. When it finds a target, it can dive and drop bombs, and then retreat with speed and maneuverability. Its own self-defense firepower is also stronger than our IL-2. Wang Zhong, do you think Pei-2 is better? Certainly. Wang Zhong, then how long do you think it will take for all current attack aircraft regiments to be converted into Pei-2 light bomber regiments for modification training? A few months is enough. Drachenko's voice was no longer very confident. Because the Pei-2 is a twin-engine light bomber, it is quite different from a single-engine attack aircraft such as the IL-2. Wang Zhong patted Drachenko on the shoulder. Don't worry, drive the IL-2 first, and wait for the help from the United States to do something powerful for you. For example, the P-47 fighter jet is nicknamed the baby bottle by some people because of its appearance. This thing has very good dive performance, and if you master the know-how of energy air combat, it will be an excellent fighter. At the same time, like all Aramco's excellent fighter jets, it can mount many anti-ground mounts. After bombing the ground, you can still fight in the air. The key for pilots is that they are single-engine aircraft and the training time for changeover is short. But Drachenko had no place to know about this, so he could only look at Wang Zhong doubtfully. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 271 Looking to the Future. Wang Zhong, our department will set up a full-time feedback department as soon as possible. At that time, the contact address will be sent to each unit in written notice. If you have any opinions on the aircraft, you can write to us. Your post-war experience summary will also be copied to us as a reference for improving weapons. I will make sure that the engineers cannot ignore your opinions. Wang Zhong glanced at the engineer. If the engineer insists that his design is the best, he must go to the front line to drive his own design and perform a one-year mission. Drachenko smiled immediately after hearing this. This is good, this is great. Even if the engineer can't fly the plane, he can be a rear-seat machine gunner. The death rate of the IL-2 rear-seat machine gunner is many times higher than that of the pilot. After all, the enemy aircraft mainly approaches from the rear to launch attacks. The engineer who was just stubborn turned green. No, this can't happen. The Empire has trained me for so many years. You can't let me die like an ordinary soldier. Wang Zhong, why not? In fact, many engineers have died in the previous 6 months of fighting. Do you have any special features? No, I don't think so. Since you are stubborn and think that your weapon design ideas are perfect, prove it to us. The engineer had a bitter face. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of one thing: why not recruit people who have experienced war from the front line to be designers? There are people on Earth who fought with Santazi during the war, continued to study after the war, and finally became great people. Is it okay to let them come back to study in advance and become great people? Wang Zhong thought about it and decided to write an article to call on college students who have experienced war to come back with their experiences on the front line to shine in more important places. But he didn't want to write by hand anymore, so let Vasily learn how to use the typewriter as soon as possible. While thinking this, Wang Zhong said goodbye to Drachenko and led Gregory down the stairs directly. Drachenko saw Lieutenant General Rokosov disappear around the corner, then looked at the engineer. I welcome you to be the rear-seat machine gunner here. The engineer's mouth trembled for a while before he squeezed out a sentence. The rebalancing of the aircraft needs to be redesigned, and it will take several months to complete, especially the synchronization device of the machine gun. It will take a lot of tests to ensure that the machine gun is fired at the right time when the propeller is idle. Drachenko, then change it? In fact, we have another plan, which is to remove the machine gun, free up the weight of the machine gun and the shells, and carry more large-caliber rockets. We have an idea to directly put the M13 rockets are changed to aviation rockets, with less propellant and a bigger warhead. The engineer opened his mouth wide. Is this suitable? Drachenko, it is suitable. In fact, someone has asked the ground crew to change it this way. The number of rockets carried can be doubled. When attacking the ground, use machine guns to determine the distance and then fire rockets. Engineer, then how do you face the enemy fighters? Drachenko laughed, do you think we can use forward firepower when facing enemy fighters? Don't you know how bulky the thing you designed is? The pilot who came with Drachenko also laughed. The engineer looked at their smiles and his face turned red. Drachenko put away his smile and patted the engineer on the shoulder, make good improvements. I think Lieutenant General Rokosov is also easy to talk to. There is no problem with the things you modify. He will not send you to the front line. After that, Drachenko turned around and waved to his followers, let's go. Go back and tell everyone in the army about what happened today. General Rokosov really knows airplanes. Kharlamov of the fighter regiment is not bragging. Everyone thought he was drunk and said such a dream, but it turned out to be true. Wang Zhong, who had just come out of the Ordnance Bureau, looked at his watch. It was almost dark. It was very early in Yebeo at the season, and Ludmila was still going to the summer palace to have afternoon tea with Her Majesty Olga. Deeply realized that the latitude of Ant's territory was very high. Wang Zhong got on the car, and the driver immediately looked back at him, where is the destination? Back to Rokosov Manor. Wang Zhong thought for a second and ordered. Mainly because I was a little tired after running around all day, I went back to the manor to rest for a while. When Vasily arrived, I could give him a typewriter and start writing documents. First, the technical specifications of the 100mm artillery carrier were determined, and then the site selection, personnel composition, etc. of the new committee were determined. Wang Zhong couldn't help but hold his forehead. There were so many troubles. Otherwise, he might as well transfer Pavlov to this committee to be a slave. First of all, Pavlov is trustworthy, and secondly, he has strong working ability and can definitely take on important tasks. Kubinka, the headquarters of the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry Division, Pavlov suddenly sneezed several times, and the saliva and snot that came out stained the documents on the desk. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe it, and while wiping, he cursed, it must be my wife who is nagging again. Yegorov, what are you nagging? You have been transferred to the capital and you don't go home to live. Otherwise. Pavlov was shocked, sometimes I really envy you, your wife is in the military hospital. When will the wedding be held? Yegorov, our idea is not to waste time holding a wedding at this time. Now food has begun to be rationed. Even the laundry team assigned to the army is rationed. It is not appropriate to hold a wedding. Food for combatants and support personnel at key locations is still supplied according to normal standards, but the supply for hired civilians is not so optimistic. In other words, Neely, who is only a civilian husband in name, can still eat better. Of course Nelly is not eating in Kubinka now, and according to her wishes, her quota is divided among several laundry ladies with children at home. General Rokosov's rationing was handled along the same lines. Pavlov, my wife scolded me because I couldn't get more rations for my family. I lost Kozalia, but evacuated so many people to the east. Maybe people will starve to death next year. Yegorov nodded seriously and changed the subject, is your wife also a Hazalaya? Yes, but after coming to Yebeo to study, she only regarded herself as a Yebeo native. She even began to dislike me for being an old-fashioned guy. After Pavlov finished speaking, Yegorov smiled bitterly, if you can't fight back, you will always be a cliché. We will fight back, I believe in the general. Pavlov took a sip of tea. As soon as Wang Zhong returned to the door of his manor, he saw Vasily carrying a bag and looking blankly at the large manor in front of him. Go in, why are you standing outside? Wang Zhong said as he got out of the car, walked up the steps to the door, and punched Vasily on the shoulder. Vasily, no, this manor is too luxurious. Isn't your family's fiefdom mainly in Hazalaya? Wang Zhong, I don't know the specifics, but it seems that this house was bought from a local wealthy family, maybe some time ago. Come on, come in, can you use a typewriter? Vasily, I understand. Wang Zhong, great, I have a lot of documents to draft tonight, and I'm worried that no one will come to help. Vasily was dragged into the main building of the manor by Wang Zhong, acting like a girl dragged into Yuhang courtyard by the madam. No, I really only have a little understanding. I thought the adjutant was doing military work, such as updating maps or something. Wang Zhong, come on, you said you don't know how to compose music, and then you have already written 2 songs that are very popular among Ant. You are not even half of Ant's world. You are the king of Ant's pop music world. Vasily, but typing is really bad. While he was talking, Wang Zhong had already dragged Vasily into the hall, and just then Butler Mikhail came out to welcome him. Your Excellency, the work tools for Mr. Vasily are ready. Because it was his brother Pietro who inherited the title of the Rokosov family, the housekeeper was not called master here, but His Excellency the Duke. After all, with Wang Zhong's status, it is no longer appropriate to call him the second young master. Wang Zhong, okay, lead the way quickly and let us see what you are capable of, Vasily. An hour later, Wang Zhong looked at Vasily's results. Vasily, I told you that I only know how to use a typewriter. It is still difficult to use it to shorthand articles. Wang Zhong, okay, get out of the way and I'll do it myself. It's just typing, what's so difficult about it? Wang Zhong thought to himself, it's a joke, when our god Ziyuan chooses to play LOL and troll his teammates, he types like he's playing the piano. And the special flight of the bumblebee was played. He sat in Vasily's seat, pushed the typewriter's roller back to its original position, and prepared to start output. Technical specifications of 100 mm gun carrier. After typing the sentence, he was going to start a new line, hit the line break key, and then continued typing. He found that the letters he typed were crooked, and they happened to follow the last character of the previous line before the line break. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment before he realized that he wanted to push the roller to the starting position. He tore off the paper he had beaten and started again. As a result, another problem occurred after typing 2 lines. This mechanical typewriter is not as convenient as a computer at all. The typist has to adjust the machine himself for formatting and other matters. In addition, the keyboard of a mechanical typewriter is much harder than the hardest mechanical keyboard. Wang Zhong moved his hands twice in protest. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. Vasily, see, you can't do it yourself either. Wang Zhong pursed his lips and looked at him. Vasily, it's no problem picking shit, right? When I wear the adjutant's ribbon, I'll pick it up with that one. Wang Zhong, I feel that you are no longer afraid of picking shit. So, I order you to learn how to use a printer and practice it to the point where you can type a 10,000-word article a day within a week. Vasily's mouth opened wide. No, you can't do this to me. At this moment, the door of the study room opened, and Ludmila entered the study room and smiled at Wang Zhong. Elisha, I'm back. After saying that, she turned and looked out the door. Come in, let me introduce you to Elisha, Duke Rokosov. Chapter 272 Progress. Wang Zhong frowned and realized that things were not simple. Before he could refuse, Ludmila welcomed the people outside the door into the study. Wang Zhong was stunned, and even subconsciously said, huh. Because of the women who came in, even someone like Wang Zhong, who had a very low ability to judge Mao Mei's age, could tell that she was a little older. To put it in easy-to-understand terms for the second-time veteran, is she at the age of Aunt Kyoza? Just, looking at her appearance, I clearly know that she is old, but I also know that when she was young, she must have been the most beautiful woman in the world. Ludmila introduced, this is the State Lady Gabrielle Ulyanovna, Olga, His Majesty the Tsar recommended her to me to be your secretary. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh a little when he saw Ludmila's embarrassing appearance of repeatedly changing the details of her address. At this time, Vasily said, a female official with the rank of State Lady, this is amazing, she must be able to type without any problem. Ms. Ulyanovna pushed up her glasses, I'm really good at typing and organizing documents. Wang Zhong stood up and gave up his seat in front of the typewriter, please hurry up. Madame Ulyanovna strode to the typewriter and sat down. Vasily described, this gesture is like a tsar walking towards his throne. It seems that we don't have to worry about typing in the future. Ms. Ulyanovna said, no, you should form a committee to review weapon improvements, right? Considering that it needs to review the weapons of the entire Ant Empire, at least 20 typists are needed. Vasily clapped his hands in sudden realization, she is the commander of the typing army. Wang Zhong, well, Madam of State, can you please organize these typists? Ms. Ulyanovna nodded, if authorized, I can organize it. Wang Zhong, that's great. What else can you organize? Clerks with experience in government work? Ladies of state affairs. Ms. Ulyanovna stared at Wang Zhong, why do you have to be so respectful to me? Is this some kind of ill-intentioned joke? Wang Zhong thought to himself, can you blame me? You exude an aura like the dean of the academic affairs office. During the evening self-study sessions, you quietly sneak to the back door of the class and stare at all the stupid young people who are talking small talk. Anyone who has experienced 12 years of education will subconsciously stand upright and adopt a respectful attitude when they are in front of this lady. Wait a minute, Wang Zhong's feelings for this lady have changed from Aunt Kyoza to Professor McGonagall. The span is a bit big, and he needs to digest it. At this time, Ms. Ulyanovna saw that Wang Zhong was silent, so she continued, you should not be so respectful to me. First, my husband's title is much lower than yours. Second, I am only a state noblewoman. You are a female official, and you are a duke, so I should treat you with the utmost respect. Wang Zhong, okay, Ms. Ulyanovna. The lady sighed, don't call me so respectfully. Wang Zhong, I personally feel that, considering my age, my respect for you is understandable. His original intention was to argue that it was okay for him to do so from the perspective of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. But Ms. Ulyanovna's anger clearly increased. Only then did Wang Zhong remember that it seemed that Westerners couldn't just say a lady's age. This is very rude. Wang Zhong, sorry, what I meant was. Ludmila patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder and inserted half of her body between the two of them. Madam, what Elisha means is that we should maintain enough respect for a trustworthy female officer like you. He is here, we treat other people the same way here, even the old gardener we hire, he will speak respectfully. That's for sure. The old gardener has gray hair. Wang Zhong habitually treats him with respect. This is the tradition of series. Wang Zhong is no longer the kind of age who doesn't know how to respect his elders. Ms. Ulyanovna carefully observed Lucia's expression and then relaxed. Yes, after all, the general is a popular figure in the church. Hey, can you still explain it this way? I am not good, this is the quality I brought from my motherland. Then Ms. Ulyanovna said, although my husband is not a die-hard aristocrat, he is not a new secular aristocrat like your father. Is that okay? Wang Zhong, well, no problem. Your husband is a centrist, so that's what we want to strive for, no problem. That's it, don't worry, I won't take any documents out of the workplace, and I won't tell my husband anything about work. At this time, Vasily clapped his hands vigorously. I remembered that a state lady must be a married noblewoman, and there are only 2 levels above, the second level of palace stewardess, and the first level of chief stewardess. A state lady holds an important position in the palace and can manage thousands of maids. Ms. Ulyanovna looked at Vasily, that's right, Mr. Vasily Vladimirovich. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He didn't look at the name of the plug-in mark, and he didn't remember that my Vasily had such a long list of patronymic names, nor did he remember that his surname was Bradsky. Vasily, just call me Vasily. I start serving as the general's adjutant today, and from now on I will be my colleague, Ms. Ulyanovna. The lady nodded. Wang Zhong, this name is too long, Ms. Ulyanovna, I will call you from now on. Damn it, vacant guy. Wang Zhong doesn't know what the nickname of Gabriel is. Ms. Ulyanovna said, you can call me Abby or Ellie. Wang Zhong, okay, Ms. Ellie, please start your work. Ms. Ellie nodded, sat down in front of the typewriter, calmly restored all the settings that Wang Zhong had just messed with, and then took away the damaged paper. Wang Zhong began to dictate, specifications of a 100mm artillery carrier. Design goal, to annihilate Prasen tank units at a distance of 1,000 to 1,500 meters and protect our tank crews as much as possible. It should be equipped with a naval 100mm high-level dual-purpose gun while maintaining its performance, and should have good reconnaissance capabilities and relatively reliable frontal defense. The next day, Wang Zhong got up and found that he was sleeping on the sofa in the study room. Then he realized that the regular sound in his ear was the sound of typing. Wang Zhong stood up and saw that Ms. Ai was still working, so he asked, didn't you finish typing up all the documents yesterday? Ms. Ellie, it's just that the first draft has been typed, and there are many deletions and changes. Such a document is unqualified, so I typed it again. In addition, this document should be submitted to 3 departments, so I typed 3 copies to get the same result. Wang Zhong said, oh. In this era, electrostatic copiers had not yet matured, so they were not widely used. Most documents had to be typed by hand. Ms. Ellie continued, when our team is established, documents that need to be copied in multiple copies can be made into printing plates and copied in batches. Wang Zhong, oh. I leave it to you. Ms. Ellie nodded, leave it to me. You should wash your face, change clothes, and have breakfast now. I think Miss Malekhovna will be waiting for you. Lucia's last name was Wang Zhong, so she remembered her name very clearly, so when she heard Malekhovna, she knew she was referring to his wife. Wang Zhong, then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he kicked the butt of Vasily who was sleeping on the table. Hey! Get up! The enemy is coming? Where? Vasily stood up, nervously touched Tokarev, and then realized that he couldn't find it. Most adjutants did not carry long guns. Wang Zhong, wash your face and change your clothes. We have a lot of things to do today. Remember to bring your briefcase. Cuff your wrists with handcuffs. Vasily rubbed his eyes and replied, yes. Ms. Ellie, I will pack all the documents, Vasily Vladimirovich. Vasily, just call me Vasily. Wang Zhong ignored them and went straight out of the study, when he saw Nelly pushing a cart over. On the trolley was a wash basin filled with wash water, towels, and other things, as well as neatly stacked new military uniforms. Wang Zhong looked down at his clothes, which were full of wrinkles because he slept in military uniform, and praised Nelly, It's great to have you. Nelly took a step back and crossed her hands to protect her chest. Wang Zhong waved his hand. No, no, I don't have that interest today. I'm going to find Lucia. Where is she? Nelly, the dining room, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Zhong nodded, quickly washed and dressed, and went to the dining room. He heard Nelly's voice opening the door behind him. Breakfast is here. It turns out that there is breakfast hidden in that trolley. The maid's trolley is as full of secrets as the bottom of the maid's skirt. Ludmila was reading today's newspaper in the dining room, and the radio next to her was playing today's news. Wang Zhong, good morning, how did you sleep yesterday? Before he finished asking, he let out a long yawn. Ludmila, what do you think of the female officer recommended by His Majesty? Wang Zhong, it's very powerful. One can be used as 10. What's wrong? Ludmila sighed, the ladies in Yebeo got the news the day before yesterday that you may need to hire a typist. There are many daughters of clerks who can type themselves, and they all hope to rely on this to get you. Come around. Wang Zhong, so Olga hired a female official to manage these girls and erect a barrier, right? I'm afraid that's it? At first I thought she would introduce a young woman, but it turned out to be such a stable married lady. Thinking about it, it is impossible for her to increase her opponents. Wang Zhong looked at Lucia and thought, is it really okay to be so straightforward? The chariots, horses, and artillery are all revealed, and then we start fighting, and you still want me to know? Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong, I know you have clearly rejected His Majesty many times, but she will not stop until we solidify the engagement. Wang Zhong, no problem. My brother is now the head of the Rokosov family. I just need to ask him to nod. Then you can find your father and we will be officially engaged. Ludmila smiled, yeah. Chapter 273 Negotiations with the United States, Update 2433. Chapter 273 Negotiations with the United States, Updated 2433. Wang Zhong looked at Lucia's smile and suddenly wanted to give her a hug, so he opened his arms to Lucia. Ludmila looked like a sister looking at her naughty brother, you, come on. She turned around and spread her arms. Wang Zhong knelt down on one knee in front of her and threw himself into the gentle land that only belonged to him. Ludmila, Rokosov's gas station. Just then the phone rang. Wang Zhong suddenly didn't want to leave the gentle countryside to answer the phone, just like a person doesn't want to leave the warm bed in the cold winter morning. Ludmila said softly, if you picked up the receiver later, hundreds or even thousands of people might have died in vain. Wang Zhong immediately stood up, walked to the phone, and quickly picked up the receiver. I am Lieutenant General Rokosov, who am I? Belinsky's voice came from the phone, good morning, Lieutenant General Rokosov. I heard that your behavior yesterday was well received by the Air Force commanders and combatants. As an army general, this is not easy. Wang Zhong, good morning, Your Majesty. I just listened to their feedback and used my new title to speak for them. After all, whether new equipment can be put into production in the future depends on my approval as the chairman of the committee. Belinsky, the Inquisitor reported your request to me. You should pay attention. Maybe we can't produce something that meets the request now. Wang Zhong, can't produce it? There was the sound of turning pages from Belinsky's side, and he probably had a report in his hand. We have several industrial centers. Exukov has been evacuated better, with 70% of technical personnel and professional personnel. Industrial workers were evacuated to the rear. But the evacuation of machine tools, especially the large-scale special machine tools that we currently have very low output, is not progressing satisfactorily. The evacuation in Shepatovka went a little smoother because the evacuation took a long time. But correspondingly, places closer to the border basically didn't have time to evacuate. Do you understand? There is also Fort St. Andrew, which is our most important heavy industrial base. The enemy has blocked the regular roads, and we can only transport supplies from the frozen lake in the north. We evacuated 1 million civilians from this route, but only some of them were engineers and industrial workers, the majority were women and children. The electron tube factory at Fort St. Andrew, and the optical glass factory were not evacuated, not at all. The workers and engineers planned to fight with the defenders, and even if we persuaded them to leave, they refused to leave. Even if they all leave, in these two industries, without those high-precision production tools, it is absolutely impossible for workers to recover. Wang Zhong, yesterday at the Ordnance Bureau, I learned about the difficult situation of our industrial production. Belinsky, then you should know that we now desperately need the assistance of the United States, no, all allies. Today the ambassador of the United States and a delegation that just arrived in Yeberg will meet with His Majesty the Tsar to discuss assistance matters. The Church will send a delegation from the People's Livelihood Department to participate in the talks. I hope you will also attend the meeting. The United States has expressed a similar hope. Wang Zhong looked embarrassed, I didn't prepare any relevant documents at all. The documents I prepared all night last night were all about the establishment of a review committee and the development of a 100mm gun carrier. Belinsky, just sitting there will have an effect. If we didn't still need your military talents, I would have sent you to the United States to lobby them. You boarded them in the United States. The biggest magazine is called Time or something. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. I'm actually in Time magazine? Isn't this a bit of an understatement? Belinsky, the ambassador of the United States plans to personally present this issue to you, so you must go. I guess the palace etiquette department will give you a formal invitation after I hang up the phone. Wang Zhong, I understand. I will arrive on time this morning. On November 24th, at St. Ekaterinburg, at 9:30 in the morning, Wang Zhong arrived at the summer palace. People from the palace etiquette department were already waiting for him at the door and immediately guided him to the lounge. The ambassador and delegation of the United States were already in the lounge. It is said to be a lounge, but it is actually used for personal communication. When we get to the negotiation table, we will have tit for tat, but this does not prevent some exchanges in the audience. After all, both sides are allies. Lieutenant General Rokosov. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the lounge, someone shouted in Antese with an accent, "Last time we met, we had to wear summer clothes?" Wang Zhong followed the reputation and found that it was Lieutenant Colonel John Wick, the military attaché of the United States whom he had seen at the state funeral. After meeting their eyes, the lieutenant colonel saluted Wang Zhong. After Wang Zhong returned the gift, he took the initiative to hold John Wick's hand. "We haven't seen each other for almost 3 months. This time we are allies." John Wick nodded, "Yes. In fact, I went back to the country after August and just came back with the delegation. Here you go." He took out a magazine from his briefcase with a huge Time written on the cover. Time magazine. The cover of the magazine is the full-length portrait of Wang Zhong taken by Mike's journalist partner Robert Capa, with the T-34 tank in the background. Wang Zhong's broken English was barely recognizable, and the largest line in the magazine read "Victory Star." This review seems okay. Wang Zhong took the magazine, flipped through it casually, and handed it to Vasily. "Keep it well, this is a precious souvenir." Vasily was curious, "Isn't it just a magazine?" Wang Zhong, "Those who can be published in this magazine are all influential figures of the same generation." Vasily said oh and muttered, "Then we can also make a similar book. Just being on the cover is awesome." Lieutenant Colonel John Wick smiled cheerfully. At this time, an old man from the United States who was nearly 60 years old came to Lieutenant Colonel John Wick. "Please help introduce me, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel." "Of course, Mr. Ambassador." "His Excellency Lieutenant General Rokosov, this is Mr. Hawthorne, the Ambassador of the United States to the Ant Empire." "Mr. Ambassador, this is His Excellency Lieutenant General Rokosov." Wang Zhong actually knew the name of the ambassador through Ms. AI before he came, but now it was just a formality. After John Wick finished speaking, the ambassador reached out his hand. "It is a real honor to meet Lieutenant General Rokosov. You have been called the Star of Victory by Time magazine." Wang Zhong smiled. At this time, he could only be modest. Thank you, thank you." Ambassador Hawthorne continued, "Our domestic analysts all agree that you cannot win quickly. They speculate that there are 2 main reasons why the Quick Victory faction will become the mainstream. The first is that the soldiers who were driven out of their hometowns are in a hurry. They are eager to regain their homeland and seek revenge. Secondly, everyone knows that next year will be very difficult." Wang Zhong, "Isn't it the same with the United States?" Ambassador Hawthorne, "I don't deny that the Fuzhou Empire is currently attacking on all fronts, and we are being beaten on all fronts. But when our war machine is fully activated, the Fuzhou Empire will definitely be defeated." Wang Zhong, "The war potential is greater for us." "Yes, that's it." Ambassador Hawthorne nodded, "But you also know that our war machine has not yet fully started. Coupled with the limitations of transportation capacity, the assistance we can provide next year is limited." Wang Zhong, "The war with the Fuzhou Empire is mainly on the water and is the work of the Navy. The ground battle in Europa has ended, and the landing battle in Mamluk is still being planned. It will be helpful to give us tanks first. We blocked Proson's attack." Ambassador Hawthorne laughed loudly, "Your direct style is actually very suitable for us in the United Kingdom. After all, in the eyes of the gentlemen of the United Kingdom, we are all uneducated nouveau riche, so we only pay attention to directness." Just as Wang Zhong was about to answer, the door opened. His Majesty is already waiting for the ambassador in the audience hall. "Oh, it's time to show up." The ambassador looked at Wang Zhong. "See you at the negotiating table later." After saying that, he and several followers followed the palace guards and left the lounge. Wang Zhong asked John Wick, "Shall we continue to wait?" "Yes. The interview is just a matter of situation. His Majesty the Tsar will not participate in the negotiations later." It is us who are here to discuss the specific form of assistance. John Wick paused and suddenly asked, what do you think Ent needs most urgently now? What is the most important type of assistance? Wang Zhong replied without hesitation, canned spam. In fact, it is canned luncheon meat. It is a canned meat produced by adding ingredients such as starch and other ingredients in pork that are not popular in the market. When Wang Zhong was a child, he always thought this was a high-end thing and ate a lot of it. Later, when I went to college, I would also use this thing with instant noodles to increase my protein intake. Wang Zhong paused and added, I personally hope there will be enough Coca-Cola. He has never had a sip of Coca-Cola since time travel, and Wang Zhong definitely wants to take a sip of this nostalgic taste. John Wick smiled, have you ever lived in the United States? I bet even the diplomats in Ant may not know about canned spam. After all, diplomats rarely eat civilian dishes. Wang Zhong, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and I have carefully studied the United States. John Wick's smile froze. Wang Zhong, you just asked what is needed most. It must be canned spam. This thing can save the emergency. We just lost millions of livestock due to the severe cold. We will definitely not be able to produce so many doctor sausages next year. There has to be something to replace it. If you ask me what I need most besides food, I would say engines and machine tools. Oh. John Wick once again showed his slightly interested expression, why? Wang Zhong, we need to produce better tanks. Now our T-34 can win against first-hand armor and bullets, mainly because of its backward attack advantage and sloped armor. But the Plozans will soon come up with better tanks, and their armored troops are already better than ours and have more combat experience. We need machine tools that can produce larger turrets, and we need more powerful engines to drive heavier tanks. Our KV is currently suffering from too little engine output. John Wick, you know a lot about military production. Wang Zhong, so. We also need stamping machines, especially those that can produce high-precision stamping parts, and optical glass. Our own optical glass factory is in Fort St. Andrew and is surrounded. At this time, the door to the lounge opened again, and the official of the palace etiquette department said, the audience is over, please enter the conference room. This way to the conference room. Wang Zhong, well, see you at the negotiating table. John Wick smiled, see you at the negotiating table. After that, after 10 days of negotiations, the Ant Empire signed the Wartime Assistance Treaty with the United States, the United Kingdom and other allies. The treaty stipulates that the United States, the United Kingdom and other allies will provide Ant with 85 major categories of assistance, ranging from food to rubber to crude oil, and finally trucks, tanks, and finished aircraft. If this aid is consumed or lost during the war, no payment is required. Once the war is victorious, the aid that has not been consumed will be converted into arrears. No one involved in the negotiations thought that the aid would be left over after the war was over. In addition, at the request of Lieutenant General Rokosov, both parties agreed that the Ant Ordnance Bureau would send an inspection team to the United States. The goal was to purchase a batch of machine tools that Ant did not have before May 915, including those that could produce super heavy-duty vertical machine tool with 3,500 mm diameter turret seat ring. These machine tools will arrive in Ant before February 2016, and installation and debugging will be completed before May 2016. As for the transfer of engine technology, which Lieutenant General Rokosov is particularly interested in, no agreement has been reached yet. The Allies only promised to provide Ant with a sufficient amount of finished engines. Jules December 3, 914, 2 days before the Western Front attack was launched. St. Catherine's Fort, Civil War Victory Memorial. Wang Zhong looked at the building and said, are you sure this can be used as the office of the review committee? Bishop Rafkid nodded, of course, we have sealed all the exhibits with historical significance in the basement. In addition, there are complete underground fortifications here. Prosan will attack Ye Fort again. You can put the underground fortifications there. Fortress. Wang Zhong, that's it? He turned to Ms. Ellie and nodded, okay, this is our office. Madam, you can start moving the girls you recruited. Ms. Ally immediately turned around, clapped her hands and shouted loudly, okay girls, let's take action. 5 large offices will be cleared out this morning. While the state lady was showing off her strength, an old man wearing a military uniform with no military rank and decorations came to Wang Zhong, unbelievable. You brought me back from such a far-away place to be a clerk, and you ended up. The agency is still empty. Wang Zhong, Your Excellency, Principal, I asked you to come back because I miss you. The old man snorted, even if your evil sects win, they won't last long. Feel free to be proud now. But looking at your attitude, you won't return to the front line again. Wang Zhong, no, I will. In order to prove that the new troops I organized and the equipment I supervised the development are effective, I will personally attack the Prosens. The old man stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, "At least this courage deserves appreciation." At this time, a jeep stopped in front of Wang Zhong. Vasily jumped out of the car, pointed to the mailbox on the back seat and said, "The mailbox you set in front of the equipment department is full. I guess it's because of Drachenko. They worked hard to promote it, and there were a lot of letters from the Air Force. I opened a letter complaining about the lack of damage to the Schwartz cannon." Wang Zhong, "That's easy to say. Once we capture Proson's 151 Type 20mm cannon, we will try to imitate it. Once Ms. Ali assigns an office to the feedback department, we will hire a trustworthy person to open the letter and record the following. Require." Vasily, "Understood." The former principal sneered, "You speak as if hiring people is a very simple matter." Wang Zhong, "It's very simple. We didn't have an office location before, so we found people and gathered so many people. Now that we have determined the office location, we just need to place an advertisement in the newspaper saying that Rokosov General's organization is hiring and will be full soon. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Chapter 274 The situation on December 4, 1914. On December 4, 1914, the day before the Western Front launched its counterattack, St. Catherine's Castle, in front of the former Civil War exhibition hall. Wang Zhong's car originally planned to enter through the main entrance, but when he drove to number 10 Hepping Road, where the exhibition hall is located, he saw that the entire road was packed. The judge leading the way stopped the car and sent someone to knock on Wang Zhong's car window. Wang Zhong opened the window, but the north wind from outside came in. He had to squint his eyes and ask the judge, "How do you say it?" "It is recommended to take the additional entrance to the underground fortifications, Your Excellency General." Wang Zhong, "Lead the way." The entrance to the underground fortifications is in an unassuming private house 3 blocks away. There is a large iron door directly in the cellar of a private house, and there are jars for pickling sauerkraut and cucumbers next to it. Wang Zhong thought this was some advanced way of calling the door, but the judge who led the way went up and knocked on the iron door. Then a small window opened on the iron door, and someone looked out of the window. Then there was a grinding noise from inside as the door latch was being pulled open, not a mechanical noise at all. You shouldn't have too high expectations for Auntie's technical level. On the other hand, this is so reliable. After entering the door, there is a huge long corridor, and this corridor is still W-shaped, with machine guns at every turn. This thing seems to be built according to the specifications of the Doomsday Fortress, and it is suitable to be placed as the final level in the game. After walking down the long passage, Wang Zhong entered a place that looked like an underground command center, but this center was now filled with files and exhibits taken from landmarks. Wang Zhong, "I haven't visited the underground structure yesterday. Today I saw that the standards of this place are a bit high." The inquisitor who led the way immediately introduced, "This was originally the refuge and command center when something unexpected happened to Yefort." Wang Zhong, "The command center after Prasen invaded Yefort and entered the street fighting, right?" "I understand." Inquisitor, "Because of your efforts, this place is now a warehouse." Wang Zhong, "No, being able to stop the Pulosan people is the result of the whole army fighting together to the end." After saying that, Wang Zhong saw the elevator and took the lead to press the button. Next, a group of people went straight to the 5th floor and walked to Wang Zhong's office. The large room next to the office was already filled with the clicking sound of typewriters. As soon as he opened the door of the office, he saw that Ms. Ai's seat was empty. Wang Zhong hurriedly asked the lady who was sorting the documents on the table, "Where is Ms. Ai?" "She's hosting the interview for new recruits down below." The lady raised her head, "Would you like coffee or tea?" Wang Zhong nodded, "Black tea." The lady nodded, picked up the plate and walked to the tea room. The judges stopped going in after they arrived at the door, and Gregory sat down on the sofa. "Wang Zhong, think about Axania, don't touch other people's wives. The female secretaries hired by Ms. Ellie are all married ladies with husbands. Gregory, I still have some requirements for women's appearance." "Don't worry, General." Wang Zhong entered the office, took off his coat and military cap and handed them to Vasily. While putting these on the hanger, Vasily complained, "Why don't you bring Neely to do this kind of thing? She did it when we were at the division headquarters." Wang Zhong, "This is the job of the adjutant. As for letting Nelly work here, it's not impossible. I'm almost tired of seeing the aunties that Ms. Ellie has brought." Vasily, "Yes, yes. Let Neely come. But there's a problem with her coming. She shouldn't be able to reach the place where the fur is put, so she needs to prepare a box." Wang Zhong also smiled, "Indeed." Then the two of them laughed heartlessly together. Wang Zhong's physical age was not much older than Vasily's, and he was already within the range of being good friends. Wang Zhong came to the office and looked down from the window facing the main entrance square. The dense crowds of people reminded him of various tourist attractions during the long vacation before traveling. There are actually more people applying for the job than there are conscripts, he muttered. At this time, the ant opened the door and pushed the trolley in. On it were black teacups and tea sets. Put it there, we can pour it when we want to drink it later, Wang Zhong ordered, and the ant bowed and left the room. Vasily waited for his ant to leave before teasing, Your Majesty, this is too obvious. You don't even want to hide it? Wang Zhong forced himself to continue the topic, there are actually more people applying for the job than there are conscripts. Vasily, there are many girls who will not be drafted. After all, nurses and health workers need to be physically strong, otherwise they cannot carry the wounded. Female snipers and female pilots also have requirements. At this time the door opened and Ms. Ellie came in. Wang Zhong, how is the recruitment process going? I'm just here to report this. Ms. Ellie gave Wang Zhong a meaningful look, and then opened the roster she brought with her. I originally planned to recruit wives who have nothing to do at home, as well as clerks at all levels. Madam, the situation is very different from what I expected. Wang Zhong, in and out. Ms. Ellie, the vast majority of applicants are female college students and girls who graduated from accounting majors in vocational and technical schools. The good news is that most of them are proficient in using typewriters and have enough education to complete various paperwork. The bad news is that most of them have ulterior motives. Wang Zhong, assign them to work in the offices below the 4th floor. If they can't reach me, it will be over. From now on, I will take the elevator and go underground when entering and leaving. Ms. Ellie, isn't it a bit too convoluted? Wang Zhong, isn't this convenient for you to complete your mission? Thank you for your understanding. Ms. Ellie bowed slightly, then flipped through the roster in her hand. The recruitment work on the men's side went smoothly, but most of the employees are elderly, and most of them were evacuated from occupied areas. I came here, but I can't join the army because of my age. Wang Zhong, isn't this great? The middle-aged uncle has rich experience. Ms. Ally, they may not be able to adapt to high-intensity work. Wang Zhong, then add more employees. In this situation, hiring more people will be good for the stability of Yebeo. Ms. Ellie quickly wrote something in the notebook, and then continued, also, volunteers from the Air Force began to open the letters they received, and each one was assigned a typist so that they could first time to turn their opinions into written documents. The first batch of documents should be sent today. Do you want to see them all? Wang Zhong, no, let's do a summary and make a statistical analysis of the issues that have been responded to. We will give priority to the issues that have received the most responses from the front lines. Ms. Ellie, then we need to recruit students from the mathematics department. Wang Zhong, students from the mathematics department have been recruited to crack the Prosen Enigma machine. You can find someone from accounting or auditing students to do statistical analysis. Okay. Ms. AI completed her shorthand and looked at Wang Zhong, any other instructions? No, bring me the documents that need my signature today. I'm going to give a lecture at school in the afternoon. Learn. Ms. Ellie bowed and left. Vasily, Kubinka should have sent the captured Prosen tanks to the school. I don't know how they are doing their own research. Wang Zhong, let us inspect the students majoring in tank command this afternoon to see how much understanding they have. When Wang Zhong arrived at the school, students from the tank command department were conducting confrontation exercises with Prosen tanks and T-34s on the tank training ground, shooting paint bombs. Wang Zhong decisively climbed up to the observation tower next to the training ground to watch the show. He climbed up the tower, raised his binoculars, and from all angles he saw that the blue team playing Prosen was splitting into two groups, outflanking the red team of T-34 regular type. The response of the T-34 group is to tighten the defense, control the direction of the turret, and let the vehicles compensate for each other's blind spots. However, most of the red team's dive bombs hit the ground, while the blue team's dive bombs could always accurately hit the T-34's turret seat and tracks. Wang Zhong watched for about half an hour before the confrontation commander fired a signal flare, presumably to announce the end of this round of confrontation. The students participating in the exercise drove the tank back to the parking lot. Wang Zhong saw several tanks broken down in the training ground, including No. 3 and T-34. Seeing that the students were lining up to give comments, Wang Zhong took Vasily down the tower and walked towards the assembled team. The sharp-eyed instructor saw Wang Zhong from a distance and gave the command to take a break. Then he ran to Wang Zhong and stood at attention and saluted, "Report to the principal, we have just finished the confrontation exercise and are giving a review." Wang Zhong, how was the result of the exercise? Instructor, the blue team has 4 wins and 1 loss. Wang Zhong, not bad. How did you play the game that the red team won? Instructor, in the game just now, the blue team adopted the old tactics from the previous game. The red team formed a dense formation, coordinated the direction of the turrets through radio, and alerted each other to blind spots. Wang Zhong quickly looked at the T-34s lined up in the parking lot and found that they were all platoon vehicles and had radios. Wang Zhong, this is not possible. During the next exercise, only the platoon leader's vehicle is allowed to use the radio. Non-platoon leader vehicles must turn off the radio. They cannot listen or speak. Yes. After Wang Zhong said this, he went straight to the students and asked loudly, have you realized the advantages of the Prasen tank? I feel it. The students responded in unison. Then Masloboyev said loudly, but T-34 is just damaged, it can be used after repair. Wang Zhong, indeed. But on the battlefield, who can repair tanks depends on who controls the battlefield after the battle. We have basically been retreating in the past 6 months, so those T-34s that were stuck in the turret seats and broke the tracks all were completely lost. They are very likely to be captured by Prasen, and even painted with Prasen's logo, and join the Prasen army to fight against us. Wang Zhong paused and asked, I'm very happy that the red team won a round of confrontation. Who is the commander of the red team in this round? Masloboyev raised his hand, me. Wang Zhong, great. You found a way to deal with the T-34's poor vision, assign each tank a warning zone. I did the same in the Arc ambush. I will write about the Arc ambush. This booklet will be printed and distributed to you. But this formation of guarding each other's blind spots has huge flaws. Did you know, Maslow? Maslow replied, yes, the formation is too rigid and is only suitable for defense. It is too difficult to use it for offense. Wang Zhong added, especially when only the platoon leader's car has a radio. By the way, the quality of Ant's radio is very poor, and my adjutant Vasily has a say in this. Vasily, eh? Should I say that? Well, the main reason for the radio we produce is that the battery is too bad, and it also has the disadvantage of low reliability. Wang Zhong, thank you Vasily for your explanation. Next, those of you who have used Prasen tanks, please tell us about the advantages of these tanks. Chapter 275 Popular Science Tank 3, I forgot about it later. Wang Zhong scanned all the students and found that no one dared to raise their hands. So he encouraged the students, we must dare to admit the enemy's advantages, and we must learn from the enemy and turn their advantages into our own. In this kind of matter, we must implement the doctrine of borrowing, discarding the dross and taking the essence. Come on, talk about the advantages of the enemy's tanks in detail. If you don't say it, I will. But you will lose the opportunity to impress me. Masloboyev immediately raised his hand, I'll do it. Wang Zhong, come here. Maslow, the enemy has a separate commander's tower. Although the observation window of the commander's tower is small, the view is much better than our side observation windows, and the commander has a 360-degree view, and ours the blind area of the observation window is very large. Wang Zhong nodded, what else? Maslow, the sight is advanced. As long as you know the size of the target, you can quickly estimate the distance. In addition, the magnification is satisfactory. Wang Zhong, what else? Maslow, there are radios. But that's not reflected in this exercise. We all have radios too. Wang Zhong, yes, radio gives the enemy a huge advantage. Is there anything else? Maslow was dumbfounded, what else? Wang Zhong, the combat room is spacious and the ergonomics are good. Prasen tank crews do not need to wear anti-collision tank caps. They all wear boat-shaped caps and large caps to drive tanks. In addition, the relatively large internal space also allows enemies to penetrate the survival rate of members after tanks has improved a lot. Of course, number 3 was actually quite narrow, and number 4 was really spacious, so number 4 later came out with a series of modifications and was used until Leopard was mass-produced. There is also a factory producing number 4. The students looked at each other in confusion because Ant's previous tank designs had never taken ergonomics and comfort into consideration. Wang Zhong said loudly, don't underestimate the improvement in survivability brought by the spacious interior. Our design ideas are still the same as those of the shooting army, treating soldiers as gray animals. We want to change this. Tankers, like pilots, are technical arms. Good tankers are very precious. We must try our best to ensure the survival rate of excellent tankers. At the same time, we must make every tanker familiar with all combat positions, so that in wartime we can quickly fill up the missing tank crews. Wang Zhong glanced at the trainees and said loudly, to abandon more than 10,000 tanks all at once like the first 3 weeks of the war is to commit a crime against the people of Anti. More than 10,000 tanks, how many tank crews have been lost in vain? Got it? This situation must be prevented. All commanders should learn to use tanks as precious power instead of wasting them casually. Wang Zhong stopped and glanced at the faces of the trainees one by one, you are the future tank commanders. I want to make a request for you here. That is, in the future, your exchange ratio with enemy tanks must be 1 on the front line. 1. That is to say, for every loss of a vehicle crew, at least one enemy vehicle crew must be taken to bear the burden. Someone shouted, wouldn't it be great if every tank found an enemy tank to hit? Many students started laughing, but a large number of students, including Maslow, did not laugh. Wang Zhong, Maslow, tell the students why this doesn't work. Maslow glanced at the group of people who had just booed, and said, because if the enemy is really equipped with artillery that can penetrate the T-34, you will be destroyed on the way over, and not many can get into the impact distance. Someone immediately said disapprovingly, how can the enemy equip artillery that can penetrate T-34 so quickly? Wang Zhong, maybe it will be available now. Never look down on your enemy. It is you who will pay the price. If it weren't for Wang Zhong himself, he would have been the biggest contributor to defeating Prasen. His speech just now would have been enough to send him to prison dozens of times. Wang Zhong saw that the students who retorted had nothing else to say, so he looked at Maslow. Next, let's discuss how to achieve a 1:1 exchange ratio under the current equipment conditions. Maslow, isn't it enough to refer to your battle examples? The Araki tank ambush battle is all over the newspapers now. Wherever you go, you can see newspaper reporters reading your battle results to illiterate old people. Yebeo, even an old woman who doesn't know anything about military affairs can still say a few words. Wang Zhong, the military academy is under closed management. What else do you know about the situation in Yebeo? Maslow Boyev was embarrassed. This. Wang Zhong, priest of life. What should I do if I sneak out of school? Vasily said quickly, go to the toilet and dig out the feces. It felt like he was so happy when he said this. The life priest replied, it is true that you can be punished by collecting feces. Maslow Boyev, if you honestly confess that you ran away from school, you only need to collect feces for a week. If you do not confess honestly, or deliberately conceal the details, it will be increased to 3 weeks. Maslow Boyev's whole face wrinkled. Wang Zhong was as happy as Vasily, but he immediately put on a serious face, continued to talk about tanks. Yes, ambush is a method, and so are tank bunkers. There are also methods like what Boyev just took in the confrontation. Each tank separately guards an area, which is a feasible approach. But these methods are not suitable for offense. If we want to conduct offensive operations and the enemy is the defender, how can we achieve a 1:1 exchange ratio with the enemy's tanks? Most of your tank crews only received 6 months of training, of which they spent 60 hours driving tanks. Most of the enemies trained for a year and spent more than 600 hours in tanks. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, someone in Maslow Boyev's small group said, isn't training for 6 months unrealistic? There is such a huge shortage of tank crews now. Even the students in the military academy know how bad the situation is now. Wang Zhong, just calculate it as 6 months. Don't care whether you rely on T-35 or T-26 for the 60 hours of driving. Answer me, how can you maintain a 1:1 exchange ratio in this case? Everyone looked at each other. Wang Zhong climbed onto the number 3G type. This tank was captured by his troops. Of course, he had climbed on it first and was very familiar with it. He patted the No 3G turret, and the enemy has also replaced it with a better tank. This tank has the same sloped armor as the T-34, and the tonnage is even heavier than the T-34, which means that it has better armor than the T-34. At the same time, it also has an 88mm anti-tank gun, which can accurately hit your tank at a distance of 1,500 meters. Boyev shouted, this premise is too much. Can't we fight? Wang Zhong, it can be fought, because the battlefield is not about solving problems. When encountering such a situation on the battlefield, the best response is not to attack and leave it to the artillery. The target of the artillery attack is not the enemy's tank group, but the infantry accompanying the tank. As well as various logistics units that provide support for tanks, maintenance workshops, field tow trucks, fuel trucks and ammunition trucks. By blocking the infantry can use smoke bombs and incendiary bombs to destroy the tanks. By destroying the maintenance factory, the enemy's tanks cannot be repaired. Look at how many broken tanks there are on the exercise field. Tanks, it's easy to break. After Wang Zhong said this, the students all turned to look at the broken number 3 and T-34 on the training ground. Boyev, but didn't you say you wanted to achieve a 1:1 tank versus tank ratio? Wang Zhong, yes, I used tanks to bully the infantry who had no anti-tank firepower, and eliminated the logistics, so that the enemy had to abandon the malfunctioning tanks and run away in confusion. Why is it not 1:1? And even if it's an offensive, if we bypass the enemy armor and capture key points that they have to recapture, like the high ground that controls the highway. We quickly dug out tank bunkers on the high ground and distributed firepower. Will it be the enemy's tank unit's turn to attack? The students immediately started whispering. Boyev looked at Wang Zhong with admiration. Wang Zhong continued, soldiers are impermanent, And water is impermanent. The art of war is the art of change. Those who can only stand firm and fight in vain are only second-rate soldiers. Boyov praised, "You are worthy of being a magician on the battlefield." Wang Zhong, "I don't dare to take it seriously. I really don't dare to take it, because the so-called battlefield magician in the Legend of the Galactic Heroes did not end well." Seeing that Wang Zhong has talked about it so far, he might as well talk to someone who is professional in tank command about how to build his own tank bunker. There is still time, let me tell you how to set up a strong tank defense position and how to dig a perfect tank bunker. Next, Wang Zhong started the class directly on the training ground. These days, he was basically busy competing with the United States and did not come to the military academy for class at all. Now that I heard that he was giving a lecture, the officers who had returned from the battlefield and were studying advanced theoretical knowledge in the theory building rushed to the training ground as soon as the get out of class was over. Students from various majors who were conducting normal teaching also came over after class. Originally, Wang Zhong only planned to open a small stove for the students majoring in tank command, but it suddenly turned into a big pot for the whole school. The entire training ground was densely packed with people. Professor Valerie even brought a microphone and connected it to the line, asking Wang Zhong to speak to the whole school with the microphone. Therefore, Wang Zhong had no choice but to share his experience in commanding the Imperial Guards without reservation, and compared to August, his understanding of war has been further improved, so this time he will speak more clearly than before. The sharing in August will be more detailed. He kept talking like this until dark. Wang Zhong, "Okay, it's getting late. I will compile these contents into a volume and print it out to you, no, to the whole army. So, that's it for today. Disband." Boyov, who has evolved into Wang Zhong's #1 fanatic fan, shouted, "Get out of class is not over yet, General. You have to shout get out of class is over before we can leave." Wang Zhong glanced at Boyov and then at Vasily, thinking that there were more people picking up shit. He sighed, picked up the microphone, and said to the whole school, "Get out of class is over. Dismissed." Everyone applauded from the bottom of their hearts, and the applause was like rolling spring thunder. At this time, there were less than 12 hours before the Western Front launched its attack. Chapter 276 The Western Front Attacks, Updated Update 2533. Chapter 276 Western Front Attack, Update 2533. December 5, 120 kilometers west of Ekaterinburg, 0400 hours. The artillery group that had been maintaining concealment suddenly began to roar, and the sound of the artillery was like rolling spring thunder, shaking the world covered in silver. The large amount of snow and icicles piled on the trees collapsed one after another in the sound of the artillery. The long-planned counterattack of the Western Front began. At the Western Front command, General Tkachev stared at his watch. When the minute hand pointed to 12, he turned his head and nodded to the Chief of Staff of the front. The Chief of Staff gave an order into the receiver, "The attacking troops are going to move out." Tkachev rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at the map hanging on the wall. "Rokosov said that we can only reach this line at most, and then we will stagnate. A forced attack may suffer heavy losses. We must break through this line and completely defeat the enemy." After the Chief of Staff of the front issued all the orders, he also came to the map. "Now many people think that Rokosov can bring victory, we just want to overturn this impression. Rokosov can win because the enemy has reached the end of its strength." Tkachev nodded, "Yes, we must overturn this impression. Even the United States believes him and thinks that the war will last for several years." After that, Tkachev and everyone in the headquarters fell silent. Perhaps a part of their hearts also told them that the war could not end so easily, but they refused to believe it, or could not believe it. The silence lasted for a minute, and Tkachev broke it himself. "I heard that he won the respect of most students in the military academy after only one class. Only a few nobles who were not well educated disagreed with him. If he continues to be the principal, the impact will be difficult to estimate. We must have a war hero of the same level." Tkachev did not say "this hero is me." He just kept this posture and looked at the map. At this moment in the Western Front, all the generals and their troops who had close relations with Rokosov were transferred to the city with better infrastructure east of Yeberg for rest and recuperation. The Rokosov faction had been completely driven out of the Western Front. Even the pilots in the Air Force who praised Rokosov were all transferred to the fighter regiments around the capital. In short, as long as the Western Front can win, all this must have nothing to do with Lieutenant General Rokosov, the star of victory. If victory could be achieved. But the specially marked line on the map was like a dark cloud pressing on Tkachev's heart, making him breathless. If the enemy did not collapse like an avalanche, it would indeed be possible to stop the Western Front on this line. But how could the enemy not collapse like an avalanche? The enemy in Kalinskaya did not even have the will to resist. The enemy must have reached the end of its strength. It must be like this. No, it must be like this. I don't know how long it took, suddenly the communications staff entered the headquarters. Report, the first assault army broke through the enemy's defense line. Tkachev slapped his thigh hard. Good. Let the first assault army capture prisoners, preferably some generals. Wang Zhong was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He raised his head from the gentle place and reached out of the quilt to pick up the receiver. Hello. The voice of Vasily was on the other side of the phone. The Western Front broke through the enemy's frontal defense line. Wang Zhong, what's so strange about this? It's not too late to call me after they recapture Shostka. Vasily, Shostka? Do you mean they will notify you after they cross the line you drew? Wang Zhong, is there anything unclear in my statement? No, sorry to disturb your rest. See you in Prozhenia. See you in Prozhenia. Wang Zhong hung up the phone and buried his face in the gentle land again. Lucia, you should get up. It's not good to stay in bed. If I let you stay in bed, it would be my dereliction of duty. After saying that, she pulled Wang Zhong's quilt off. But there was a fireplace in the room and the walls themselves were well insulated, but this little cold was not enough to wake Wang Zhong up. Then Nelly came in at this time. Wang Zhong shivered when she opened the door. Ludmila winked at Nelly, so the little maid opened the north-facing window directly, and the cold wind of -40 degrees rushed into the room. Wang Zhong jumped out of the bed with cold. Oh my god, do you want to kill me? Nelly, a little bit. Wang Zhong sighed, turned his head to look at Ludmila, and found that she had already put on her clothes and was going back to bed to accompany him. Ludmila, Nelly, close it, it would be bad if you really get sick from the cold. Nelly closed the window and went to the fireplace to turn over the charcoal to make the charcoal fire burn. Ludmila brought the military uniforms and handed them to Wang Zhong one by one. A moment later, General Rokosov was dressed. Someone knocked on the door. Ludmila responded, come in. Vasily opened the door and poked his head in first, making sure that everyone was dressed well, and then came in to salute Wang Zhong. General, good morning. Wang Zhong, how was the battle last night? Vasily, the northern line is still the same. General Gorky has not been able to launch a siege, and the central line has just started a counterattack. The Prasen people on the southern line are still besieging our coastal fortress. The fortress is still holding on, firmly blocking the enemy's way to the vast southern steppe. Wang Zhong, it's a stalemate across the board. It's acceptable. Is there anything I need to do militarily today? Vasily shrugged, except for giving lectures in schools and continuing to compile your teaching materials, there seems to be nothing else. At this time, Ms. Ellie opened the door and came in, as if she had blocked the time for Vasily to complete his report. Wang Zhong, do I have anything non-military to do today? Ms. Ellie, you have 50 documents to review. Wang Zhong was shocked, why are there so many? Ms. Ellie, because you are the only person in charge of our department, and we have to report to you every detail. I suggest you leave unimportant decisions to the people below. In fact, the first document you want to review today is about the selection of heads of various departments under the committee. Once the people for these positions are decided, the number of documents you review every day will be greatly reduced. Wang Zhong couldn't help but hold his forehead. He once again had the urge to put Pavlov in charge. Ludmila, it's a pity that I can't look at it for you. Wang Zhong, just wait until the time comes to show your favor to me. Ludmila chuckled. Vasily, tell Sergeant Major Grigory to get some more venison and hedgehog meat. Wang Zhong, you are the only one with so many things. Do I look like such a weakling? Get out. Okay. Vasily slipped away without any hesitation. Wang Zhong spent the entire morning handling committee matters at number 10 Hepping Road. It should be said that Ms. Ellie has helped him a lot. All documents have summaries at the beginning and are sorted according to time urgency. There are even some professional opinions added to the documents in the form of attachments. Wang Zhong personally feels that Ms. Ellie is already as good as Bernard, the secretary in the British drama The Prime Minister. In the afternoon, just like yesterday, he went to the Suvorov Military Academy to be his principal. As soon as I arrived at the school, I saw a large group of officers who had come back from the front line to the school to gather together and discuss something. Wang Zhong turned around and found that some students were also inside, including the young Duke Alexei Petrovich Valkov, who was focused on by the Inquisition, and Maslow Boyev, whom Wang Zhong was particularly optimistic about. So Wang Zhong stopped the car, got out of the car and walked towards the group of people. As soon as he got close to him, he heard the voice of the young Duke Valkov. The Western Front army is overwhelming. It started attacking at 8 o'clock this morning. It has only been 6 hours now and it has advanced dozens of kilometers, even surpassing the Plosen people's attack at the beginning of the war. Advance speed. The enemy has indeed reached the end of his strength. Rokosov is so afraid of the enemy because he was frightened by the enemy. Masloboev's voice was tit for tat, let's wait until the Western Front breaks through the defense line mentioned by the general. Don't pay a lot of casualties and losses in vain without making any progress. Little Duke Valkov, humph. You were just fooled by his specious theory. Boyev, but he won the war. Did your father win the war? Little Duke Valkov stuttered, and then immediately said, although my father didn't, Duke Mishkin was no worse than him. If Duke Mishkin hadn't helped, Rokosov would have died in Ola Strange. Wang Zhong, I know Duke Mishkin, and he would not brag about his achievements in public like this. Besides, this achievement belongs to Duke Mishkin, not to you, little Duke Valkov, or your father. Everyone turned to look at Wang Zhong, and then they parted a path just like Moses parted the sea, so that Wang Zhong could go straight to the innermost part of the crowd. Wang Zhong looked at the young Duke Valkov. I still think that it is impossible for the Prosins to give up the Shostka line of defense, and they will invest the most elite troops in defense. After we have advanced more than 200 kilometers, the organizational structure must have been very chaotic, and a considerable part of the tanks will be in a state of malfunction. The correct approach is to advance to this fortification zone and stop the advance, allowing the troops to rest and wait until next summer before seeking to launch an offensive. Wang Zhong stopped and looked around. Little Duke Valkov, what if you don't stop? Wang Zhong, the offensive force will suffer a major defeat and may even lose some of the results of the counterattack. The Quick Victory faction represented by Tikakev will be responsible for this disastrous defeat. Masloboyev said, now that the offensive has just been launched, wouldn't it be bad to say that it failed miserably? Wang Zhong, knowing that they would fail, they still insisted on launching an attack to satisfy their own interests and for political considerations. That's why they said that the Quick Victory sect was guilty of heinous crimes. Wang Zhong raised his hand and pointed at the young Duke Valkov. They must hold me responsible for the soldiers of our army who were killed by them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 277 Seized Number 4 F-Type. On the afternoon of December 7, Wang Zhong had just arrived at the school when he saw a tractor pulling a tank parked in front of the main building of the school. Because Wang Zhong's office is on the roof of the main building, his fleet can only park next to tractors and tanks. Wang Zhong got out of the car, took a closer look and recognized that it was a Type 4F tank. After the Type 4 F2 with a long-barreled gun on the back came out, the F-Type would be renamed the F1 type. Wang Zhong reached out and touched the additional armor welded on the front armor of the tank, and was slightly speechless. This armor plate is 50 mm thick. I don't know whether it is a battlefield modification or the Proson version of the number 4 F-Type that comes standard with such an additional armor. The No 4F originally thickened the main armor on the front of the car body and the main armor on the turret to 50 mm. If such a thick piece is welded on, I am afraid that the main anti-tank firepower of the Ant army will not be able to use the front. After all, this is 100 mm thick armor, and it is not completely vertical armor. There is a very small inclination angle on the front of the number 4 tank. Although it is small, it is there after all. Wang Zhong originally thought that after the number 4 F-Type arrived at the front line, the 45 mm anti-tank gun would probably not be able to hit it. Now, even the 76 mm anti-tank gun could not hit it at a distance. You can imagine how bad the situation would be if you can't even win the armor and bullet confrontation and still get beaten like this. Wang Zhong walked around the number 4F several times, his brows twisting into knots. At this time, someone suddenly called him, General Rokosov, it's just a tank. He doesn't look so ugly, right? Our total number of seizures is still not as good as yours, and you also captured more prisoners. Wang Zhong looked at the direction of the sound with some confusion. What? The speaker was a colonel with the emblem of an adjutant on his uniform. Seeing Wang Zhong's confused expression, he made it clear, aren't you frowning because we also captured an enemy tank? Of course you will capture the tank. I frown because our existing anti-tank firepower is difficult to deal with this thing. Especially the large number of 45 mm anti-tank guns and Buffalo anti-tank guns. Basically, we can only shoot observation windows and machine guns on the front. Mouth. Wang Zhong said as he touched the front of the tank with additional armor with his hand again. Was only one captured? Were the rest sent to the Ordnance Bureau for artillery firing tests? Facing Wang Zhong's question, the colonel's adjutant looked embarrassed. We captured one. Wang Zhong, then why did you send it to me? Send it to the Ordnance Bureau to test the attack effect of our anti-tank weapons on it. I am very sure that this is the latest modification of the enemy, and we need to find out its protection immediately. Ability. Drag the Ordnance Bureau to have it tested immediately, and a copy of the test results will be sent to the Ordnance Review Committee. The colonel's adjutant was embarrassed. Wang Zhong, why are you still hanging around? Drag it over. The Ordnance Bureau is required to complete detailed tests within 3 days. It is said to be the request of Chairman Rokosov of the Review Committee. Hurry. The colonel's adjutant hesitated. We think you might want to know the performance of the enemy's new tank for the first time. Wang Zhong, yes, I think that's why I asked you to drag it to the Ordnance Bureau to test its defense capabilities. How can I test it here? Do you want me to test it with my hands? I don't know how to rotate the magnetic field, so there's really nothing I can do about this nearly 100 mm frontal armor, okay. At this time Vasily said, they want to demonstrate to you, General. See the new tanks of the enemy that can capture the enemy without us. When they catch the general, they will definitely send it to the Suvorov Military Academy to show you, look, let's go to Yebeo for a parade. Wang Zhong sighed, Vasily, I didn't point it out on purpose just now. How can I behave like this? Sorry, Vasily shrugged, mine. At this time, the bell rang, and the students all rushed out to see the Prasen tank. A person who specializes in tank command has a keen eye, it doesn't seem to be the model we have in our training ground. Wang Zhong, yes, this is the latest model. Thank you to the Western Front for sending it to us immediately after it was captured. But this tank will soon be sent to the Ordnance Bureau for defensive testing. Because this matter is very urgent, so I can't let you go up to visit. As soon as he finished speaking, Boyev said loudly, it looks like this vehicle has thick additional armor welded on the front. Has the armor itself not changed? Wang Zhong, it should be similar to the E-type. I judge that the armor thickness on the front of this vehicle is close to 100 mm. The tank major students were in an uproar, 100 mm. Isn't that thicker than T-34? However, the enemy's car has no inclination. In terms of protection, the T-34 is probably better. I've seen KV-2's head, and it's also vertical. Maybe this thing's frontal defense is better than KV-2's head. Wang Zhong ignored the students and said to the colonel's adjutant, hurry up and take it to the Ordnance Bureau for testing. At this time, the young Duke Valkov said with a smile, why are you in such a hurry to drag the tank away? Is it because this has damaged your glorious image? Wang Zhong, if you want to think so, it is your freedom. In fact, I hope to defeat the Prosenians more quickly than anyone else. Do you see my waist? This is the soil of my hometown. I use it to remind my homeland has not yet been restored, but I still have to work hard. Prasen was defeated, and I am happier than you guys. Unfortunately, my brain tells me that a quick victory is impossible. Little Duke Valkov, don't worry, General Tikhakev's Western Front will prove that you are the brainless one. You are good at defense, but Lord Tikhakev is better at offense. After all, the army has always been built on the premise of attacking. Wang Zhong, I hope so. If he beats Prasen, I will kiss his shoes myself. Because he knew this was impossible, Wang Zhong said this easily. A group of noble students headed by little Duke Valkov immediately became excited, it's a deal. There will be a good show to watch then. Wang Zhong ignored them, turned to the colonel's adjutant and said, pull the tank away quickly. Colonel's adjutant, did you say that deliberately because you knew that I was His Excellency Tikhakev's adjutant? Wang Zhong was shocked, are you Tikhakev's adjutant? He changed the angle of view, and sure enough he saw the small characters Adjutant Tikhakev behind this man's military rank. Just now, Wang Zhong was looking at the tank and did not switch to the external perspective. Wang Zhong, then please tell General Tikhakev that I look forward to his return victorious. The colonel's adjutant gritted his teeth and said, we will. Plassen Army, headquarters of Army Group Center. Siegfried Giles, commander of the 1st Army of the Asgard Knights, walked into the headquarters and saluted Marshal von Borg, Your Excellency, Marshal, the 1st Army of the Asgard Knights has entered Bokostschaus. Take a line of defense. Von Pog nodded, very good. General Walter Mendel of the 9th Army will assist you in the defense. General Mendel's troops have been building fortifications on the defense line for half a month. His infantry units are very well preserved. I will definitely give you strong support. Giles, I have inspected the entire defense line, and established strong positions in cities with many reinforced concrete buildings. I even wondered how these defense lines were broken through at the end of September. Marshal von Pog smiled and said, after all, not every Ant General is an Imperial Iron Wall. Lieutenant General Rokosov's troops are unique among the entire Ant Empire army. Giles nodded and changed the subject, how much time do we have to organize defense? Marshal von Pog picked up his pointer and said while drawing on the map, the enemy spent more than 10 days planning an attack, and we were basically retreating during these 10 days. The rear-cutting troops responsible for delaying the enemy carried out resolute and effective resistance. This makes the enemy's advancement speed lower than we expected. We speculate that the defensive line will be contacted around December 10th. You have enough time to reserve ammunition and build fortifications. Giles, very good, salute the troops behind me for me. Field Marshal von Pog, they will all be commended by His Majesty the Emperor Plassen, if they come back alive. Giles, that's good. Then please allow me to take my leave. After the Asgard Knights left, von Borg's chief of staff said, The Asgard Knights took all the latest tanks and anti-tank guns. I heard they have the latest Pak-40. The anti-tank gun is a trial production model and can penetrate T-34 and KV tanks at a long distance. Marshal von Pog smiled bitterly. Think about the speed at which Archduke Meyer's Air Force gets new things. The armored divisions of the Air Force have more advanced equipment than our armored divisions of the Army. Can you believe it? Emperor Prosen's preference for technical arms is well known, and he likes to use highly technical arms such as the Air Force and armored forces to check and balance the traditional Junker aristocratic officer corps. The Asgard Knights are like the Emperor's personal guard. It's no surprise they get any new equipment. Marshal von Pog looked at the map. As long as we can block the enemy, anything will be fine. As soon as Giles got in the car, he said to the adjutant, "We are going to use the latest equipment to conduct an ambush." Adjutant, copying Rokosov's tactics. Of course, we must learn effective tactics. Later I will personally select the ambush position and let the engineers dig tank bunkers. The body defense of the trial production number 4 F2 in our hands is not very good, so we have to hide the body, get up and use the long-barreled 75mm cannon to open cans for the enemies one by one, Giles said. The adjutant smiled bitterly and said, "Then we have to fix these trial production models first." Because it was a trial production model and because of Ant's poor environment, more than half of the number 4 F2 models assigned to the Asgardian Knights' First Army broke down as soon as they arrived at the front line. The good news is that on the Bokost-Shostka line, Plosen's logistics situation has greatly improved, and they have enough maintenance power to repair these tanks. Giles, people from other countries think that we Prosons are rigid. Now let the Ants see how we apply what we have learned. He paused and asked, "By the way, what did Raboville say Rokosov was doing?" Adjutant, Raboville said that he lost power in the political struggle and was deprived of military power. This is credible intelligence from the Clutter Bureau. Giles frowned. Why? Forget it, never mind. Chapter 278. The Western Front was defeated. December 9, Western Front Headquarters, 1240 hours. Tkachev looked at the newly updated map and praised repeatedly, "Very good, very good. Keep pushing forward, push forward. Chief of Staff of the Front Army, but we have advanced so far, and the logistics are beginning to be unable to keep up. The troops have no hot food supply since the day before yesterday, and only dry food. The cooking team and the laundry team cannot keep up. And the armored forces also reported that many tanks had to be abandoned due to mechanical failures. The number of tanks to be repaired reported by the 1st Assault Army this morning has reached 221. They only have more than 100 T-34s left in a state of combat readiness. Should we stop and wait for the logistics to catch up?" Tkachev said angrily, "Time is victory now. When the enemy attacked us, they moved forward desperately, making it impossible for our army to organize a new defense. Now we have to learn from the enemy's approach, advance, advance, and advance again. Rokosov is right, the line from Bokost to Shostka is indeed very suitable for defense, then we must break through before the enemy prepares the defense line. This line." Tkachev waved his hand and punched the map. "Break through the defense. Then let that bastard Rokosov kiss my boots." December 9, 14:50 p.m., east of Shostka, Plosen armored ambush position. It has been a day since the 32nd Armored Battalion of the said Armored Division of the Asgard Knights entered the position. This battalion is equipped with all trial production Type 4 F2 tanks. When these tanks were first sent to the front line, they were painted in the factory's production paint. When they arrived at the front line, the battalion support troops painted them into the iconic colors of the Prussian army. Grey paint. Battalion Commander Major Sharif was sitting in his car, observing the railway line in the distance and the road next to the railway line. His vehicle, Tactical number 201, is currently parked in a tank bunker that can completely hide the body. The entire bunker is basically built according to the Rokosov version of the tank bunker found in Araki. However, in order to save excavated earth and increase the speed of building the position, the structure in front of Rokosov's bunker that could completely hide the tank was removed, leaving only the diversion groove used to reduce the fire and smoke when the tank fires. It is said that the No 4F on the front line has been welded with a 50 mm thick armor plate, increasing the front thickness to a thickness that even the T-34 cannot penetrate, but Major Sharif's headquarters has not carried out this modification. On the one hand, these trial production models had just been sent to the front line. There was no time to modify them, so they had time to paint them. On the other hand, after installing the long-barreled 75 mm gun, the number 4 F2 turret was already much heavier. In order to balance the center of gravity of the turret, a big head was added to the back. In this case, it would be too heavy to weld a 50 mm thick steel plate to the front of the turret. Therefore, the front of the turrets of these tanks is still the original version of the No 4F 50 mm armor plate, which may be penetrated by the T-34. The response of Major Sharif and his tank crews was to cover the front of the turret with a camouflage net, exposing the cannon itself and the gunner's sight. However, although the said division itself has not fought against the T-34, they have communicated with the wounded soldiers being evacuated and know that the T-34 was hit to pieces at a distance of more than 800 meters. Now, the distance between the ambush position and the road is 800 meters, and the 32nd Armored Battalion is preparing to fight the enemy at this distance. Major Sharif was prepared to lose a third of his crew. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the radio, "Hound, this is the Sparrowhawk. We see the enemy armored column moving towards you. There are at least 100 tanks at the moment. Repeat, there are at least 100 tanks." Major Sharif picked up the microphone and turned on the transmit function of the radio, "Sparrowhawk, this is the hunting dog. We have prepared the meal. Repeat, we have prepared the meal. The Sparrowhawk understands that we dropped 2 small bombs but did not achieve any results. It is up to you. Thank you for the notice." Major Sharif put down the microphone, picked up the whistle and blew it. After blowing 1 long and 2 short blows, he shouted loudly, "Battle alert." The tank crews who were playing cards and bragging on the battlefield jumped onto the tank and got into the hatch with skillful movements. The infantry units covering the tanks also moved into action. The accompanying infantry battalion of the 32nd Armored Battalion is called the 57th Accompanying Infantry Battalion and is a professional accompanying unit. And because it is an infantry member of the said division, the equipment of this battalion is also luxurious. It actually has 12 50mm mortars, 4 82mm mortars, 8 75mm infantry guns and 2 Bison 15 cms. Self-propelled infantry gun. Less than 10 minutes later, the entire position entered a state of combat readiness, and everyone was waiting for the arrival of Ant's armored column. But the first thing that came out was the sound of engines in the sky. A unique FW-189 reconnaissance plane roared past the ambush position. The pilot seemed to be looking for Prasen's ambush position below, but he obviously didn't see it. Major Sharif was a little proud. After all, he personally commanded the disguise of his battalion. Although the Prasen propaganda minister clamored all day long that the great Prasen warriors are like proud eagles who never bother to disguise themselves, the experienced Prasen troops have never despised camouflage. Shortly after the reconnaissance plane flew over, the roar of engines came from the east. Major Sharif looked east, and sure enough he saw white snow dust rising. Major Sharif adjusted the Iron Cross second class on his collar, thinking that today was the day to win the Iron Cross first class. He glanced at his troops. At this time, in order not to alert others, the entire unit maintained radio silence. However, Major Sharif had already assigned targets to the 20 No. 4 F2S on the ambush position. The other tanks in the battalion were hidden in the woods further behind the ambush position as reserves. I don't know why, but Major Sharif always felt that the reserve team should not be used today. Unfortunately, even the said armored division, which received priority for replenishment, only received these 20 No. 4 F2 trial production models. The full rollout of the No. 4 F2 may not be until March next year. If a large number of No. 4 F2S had been equipped before Operation Typhoon, Army Group Center might have already invaded Yebeo. Finally, Major Sharif saw the enemy's armored column. Sharif had only heard before that the Ants liked to put infantrymen on tanks, but now he saw it with his own eyes. The leading T-34 had 7 or 8 Ant infantrymen sitting on it. It seems that the Ants really lack half-track vehicles and can only let their infantry ride on tanks to maneuver. In contrast, each company of the accompanying infantry of the 32nd Battalion can be assigned 12 to 15 half-track vehicles, and does not need to fight in tanks at all. Major Sharif had been following Ant's armored column with his binoculars, watching the leading tank cross the road sign. This was the sign that marked the beginning of the ambush zone. The location where Major Sharif's car was ambushed was exactly 800 meters away from this road sign. The Ants didn't even notice the Prasens who were 800 meters away. The infantrymen on the tank were all looking to the west, with all their attention on Shastka in front. Major Sharif waited patiently until Ant's lead vehicle was about to leave the ambush area, and then gave the order via the in-car line, "Fire." The gunner immediately fired, and the shell hit like a beam of light above the T-34 road wheel that just passed the road sign. The Prasen Imperial Academy of Sciences carefully dismantled the captured T-34 tank and found out that the ammunition of the T-34 was basically placed on the floor of the vehicle body. The gunner aimed here, heading for the ammunition rack of the T-34. Soon after, the T-34 exploded. The turret and the infantrymen sitting on the vehicle were blown into the sky. The scattered flesh and blood fell to the ground, dyeing the blood on the ground red. Other ambush crews also opened fire immediately, and the entire leading vehicle of the marching column was also hit and exploded into a ball of fire. Because there were too many enemies, Major Sharif did not wait for all the enemies to enter the ambush area before opening fire. There are still about 30 T-34s blocked by wreckage outside the ambush area. Sharif shouted an order, "Turn the turret 30 degrees to the right. They are all enemies. Fire freely." As soon as he finished speaking, the gunner fired another shot. The T-34 that was hit immediately burst into flames, and the infantry on the vehicle jumped down in a hurry. Gunner, load. Load quickly. There are still dozens of enemy vehicles. Immediately after the third launch, another T-34 turned into a burning coffin. At this time, Major Sharif was confused. What's going on? Why doesn't the enemy seem to have discovered where we are yet? In his telescope, the T-34s began to fire at the machine gun fire points accompanying the infantry and the infantry artillery positions accompanying the infantry battalion. However, none of them fired at the armored ambush position stuck at a distance of 800 meters. Major Sharif was surprised. His gunners methodically turned 10 T-34s into wreckage. In the chaos, Ant's T-34 began to retreat. Major Sharif broke the radio silence. Armored companies 3, 4, 5, and 6, enter the battle quickly. All regiments are engaged in the battle, the enemy is running away. Break their tracks and jam their turret seats. Quick. Understood, battalion commander. The remaining troops of the 32nd Armored Battalion rushed out, bypassed the ambush position, and rushed towards the retreating, fleeing anti-tank troops. Major Sharif, we are also attacking. All F2s, reverse and leave the bunker. Free to pursue the enemy. The engine of Major Sharif's car number 201 roared and then exited the tank bunker. Major, turn left. There is no pit ahead, move forward. Get a better shooting position. Destroy the enemy. And Army Western Front Headquarters. The phone rings. The Chief of Staff picked up the phone, Front Army Headquarters. What? How many vehicles? Tikhachev, who was looking at the map, turned around and looked at the Chief of Staff with squinted eyes. The Chief of Staff's eyes were as wide as bells. Finally, he put down the phone and looked at Tikhachev. Your Excellency, Commander, the Chief of Staff said, the 1st Assault Group Army reported that it was ambushed by the enemy and lost. 103 T-34 tanks were lost. They only have 7 T-34s available now. What? Tikhachev almost fell to the ground and had to press his hands on the table to steady himself. Where did the enemy's troops come from? I don't know. The forwards of the 1st Assault Army were defeated and no prisoners were taken. Tikhachev sat down in his chair. Then the chair cracked and broke, almost cracking General Tikhachev's buttocks. Chapter 279 Necessary Sacrifice. On the afternoon of December 9, Ekaterinburg, Suvorov Military Academy, number 1 tiered classroom. Most of the buildings in Anti are very wide, as if they were deliberately trying to reflect the vastness of the country. This tiered classroom is also the same. This tiered classroom actually crammed all the students of the 3 grades of the Tank Command Major, and nearly 200 front-line commanders who came to return to the training and prepare to take higher-level command positions. In addition to these people who occupied positions in the room, there were an unknown number of people hanging on the windows. Originally, it was a very stupid thing to open the windows in the winter, but the crowd squeezed the windows so tightly that the tiered classroom became warmer. Wang Zhong was on the podium explaining his defensive operations in Araki to everyone. On the second day of the Araki battle, we gave up some of the positions that we had repeatedly captured on the first day. These positions were carefully designed and were not conducive to resisting the fire from our artillery positions. After luring the enemy into these positions, using firepower to attack and kill a large number of enemies, it achieved better results than defending the positions. But we can conduct such defensive operations because we have built a defensive position with considerable depth. Wang Zhong showed all members the defensive position he built around Araki. Look, this is our ambush position on the first day, and this is the position on the second day. Although our position retreated, we preserved our strength and killed a large number of enemies. It's a pity that there is only so much space around Araki, and we can't arrange a deeper defensive position. In addition, our troops and firepower do not allow us to continue to resist. At this time, Vasily suddenly squeezed through the large group of people blocking the door and entered the room. General, it's not good. He came to Wang Zhong's ear and whispered softly, the 1st Assault Army was ambushed east of Shostka and lost more than 100 tanks. Wang Zhong's eyes widened immediately. How many? Vasily, more than 100, all T-34s that were just built not long ago. Wang Zhong instantly thought of his comrades who died tragically in the tank. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he put down his teaching stick and said to the students who were crowded in the classroom, sorry. I will calm down first. After that, he turned to face the blackboard with a battle line diagram and punched it. Although he had experienced such things countless times and might experience them countless times in the future, he still couldn't get used to it. After finally calming down, Wang Zhong turned his head and asked Vasily, why is there such a big loss? Did the enemy put in a new anti-tank gun? At this time, he still thought it was the result of the Pak-40 anti-tank gun. Vasily's expression was serious, The soldiers who ran back claimed that they saw the Plauson tank equipped with a large caliber long-barreled gun. Wang Zhong was shocked and asked quickly, "Did you see the model clearly? Is it the Type 4 tank we have seen, or the new tank with a more square overall shape?" Theoretically, it is impossible to make a mistake in the turrets of the Tiger tank and the Panzer IV tank, but the situation on the battlefield is so chaotic and they were ambushed, so it is normal that they can't see clearly. Vasily shook his head. "I didn't see it clearly, I just knew there was a long-barreled gun." Some people who ran back said that the Panzer III tank was equipped with a long-barreled gun, and some claimed that it was a Panzer IV tank. Wang Zhong was shocked. He immediately thought of asking the Air Force for help, sending planes to conduct reconnaissance, and then letting the planes maintain contact with the ground. But then he thought that the Air Force was not considered a unit under his command, so even if he maintained radio contact, he could not obtain the pilot's field of vision. In the end, he could only rely on aerial photography for reconnaissance. "Wang Zhong, prepare the car, I'm going to the Air Force headquarters." "Vasily, it's useless for you to go. Now the Theater Air Force is under the command of the Western Front. You have to go directly to the Western Front headquarters." "Wang Zhong, where is the Western Front headquarters now?" "Vasily, this is a military secret, I don't know either." Wang Zhong cursed and ordered, "Prepare the car, I'm going to the headquarters to ask what's going on. I've already told them where the enemy might set up their defenses, why did they still run into them like this, and were ambushed? Where is the Vanguard reconnaissance unit? This is really inexplicable." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he turned his head and said to the students, "Get out of class is over. Digest what you have learned today." As he said that, he walked towards the door of the lecture hall, and the students blocking the door made way as if the tide was receding. As soon as Wang Zhong walked out of the classroom, he saw the young Duke Volkov with a group of dandies outside the door. As soon as he saw him, he smiled and said, "General Rokosov, are you going to kiss General Takeev's boots?" "Wang Zhong, just now, the vanguard of the 1st Assault Army was ambushed by the enemy. The vanguard was wiped out and lost more than 100 T-34 tanks." The expression of the young Duke Volkov froze directly. Wang Zhong ignored him and turned around to walk away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step, the young Duke shouted, "Are you very happy?" But the enemy only succeeded in the ambush, and they didn't really block the Western Front Army. Wang Zhong turned around and slapped the young Duke in the face, knocking him against the wall. It must be said that the young Duke's physique is considered light as a swallow in ant. "Wang Zhong, 100 tanks were destroyed and hundreds of soldiers died. Anyone who would be happy after hearing this kind of news must be a Prasen spy. For example, your first reaction was, 'I heard this, I'll be happy with the news.' This shows one thing, you didn't take the hundreds of people who died this time seriously. If someone like you is to command the troops in the future, it will inevitably lead to huge casualties. I think you are unqualified as a soldier, so as the principal of the Suvorov Military Academy, I will expel you from the military. Get out, idiot." After speaking, Wang Zhong turned around and said to the judge who had been standing beside him, "Little Duke Volkov made treasonous remarks and discredited me. Is this reason enough to arrest him?" The judge smiled and said, "Of course. Just now he actually slandered you, the greatest contributor to the defense of Ye Castle, saying that you will be happy when you hear the news of the enemy's victory. This is a very bad rumor, and he must be arrested and investigated." Little Duke Volkov immediately howled, "No. No. I didn't mean it like that. Damn it. I said it," he said as he started slapping himself. The judge rushed up to him, held down his hands, and put handcuffs on him. "We have all heard it, and there are so many classmates who can testify. You have indeed slandered General Rokosov. If you have anything to say, it's time. Let's talk about the underground cells of the tribunal." "No. No. I was wrong, my father is still fighting on the front line, you can't just arrest me. At least wait until my father comes back from the front line." The two inquisitors dragged the young Duke away. Wang Zhong suddenly noticed that the little Duke's military trousers seemed to be a little wet. On this day, everyone's trousers were several layers thick, and water stains could actually be seen from the outside. It must have been flooded inside. But Wang Zhong was a little unhappy. What he wants now is to quickly hold down the Western Front and let them stop and recuperate, so as not to waste their troops on the enemy's defense line. An hour later, Wang Zhong's small motorcade arrived in front of the main entrance of the Summer Palace. Because Wang Zhong did not notify the headquarters in advance that he would be coming, no one greeted him at all. Wang Zhong rushed inside directly. The guards at the Summer Palace basically recognized Wang Zhong's face, so they just went through the formalities and looked at the ID before letting him go. Wang Zhong went straight to the map room of the headquarters. Before he could open the door, Belinsky opened the door and came out. "Belinsky, as soon as they told me you were coming, I came out quickly." "Wang Zhong, What you need is not to stop me, but to make the Western Front stop. Belinsky, then they will throw the blame for not being able to completely defeat the Prosens on your head. No, no, I have to stop you. You can't let you destroy and completely wipe out the influence of the Quick Victory faction in the army. Opportunity. After the Quick Victory faction led by Takakev suffered a disastrous defeat, they can be uprooted. A considerable number of these people are aristocratic faction. Wang Zhong, what about sacrifice? Just for this reason, so many people died in vain. Belinsky looked at Wang Zhong with an expression as hard as steel. Yes, this is a necessary price. You have to understand one thing. It is not just the mid-level and senior generals who expect a quick victory. A large number of grassroots commanders and soldiers also think so. There must be a defeat to calm them down. Didn't I ask you to prepare an article describing your thoughts in detail? Wang Zhong, I have prepared refuting the capitulationists and quick victory factions, and be prepared for a hard and protracted military struggle with Prosan, and I gave it to you. But it has not been published. Belinsky, the time is not right, and publishing it at that time will only arouse everyone's resentment. In another 10 days, after the Western Front has been completely defeated in the direction of the enemy, it can be published. At that time, everyone will regard your article as the guiding ideology of the war. I have read that article and it is very well written. I can shoulder this responsibility. Wang Zhong thought nonsense, I copied it, and based on my rough understanding, I only copied 1/10 of the original work's skills. After knowing Belinsky's plan, Wang Zhong was still unwilling to give in. Can't these sacrifices be avoided? Belinsky, what if we break through the enemy's defense line? Wang Zhong, this. Belinsky, you can't be 100% sure that there is no such possibility, can you? So I think this sacrifice is inevitable. Wang Zhong was silent. Belinsky's attitude was very determined. Moreover, Wang Zhong also felt that what he said made sense. The whole army had this idea of quick victory, which would only allow the reality to wake everyone up. Belinsky changed the subject. By the way, I read the records of what you taught at the military academy. It's very good. I heard that you are still drafting a document on building an elite synthetic division based on the Guards 1 machine step. Wang Zhong, yes, I plan to first form 2 similar divisions according to the model of Guards and 1 machine infantry, and form 3 divisions into a mobile army, giving them sufficient logistical supplies and sufficient training. Then put them in key positions and let me personally direct them. In fact, Wang Zhong's idea is very iron ambition. When playing this game, there are a large number of line-filling divisions, plus some elite divisions. Hearts of Iron players like to call this kind of elite division and wealthy division Gundam division, which means that when these divisions work as miscellaneous soldiers, they are like the protagonist Gundam in the anime Mobile Suit Gundam chopping up melons and vegetables. Belinsky nodded, very good, your idea is very good. Wang Zhong, it would be great if I could be given command of the Air Force so that I could command 1 or 2 separate destroyer and attack aircraft groups. Belinsky, then you will become the commander of the front army? 3 divisions of the front army. No, 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 even if His Majesty the Tsar wanted to form such a force, there would be strong opposition. It would be better for you to talk to the Air Force first, build a good relationship, just like in Shastka. Even though they are not under your command, don't they still obey your command? Wang Zhong thought to himself that this was indeed the case, but my system did not consider them to be my troops and did not give them visibility. Forget it, what Belinsky said is right, work around it and get support from the Air Force first, and then command the front army after your mobile army has become famous. Wang Zhong was about to say something else to Belinsky when the door suddenly opened. Olga opened the door herself. As soon as she saw Wang Zhong standing outside the door, she smiled and said, Alyosha. You are here, come quickly. Give me some advice, something big has happened. Belinsky stepped forward and grabbed Wang Zhong's clothes, remember what I said? Wang Zhong nodded. Olga stepped forward, took Wang Zhong's hand, dragged him into the room, and dragged him to the big map. Olga, the first assault group army was ambushed just now and more than 100 tanks were lost. What to do, Alyosha? You are an expert, tell me. Chapter 280 Your Majesty and I play a double act. Wang Zhong first broke free from Olga's clamp, took his hand out of her arms, and then criticized seriously, when our army suffers such heavy casualties, as the Tsar, His Majesty must not show a happy expression in public. Olga quickly put away her smile and lowered her head slightly, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. The officers in the conference room looked at each other. Wang Zhong also suddenly realized that this did not look good and could easily lead to misunderstandings, so he quickly said, I am just making suggestions as a minister, thank you for your generosity. Olga wanted to laugh, but had to hold it back and responded seriously, you are right, I will consider such correct suggestions no matter what tone they are presented in. Then she turned to the map, What does Akin think of the current situation? Wang Zhong glanced at Belinsky. If I now propose to stop the attack and start to rest, then Belinsky's idea of killing all the quick victory factions will not be realized. Because Olga will definitely listen. Wang Zhong looked at Olga and suddenly found that the girl's eyes were very clear, and she didn't look like she was worried about the front line at all. Then Wang Zhong understood, this guy has been acting since he opened the door, and all his actions just now are to push me to the position of prince. Wouldn't she understand that she should take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the quick victory faction? It can't be done. So Wang Zhong said, I have long said that the Prosans would build defenses on the Bokost-Shastka line, but the Western Front did not pay attention to my suggestions at all, and that's why there was such a disastrous defeat. I suggest that after advancing the front line to the vicinity of Bokost-Shastka, all troops should stop and rest and wait for the winter to pass. The next offensive of our army will be in April or May next year, when the spring mud is coming to an end. No. Olga pretended to be angry, how can we not attack until April or May next year? That way Prosen will be able to recover. I'm asking you if you have any way to break through the defense line this month. Tuhach, my husband, patted his chest and said that he could push us to the border and regain the territory we had lost since June. Look, I knew it. Tukayev was not present, but Marshal Boris, who succeeded him as Chief of General Staff, already looked bitter. Based on Wang Zhong's rudimentary ability to observe words and emotions, he could only speculate that the Marshal actually knew that he could not break through and would pay a lot of casualties on the enemy's defense line. Turgenev looked regretful. It seemed that he really hoped that Wang Zhong could hold down the quick victory faction and prevent them from killing people. Why didn't Wang Zhong himself not want to hold down the quick victory faction? He fought on the front line, and the soldiers on the front line were his comrades. But Belinsky was right. The anti-army had the idea of quick victory from top to bottom, and was in a state of arrogance. In this state, it must suffer a defeat. What I can do is try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Wang Zhong, since your majesty believes in Tukayev and the others, I can't say anything. But... He stopped and looked at Olga. Olga understood instantly and said, you can give me tactical suggestions. Wang Zhong, then I suggest you not rush to attack the enemy's solid defense line first, but use scouts to thoroughly clear the area in front of the defense line, and wait for the infantry, engineers, and most importantly the artillery to catch up with the forward troops before launching an attack. Olga, okay. This suggestion sounds reasonable to me, so I will convey it to General Tukayev of the Western Front. Is there anything else? Wang Zhong thought for a while, and it seemed that he had no suggestions to make. Attacking the enemy's solidly fortified positions would have required a large number of casualties. When he was fortifying the Duo River at the end of September and the beginning of October, elite troops such as the Prosen army also suffered heavy casualties before they attacked. This is the same Gilles who stopped his attack midway and started earthworks, otherwise Prosen's casualties would have doubled. At least double it. As for Ant's attack, whose soldiers' training level is not as good as Prosen's, just imagine how bad the situation would be. Wang Zhong sighed, no more. As long as we attack, we will suffer huge casualties. General Tukayev should be prepared to take responsibility. Olga, I believe he has done it. Elisha, you. Wang Zhong, your majesty, please refer to your position or military rank when working. For a moment, Olga showed an expression of he has seen through the damn thing, and then responded seriously, you are right, Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovi. Then you hurriedly did you come here just to say this? Wang Zhong, I came here for two things. One was to stop the attack, but it failed. The second thing is related to my profession as an armored soldier. Hey, wait a minute, I seem to be an infantry general. No one will question this now. Wang Zhong, second thing, I urgently need to find out what kind of tank ambushed the forward of the 1st Assault Group Army. I heard that these tanks have long-barreled guns. Marshal Boris spoke, there is indeed such a report from the front line. We have asked the Western Front to verify it. Photos of aerial reconnaissance should be sent tomorrow. Wang Zhong, I hope we can have a real car. Marshal Boris, when we break through the defense line, there will be real vehicles. Wang Zhong nodded, thank you in advance to the soldiers of the Western Front. Marshal Boris nodded. Olga asked Wang Zhong, does this kind of chariot have a great influence? It's very big, my lord. They can penetrate T-34 at long range, and the damage is astonishing. It shows that after the Prosen people encountered T-34 in June, they fed back their needs to the development department. Now the finished product has reached the front line. The speed is amazing. Wang Zhong looked very serious. The number 4 F2 on the Earth side only made its debut in March of the following year, and the number 4 had already had plans to install a long-barreled gun, so it could be launched so quickly. In this world, Prosen is indeed much better than Sandoku. Wang Zhong didn't know that what Seed received was a trial production model, Something close to a prototype. The mass production model would probably be on the front line in March next year. Anyway, Wang Zhong felt that the Judah in front of him was a bit difficult to deal with. Seeing Wang Zhong's serious expression, Olga also became serious. She ordered in a stern voice, "Let the Western Front try to find a way to get a new tank back. This is the top priority." Marshal Boris nodded, "Okay." Olga turned to look at Wang Zhong, "Is there anything else?" Wang Zhong, "No more. I only came here to do two things. Then I will resign, and there are other things to deal with." Olga nodded, "Okay." Wang Zhong saluted Olga, turned around and walked out. When he left, he caught Belinsky's eyes. The patriarch was obviously very satisfied with how the meeting unfolded. Wang Zhong left the room and strode along the corridor of the summer palace. That evening, Wang Zhong returned to the manor after a day's work and saw Ludmila and several ladies drinking tea in the tea room on the second floor. So he didn't go through the main entrance, but went up the side stairs to the tea room. After entering, he opened his arms to Ludmila, "My dear, I'm back." Ludmila came up, gave him a hug, and kissed him on the cheek. "Wang Zhong, the pastries on your table look a little strange." Because it was already dark at this time, Wang Zhong couldn't see clearly the square things on the table under the light of the candlestick. "Ludmila, it's a gift from the ambassador of the United States. The canned food from the United States just arrived today." Wang Zhong, "Canned spam." Ludmila, "It seems to be spelled this way, and it tastes pretty good." "That's because the war has just begun, and spam cans are still produced according to pre-war standards, taking into account the taste. When the wartime expansion is completed, this stuff will turn into unpalatable bacon. Of course, it is only the young soldiers of the United States who find it unpalatable. The officers of the United Kingdom will find it a delicacy when they come to eat it, much better than their salted fish and chips." At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly became excited and asked, "In addition to sending these cans, did the ambassador of the United States send anything else? For example, drinks?" "Yes, they brought something dark and coffee-like, but we didn't taste it." Wang Zhong smiled, "Bring that quickly, I want a bite." Throughout the whole day today, Wang Zhong felt uncomfortable thinking about the soldiers who were about to sacrifice themselves on Prasen's strong defense line. Now he needed Coca-Cola to provide him with some energy. Nelly came forward with a bottle of Coke on a tray. We don't know how to open it." Wang Zhong picked up the Coke and knocked it accurately on the windowsill next to him, and the lid flew off. After a boom sound, foam poured out of the glass bottle. Wang Zhong didn't care about the amount and took a big sip. Ludmila watched his movements from the side and asked curiously, "Is this some kind of sparkling wine? Champagne?" Wang Zhong didn't bother to answer and drank a bottle of Coke directly. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the 21st century and his homeland. He had just opened a machine in the internet cafe, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and was about to start surfing all night. Wang Zhong burped, and the phantom of the 21st century disappeared, and Ludmila occupied the entire field of vision again. Wang Zhong, "Well, this is a drink, similar to champagne. You can have a bottle." After that, he put the empty bottle on Nelly's tray. Nelly picked up the bottle doubtfully, looked inside, then brought it closer to her nose and smelled it. The confusion on her face became even more intense. "Wang Zhong, Nelly, go get another bottle for Lucia." "Good." At this time, one of the noble ladies who was tasting canned spam around a table in the distance said, "General Rokosov, I heard that something happened at the summer palace this morning. You reprimanded Her Majesty Olga I in public." "Wang Zhong, I'm just making suggestions." He looked at Ludmila, as a god brother. Ludmila shrugged, "No need to explain to me." Wang Zhong, "And I went to the summer palace to stop the Quick Victory faction from killing people. Just say you don't need to explain to me. I believe you." Ludmila smiled. At this time Nelly came over with a plate. "I took 2 more bottles out of the cellar. Because it's too cold now, wine and other things have to be kept in the cellar to keep them warm. As a result, Coca-Cola was also put into the cellar. It is really regarded as a high-end product." Wang Zhong put his hand on Ludmila's shoulder, "Come on, dear, give it a try." Chapter 281. On December 12, 914, Wang Zhong went out as usual. The first stop is the review committee, where he has to complete the review of documents. Since the committee's department leaders have been established, the number of documents Wang Zhong has to deal with every day has been reduced to 20, and most of them are the same as in mid-December. Related to the first weapons review. In this review, the committee will exercise its functions for the first time and decide which weapon modifications can be put into production. Of course, because the committee was only formed this month, these modifications are not the technical indicators proposed by the committee, but the feedback from the troops is scattered and reflected to the designers, and then the chief designer of the project looks at the modifications. In the future, the committee will summarize the needs of the front line, propose technical indicators, and then issue them to relevant designers. Whoever can improve the product with better performance will produce it. After the committee approved the document, Wang Zhong went to the Kubinka training ground to inspect the training of the 1st Guards Machine Infantry and the formation of the new division. Because the formation of the Guards is quite complex, it is necessary to form 2 divisions based on it. It is easy to say but difficult to do. Even Turgenev could only work hard to put together the structure of one division first. The main difficulty lies in the fact that the basic education in Anti is not popular enough. Wang Zhong originally thought that graduating from 10th grade was a common situation in Anti. Now he realizes that only in relatively developed areas can so many people go to 10th grade. Most of the children of anti-civilians have attended church schools for a few years and are about to go out to work. As for high school graduates, they are very rare among the current Ant infantry. Most high school students have been added to the technical arms. In this way, high school students account for less than 20% of the technical arms of Ant army. For a branch with a large number of personnel, such as the Armored Corps, most of them are 10th grade graduates, and even 1/10 of them have never been to the 10th grade and have only learned to read and read in church schools. Wang Zhong also finally understood why the combat effectiveness of naval infantry was so high. Hell, naval infantry must have graduated from 10th grade at least, and there were many high school students. No wonder that in the Earth movie The Defense of Japan, the actor even had a special line, pointing out, the low cultural level limits the performance of technical weapons. It will be easier to deal with if you know the crux of the problem. The Earth has a ready-made template to follow. Wang Zhong decisively decided to carry out night school studies in the Guards UG Bulletin to improve the cultural level of the soldiers. Soldiers train during the day and learn culture and technical knowledge at night. The good news is that at least everyone on Ant's side is literate, and there is no need for each soldier to carry a literacy board on his back like Earth's template army. The bad news is that the Ant people really don't like to study. They like to drink wine at night, dance the knee-destruction dance around the campfire, and play bayan and balalaika. Wang Zhong could only try hard to let these big bosses learn some cultural knowledge, while coordinating with the Navy. You don't have any warships, can you give some to the high school students? Give some, give some. Fortunately, the church is working hard to send high school students and 10th grade graduates to Wang Zhong. It seems that the church also feels that it is better to give these good and educated young people to Wang Zhong than to send them away to those generals. In short, half of Wang Zhong's first model division has been built, and he is waiting for the officers who returned from the front line to study theory at the military academy to complete their studies and add them to the army. After Kubinka's work is finished, Wang Zhong has to go to school. His major class is the most popular class at the military academy. Those students who have not failed in every section are now called Rokosov School. Although Wang Zhong has written a booklet and printed it out for distribution in the school, this seems to have increased the enthusiasm of the students to attend the class. In short, this is Lieutenant General Rokosov's one-day itinerary. However, today's trip encountered a little trouble at the beginning. The review board is located next to the Civil War Memorial Hospital, which is the largest hospital in Fort Ye and has the best trauma surgery in Fort Ye. Today, Wang Zhong's small motorcade was blocked as soon as it arrived in front of the Civil War Memorial Hospital. One truck after another squirmed on the road, moving slowly. As soon as Wang Zhong opened the window of the car, he smelled a strong smell of blood. These trucks should be transporting wounded people from the front line. The truck queue is moving so slowly probably because the hospital is already working at full capacity. Wang Zhong waited for a while, sighed, opened the door and got out of the car. Vasily shouted quickly, "General? Where are you going?" "Wang Zhong, let's go over there, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with this morning's work." Vasily came down quickly with his briefcase. Gregory also came down and followed Wang Zhong forward. Wang Zhong had just taken a few steps when a wounded man on a truck spotted him and shouted, "Your Excellency, General." "Hello." Wang Zhong waved. Unexpectedly, the wounded man burst into tears, "Your Majesty General. We didn't listen to you and thought that the Plozans were doomed. We also laughed at you. I hope you can forgive us." "Wang Zhong, it's not your fault, it's the Quick Victory sect that bewitched you. They deserve death." As soon as the wounded man cried and Wang Zhong answered, everyone in the car noticed Wang Zhong. And the news spread along the convoy. More wounded joined in the cry. "The Plozans have built a strong bunker. My entire company was folded in front of the bunker. They are very cunning. They deliberately set up a trap. We rushed in and there were fire points from all directions." Wang Zhong couldn't help but frown. This defensive position with firepower from all directions, why does it feel like it has nothing to do with me? Have the Plozans learned the defensive positions I developed from the tunnel battle? This learning ability is quite strong. Wang Zhong just walked a few dozen meters forward. It seemed that the entire convoy knew the news of his arrival. Moreover, there was obviously a deviation in the dissemination of the news. Now everyone is saying, General Rokosov came to express condolences to us. At this point, I can no longer express the fact that I was just passing by on my way to work. Wang Zhong could only shake hands with the hands stretched out from the truck and let the wounded touch his cheeks and military uniforms at will. After finally reaching the door of the hospital, Wang Zhong thought that he might as well go in and offer condolences. As a result, as soon as he entered the hospital, the nurse at the door was startled. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General. What's wrong with you? Were you attacked? I'm calling the director of the gunshot wound department. Wang Zhong, no, this is not my blood. It is the wishes of the soldiers. He looked down at the blood stains on his body and said solemnly, they are using this method to make me remember that blood debts must be paid with blood. The nurse's expression can be summed up as I don't understand, but it seems really cool. She asked, do I need to notify the dean that you are coming to inspect? Wang Zhong, no, I'll just take a look and leave. In the next 2 hours, Wang Zhong talked with hundreds of wounded soldiers and obtained a lot of first-hand information. For example, those engaged in defensive operations may be the Prasen 9th Army and the Asgard Knights 1st Army. The commander of the 9th Army is Lieutenant General Walter Mendel, and the commander of the Asgard 1st Army is Siegfried Giles, an old acquaintance of Wang Zhong. For another example, the enemy does have a type of long-barreled tank, but there are only a few of them. A battalion commander assured Wang Zhong that there may be only one battalion of this kind of long-barreled tank, and all tanks have a skull logo on them, which is presumed to be the symbol of the combat unit to which they belong. After Wang Zhong had collected almost all the information, the dean finally arrived. Sorry, General, I have been delayed due to surgery. The dean apologized. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter, you go and do the surgery. The more wounded soldiers you save, the happier I will be. Coming to greet me is never an important thing. The dean nodded, you are still the same as before. Wang Zhong was a little surprised, huh? Have we met before? In Luchthof, I am also the director of the field hospital. The director pushed up his glasses. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, you are Dr. Losanov. You also survived. Dean, I survived and was almost surrounded in Igsukov. After arriving at Yebeo, the director of this hospital happened to be killed by Proson's bombing, so I took office. Wang Zhong, thank you for your hard work. The two shook hands. Dean, then I will continue the operation. Wang Zhong, please, I will stay with the soldiers for a while. The dean nodded, turned, and left. Wang Zhong looked at the wounded soldiers crowding the ward. All the wounded soldiers were looking at him. Wang Zhong felt that he had to say something at this time, so he said, at this moment, I don't want to pretend to be a prophet and say, this happened because you didn't listen to my advice. I understand. You want to go home as soon as possible. Wang Zhong took off the lunchbox he had been hanging on his body. This lunchbox? Inside is the soil from my hometown, Hazalaya. I dug it at an unknown station when I left Hazalaya. On the same day, my father and my best buddies were all killed in battle, along with thousands of ordinary soldiers. I, Rokosov, want to regain my hometown more than anyone else. I feel the same as you guys. So I won't laugh at you. Absolutely not. I will only tell you that regaining your hometown must also pay attention to facts and logic. You cannot deviate from the facts and brag. Bragging will not drive away the Prasen devils. Wang Zhong put away his lunchbox and looked around the room again. Defeating the Prasen Japs is a long and arduous process that requires huge sacrifices. But I can assure you that the final victory will definitely come. For this victory, in addition to brave sacrifice, we must also use our brains, find out the enemy's strengths, know ourselves and the enemy. Then choose our tactics in a targeted manner. You should know that I am a general who likes to charge forward personally. I do this to understand the enemy and find their weaknesses. In the future, I promise you that I will continue to implement this style of work, even if one day I will die on the battlefield. Wang Zhong stood among the wounded, his body covered with blood from the wounded. The wounded, who were also covered in blood, looked at him. How can I say that I have no clothes? Be in the same robe as your son. The king raised his army and repaired my spear and spear. I share the same hatred with you. At this time, there was a sudden sound of flashing lights. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked in the direction of the flash, and saw reporter Mike and his partner. Photojournalist Robert Kappa muttered happily, I took another good picture. This one is called General Rokosov is with us. Wang Zhong was speechless and said to Mike, you reporters from the United States can run faster than anything else. Chapter 282 The situation on December 16th, Update 2633. Chapter 282 The situation on December 16th, Update 2633. December 12th, Summer Palace. Belinsky has been at the headquarters these days, paying close attention to the battle situation on the front line. The meeting of the headquarters had just ended that day when Lovkid entered the room and whispered into Belinsky's ear. Rokosov saw a convoy transporting wounded soldiers on his way to work, so he took the opportunity to visit the Civil War Memorial Hospital. Belinsky was overjoyed. Really? Did you take any pictures? Ravkid, based on the circumstances at the time, the Inquisitor notified the United States reporter and his partner. Belinsky smiled and said, "Okay, let's communicate with the reporters from the United States. We also need a set of developed photos, and we can select some from them and publish them in the Yeberg Daily." Ravkid, one more thing, Melania's government in exile made a request to the Minister of Foreign Affairs to join the alliance and become an ally. Belinsky, Melania? I remember when the Prasen Empire destroyed Melania, all the secular people from their side who believed in the Eastern Holy Church fled to us. Yes, we have also resettled some bishops from Melania, and most of the refugees have been resettled in the vast eastern territories. That was 3 years ago. After Lovkid finished speaking, Belinsky sighed. They are still fighting, which is admirable. So what does the government in exile mean? It plans to recruit troops from the Melania refugees we have resettled. That's probably what happened. Ravkid nodded, but in terms of diplomacy, most of them are in charge of the nobles. After all, before the Prasen Empire launched its attack, most of the countries in Europa were kingdoms or empires with crowns. Belinsky thought for a while and asked Lovkid, "These Melania refugees, how eager are they to join the army when we mobilize? Since they came to our country, they have been demanding the restoration of their homeland. After the war broke out, they submitted many petitions to us through their priests." Belinsky, "Then why not recruit them?" "Because the army dislikes them for speaking too poor in Antese. I think this is an excuse for the nobles. They regard these Melania people who fled to our country as fanatical secularists." Belinsky raised his eyebrows. "Are they?" Ravkid pushed up his glasses. "Most of them are, even if they weren't originally, they are after witnessing the atrocities of the Prasens." Belinsky, "Go and prepare. Once the diplomatic department establishes relations with Melania's government in exile, we will recruit these Melania people. In addition, do these Melania people have a high level of education?" Ravkid, "Judging from the immigration registration information, it's quite high." Belinsky, "Then give it to Rokosov. He has been clamoring for soldiers with high levels of education all day long, so give him some and see what he can do with these soldiers. Of course, all of these it must be done after forming an alliance with Melania's government in exile, but before that, let these Melania people stay in the resettlement area." December 16, the Principal's Office of Suvorov Military Academy. Wang Zhong watched his secretary type the last letter, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Okay, this guiding principles in armored defense warfare is finally completed." In fact, Wang Zhong originally wanted to use a longer name, the guiding principles in armored defensive warfare summarized in the battles of Upper Penier, Ltov, and Araki. But that looked too much like the name of a light novel, so Wang Zhong gave up on it. The person in charge of typing at this time was Ms. Petrovna, who was hired by Ms. Ali. She was an old female official who was almost 50 years old. Her children were the same age as Wang Zhong. The aunt took the last page of the manuscript off the typewriter and put it on the table to dry. At the same time, she said to Wang Zhong, "Congratulations, General, is this a future textbook?" Wang Zhong, "Before we have a better defensive warfare theory, yes. In fact, this book not only contains Wang Zhong's summary of practical experience, but also many advanced theories from the Earth." "Auntie, you are so humble. This must be our textbook." Wang Zhong smiled and came to the huge glass window of the principal's office, looking out at the training ground covered by the heavy snow in the morning. Students majoring in Tank Command and Infantry Command have just entered the exercise ground and are clearing away the snow. Today seems to be preparations for an infantry-tank collaborative drill, so students from the Infantry Command Major are also there. Normally, only the Tank Command Major cleans this largest drill ground in the school. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. Mrs. Petrovna, who was sorting out the manuscript, picked up the phone. "This is the Suvorov Military Academy. General Rokosov is looking at the snow scene. I will ask him to answer the phone right now." Wang Zhong had already walked by the window at this time, and took the receiver directly from Ms. Petrovna's hand. "It's me, Driver Rokosov, what's wrong?" "Pavlov, the establishment of the model division, the combat troops are almost there, but the maintenance personnel are really not enough. The Ordnance Bureau told us that there is not enough production capacity to produce tank tractors, so we should use tanks to pull them. Isn't it over?" Wang Zhong immediately cursed. "Are they pig-brained? A tank with such a high failure rate is far different from a tractor, okay? The tank itself weighs more than 30 tons. It is good to run 100 kilometers without breaking down. How do you expect the tank to drag a broken tank 100 kilometers to the maintenance station?" Even if the wartime maintenance station is not that far from the front line, using a tank as a tractor is extremely unreliable. On Earth, the richest company, AmeriCorps, has a 14-vehicle tank company equipped with two 30-ton tractors. Moreover, Aramco will also compile the heaviest tractor used in World War II in the Armored Division, the M25 Dragon trailer. With this, the U.S. military can tow broken Sherman tanks by road to the rear for overhaul, and it can also transport landing craft dry land boating to the Rhine River. And the hair of the earth is another typical example. A tank brigade has 3 tractors, which directly causes most of the tanks with mechanical failures to be thrown on the roadside because there are simply not enough tractors to tow them. Wang Zhong, a model master, intends to change this and make the Ant Army strongly protected. After all, in Wang Zhong's vision, the equipment used by these precious masters under his command are all good equipment that will scare people to death during production, and they must not be thrown away easily. For example, the 57mm anti-tank gun commonly installed in the Guard's 1st Machine Infantry is even more troublesome to produce than the 85mm anti-aircraft gun. In order to use the Navy's new 100-gun vehicle, it must be a precious thing with a low production volume. After all, the Navy's 100-gun guns are produced in a factory next to the inland sea. This factory has been trying hard to expand its production, but it can't expand much unless a new factory is invested in producing it. Therefore, Wang Zhong's troops must be strong and strong. Pavlov sighed, but it is a fact that there is no production capacity to build tractors. The Ordnance Department is also a clever woman who cannot make a meal without rice. Wang Zhong, okay, let me see if I can get some from the United States. Heavy tractors, and even battlefield maintenance vehicles, I will try to get as many as possible. That would be best. But, Wang Zhong, what's wrong? If you have any difficulties, just ask. There are not that many technicians. A teacher can teach you how to fix simple mechanical problems. To completely overhaul a tank, you must at least graduate from the 10th grade. But those who graduate from the 10th grade are already the backbone of the army, and it is impossible to allocate them to repair them. Car. Wang Zhong was speechless and held it in for a few seconds before saying, I'm going to the Navy to ask for it. Didn't I ask for 1,000 technicians before? They are all replenished to the Guard's 1 machine step. The division commander Yegorov now regards these technicians as treasures. I asked him to give half of them to the model master, but he refused. Wang Zhong, you are the chief of staff of the city defense. Are you older or is he? Pavlov, we are both major generals. Wang Zhong was speechless. Okay, I'll scold this arrogant person. Pavlov, and don't forget to bring technicians from the Navy. The more the better. Wang Zhong, okay. I'll get it. He hung up the phone and sighed heavily. Ms. Petrovna asked, are you in trouble? Wang Zhong, yes, there is a shortage of skilled workers everywhere now. There is a shortage of skilled workers in factories and on the front line. Factories have begun to use women and children to produce tanks. They lack professional training, rush to the shelves, and there are many problems with welding. At this time, the door of the office opened, and Vasily came in with a telegram. The second wave of attacks launched by the Western Front the day before yesterday has not been effective today. Although some positions have been captured, the Prussian army still controls several large cities. After speaking, Vasily came to the map in the principal's office, picked up a pencil and drawing tools, and quickly drew a few strokes on the map. Wang Zhong was speechless. The front lines have become intertwined. In fact, this is the normal state of modern warfare. The battle lines are torn apart by dogs, highlighting a chaos. I am among you, and you are among me. Especially in the urban-rural fringe areas near cities, the situation will be more complicated. Vasily looked at his updated map and said, even I can see now that the Western Front's attack has been frustrated. Wang Zhong, how many casualties are there? Vasily picked up the telegram and looked at it. 2 days after the second round of offensive was launched, a total of 70,000 wounded soldiers were treated. Wang Zhong cursed. The troops of the United States treated 70,000 wounded soldiers, and only 10,000 or 20,000 of them died. After all, they had good security and many wounded soldiers would be rescued. And Toko is different. Vasily continued to report. The telegram also said that some infantry battalions have been attacked until there are less than 200 people left. To continue the attack, reserves must be put in. Wang Zhong looked at the map and shook his head. There should be some reserve teams, but not too many. This defeat is already ugly. Let them fight one last time just to make them give up this idea. Vasily gloated. After all, those who bear the responsibility for failure will lose their heads. Wang Zhong nodded, of course. But he should be lucky that he is just incompetent, not treason, so he just needs to lose his head. At this time the phone on the table rang again. Wang Zhong picked it up. I'm Rokosov. What? A visit? At this time? Vasily looked over suspiciously, but did not ask immediately. After Wang Zhong responded, he put down the phone and looked at Vasily. They said there is a diplomatic delegation that wants to visit us. Vasily, diplomacy. Wang Zhong, I don't know. Maybe friends from the United States want to come and see the target of their assistance. You can ask Vice Principal Valerie to come and arrange a visit. They are good at this kind of thing. Vasily put the telegram on the table, turned and left. Madame Petrovna picked up the telegram and put it in a special folder. At this time, the phone on the table rang again. Wang Zhong picked it up. I'm Rokosov. Belinsky's voice came from the other side. There is a diplomatic delegation on its way to the Suvorov Military Academy. The main members are Melania's government-in-exile delegation, and their prime minister and commander of the armed forces are here. Wang Zhong immediately fiddled with the globe next to him and found Melania, a country annexed by Prasen, relatively close to Ant. Belinsky, maybe we will establish diplomatic relations with Melania, and they may send some volunteer troops to support us. Wang Zhong, anyway, it's enough if I entertain you well. Yes, let them believe that we can restore Melania. Wang Zhong, leave it to me. Oh, by the way, have you read the latest front-page headlines of Yebeo Daily? Wang Zhong, no. I was busy running around and didn't have time. Just then Vasily rushed in with a newspaper. General. General, look at this photo. Vasily showed Wang Zhong the front-page headline. In the huge photo, Wang Zhong, General Rokosov stood among the wounded soldiers covered in blood. His body was also covered in blood, but his eyes were bright and he was clearly encouraging the morale of the wounded soldiers. Next to the photo is a line of words, the victorious stars are with the wounded soldiers. Wang Zhong held the receiver in one hand and the newspaper in the other. Belinsky said in the receiver, I have found the most famous painter to create oil paintings. Wang Zhong looked at this photo, and for the first time he realized that he was being looked at with such expectant eyes. Then we can't let them down. Chapter 283 Melania will not perish. Wang Zhong was distracted by the photo when he suddenly heard Belinsky say, let's talk about the tour group. Wang Zhong then realized that he was still holding the receiver. He quickly returned the newspaper to Vasily, held the receiver and said, I don't understand why a diplomatic delegation came to the military academy. Really don't understand. Belinsky smiled, the improvement of our diplomatic situation started when you drove the Prasen people away from the area around Yebeo. Even if the Fuzu Empire doesn't help a lot, the United Kingdom will try to help us. The land aid route of Nia-Hyberis-Bahala was already in operation, but after you drove the enemy away, more supplies were sent up through the route. Wang Zhong, but Melania has no land, right? What kind of assistance can she provide? Soldiers. Belinsky said, and they are high-quality soldiers. At least among the refugees registered here, there are a large number of young men of school age who have received high school education. Wang Zhong, I will definitely entertain the diplomatic corps. Wait a minute, since they are refugees who have fled to us, why don't we just recruit them directly? The diplomatic corps has nothing to do with this. Without an agreement with them, it's not good to recruit refugees, and there are opinions in the military that these refugees don't speak Anti well. If there are diplomatic considerations, the voices of opposition in the military can be suppressed. Belinsky explained. Wang Zhong, okay, I understand. In addition, there is also the daughter of the President of the Third Republic of Melania in the diplomatic corps this time. She is a young girl. Make good use of your masculine charm. Wang Zhong frowned, my masculine charm? No, this is not appropriate. I already have a fiancé. There is no conflict between having a fiancé and using your masculine charm. Please make the little girl happy. After speaking, Belinsky hung up the phone directly. Wang Zhong scratched his head and glanced at Vasily. Vasily, don't worry, you will definitely complete the task. You are very lethal to girls. Mrs. Petrovna, who was still busy organizing the manuscript in the room, raised her head and glanced at Wang Zhong and Vasily. Wang Zhong, don't be like that, it's as if I want to seduce the princess of a fallen country. This arrangement looks like this now. Vasily spread his hands. As he was talking, Professor Valery came in, you looking for me? Wang Zhong, Melania's diplomatic mission is coming soon, you should get ready. Professor Valery nodded, okay, I will put away Melania's cavalry equipment and other things on display in the school history exhibition hall. Wang Zhong, what is it? These are the spoils captured when fighting Melania hundreds of years ago, many of which are masterpieces of the Kosalia cavalry. Wang Zhong, this should not be a concern. They should just be to determine whether we can defeat Prasen. Just let the students be more alert, and make louder noises when they are out for exercise. At this time, the phone on the far left of Wang Zhong's desk rang. This phone is mainly used for communication within the school. Wang Zhong picked up the phone, This is Lieutenant General Rokosov, what's the matter? Your Excellency Lieutenant General, this is the gatekeeper. There is a motorcade that says it is a diplomatic mission. We have not received any notice, so we are looking down on you. Do you want to let it in? Wang Zhong, let it in, let them drive directly to building no 1. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong looked at Valerie, why don't you make arrangements quickly? Organize some activities and teaching that can show our spirit. Valerie nodded repeatedly and turned to leave the room. Wang Zhong came to the dressing mirror to see if the military uniform was neat. Vasily, if you don't want to seduce the princess of a fallen country, why do you look in the mirror? Wang Zhong, what do you know? Now I am not only losing my own face, but also the face of our country. As he said this, he came to the coat rack, took off his coat and put it on, put on his hat, and then adjusted the military rank on the coat. After he was done, he pushed the door and left the principal's office. Vasily had just run outside, so his coat was already on, and now he hurried to keep up with Wang Zhong's steps. As he walked, he said, I wonder if Melania's princess is pretty. Wang Zhong, she is the daughter of the President of the Third Republic, so she can't be called a princess. Vasily, what should she be called? Wang Zhong, just call her by her name, Miss So-and-so. The two walked to the stairs, and Gregory, who was on duty in the guard room, came out fully armed and followed Wang Zhong. The three of them entered the elevator. When the three walked out of building number 1 from the main entrance, the motorcade just came over. The car in the middle of the motorcade made Wang Zhong feel familiar, it looked like a Studebaker luxury car. There were two small flags in front of the car, with Melania's national emblem on it, a big white goose. It looked like a big white goose with its wings spread out to threaten the enemy. It shouldn't be like this. How could a country with such a national emblem be destroyed by Prosan all of a sudden? It's embarrassing for the fighting power of the big white goose. The door of the Studebaker opened, and the first person to get out was a middle-aged man who looked like he was in a high position. As soon as he got out of the car, he raised his head and looked at Wang Zhong, showing that he was neither arrogant nor humble. Wang Zhong's thoughts were misguided at this time, and he was looking for the president's daughter. At this time, he saw a man dressed as a butler came to the other side of the Studebaker and opened the back door. A blonde beauty got out of the car. Wang Zhong stared at her for a few seconds and then lost interest. General. It's not that Melania's little sister is not good looking, but she is too far behind Ludmila and Olga and lacks her own characteristics. In addition, Wang Zhong is actually a Ceres who has traveled through time and is still a bit blind to Westerners. Melania's princess lacks some memory points. If she had some freckles, maybe Wang Zhong would remember her because of them. Wang Zhong directly moved his eyes to the middle-aged man who got off the car first, and extended his hand to him. Hello, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. What is your name? Mozuki Rajgios, Prime Minister of Melania's government in exile. The middle-aged man held Wang Zhong's hand. It's an honor to meet you. You are the first person in the world to become an organized member of the Communist Party of China. People from the Lawson Army. Wang Zhong was shocked, really? No one told me about this? Am I so awesome? Rajgios was also a little surprised, don't you know? You have captured more General Prosen by yourself than all the armies in the world combined. Wang Zhong, that's it, it's okay. It won't be long before everyone will catch General Prosen one by one. Rajgios, you have become a symbol of the world's fight against Prosen's atrocities, so Miss Hedwig and I came here. We need to take a photo with you to encourage Melania people scattered around the world to fight. Confidence. Wang Zhong, Miss Hedwig. He was pretending not to notice a young lady in the mission. Rajgios took a step to the side and introduced to Wang Zhong, this is the orphan of the last president of the Third Republic, Hedwig Jadwiga, who stayed in Melania's capital, Wisława Valsi. Wang Zhong looked at the lady again, but the girl turned away shyly. Huh? Am I so handsome? But the girl immediately forced herself to look directly at Wang Zhong, assuming a posture worthy of a princess of a subjugated country. Wang Zhong, hello, Miss Hedwig. I almost called His Highness. Hedwig, hello, General Rokosov. You are even more handsome than, in the photo. Wang Zhong, you are as beautiful as the rumors say. He held out his hand, and Hedwig immediately stepped forward and took it. At this time, Rajgios said from the side, our photographer is ready, please stand closer. Wang Zhong cooperated and took a step closer to Hedwig, maintaining the handshake gesture and looking into the camera lens. Hedwig also took a big step closer to Wang Zhong, almost touching him. The photographer immediately pressed the shutter, the spotlight burst out a small puff of smoke, and the flash illuminated the two people. Hedwig, thank you, this will definitely boost Melania's morale. Wang Zhong, I think since you can persist in fighting until now, then you must not lack the confidence and fighting spirit to regain the motherland. The smile on Hedwig's face suddenly became gloomy, Actually, the situation is not very good. Prosen has just passed the bill to give Melania the qualifications for a second-class citizen. Many people feel that compared with the fear of being suppressed by Prosen, being a second-class citizen can at least lead a stable life. Melania's army overseas is okay. We have more than 100,000 people who have been fighting against Prosen. But the domestic resistance organization can hardly sustain itself. It's not that the weapons and support provided by the United Kingdom are not enough, the main thing is that, there is no hope. Prosen is so powerful and arrogant that we have almost lost our fighting spirit. Some people have even begun to believe in Emperor Prosen. It's nonsense to think that they are better people. As he spoke, Hedwig's expression suddenly lit up, but you defeated the Prosenians. You wiped out 100,000 people in full force. This is unprecedented. You don't know how hard we were affected when the news came. Inspiring. The image of you riding a white horse escorting the Prosen prisoners of war is more effective than any broadcast. We made the scene into a leaflet, which was dropped on Melania's land by the United Kingdom Air Force. When Hedwig said this, the look she looked at Wang Zhong was not at the object of her admiration. Wang Zhong suddenly understood that this girl was not so shy because she liked him. To her, General Rokosov was he is like a saint or apostle. Wang Zhong, Miss Hedwig, I actually understand your feelings very well. My hometown has also fallen and is being trampled by Prosen's iron hoof. One day we will take back our homeland. Melania will not perish. Hedwig stared at Wang Zhong, and suddenly 2 lines of hot tears rolled down her eyes. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 284 Fundraising Poster. Wang Zhong really wanted to reach out and wipe Hedwig's tears, but he held back. Then he saw the girl's tears were frozen. Fortunately, he didn't wipe them, otherwise he would have occupied a piece of her skin on his hand and it would be hard to explain. At this time, Mrs. Petrovna came forward and helped Hedwig to clean up her tears. While Hedwig was wiping her tears, Rajgios said to Wang Zhong, General, 1 photo may not be enough. We need more photos to boost the morale of Melania's people. Especially pictures that can make them have useful associations. We especially need this. Wang Zhong, what kind of photos do you want? Rajgios, I heard that you have a captured Prosen tank here. Can Miss Hedwig go up and take a few photos? Wang Zhong, yes, please come this way. Afterwards, Wang Zhong took Melania's delegation to visit the school and took many photos. He saw that Melania regarded Hedwig as a symbol. After all, her father was the last president who resisted to the last moment in the capital, Vyava-Warsi. The radio station defended by his personal troops was the last place in Vyava-Warsi to be captured. Before the Prosens arrived, the last president, carrying a submachine gun, broadcast to Melania for the last time, my fight will stop today, but your fight will continue and must continue. Until the motherland is liberated. Wang Zhong learned this only after sending the delegation away. Before that, he only knew that Melania was a country annexed by Prosen. No wonder Hedwig was regarded as a symbol of resistance by Melania's soldiers. Wang Zhong personally experienced the Yebeo victory. He knew that people needed a spiritual fulcrum in the darkest moment, and Hedwig was that fulcrum. The day after the visit, on the evening of December 17, Wang Zhong received the urgently developed photos. In the photos, Hedwig stood on the captured Prosen tanks with a firm face. The Melania diplomat who brought the photos said, Miss Hedwig will give a radio speech to the Melania people in Ant. The time is almost up. Do you want to listen? Wang Zhong, turn on the radio, I'll listen. Vasily immediately turned on the radio in the room and turned the knob to tune the frequency. The diplomat said, channel 109.1. Vasily immediately turned the knob fast and stopped accurately at channel 109.1. The speech had just begun. The little girl who worshipped Wang Zhong as an idol and a saint yesterday suddenly became a strong warrior and a princess of a fallen country. Her voice was vicissitudes and strong. My compatriots. I am Hedwig Jadwiga. 3 years ago, my father broadcast to all Melania people on the last piece of unconquered land in the capital Vistula Varsai, saying that Melania would not perish. Now 3 years have passed. Prosen has been devastating and invincible. Many countries with a long history have been destroyed. Prosen's iron hoof has stepped on the land of the entire Europa. The cruel situation has made many compatriots lose the faith to resist, and people have been laying down their weapons. To be honest, I don't blame you. Wang Zhong leaned on the edge of the table and listened to the girl's speech. Vasily, she has obviously made such speeches many times, and she is very skilled. Wang Zhong nodded. Suddenly, he had a question, so he asked Melania's diplomat, why does she use Ant language? Shouldn't this kind of speech be in Melanian language? The diplomat replied, most of the secular believers who have fled to Ant can speak Ant. And one of the purposes of this speech is to arouse the sympathy of the people of Ant for us. Wang Zhong said oh and asked again, do you really use such a girl to boost the morale of resistance? Is it more appropriate to be a war hero or a man? The diplomat, it may be so in Ant, but in the United States, girls are more likely to get donations. Our previous fundraising in the United States has been tepid, and only Melanians living in the United States have donated generously. But after we introduced Hedwig Jadwiga as our spokesperson, fundraising went much more smoothly. At that time, the United States did not participate in the war, and relied on the money raised to buy weapons and send them to Melania's resistance army. Wang Zhong, what about now? The diplomat shrugged, it may still depend on Miss Hedwig's fundraising. Because Melania has fallen for 3 years, and even some Melanians have begun to accept Plausen's teachings. The United States is more willing to support Carolingians' resistance movement. Wang Zhong touched his chin and suddenly had a new idea. He picked up the phone and said to the operator, connect to the United States Embassy. Is this the embassy switchboard? Please connect to the press office. I want to talk to reporter Mike. A few seconds later, Mike's voice came from the receiver, hello, Lieutenant General Rokosov, how can I help you? Wang Zhong, if I let my fiancé take a fundraising advertisement or something, what benefits can I get in the United States? Reporter Mike, in the United States, as long as you have money, you can buy things, even in wartime. Your fiancée is so beautiful, and she is a soldier, there are no female soldiers in the United States, let alone female soldiers who have made military achievements. As long as the photo is taken well, you will definitely win a lot of donations. And she has an advantage. You are now a well-known war hero in the United States. We in the United States like heroes and beauties. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, okay, then make an appointment to take a photo. Wait a minute, reporter Mike said, is it okay for you to be busy with this now? How is Bokost Shostka's first line of fence? Wang Zhong, don't mention it. I can't tell you the specific situation, it is a military secret. Anyway, it is the same as my prediction. Wang Zhong almost let it slip just now, telling Mike reporters that the second round of offensive had failed and that reserve teams were being mobilized to prepare for the third round of offensive. Reporter Mike, well, aren't you going to do something to interfere? Wang Zhong, aren't I trying to make up for the loss of the defeat? Can I come and take pictures tomorrow? Let me ask my partner. There was a vague conversation between Mike's reporter and his partner on the phone. A minute later he said, okay, my partner hopes to have more backgrounds to choose from. Wang Zhong, for background matters, I will contact the church's publicity office. Do you want to cooperate with the church's photographer? Let me ask. Before reporter Mike could ask, his partner's voice came over the phone. Okay, my partner doesn't seem to care about this. Then we'll make an appointment tomorrow. How about 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Wang Zhong, it's settled, we'll meet at the propaganda hall building at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He put down the receiver. At this time, Hedwig was halfway through her speech, the dawn of hope has appeared. Lieutenant General Rokosov has completely annihilated 7 enemy divisions and captured 100,000 prisoners. He proved that the Prodhens could be defeated, that they were not God's chosen people, a master race destined to rule the world. General Rokosov also personally assured me that our fallen hometown will be restored. Wang Zhong felt a little embarrassed and said to Vasily, close it. Vasily turned off the radio and snickered, General, are you embarrassed too? Wang Zhong picked up the receiver, nonsense, I'm going to call home. It's not good for Ludmila to hear a girl talking here. The next day, December 18th, in the studio on the first floor of the church propaganda hall, Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila, who was dressed in military uniform, and asked worriedly, aren't you cold like this? Ludmila lowered her head and glanced at the tube skirt on her lower body, okay, the heating here is quite sufficient. But the skirt is something that can't be worn on the battlefield, right? Ants female soldiers wear pants like the male soldiers on the battlefield. Not only did he wear trousers, he also wore men's boxer briefs underneath, which were very wide and were said to be very painful for his legs. During the march, his legs were often covered with abrasions. Ludmila walked around in front of Wang Zhong and asked, does it look good? Wang Zhong smiled, you look good no matter what you wear. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and adjusted the position of Ludmila's armed belt. Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong, I thought you would take advantage of this. Wang Zhong, I'm tired of rubbing it. Real. Ludmila chuckled. At this time, a nun came over and handed a ceremonial staff to Ludmila. Ludmila was very surprised, are you sure you want me to take this? Am I not at a high level? The nun smiled slightly, you can take it if it is specially approved by your Majesty Belinsky. Wang Zhong looked at the long stick, what's the point of this stick? It is said that this was something that the angel next to Saint Andrew held. It is usually used in the highest level ceremonies. The person who holds it is at least a cardinal. Ludmila explained. At this time, People in the publicity hall were unfurling a huge flag of the Ant Empire. It seemed that this flag would be used as a back for photos later. The two reporters from the United States have not yet arrived, so I don't know what they think when they see this flag. At this time, another nun came over and put a white gold-trimmed cloak on Ludmila. After the nun finished her work, Ludmila took the long staff and looked at Wang Zhong. How is it? Wang Zhong nodded, it's not bad. It would be better if the staff could be retracted a little and squeezed onto the front armor. Ludmila sighed, be serious. Wang Zhong stared at her for a few seconds, and suddenly remembered the opening CG of a game that was very popular before time travel, and felt that the next moment Ludmila would start reciting classic lines. Sound familiar? Scenes like this are happening all over the galaxy at this moment. You could be next. Unless you can make the most important decision in your life. Ludmila, dear? Why are you suddenly in a daze? Wang Zhong, you are more beautiful than a rose. I was just stunned. Damn it, what kind of earthy love talk is this? What am I doing? Ludmila was extremely happy. At this moment, Vasily suddenly entered the shooting room, quickly came to Wang Zhong, and whispered in a low voice, the enemy launched a counter-attack before the Western Front launched its offensive. Now the Western Front has lost all the gains gained from the first two attacks. The front army headquarters was in panic. Wang Zhong, what are they panicking about? The Prussians did not launch a pincer offensive but retook the lost position, which shows that they do not have enough troops and supplies to launch a large-scale attack. Before he finished speaking, a major came to Wang Zhong and saluted, Your Excellency, His Majesty the Tsar wants you to go to the Summer Palace immediately. Chapter 285 Intersection. Wang Zhong glanced at Ludmila, who smiled and said, Go quickly, you can't help if you stay here. Okay. Wang Zhong stepped forward and kissed her lips gently, then turned and nodded to the school officer who came from the Summer Palace. Then the group quickly left the shooting scene. Ludmila watched him go, holding the long staff that the Angel of St. Andrew had once carried. The atmosphere in the Summer Palace seemed a bit tense. When the guards saw Wang Zhong's appearance, they all looked as expected. Wang Zhong was led all the way into the lounge, and then he saw a general in the room, standing by the window with a coke in his hand, looking at the snowy scene outside. The general originally raised his right hand, preparing to take a sip of coke. When he heard Wang Zhong's footsteps, he maintained his posture of holding the coke bottle and looked over sideways. Wang Zhong saw the general's customary salute. The general drank up the coke in one gulp, put down the bottle, and returned the favor to Wang Zhong. After both sides put down their hands, the general spoke, Is it Lieutenant General Rokosov? I've heard his name for a long time. Wang Zhong used the plug-in to look at the general's name and said, General Gorky, I thought you were guarding Fort St. Andrew. General Gorky, the situation in Fort St. Andrew has stabilized. The enemy should not be able to launch a large-scale offensive until February next year. Our counterattack drove the enemy away from the edge of the ice lake, so that the enemy's artillery could not threaten the ice road over the lake. That's all we can do at this stage. Wang Zhong, at least the city has been saved for the time being. Yes. For the time being. The enemy can't attack us, and we can't drive the enemy away. The situation in Fort St. Andrew will not fundamentally improve until we receive sufficient reinforcements next year. General Gorky picked up another bottle. He opened the coke and took a sip. Wang Zhong, so you will come to report on your work? No, the order given to me the day before yesterday told me to come back. It took me more than a day to leave the city and come by plane. General Gorky finished the coke and put down the empty bottle. I guess I was asked to clean up the mess of the Western Front. Why did you come here? Wang Zhong, I was called here this morning as soon as I got the news of the Plosin attack. General Gorky, what do you think of Plosin's attack? Wang Zhong, I heard that the Plosin people regained some of their previously lost positions. If the enemy planned to surround and annihilate a large number of our troops in a pincer offensive, they would not bother to seize the jagged positions on the front. I judge that this is not a large-scale offensive, but just to gain a better position and prepare for a large-scale offensive next year. General Gorky nodded, well, that makes sense. If the enemy has really regained a lot of the positions it lost before and leveled the battle line, it does not seem like a precursor to a large-scale attack. General Gorky walked around the lounge twice and suddenly asked, Lieutenant General Rokosov, where do you think the enemy will attack next year? Or the Yebeo? Wang Zhong, they attacked Yebeo in order to end the war as soon as possible. Now this plan has been ruined. Even if they take Yebeo, we will continue to resist. Although Yebeo is the general intersection of all railway trunk lines in our country, there are still extreme high strategic value, but in fact, Ants railways rarely intersect. There are only 3 relatively large intersections in total. Exukov has been occupied by Prasen. Fort St. Andrew is now under siege by the enemy. Only Yefort is left. If Yebeo Ant is lost, Many railways will be cut off, so it cannot be said that there is no strategic significance for the enemy to occupy Yebeo next year. But investing so many troops for this goal may not be worth it? Wang Zhong, I think Prosan may shift his strategic focus to the south next year. After taking the coastal fortress, he will go straight into the vast grasslands to seize iron ore, coal mines, rare metals and, most importantly, Cuba's oil. General Gorky nodded. Riding on the grassland is indeed very suitable for their mechanized army. The area around Ye Fort is not suitable because there are too many woods. Vasily finally couldn't help but interjected, why do you two just say that you don't have a map? Wang Zhong and General Gorky stared at him together. Wang Zhong, Vasily, go and stay in the adjutant's lounge nearby. My adjutant is also there, you can chat with him. General Gorky agreed. Vasily left angrily. General Gorky, although we all judge this, there is no guarantee that Emperor Prosan will not continue to attack Yebeo. Wang Zhong, then let him come. This will be the burial place of Prosan's army. When they run out of fuel reserves, it's time for us to counterattack. No, I don't think Emperor Prosan is so stupid. What he wants to ensure now is that the war can continue. He must get Cuba's oil. Moreover, we will be the ones who suffer after they take over the oil fields, although there are also the United States support, but the United States itself also has to supply their huge army. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, General Gorky said, I heard that the United States is about to lose their main oil fields in Asia. Wang Zhong nodded, yes, the Borneo oil field is almost finished. General Gorky was speechless, it sounds like Cuba will be a key point that neither of us can give up in the next year. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time the door opened, and the palace protocol officer came in and announced loudly, General Gorky Konstantinovic, Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovic, please follow me. General Gorky, I understand. Let's go, Lieutenant General Rokosov, it's our turn. The court etiquette officer led Wang Zhong and General Gorky directly into the meeting place of the imperial meeting. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the door, he looked at the map and confirmed that the enemy was indeed retaking the positions occupied by the Western Front one by one, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed not a large-scale attack. At this time, General Gorky, who was walking in front, saluted Olga first. Wang Zhong hurried to catch up. Olga, no need to be polite. I called you two here to ask how you judge the situation? The enemy just launched a counterattack before we launched the attack. General Gorky glanced at Wang Zhong and made a you come gesture. Wang Zhong did not refuse, picked up a long pole of almost 2 meters and gestured on the map. The enemy's counterattack only seized the positions lost before and flattened the entire front, which can save troops on the defensive front. I guess the enemy will let the troops who have been replaced start to rest next. Olga's eyes widened, so, this is not another large-scale offensive. Wang Zhong, if it is a large-scale offensive, why do we need to seize these insignificant positions? If we launch a pincer attack directly, break through our defense line and cut off our logistics, we will abandon these dog teeth on the front line by ourselves. But the enemy did not launch a pincer attack, but threw the counterattack troops evenly on the front line and launched attacks in multiple places. No, Your Majesty, this is not a large-scale offensive. Wang Zhong put down the 2-meter-long pole and gave the right to speak to General Gorky. The general took over and said, although it is not a large-scale offensive, if some of us are scared and the troops are shaken, the enemy may also switch to the offensive. The top priority is to stabilize the troops and tell them that this is not a large-scale offensive by the enemy. Then let most of the troops build fortifications and rest in place to prepare for the next battle next year. Olga nodded, okay, I know. General Turgenev. Turgenev stood up and picked up the order in front of him, now appoint General Gorky Konstantinovic to take over the post of commander of the Western Front and take office immediately to take thunder-like actions to stabilize the morale and the front line. Gorky saluted, guarantee to complete the task. Wang Zhong was very curious at this time. This called General Gorky and Lieutenant General Rokosov together. There was no reason to give General Gorky a new position. Are you going to put me in the Western Front as Chief of Staff? The Lieutenant General is indeed very suitable to be the Chief of Staff. Don't do that. I don't want to become a bald man like Pavlov. Fortunately, Admiral Turgenev continued to read, appoint Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovic as the Tsar's special envoy to inspect the situation at the Western Front and punish incompetent officers. Wang Zhong frowned. He knew that the higher UPS were planning to use the reputation of the White Horse General to stabilize the military's morale, but... Wang Zhong, are you sure you want to give me this appointment? After I arrive at the Western Front headquarters, many people will be scared to death. Olga smiled and said, this is the goal of this appointment. If they are scared to death directly, the officers of the aristocracy can't say anything. But remember, for Tkakev and others, let them come back first, and convict them in a procedurally just way. Don't just execute them like last time. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Yes, sir. Olga urged, then you two should set off quickly. The situation of the Western Front is not very good now. Even the front headquarters reported that there is a clear wavering situation. Wang Zhong nodded. General Gorky asked, are we both on the same plane? If we want to boost morale, it would be best if we both appeared together. Olga looked at Admiral Turgenev. The admiral replied, indeed, you were arranged on the same plane, and the escort was the MiG-3 of the 11th Fighter Regiment. Marshal Boris, Chief of Staff of the High Command, added, you should set off now. The plane is waiting at Yeberg Airport. It will land directly on the makeshift airfield next to the front headquarters, and you can reach the front headquarters immediately after landing. Wang Zhong and General Gorky responded in unison, yes, sir. Then the two left the imperial meeting together. When leaving, General Gorky said directly to the palace guards, go and call me and Lieutenant General Rokosov's adjutant, we are leaving. The guards left in response, and Wang Zhong and General Gorky stood in front of the window in the corridor and talked about the new appointment. First, let the troops realize that this is not a large-scale attack and they cannot lose their composure. General Gorky said. Wang Zhong, first, inform the entire Western Front that General Gorky and General Rokosov are here. General Gorky shook his head, I don't have your high appeal, so I'll just promote you to the front line. Speaking of which, I've read the documents you submitted to establish a model division. I think this elite division is useless in a war of the scale that we are currently conducting. Do you know how many casualties were recorded on the entire front line in the past 2 days, not counting the Western Front that is launching an offensive? Wang Zhong asked Vasily not to report the casualty figures a long time ago, because he couldn't get used to such cold numbers now. So he answered truthfully, I don't know. General Gorky, 6,500 people, these are the recorded casualties. Half of the division is gone now. Not to mention the attacking Western Front. Wang Zhong, so I will gather these elite divisions for use, and I will personally decide where they should be invested. General Gorky curled his lips, then I look forward to your performance. At this time, the two adjutants arrived, so General Gorky waved his hand, let's go to the front line and see what happened to the Western Front. They can't tell that the enemy is not attacking on a large scale. It's unbelievable. Chapter 286, The Two Pillars of the Empire Open Their Hearts to Each Other, Update 2733. Chapter 286, The Empire's Twin Jewels Are Heartfelt, Updated 2733. After leaving the Summer Palace, Wang Zhong, General Gorky and his entourage went straight to the airport and boarded the Li-2 transport plane waiting there. This Li-2 transport plane looks a bit like another Principal's landline in Armageddon, maybe because the Li-2 was used in the movie. It's like putting a wooden shell on the T-34 turret to act like a tiger in World War II movies. Anyway, when Principal Wang Zhong got on the plane, he couldn't help but start to fantasize about the airdrop order. No, he fantasized about sitting in the plane in the sky using a plug-in to point out all the enemy division headquarters, and then ordering the artillery to shoot one by one. As soon as General Gorky sat down, he asked the flight attendant, is there any black drink like the one provided by the United States? Wang Zhong, black sparkling drink. General Gorky, do you like it too? Is that a variant of champagne? It tastes very different from the sparkling wine we produce. Caviar, sparkling wine, and Dr. Sausage are the troika used by the church to win over the hearts of the grassroots. The reason why there is sparkling wine is because before the Civil War, sparkling wine, represented by champagne, was the same symbol of aristocratic life as caviar, and civilians simply drank it. Not on. Therefore, after the Civil War, the church worked hard to increase the production of caviar and sparkling wine, plus cheap and affordable Dr. Sausages, to fully occupy the civilian dining tables, first feed the people, and then naturally gain the support of the people. However, sparkling wine is not as widely recognized as caviar and Dr. Sausage. And people prefer vodka, and sparkling wine is considered too effeminate by the common people. There is a saying that if you drink sparkling wine and you don't have enough courage to fight a bear, what's the use of drinking it? Now faced with General Gorky's question, Wang Zhong shrugged, the principles are somewhat similar, but they use different formulas. General Gorky was a little surprised, you don't know either? I thought the nobles would know. Wang Zhong shrugged, if you have known me, you will know that I am different from ordinary nobles. According to rumors, he is no different from an ordinary dandy. While General Gorky was speaking, Coke was served. The general directly picked up the bottle and took a sip. Well, it's far from champagne. But it tastes good, and after drinking it, your mind will become clearer. Wang Zhong thought it was because the Coke formula of this era did contain caffeine. After taking 3 sips of black champagne, General Gorky changed the topic. I read the booklet you compiled for the Suvorov Military Academy. It is quite good as an experience sharing, but as a teaching material for the military academy, it is a bit lacking in system. Well, you can't teach students this. Wang Zhong, I have compiled a systematic textbook. I will give you a copy when it is printed. General Gorky smiled, very good, I will wait. Speaking of the enemy's offensive next year, we all agree that they will launch an offensive on the southern front in the summer. So how can we stop their offensive? Wang Zhong, I think with our current technical and tactical level, it is impossible to confront the enemy head-on on the grassland. General Gorky also nodded, we can't defeat Prasen's elite tankers. This is a fact. Your model master shouldn't be able to defeat it either, right? Wang Zhong, if we preset defensive positions in advance, we can achieve a 1:1 battle loss ratio, and even have a slight advantage. Wang Zhong tried to take the initiative in liftoff. He clearly had an advantage in fighting with armored bombs, but he was almost killed by the enemy. Just as General Gorky was about to answer, the flight attendant came over and said, we are ready to take off. Okay. Wang Zhong and the general answered together. General Gorky glanced at Wang Zhong and said, fortunately this is a short trip. Coming back from Fort St. Andrew will cost me my life. Wang Zhong smiled. General Gorky continued, we can't beat armored confrontation. Next summer we can only shrink back and use the wilderness between the two industrial belts. The characteristics of Ant are that the vertical industrial belts distributed along the river are open areas with relatively poor infrastructure. The general made a gesture to the adjutant, who immediately handed over the map. Wang Zhong liked it very much and made a gesture to Vasily. Vasily looked around, and finally put his hand on Wang Zhong's palm. Wang Zhong threw away Vasily's paw, are you a dog? I've been thinking for a long time and don't understand what you want. General Gorky laughed loudly, but immediately put his smile back and pointed at the map and said, such a large area is covered with grassland. Although there are some railway hub towns, the infrastructure of this large area is generally not good. I think that in response to the enemy's offensive next summer, we can cede this large area to the enemy and then meet the enemy here. General Gorky used a pencil to draw a line along the Valdecho River. Wang Zhong, yes, if we maintain a heavy troop concentration on this line, the enemy will be less likely to go south with confidence, because there is no danger to defend on the grassland, and this is true for both sides. They don't care about our heavy army, so we can cut off their back like this. Wang Zhong dipped his hand in some water and drew a line on the map. General Gorky, the most intense and decisive battle will take place on a certain section of the Valdecho River. Unfortunately, we are currently unable to determine where it will be. Wang Zhong, there is another possibility, which is to defend the coastal fortress, so I speculate that fierce battles will break out in the area from the coastal fortress to Bolsk, northeast of the fortress. He drew on it with a pencil. Borsk, Duke Mishkin's troops are retreating this way. If Duke Mishkin obtains higher command authority, he might be able to block the enemy here. General Gorky nodded, this is the best situation. If we can block the enemy on the coastal fortress Borsk line, our situation will be greatly improved. The safety of the transport line from Baharabaris and then through the inland sea will be guaranteed. Wang Zhong made a joke, this transportation line bears almost all of our tea supply. Once it is cut off by the Prasen people, the consequences will be disastrous. General Gorky laughed. Wang Zhong, of course, I know that the most important material for this transportation line is rubber. However, with the current retreat speed of the United States, the rubber-producing areas on the island will soon be gone. General Gorky, yes. No matter what, we have to hold on next summer. Wang Zhong, I hope my troops can train for more than half a year. General Gorky, then we can only hope that Duke Mishkin can resist for a while longer. Wang Zhong, Duke Mei Shijian. Yes, he should be appointed as the commander of the coastal front. How could you know about this later than me, the son of a shoemaker? Wang Zhong spread his hands, I don't pay attention to these. The two continued to chat about the battlefront, the enemy's inevitable offensive next summer, and the formation of new troops, etc., until the plane landed at an airstrip. When the plane landed, Wang Zhong felt as if the wheels had hit a stone, and the entire plane shook as if it was about to fall apart. After getting off the plane, Wang Zhong only saw a few jeeps waiting, but not a single senior officer. General Gorky scolded, I am the new commander of the front army after all. Why did I send so many people to greet me? Wang Zhong, maybe I'm afraid of the gun I brought. When I came to greet him, the airport was immediately covered with blood. Gorky turned around and asked, can you? Wang Zhong, not sure. Let's see when the time comes. At this time, the major who greeted them came to the two men and saluted, salute to you too. General Gorky returned the salute casually and got directly into the jeep. Wang Zhong sat directly next to the general, and then found that the co-pilot had been occupied by General Gorky's adjutant, and there was no room for Vasily to sit. Wang Zhong, Vasily, you are so young, it would be over if you just stand on the pedal. You're right. Vasily stood directly on the pedal with his hand on the holster of his gun. He looked like a Chicago mafia leaving the scene after doing something big. The convoy started and headed straight to the Western Front headquarters. As soon as he entered the town where the headquarters was located, Wang Zhong saw a group of staff burning documents from a distance. When they saw the convoy approaching, the staff stopped and looked at the convoy. Also stopped were the troops in the town, including the anti-aircraft artillery unit and the Divine Arrow unit responsible for air defense, as well as the headquarters guard regiment. The soldiers looked at the convoy. Before the car stopped, Vasily jumped off the pedal and shouted, "Don't burn, don't burn. We won't retreat." The staff officers looked at each other. At this time, Wang Zhong opened the door and got out of the car, looking around with sharp eyes. A soldier immediately recognized him. "It's Rokosov. The Imperial Iron Wall is coming. Look, Rokosov is coming. Is he here to command us? Why is he a lieutenant general? A lieutenant general can't command the front army, can he?" At this time, General Gorky opened the door and came down, looking at the speaker. "It's General Gorky, the general who blocked the enemy on the St. Andrews front. Auntie's two best defensive generals are here. One is the commander of the front army and the other is the chief of staff." Wang Zhong frowned and thought, "Please spare me. I don't want to do the job of chief of staff, let Pavlov do it." General Gorky said loudly, "Stop burning documents. The enemy only counterattacked locally and has no intention of a full-scale attack." "What are you talking about? You are so frightened." Wang Zhong grabbed the staff officer and asked, "Where is your commander?" "No, where is the former commander?" The staff officer glanced at the pistol on Wang Zhong's waist, swallowed before timidly saying, "He is inside." Wang Zhong and General Gorky looked at each other, and the latter made a come-on gesture. Wang Zhong then strode into the headquarters house and walked all the way to the map room. Tkachev was sitting in a chair, like a deflated rubber ball, and the staff officer next to him was removing the map on the wall. "Wang Zhong, wait a minute, don't tear down the map. The new commander will need it later." The staff officer stopped in surprise. Tkachev suddenly raised his head, "New commander? Wang Zhong, it's General Gorky Konstantinovic. And I am His Majesty the Emperor's special envoy, specially here to understand the situation." Wang Zhong paused, then stepped forward and slapped Tkachev, "You idiot, you are an opportunist and adventurist when you attack. When you encounter a slight setback, you immediately turn into capitulationism. You didn't even see the enemy clearly. Attack action, the front line is still fighting and you are thinking about running away. If you take a moment to think about it, you will know that the enemy's goal in counterattack is to level the front, not to eat your front troops." Tkachev looked at Wang Zhong, I just don't want to lose so many troops. Wang Zhong, are you going to give up the results of your counterattack? You idiot. Chapter 287 Red Face and White Face. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he turned to the judges who arrived on the same plane and shouted, "Disarm him and arrest him." The judge stepped forward without hesitation, unloaded Tkachev's pistol, and then looked at Wang Zhong asking for advice. "The military rank, should I tear it off?" Wang Zhong stared at Tkachev. "His Majesty the Tsar specifically asked me to ensure that he returns to Yebeo to face the trial of the military court. So before the trial, he is still a general. He will take our plane back to Yebeo." The judge then took back his hand that was about to tear off the military rank, and took a step back to maintain his alert posture. Tkachev stood up and looked at Wang Zhong. "You don't know how difficult we will face next year. Wang Zhong, cowards, the other quick victory factions are excusable, they are just too eager to win. And you pursue quick victory just because you don't dare to face the arduous war behind." Tkachev raised his voice, "What happens if you win? Do you know how much sacrifice you have to make?" "I know." Wang Zhong responded loudly, "I am different from some people who sit at a desk and read documents comfortably. I personally buried countless soldiers under my command, and I still remember their names." Wang Zhong stopped and stared at Tkachev's face. "More than anyone else, more than you, I want them to live. That's why I compiled teaching materials and reformed your unreasonable troop composition. But the premise of all this is to resist to the end." Tkachev and Wang Zhong looked at each other for a few seconds, and finally lowered his high head. He lowered his head and left the headquarters unsteadily. The judge immediately followed him, holding him on his left and right. Wang Zhong looked back at General Gorky, took a step back, and said, "Come on, I'm done with my red face." General Gorky immediately issued an order all frontline units to block the enemy's offensive at all costs. Treat the troops originally prepared to attack as reserves and replenish them where the enemy's breakthrough is strongest. After speaking, he looked around the entire command headquarters and waved his hand, "Bring back all the maps that have not been burned and resume the operations of the front army headquarters as soon as possible." At this time, The former Chief of Staff of the Western Front took a step forward. Your Excellency, General, the troops on the front line are also somewhat shaken, and some troops have already retreated. General Gorky, shoot those who lead the retreat and put the rest into punishment camps. Stabilize the front as soon as possible. As long as the enemy does not discover it, it will be too late. Wang Zhong, I have a solution for this. All I need is a high-power radio. General Gorky, are you going to use the radio to announce to the entire front? Wang Zhong smiled slightly. Not only are we shouting to our soldiers, but we are also shouting to the enemy. General Gorky raised his eyebrows. It's very similar to the little tricks in your booklet. There's no harm in giving it a try. Communications Section Chief, bring the highest power radio. Soon a radio was brought in along with a generator and an antenna was erected. Wang Zhong told the communications staff, cover the radio frequency of the battlefield as much as possible. The communications staff officer asked, are the pilots' frequencies even covered? The pilots have to rely on radio to make up for each other's blind spots, and may be shot down by the enemy without hearing a word. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and asked, can we only cover the enemy? It is possible, but the effect will not be very good. In fact, we cannot guarantee that the front line can hear it. It may have something to do with the weather and the condition of the receiving antenna. Wang Zhong, don't worry, the first goal is to ensure that all our people hear it. Interfering with the enemy's decision-making is an additional purpose. The communications staff officer nodded, and after completing the final adjustments, he handed the microphone to Wang Zhong, please speak. Wang Zhong, all officers and soldiers of the Western Front, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. I am speaking to you on behalf of His Majesty the Tsar from the headquarters of the Western Front. New fresh forces will join the battle. You should resist on the spot. You should resist on the spot. Resistance. As he spoke, he glanced at General Gorky and continued to speak into the microphone. The frightened Tikakev has been dismissed from his post. General Gorky is the new commander of the Western Front. He will lead you to block the enemy, just like in Fort St. Andrew. Of course, I will be with you too. Tank Battalion Commander Mikhail suddenly heard an energetic voice coming from the radio, all officers of the Western Front, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. I am speaking to you from the headquarters of the Western Front on behalf of His Majesty the Tsar. Mikhail immediately said to other members in surprise, General Rokosov has arrived at the front headquarters. His Majesty the Tsar asked him to come. At this time, Mikhail's battalion had not yet entered the battle. Originally, they were supposed to set off at 8 o'clock in the morning to launch an offensive against the enemy. But now there is intensive gunfire from the front line, but the order to attack has not been issued for a long time. This tank battalion it seemed as if it had been forgotten. He immediately opened the hatch cover and got out of the tank. The tanks in this battalion were all ordinary versions of T-34, with two-person turrets, and the hatch cover was integrated. When the hatch cover was opened, the tank was equivalent to half of the turret with the top open. This huge hatch is said to be a good cover for the commander who is looking through the probe. In fact, it not only provides cover, but also blocks the line of sight. In addition, when opening the hatch cover, it is too easy for the Prussian infantry to throw grenades, so the T-34 commander always locks the hatch cover when entering the battle, and has no idea of probing. Mikhail opened a huge hatch, stuck his head out and shouted, General Rokosov has arrived at the Western Front headquarters. The rest of the people in the camp were quite uneasy now, they didn't know what was happening now, and the sound of gunfire in the west was so dense that everyone would be uneasy. Now the news that General Rokosov, the Iron Wall of the Empire and Star of Victory, has arrived at the front army headquarters, is like a shot in the arm, making everyone feel more at ease. Mikhail continued listening with his earphones in his hands and told everyone the latest news. General Gorky Konstantinovic of the St. Andrew Front is also here. He took over as the commander of the front. Immediately, someone in the infantry accompanying the tank battalion shouted in disappointment, why isn't General Rokosov commanding us? Mikhail scolded, General Rokosov wants to write teaching materials in the military academy, and now he comes to the front as a special envoy of His Majesty the Tsar. Don't be dissatisfied. Another tanker asked, did the general give us any orders? Mikhail's smile froze, no, they just told us to resist on the spot. The soldiers looked at each other, enemy? We didn't see the enemy at all. Aren't we going to attack? At the headquarters of the First Army of the Asgard Knights of Prasen, the communication staff stumbled into the headquarters, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Giles. General Whitehorse is here at the Western Front headquarters. Giles frowned. The map in front of him was full of signs of successful attacks, and the recaptured positions were highlighted. Just looking at the map, Prasen was in a state of victory on all fronts, but Giles frowned, Rokosov is here? Didn't he fail in the political struggle and be relieved of military power? Communication staff officer, he just made the radio broadcast himself, and I recorded it. As he spoke, the staff officer made a gesture, and the non-commissioned officer who followed him in placed a tape recorder on the table. The staff officer pressed the switch, the recorder started spinning, and a steady voice came from the loudspeaker, "All officers and soldiers of the Western Front, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. I am speaking to you from the headquarters of the Western Front on behalf of His Majesty the Tsar." Giles frowned. It is indeed Rokosov, General Whitehorse. Why did he come to the front line? And we just launched the attack, and he arrived immediately. Suddenly Giles stopped and opened his mouth. Could it be that the Western Front misjudged our intentions and panicked and prepared to retreat? Rokosov was sent to stabilize the situation. At this time, Rokosov announced in the recording that General Gorky would become the commander of the Western Front. Giles slapped his thigh hard. Oh. We missed the opportunity. The enemy was frightened by us. No, Rokosov came so fast, the enemy will not retreat. I thought too much. He shook his head. I'm overthinking it. The gap is too short. Feliz, take. Suddenly, Giles stopped, because he suddenly remembered that Feliz was no longer there, killed by the cunning Rokosov's booby trap. Giles' expression looked a little lonely for a moment, but he immediately cheered up. Order the troops, be careful of booby traps. Rokosov has come to the front line. He likes to set up booby traps. Also, the headquarters has moved into a strong bunker. Here, Rokosov likes to play dirty. Commanders at all levels try to avoid leaving the bunker during meals and sleep. Notify them immediately. The communications staff officer immediately signaled his communications soldiers to do it. Then he pointed to the tape recorder and asked, what to do with this tape? Giles, sent to the intelligence department to further confirm that this is General Whitehorse. Our army's combat goal remains unchanged, to regain the positions lost since December, level the front, and withdraw as many troops as possible to rest. At the same time, Walter Mendel's 9th Army headquarters was also broadcasting General Rokosov's speech. Mendel touched his chin. We didn't hurt the enemy at all, so why did two senior commanders with actual results suddenly come here? Could it be that, we actually have a chance to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop? He thought for a while and shook his head. No, it's unlikely. Even if there is a chance, the window may only be a few hours, and no one can seize this window. Leave the duel with the famous general and to Asgard. Knights, let's just do our job. As he spoke, Mendel turned and asked the Chief of Staff of the 9th Army, have the Christmas supplies been delivered? Chief of Staff, no. We are busy delivering ammunition and oil, which are in short supply right now, and we don't have time to deliver these. Mendel was speechless. Then there is nothing we can do. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 288 Lieutenant General Rokosov is on the front line. Wang Zhong put down the microphone and looked at General Gorky. That's all I can do right now. I'll ride to the front line for a walk later. No, General Gorky waved his hand. It will be tomorrow if you reach the front line. This place is far away from the front line. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. At this moment, the staff officer posted the map back to its original position, and he ran over and found the location of the front army headquarters on the map. You are so far away from the front line. He exclaimed, how can you understand the situation on the front line? General Gorky said, I want to excuse this. They command the troops in the entire campaign direction. The front line is so long, so it is understandable to be farther away from the front line. You have been commanding division-level units, and during the counter-attack phase, you only commanded corps-level units. Naturally, you will dislike them for being too far away from the front line. Wang Zhong, then how far is your headquarters at Fort St. Andrew from the front line? That's different. Fort St. Andrew is surrounded, my front army headquarters is in the city, and I can't control the distance from the enemy. General Gorky spread his hands. This is not the same thing. Wang Zhong was speechless. I want to organize a capable inspection team to go to the front line. General Gorky, I'm afraid I cannot agree. No one knows if any enemies have penetrated into the rear. After the front is stabilized, my front headquarters will move forward, and you can move forward with us. Of course Wang Zhong is not afraid of infiltrating enemies. He can highlight them 2 kilometers away. But this reason cannot be given. It cannot be said that it is the protection of St. Andrew, right? General Gorky continued, and you see, the situation on the front line is as we predicted, and the enemy has no intention of a large-scale attack. They have launched a battle to regain their positions across the entire front, and they cannot organize a large-scale breakthrough now even if they want to. It's not that dangerous. The speech you just gave was enough to stabilize the morale of the troops. At this time, the Chief of Staff of the Western Front reported, have we assigned new targets to the troops that were originally preparing to attack, and asked them to act according to the new orders. General Gorky, okay, let them go into battle. The Chief of Staff began issuing orders. General Gorky looked at Wang Zhong. Look, there is nothing worth going to the front line in person. If the enemy really breaks through, I will definitely ask you to rush to the front line as soon as possible and command the army at the most critical position. Wang Zhong nodded. Okay, I will feel relieved with your guarantee. Come, sit down, we can continue to discuss the topic on the plane, how to fight next year's war. What I want to know is, will our army have any new weapons next year? My feeling in the Fort St. Andrew front is that KV is reliable. The premise is that long-distance maneuvers are not carried out, and the results achieved by troops equipped with T-34 are often unsatisfactory. Wang Zhong pulled up a stool and sat down, taking off his hat and placing it on the table. The design of T-34 is flawed. General Gorky also sat down, taking off his hat to reveal his shiny forehead. When Wang Zhong saw the general's forehead, he began to murmur, "Aren't men bound to become bald as they age?" Of course, General Gorky still has hair, but his hairline has receded very seriously, almost catching up with Pavlov. Wang Zhong subconsciously touched his thick hair, but he was less than 30 years old, at least 20 years younger than General Gorky. General Gorky, tell me, what are the flaws of the T-34? As a cavalry officer, my understanding of tanks has always been about the same as the military horses under our crotches. So Wang Zhong began to explain the problems and flaws of the T-34 to General Gorky in detail, and he continued for half an hour. During this process, good news continued to come from the front line, and some of the shaken front lines were stabilized again. General Gorky was speechless. It turns out that T-34 has so many problems. I used to think that it would be a good thing to save one member so that more T-34s can be deployed on the front line. It seems that I have also made a dogmatic mistake and cannot use cavalry dogma. Set up a modern army. After speaking, the general raised his eyebrows. Hey, shouldn't the T-34W, which has solved these problems, be mass-produced? Wang Zhong, the T-34W consumes too many man-hours, and the output cannot meet the needs of the troops. We are losing tanks on the front line too fast. If we can strengthen the battlefield recovery and maintenance of tanks and reduce the losses, the general administration of ordnance can free up tanks. More production capacity is available to produce the T-34W model. General Gorky, it is true that the losses in the past 6 months have been too great. The Prozans have beaten us to the point of running away. We can only solve the problem first and then consider other things. Having tanks is better than not having them. Wang Zhong, yes. At this time, the communications staff came in and reported, we have recaptured highlands such as 451 and 279. Wang Zhong turned to look at the map and confirmed the location of the 2 highlands. Not bad. If we take back these 2 highlands, we can direct artillery fire to cover the enemy-controlled area. The enemy won't even dare to light the lights at night. That's good. General Gorky, tell the troops that they have done a good job and must hold on. The enemy's counterattack should not last long. Yes. The communications staff officer saluted and turned to leave. General Gorky looked at Wang Zhong. Look, it's just a small problem. The plane should take off. You stay here until tomorrow and then take the plane back. At this time the phone rang suddenly. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army answered the phone. Western Front Army Headquarters. Who are you? Suddenly, the Chief of Staff stood at attention and tensed his body. Your Majesty, salute you. General Rokosov? He is here, I will let him answer the phone right now. As he spoke, the Chief of Staff came over with the telephone in one hand and the receiver in the other. He handed the receiver to Wang Zhong respectfully. Your Excellency, General, this is Your Majesty's phone number. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver. Your Majesty, I salute you. Olga, Alyosha, how is the front line? Wang Zhong, it's nothing big. Just as we judged before setting off, the enemy's goal is not to break through, but some people were frightened and almost caused the entire army to collapse. General Gorky has stabilized the front, and I will return tomorrow. Yabeo. Olga, you said it was General Tikakev who was frightened. Yes. Who else could it be? I understand. Olga said in a cold tone, I will personally observe his trial and ensure that he gets the punishment he deserves. Wang Zhong, Your Majesty is wise. Olga, then I'll wait for you to come back. See you tomorrow. After that, he hung up the phone. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Wasn't Olga's last sentence a bit ambiguous? He handed the receiver back to the Chief of Staff and noticed that the entire command was looking at him. Wang Zhong made a serious face. At present, Aunt's mother hopes that everyone will fulfill their duties. Everyone then returned to work. Only General Gorky still looked at Wang Zhong with a meaningful look. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Nothing. The general shrugged. Continue to talk about the topic just now. At this time, the communications staff came in again. We have recaptured the position northeast of Shostka, and we can overlook the city of Shostka again. Wang Zhong, northeast, that position, Hasn't the airport next to it been recaptured? The communications staff officer shook his head, not yet. In fact, we have never been able to capture the airport. The terrain is too open, suitable for the Prasen army to use its firepower. Wang Zhong was speechless. The firepower of the Ant Army Infantry Regiment is far inferior to that of the Plosin Infantry Regiment. No, maybe the firepower of Ant's Infantry Division is not as good as that of the Plosin Infantry Regiment. The Prasen Infantry Regiment has a bunch of mortars, barrel artillery, and 15 cm caliber heavy infantry guns. Ant's division-level firepower team only has 152, and the number is often very small. The Tycoon configuration of the Guards 1 machine rifle with 36 guns and 152 guns is very rare in the entire Ant Army. General Gorky, don't rush at the airport. Just occupy a corner and ensure that the enemy cannot take off and land planes. We have a long way to go. Wang Zhong, when attacking Shastka, you can refer to the enemy's offensive method, constantly use soil work to get closer to the city, and strive to advance the offensive starting position to a place 50 meters in front of the enemy. General Gorky, I will send the engineering corps there. Are you sure that soil work can be done there? Wang Zhong, yes, I have personally inspected the terrain and soil around Shastka. The soil quality there can be approached completely through soil work. The enemy also did this, otherwise their casualties in Shastka would not have been so few. General Gorky laughed loudly, you are so greedy. It is not enough for Shastka to cause so many casualties to the enemy. Wang Zhong, of course it's not enough. We want Prasen to bleed cleanly. General Gorky, then before you return to Yebeo tomorrow, I will try to let the Prosens shed more blood. Chief of Staff, is the ammunition originally used by the artillery to prepare for firepower still there? Chief of Staff, of course we are still there. General Gorky, then open fire. The target is the enemy positions that are not in contention. Give them some strength and prevent them from mobilizing these troops to support the positions that are being contested. Yes. The next day, Wang Zhong returned to St. Catherine's Castle. As soon as he got off the plane, he went straight to the court to observe the trial of Takekav. As a result, before they reached the street where the tribunal building is located, they ran into His Majesty the Tsar's motorcade. Olga opened the car window with a click and shouted to Wang Zhong, Elisha, this way. Even if she yelled, she stretched out her hand and waved. Wang Zhong hurriedly got out of the car, came to the side of the Tsar's car, and bent down close to the window. Your Majesty, can I help you with anything? Come up here and tell me about the situation on the front line. Olga said, moving her butt to the other side and opening the car door. Wang Zhong could only turn around and make a gesture to his motorcade, and then got into His Majesty the Tsar's car. As soon as the door closed, Olga asked with a serious face, is there really no problem on the front line? I only trust your words, and I believe you will never lie to me. Wang Zhong, don't worry, there is no problem at all on the front line. Before I got on the plane, we had completely stabilized our position and recaptured some key high ground. The artillery fire from the front army caused a lot of damage to the enemy. Olga breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I had a nightmare last night. I was lying about the good things on the front line. The enemy occupied Kalinskaya again and fired artillery from the Eternal Castle to hit the Summer Palace. I was torn apart in the explosion. Wang Zhong, that kind of thing won't happen. Olga looked at Wang Zhong pitifully. If it were a brother, he would definitely hug me at this time. Wang Zhong, no, you are not such a fragile girl, you are just pretending. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he flicked Olga's forehead. Oops. Olga shouted, what's wrong with me pretending? There are no outsiders in the car, and the curtains are well drawn, why don't you just let me act coquettishly? Not good. Wang Zhong said firmly. Chapter 289 The Most Heinous Crime, Update 2833. Chapter 289 The Most Heinous Crime, Updated 2833. Soon the convoy arrived in front of the tribunal building. When the car stopped, Wang Zhong said to Olga, I know you want to come here, but now you are the Tsar. This is a formal occasion, so you must be dignified and decent. Olga nodded, I know. Wang Zhong stared at her for a few seconds and warned again, what happened last time when you forcibly kissed me at the train station can't happen again. Okay. Olga nodded solemnly. Wang Zhong then opened the door and got out of the car, straightened his clothes, turned to the other side of the car, opened the door and stretched out his hand. Olga held his hand gracefully and got out of the car calmly. Wang Zhong was afraid that Olga would directly come up to hug her arm, so he immediately distanced himself after she let go of her hand. Olga just glanced at him, then maintained her dignified posture and walked forward with her head held high. Wang Zhong hurriedly followed behind. Suddenly a thought passed through his mind, is my position the position where the great eunuch stood in the Qing Palace drama? That's Lafayette 6E in front, I'm Lilianaing. Rebirth, I play Lilianaing in Ant? Wang Zhong quickly felt the little brother and confirmed that he was still there. Scare me. The tribunal sent a high-ranking archbishop to greet His Majesty the Tsar, but saw that Wang Zhong was also in some confusion. After saluting His Majesty the Tsar, the archbishop glanced at Wang Zhong and said, Your Majesty, if General Rokosov is here too, if so, I hope you will be notified in advance. Olga asked back, My god brother came with me, why should I report to you? Archbishop, but General Rokosov may be called as a witness later. Olga, then just summon me. It's not like my private room doesn't have a direct passage to the court hearing. You are right. Then I will inform the presiding judge to modify the trial process. Please come this way, Your Majesty. In this way, Wang Zhong and Olga were taken to the private room dedicated to the royal family. As long as the tribunal tried those prisoners for whom the royal family could not come forward directly, His Majesty the Tsar could watch the trial process in this private room. The view from the private room is very good, and you can have a panoramic view of the entire trial venue. Wang Zhong stood in front of the window and saw more than half of the generals sitting in the jury box. Everyone had serious expressions. Olga was originally sitting down, but when she saw Wang Zhong like this, she stood up again, went to him and pointed to the generals in the jury box one by one, and told them their camps. That one is General Andrei Stpanovich, who is also a quick winner. That one is General Gogol, who is a centrist and has a good relationship with General Turgenev. And that one is Lieutenant General Pushkin, who has already publicly expressed my support for your theory. Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, don't get so close. Olga, this way you can see clearly who I am referring to. There is also General Chernyshevsky, who also opposes the theory of quick victory. Wang Zhong understood. His name was that of a famous literary figure. They were both our own people who opposed the theory of quick victory. Thinking carefully about it, Admiral Turgenev and Lieutenant General Chekhov, whom he met before, were very nice people and did things well. Reliable. I don't know if it's a coincidence or the will of the universe. As soon as Olga finished the introduction, Tukayev was escorted into the trial venue by two judges. He looked much older, and there was an aura of decadence surrounding him. Olga also looked at Tukayev and suddenly said, He looks like this, but I feel a little pity for him. Wang Zhong, don't pity him. Think of the soldiers who died tragically in front of Prasen's solid defense line because of his reckless attack. Yes. Olga nodded vigorously. At this time, the trial was ready, and the bishop who had just received Olga entered the private room. Your Majesty, the trial is ready, can it begin? Olga, okay. The bishop glanced at Wang Zhong and asked, when the judge summons Lieutenant General Rokosov to appear in court later, should he let him leave the private room through the passage and then enter the trial hall, or should he directly use a mechanical device to open the window of the private room? That way? Lieutenant General Rokosov can appear in court in a private room. Without waiting for Olga to answer, Wang Zhong said, Of course you should go to the witness stand and testify in His Majesty the Tsar's private room. It looks like he is overwhelming others with power. General Tukayev deserves his punishment. It is not because he fell out of favor. Behind bars. The bishop bowed respectfully, then when you are summoned later, a judge will come to guide you. Then I won't disturb you too. The bishop exited the private room. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that he and Olga were alone in the private room. Olga also looked around, and then said, Alyosha, I think. No. Wang Zhong took a step closer to her, no matter what you think, it won't work. Just sit down and listen obediently. Olga sat back in her seat angrily. At this time, the chief judge picked up the gavel and banged it, and the courtroom fell silent. The jury members who were chatting just now and the audience in the auditorium all stopped talking and looked at the presiding judge. Chief Judge, today, we will hear the case of General Tukayev's reckless advance that caused heavy losses to our army. The entire hall remained quiet. In the first step, the jury members and all the presiding officers are asked to take an oath to St. Andrew. As soon as he finished speaking, a bracket rose up in front of each jury box, with a thick book on it, probably the Holy Book of St. Andrew. Everyone stood up and pressed the Holy Book with their left hand. The choir began to sing, and everyone looked solemn. Wang Zhong glanced at Olga and found that the Tsar was staring directly at him and didn't care about anything else. Olga smiled slightly after meeting their eyes. After the simple ceremony, the chief judge continued, for the second part, please ask General Tukayev to take the oath. Tukayev was not treated like a mechanically raised holy book. The inquisitor guarding him took out a holy book, grabbed his hand, pressed it on it, and began to swear an oath. After the set of procedures was completed, the presiding judge announced that the trial had officially begun. General Tukayev, the slide on the left shows the number of casualties after you commanded the Western Front to launch a counter-offensive. Can you admit this number? The chief examiner asked. Tukayev glanced at the slides, basically admitted. But If you want to speak, you must apply first. Tkkav, I apply to speak. Referee, you can speak. Tkkav, war is about killing people. Even Lieutenant General Rokosov's troops died a lot, didn't they? The 3rd Rear Amur Regiment he brought out from Ronnies should theoretically have of the 2,500 combatants, how many were left when they arrived in Luchtov? Isn't he respected as the Iron Wall of the Empire? Wang Zhong heard Olga yelling angrily next to him, don't even look at how many times Alyosha faced enemies that were twice his own. His Majesty. As soon as Wang Zhong opened his mouth, Olga said dissatisfiedly, why, you don't want me to say something fair? No, I just thank your Majesty for your understanding. Snored. Tkkav continued in the trial hall below, General Gorky in Fort St. Andrew, his troops suffered heavy casualties, but the headquarters still commended him. Now you want to shoot me because I suffered heavy losses? This is not fair. Wang Zhong looked at the jury box and found that many people were frowning. Obviously Tkkav's defense did not satisfy the soldiers in the jury. Inquisitor, have you finished speaking? I'm done. Tkkav replied, regaining a little of the aura he had when he was Chief of General Staff. Chief Judge, before you attacked the Plosin fortification zone from Bokos to Shostka, someone warned you that attacking this line of defense would cause heavy casualties, but you rejected this correct suggestion. Is this happening? Tkkav, if you attack a fortified area, you will suffer huge casualties. You can't do it because of this. The Chief Judge banged the gavel hard, quiet. Without permission, you can only answer yes or no. Tkkav, yes. I want to defend myself. Chief Judge, approved. Tkkav, if you attack the enemy's fortification area, you will pay heavy casualties. If you don't attack when you see the enemy's fortification, that is an act of cowardice. Wang Zhong stood up and said to Olga, I'm going to confront this guy in court. Olga, you want to break into the trial hall directly. You might as well just open the glass. Oops. Wang Zhong flicked Olga's forehead, turned around and left the private room, and asked the judge and palace guards guarding the door, how to enter the trial hall. At this time, 2 judges happened to come from the corridor. Seeing Wang Zhong, they hurriedly said, you came out so early, come with me. Wang Zhong then followed the 2 judges around and arrived at the side door of the court. Please wait a moment for the chief judge. Wang Zhong opened the door in front of him directly. The door banged against the wall with too much force and bounced back. Wang Zhong slapped him to block it. Tkkav was making an impassioned speech when he saw Wang Zhong and was stunned. Presiding Judge, Lieutenant General Rokosov, it's not time for you to testify yet. You seem to be showing contempt for this court. Wang Zhong, I absolutely do not mean to despise the trial court. After all, you are trying the criminals on behalf of the vast majority of anti-believers. I am here just because I can't stand Tkkav's nonsense. I ask the presiding judge to give me a chance to confront him. Opportunity. The presiding judge nodded, with permission, please come to the witness stand. The 2 judges opened the wooden fence of the witness box. Wang Zhong rushed in with 3 steps and 2 steps, and before the judge closed the door, he yelled, Tkkav. You damn bastard. You actually have the nerve to say that attacking the fortified area will inevitably cause casualties. Yes, it is true. There will be casualties when attacking the fortification zone, but if you look at it, is it as simple as casualties? You ignored the supply situation of the troops and ignored military common sense. Generally, attacking a solid fortified position requires a force several times that of the enemy. What about you? I know that after the previous 10 days of advance, the troops including the 1st Assault Group Army are very tired, and there are a large number of tanks in a state of maintenance. The entire 1st Assault Group Army only has a few T-34s ready for combat. The situation of the infantry units is equally bad. The previous continuous advances have left all infantry units in a state of depletion. These units were newly formed. The infantry lacked training and the officers were not familiar with the team. During the pursuit, there were a large number of people fall behind. You ignored all of this and blindly demanded a quick attack. As a result, you ran into the enemy's carefully constructed defense line. In some areas, the ratio of enemy troops to our own was even lower than 1:1. Countless soldiers were sacrificed in vain. Wang Zhong pointed at Tkkav and roared, all this is to satisfy your pathetic vanity. All because you want me to kiss your boots. You have committed a heinous crime. Written request for leave. My dad called me home today to have dinner with my old comrades. I caught fish for the first time in a long time. I still have 5 chapters left from last month's monthly ticket bonus. There are still 3 days left this month, and I will have to update 4 chapters a day in the next 3 days. I think I have updated a lot, why do I keep catching up? Anyway, see you tomorrow, April 27, 2024. Chapter 290 It is a matter of life and death. Wang Zhong stared at General Takekav. Takekav seemed like a rabbit being watched by a hawk at first, but he probably suddenly figured out that he would die anyway, so it was better to show fearlessness. He held his head high and faced Wang Zhong directly. Before, I always thought that I was the person who understood modern warfare best in the Ant Army. It was I who asked for the formation of armored forces, and it was I who asked for the expansion of the army. Wang Zhong, you still have the nerve to mention the expansion of the army? Do those armored divisions you created that look like they are filled with water have any effect other than improving the performance of Prosan's ace tanker? Your understanding of modern warfare is only superficial. You don't even understand the key to modern warfare. No, you know nothing at all. Takekav had just looked resigned to his fate, but when he heard Wang Zhong say that he knew nothing about modern warfare, he immediately became angry. With the support of anger, it didn't seem to matter whether he was defeated or embarrassed. He just wanted to compete with Wang Zhong academically. Takekav, tell me, why don't I understand? Wang Zhong, you don't understand anything. There are people in the entire Ant Army who truly understand modern warfare, but it's definitely not you. Nor is it the traitorous General Skorobo. Takekav, the key to modern warfare is breaking through the enemy's defense lines in great depth, encircling and annihilating the enemy in mobile warfare. Is there anything wrong with this understanding? Wang Zhong, this is just a superficial appearance. You don't understand the true strength of Prosan's army at all. Takekav raised his head high, then you should tell me, the 41st principle of Suvorov Military Academy. As the 38th principle, I question you. Wang Zhong had no idea that Takekav was his senior. If he thought about it carefully, this kind of armchair temperament might have come from teaching. Just like a perpetual motion machine expert, his lectures are clear and logical. If Wang Zhong had just traveled through time, he might have been timid. After all, before traveling through time, he was just an ordinary college graduate, and he was still submissive to his thesis advisor who had just been promoted to associate professor. It's different now. He is Rokasov who has returned from hell. The military theoretical works he once read as a hobbyist have turned into an understanding of war. Those theories are like fine steel, refined and summarized by so many military strategists, and then forged countless times in the furnace of war by the god of death wielding a giant hammer called sacrifice, and finally forged into a sword. Holding a sharp sword, how could Wang Zhong be afraid of such a paper tiger? Wang Zhong, then let me tell you what is really strong about the Prosans. Do you think they are strong in tanks? No, during the Melania battle, most of their tank divisions were equipped with number 1 and number 2 tanks. No, they are the same as our BT tanks. No, our BT is stronger than them. After all, it also has a 45mm gun. But the Prosans launched a blitzkrieg. This was a completely different kind of war from the previous wars. Their troops suddenly penetrated deep into the enemy's defense lines, turning the logistics and command structures into a mess. Is this a feat accomplished with tanks? Is this a feat accomplished with tanks alone? Takekav snorted contemptuously, then why do you rely on it? Your series of rhetorical questions just now cannot hide the fact that you didn't say anything at all. Wang Zhong, what I was about to say. The enemy relies on 3 points. He raised 3 fingers and looked around the entire court, deliberately ignoring Olga who deliberately opened the one-way glass to overlook the venue. First, there is the advancement of communication technology. Radios with higher power and portability, as well as universally equipped radios, allow Prosan's combat headquarters to have a clearer understanding of the situation on the front line. As long as the commander of Prosan is willing, he can even communicate directly with the command vehicle on the front line. The innovation of radio technology allows Prosan's troops scattered across the battlefield to link up like cells. Second, complete arms coordination. Prosan's army arms coordination is far better than ours. His armored division is equipped with a large number of auxiliary troops, and the accompanying infantry regiment has even higher firepower than our infantry division. And they can also get the support of the Air Force. The Stuka bombs the target according to the instructions of the ground forces, and can even bring out the ground tanks to mark the target with smoke. The Air Force bombs with such cooperation. Our Air Force can only detect the enemy on its own because most units on the ground do not have radios. Third, the superb quality of soldiers. This was especially apparent to me when I was commanding the naval infantry. A considerable number of naval infantrymen are high school students. They know why they are fighting, what they have to do, and what their tactical goals are. Even if they temporarily lose contact with their superiors, naval infantrymen still have extremely high mobility. At least the non-commissioned officers at the grassroots level of the Prosan army have the same mobility as the naval infantry. A sergeant can command a combat team to deal with us. This feeling is especially obvious when fighting with the Prosan army. As long as one of their non-commissioned officers is not killed, they can maintain their fighting spirit. Even with Lutov's huge disadvantage, My troops were able to withstand the Prosens in hand-to-hand combat because the backbone of my troops at that time were cadets. Wang Zhong stopped. His mouth felt dry after talking too much in one breath. He said to the side, "Water." The judge immediately handed Wang Zhong a bottle of Coke. Wang Zhong didn't realize until he finished drinking, is there a mistake? The one who likes to drink Coke is General Gorky, so forget it. Takekav looked thoughtful and did not even take advantage of Wang Zhong to drink water to defend himself. He was obviously thinking about Wang Zhong's words, he was really thinking about Wang Zhong's words. Wang Zhong couldn't help but tease, "Are you starting to think about my words now? It's too late." Just like General Skorobo, it's too late. Takekav pursed his lips and did not refute. Wang Zhong continued, "And you, look at what you did. Did you approve that radios were only distributed to the platoon leader's car?" Takekav, "It's not me, but I have to quibble about this. Our radio output is too low, and the tube factory is in Fort St. Andrew, because our best university in this area is in Fort St. Andrew." Wang Zhong, "Then why don't you reduce production to a quarter? We lost 18,000 tanks in the 18th day of the war, but the enemy only put 4,000 tanks into the attack. What is the use of a large and useless tank force? You saw the success of the Procenians in Melania and the Carolingians, and they expanded our original 18 tank divisions to 96. The result is that these divisions have no auxiliary troops at all, and there are not enough radios and radios. The expansion of the army has also made it difficult to describe the personnel quality of these divisions, and it has also affected other arms. Because tank pilots need to graduate at least 10th grade, and there are only so many 10th grade graduates every year. Because all 10th grade graduates were packed into the tank unit, other technical arms did not have that many soldiers. The infantry was even more pitiful. More than half of the infantry had only attended Sunday schools run by churches. So not only the tank troops disappeared like bubbles, but the infantry troops also disappeared. You are simply causing trouble for thousands of years. Wang Zhong stopped and stared at Takekav. He knew that he should give an example at this time, but he did not remember the specific example. He only remembered that when communicating with the surviving tank unit officers, he heard that a luxuriously equipped tank division was the enemy's infantry division was wiped out. Because he couldn't remember the serial number, he could only say, some tank divisions clearly had advanced T-34S and KVS, but they were eaten up by the enemy's infantry divisions. It was because inexperienced commanders used the assault guns equipped by the enemy's infantry divisions to think of it as a tank, stop and shoot. As a result, we were beaten by the enemy's infantry troops. This division only had 1 battalion of accompanying infantry. And its firepower was far inferior to others. There were only 4 infantry guns in total. After the infantry was defeated, the tanks became the infantry's military exploits. A tank division was defeated by an infantry division in the wilderness. What a shame. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Turgenev interjected, "It should be the 27th Tank Division. This division does have only 1 battalion of accompanying infantry, and is not accompanied by artillery, engineers, anti-tank, and air defense troops. The reconnaissance force also only has 1 cavalry battalion." Wang Zhong, who was supported by Turgenev's information, became even more arrogant, "Did you hear that? It was you who blindly expanded the army and ruined them." Takekav lowered his head. Suddenly he said, "Yeah, maybe you have a point. Wang Zhong, maybe? Are you still stubborn now?" Takekav, "No, I say maybe because we are still unsure about the specific performance of your synthetic division, right? The number of mobile army auxiliary units you want to form is unprecedented. You know these auxiliaries that you are asking for. Are the troops divided into several army groups? If such an elite force suffered heavy losses, how would you explain it to His Majesty the Tsar?" Wang Zhong, "My troops do not need to be responsible to the Tsar, as long as they are worthy of Aunt's mother." Takekav, "Then if such a unit is defeated, how will you explain to Aunt's mother?" Wang Zhong pressed his hands on the railing of the witness stand, leaned forward, and looked at Takekav, "When the time comes, I will take responsibility like you." Takekav hesitated for a moment and sighed, "Then I'll wait and see, although I want to say this, I can't see the specifics." "Lieutenant General Rokosov, what you just said convinced me. I have been it's strange why our troops are like butter to the enemy. I hope your troops can block Proson's sharp knife." Wang Zhong, "It will." Takekav stared at Wang Zhong for a long time, until the chief judge was about to remind him, and then he said, "I was wrong, both you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Then he turned to the judge, "Your Majesty, I am ready to admit responsibility for my mistakes." Wang Zhong, "Are you going to stop protesting? The facts are before me, I can't help but deny them." The presiding judge looked towards the jury box, "Does the jury want to speak?" Marshal Boris, the current chief of the general staff, said, "There is nothing more to say. Lieutenant General Rokosov's speech is very enlightening. If it was raised before the war, It's nothing, don't worry about it. The chief judge looked at His Majesty the Tsar, who had opened the window to listen, and after confirming her nod, said, General Takakav, your wrong military line has caused huge losses to the Ant Empire army and Ant's mother. This court sentences you to death. The chief judge raised his gavel and slammed it down. Chapter 291, From the River to the Ocean, Europa will be liberated. Wang Zhong seemed to have completed a phased task and breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to pick up the half-drunk coke when Takakav suddenly said, Presiding Judge, I have a request. Inquisitor, go ahead. After all, you are not a traitor. We will meet your reasonable demands. This is a reminder to Takakav, just admit it if you like it. Don't force me to change the sentence of treason. Then the whole family will have fun. Although His Majesty the Tsar who gave the order has passed away, the order has not been cancelled. Wang Zhong also stopped to see what else Takakav could do. As a result, Takakav also looked at him, and the two looked at each other. Takakav, since it is the death penalty, I hope it can be executed by Lieutenant General Rokosov himself. General Skorobo and I were classmates. When I was the principal of the Suvorov Military Academy, he was the Dean of Academic Affairs. We personally signed Lieutenant General Rokosov's report card of that year. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. What, you still want to add a sense of ceremony? Takakav, now that I think about it, he was behind the scenes just because he could not agree with our wrong military thinking. Now it is up to him to put an end to this mistake himself. Sure enough, after I won the battle, a great scholar came to argue for me. But to be honest, I don't have such direct hatred for Takakav Wang Zhong. General Skorobo's behavior was tantamount to directly killing his good brother and kind father. Then Wang Zhong himself almost ran away, and the carefully formed troops were directly broken in half in the encirclement. Wang Zhong was so angry when he saw him running back that he drew his gun immediately after being teased. But Takakav, Caesar's anger had already been vented at the front army headquarters. At that time, Wang Zhong slapped him and almost turned him into a top, that is, he was relatively heavy and could not spin. Vasily's fat body was already spinning, and maybe he was lifted into the air with the rotation. So now Wang Zhong actually doesn't have such a deep hatred to shoot Takakav. But since the other party asked, the chief judge looked at Wang Zhong asking for his opinion. Wang Zhong, since you have made such a request, I can only agree with you. Takakav looked directly at Wang Zhong. I know you once said in the military academy that if I break through the defense line, come and kiss my shoes. I have indeed imagined that scene. Now it stands to reason that I should kiss damn my boots, but please allow me to retain my last bit of dignity. Wang Zhong, dignity? Go down below and talk to the soldiers who died in Ant and the tank crews who died in the burned tanks. See if they will give it to you. Takakav, I will. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of talking to each other, the chief interrogator banged the gavel again. The execution time is tomorrow morning, at the execution ground. At this time, a bishop-level inquisitor came and whispered a few words in the ear of the presiding judge. Then the chief judge looked at Wang Zhong. With the special approval of His Majesty the Tsar and His Majesty Belinsky, the execution location will be changed to the shooting range of the Suvorov Military Academy. Wang Zhong raised his head and looked at the seat of His Majesty the Tsar at the open window above the trial hall. Belinsky was standing behind Olga. He noticed Wang Zhong's eyes and nodded slightly. Okay, this is to completely determine my influence on the army by shooting Takakav. At this time, at least half of the aristocratic faction's foundation in the army was destroyed. At this time, the chief judge said to Wang Zhong, the trial of General Takakav is over, and the trials of other generals of the Western Front who made mistakes during the offensive will be held when their troops change defenses and rest. Then, retreat. After the chief judge finished speaking, he banged the gavel hard, and the whole audience stood up, waiting for the chief judge to leave. Good guy, the Western Front now has a lot of quick victory factions and aristocratic factions gathered, and Belinsky is eager to wash them all away. With such a huge defeat, the centrists in the Imperial Military Department had nothing to say. Wang Zhong looked at General Turgenev in the jury box. In his impression, General Turgenev was a representative figure of the centrists. Although he is only a general, he has long held the position of chief of the military order in charge of personnel appointments. He is in a key position and has a high reputation. Now he can directly lessen His Majesty the Tsar. He may be more effective than Marshal Boris, who serves as chief of general staff. General Turgenev also looked at Wang Zhong. At this time, the presiding judge had already left, so everyone in the jury box also left their seats and began to chat together. General Gogol and Lieutenant General Pushkin both came to Turgenev. Beside, Wang Zhong thought to himself, okay, I have received widespread support from the Russian literary community. At this time, I don't know what Turgenev said. Gogol and Pushkin both looked at Wang Zhong, and the three of them nodded. It looks like the centrists have looked into it. At this time, The court bailiff said to Wang Zhong, "Lieutenant General Rokosov, you can leave the meeting." Wang Zhong nodded and didn't forget to finish the coke. December 18, St. Ekaterinburg, shooting range of Suvorov Military Academy. Even though the sun was very low, it was a really nice day with a cloudless blue sky. Unfortunately, it was still very cold. Wang Zhong wanted to take Nelly with him in his coat to keep himself warm before going out. I wonder if he really does this, Nelly will perform the stunt of stopping time like a perfect and chic maid. All students from the Suvorov Military Academy gathered at the shooting range and formed a dozen neat square formations. The team of frontline officers who came for theoretical study was much looser. Although the officers maintained their military posture, they did not strictly abide by Q discipline like the students, and many of them were chatting. But when Wang Zhong walked onto the makeshift viewing platform, everyone fell silent. You could actually hear the buzz from the military official formation suddenly quieting down. "Wang Zhong, all of you, stand at attention." With the uniform sound of heels clashing, everyone's eyes focused on Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked at the auditorium, and after confirming that His Majesty the Tsar, Patriarch Belinsky, and a group of senior military officers were all seated, he looked at the phalanx of students again. "It's time to give a speech again. It feels like I'm always giving a speech this month." However, compared to the beginners who stumbled over their speeches before and had to copy bits and pieces here and there, I am now an experienced speaker. I can even go on stage with just my draft. Thinking like this, Wang Zhong walked to the microphone. "Today we are gathered here to completely liquidate the military line errors of the 38th president. Next, I predict that there will be a calm period of 3 to 4 months on the battlefield. The enemy will be on 915. There will be no large-scale operations before May 2020, and we will use this opportunity to carry out small-scale military reform pilots. In fact, on Earth, Mao Zedong also fought and reformed at the same time. The main thing was that it would not work without reform. Almost all the old troops were wiped out, and they were reformed when new troops were formed. When they arrived at Kursk, Mao Zedong actually relied on heaps to kill Sandoku. Sandoku's elite armored divisions achieved an astonishing battle loss ratio, but they were still defeated in the end. Mao Zedong was trained after Kursk, and the subsequent offensive battles were fought quite well. Bagration even defeated all the three virtues. In the end, Mao Zedong stopped because the logistics could not keep up. If he had Ami's logistics, Bagration would probably be able to pierce Sandesi in one go. Unfortunately, it took too long for Earth Mao Zedong to level up, and the price was too high. Wang Zhong plans to change the situation. In fact, he has partially changed the situation of the war. On Earth, Mao Zedong was killed by hundreds of thousands of troops in Vyazma during Operation Typhoon. However, Wang Zhong relied on himself and his brothers to hold onto the Duo River, allowing the troops who would have been surrounded withdrew. The veterans in these units made it possible for Wang Zhong to form a unit composed entirely of experienced veterans. Wang Zhong, in the 2 years before the war started, because Takeyev's understanding of the use of armored forces was only superficial, he implemented a large and unreasonable military expansion policy, expanding the number of armored divisions from 18 to 96. The number of tanks was expanded to 20,000. These figures became his bragging rights in front of the late emperor, and promoted him and his accomplice General Skorobo to high positions. After all, the fact that the Tsar was actually shot has not yet been announced, and he was the biological father of Ivan and Olga, so Wang Zhong still respected him as the late emperor. Wang Zhong, then these fat armored divisions were completely destroyed in the summer offensive of the Prassens. Before the war, the 5 million anti-army was actually just a giant with clay feet. When the flood came, the mud feet were washed away. The giant that lost its foundation also collapsed. And what we have to do is to regenerate the giants. Now is the starting point of rebirth. I believe that this new army will sweep across the fallen land and the entire Prasen Empire. Wang Zhong stopped. He was now considered an experienced speaker. He instinctively realized that there should be a popular slogan here. After a moment's thought, he said, "From the river, Duva River, to the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Europa will be liberated." As soon as he finished speaking, some students couldn't help shouting, "Ula!" The entire shooting range resounded with an overwhelming ulra sound. The sound even knocked the snow off some trees. Just at this time, 3 prison vehicles escorted by half-track vehicles drove into the shooting range and stopped in front of the makeshift viewing platform. Wang Zhong frowned slightly when he saw the half-track. Isn't this the famous American M3 half-track? Is the aid coming now? But think about it, spam cans and coke were delivered, so it was normal for the half-track to be delivered. The door of the prison car was opened, and then General Takeyev got out of the car. He still has a military rank on his military uniform. It is estimated that the superiors still plan to leave a pair of underwear for the nobles and not to do anything wrong, so as to unite some nobles. Wang Zhong felt that General Skorobo also had a military rank when he shot him, which was consistent with the situation. Takekav turned to look at the students gathered below. At this time, the students were still shouting Ula, and only the front row noticed Takekav's arrival. But soon, the sound of the Uras stopped, and everyone looked at General Takekav. Wang Zhong, General Takekav, is there anything else you want to say to your classmates? Takekav shook his head, no need, just let my blood water the ant army that was reborn from the ashes. Wang Zhong nodded, bring it to the execution ground. The judge escorted Takekav to the execution platform set up in the center of the shooting range. Wang Zhong took out his pistol and checked it carefully to make sure it didn't jam like last time. Takekav stood still on the execution platform. A judge came over with a blindfold, but he shook his head, no need. Then the judge withdrew. All the judges got off the execution platform, leaving only Takekav standing on it. Wang Zhong held a pistol, walked down from the viewing platform, and walked towards the execution platform with standard military steps. He felt all eyes on him. He climbed onto the execution platform and stood before Takekav. Takekav looked at the gun in his hand, is it the one that shot General Skorobo? Wang Zhong, yes. Takekav, it looks like an ordinary officer's gun. Wang Zhong, do you know there is a legend in the United Kingdom? It is said that the king of the United Kingdom is the one who pulls out the holy sword in the lake. However, no one in history knows where the sword is, but there are countless kings. It is not the person who draws the sword of the brave that is the brave, but the sword that the brave uses is the sword of the brave. The same goes for this gun. I used it to kill General Skorobo and you. In the future, I will use it to kill the culprit of all things, Emperor Prasen. This ordinary officer's gun will become a legendary gun. Handed down from generation to generation. Then it was used as a holy relic to fight the Holy Grail War. Wang Zhong raised his gun and aimed it between Takekav's eyebrows. Takekav, keep your word, Lieutenant General Rokosov. Wang Zhong, I promise. He pulled the trigger. The bullet entered Takekav between his eyebrows and penetrated through the back of his head. The blood drew a long arc and sprayed on the snow below the execution platform. It was clear that there were planes all around, but the sound of the gunfire seemed to have an echo. Wang Zhong knew that this was the bell of the giant's rebirth. Chapter 292, The First Review of the Armament Review Committee. Chapter 292 The First Review of the Ordnance Review Committee, Update 2933. On December 20th, the Ordnance Review Committee held its first review at the former Civil War Exhibition Hall, number 10 Hepping Street. Lieutenant General Rokosov's personal execution at the Suvorov Military Academy 2 days ago has triggered a series of shocks. A large number of aristocratic officers who did not directly command the troops were mobilized to the Far East to confront the Fuzu Empire, and a large number of officers who performed well were promoted. These promoted officers must attend a crash course at the Suvorov Military Academy when their troops return to rest, mainly learning from the experiences summed up by frontline generals including Rokosov. The first batch of training officers had actually reported to the military academy when Lieutenant General Rokosov took office as the director of the Suvorov Military Academy. These officers who have participated in training, have frontline experience and can directly control the troops now have a new name in Yebeo, Rokosov faction. This morning, as soon as Wang Zhong arrived at the door of number 10 Hepping Street, he saw United States reporter Mike and his partner. So he spoke first, Mike. Why didn't you come to the execution on the 18th? Reporter Mike looked frustrated, I went to the front line for interviews and just came back today. You guys moved too fast. As soon as I received the news that Takekav was escorted back to Yebeo, I rushed back, wondering what to do. It will take half a month to finish, I can definitely catch up. The result, oh haha. After he talked about his partner Robert, he said, your photographer skills are very good, but you don't know how to take impactful photos. If you look at this photo, it looks like an oil painting, panoramic. It's not bad, but it lacks impact. Wang Zhong, the photo you took of my fiancée was very good and very impactful. Nowadays, the enthusiasm for women to join the army is unprecedentedly high. Robert was shocked, why are female soldiers so enthusiastic about joining the army? Wang Zhong, I want to defend the motherland like her. And women are no longer content to send their loved ones to the battlefield this time. They have to go to the battlefield themselves to crush the enemy. I suggest Mr. Mike interview the female soldiers in our army, reports the title is There Are No Faces of Women in War. I think they will provide you with many stories from another perspective. Although it's from a different angle, it's just as moving as the heroic battles on the front lines. Reporter Mike nodded, I will, General. But now please express your opinion on the current popular opinions in Yebeo. Yebeo said that you have actually established your own officer corps. Last night at your manor, the banquet is the gathering of the officer corps. Wang Zhong was shocked, what? I just invited a few old friends to eat some spam cans and drink some coke, why did it become an officers' reunion party? Last night, Wang Zhong discovered that Kazakh, Kyrenenko and other generals who had fought together were all in Yebeo, so he invited them and their staff to come over as guests. It was really just a gathering of old guys who had died on the battlefield. Just like the gathering between Wang Zhong's father and his old comrades before time travel, a group of people got together to sing Cat's Ear Hole and Camel Bell, recalling the hardships and thinking about the sweetness. I didn't expect it to look like this to outsiders. Reporter Mike, so it's just a gathering of old friends? Is this the official statement? Wang Zhong, this is my opinion. If there are deviations in the report in the future, you will be responsible. Reporter Mike asked again, your fiancé took the lead in organizing officers' wives to participate in textile production. Is this to prepare for the war? Wang Zhong, she just thinks that it is not in line with the current situation for officers' wives to attend dance parties all day long. In fact, there are many officers' wives who don't like to engage in these social activities when the war situation is bad. She just brings these people together to do something right. Good things about war. Reporter Mike quickly recorded it in his notebook. Wang Zhong grabbed the notebook directly and found that it was written in English. With his English that had deteriorated to a reading level, he couldn't understand what this guy had memorized. Then Robert clicked and took a picture. Wang Zhong had a bad idea and was plotted by these journalism students. He could only return the notebook to Reporter Mike. Reports must be based on facts, and don't add fuel and jealousy. Reporter Mike smiled bitterly and said, that way the editor-in-chief would be dissatisfied. In fact, according to the latest domestic instructions, the editor-in-chief said that enough heroic battles on the front line have been written about. These reports have gained recognition under the premise that the United States is currently shouting for revenge. Very good sales, but be prepared for a rainy day. Wang Zhong, and then you found it on my head. Reporter Mike, palace intrigue has always been a popular theme. The play Macbeth is shown once a year and is sold out every time. Wang Zhong, what are you implying, my Mike reporter? Reporter Mike looked surprised, have you seen Macbeth? Nonsense, I have seen all 4 of Shakespeare's tragedies, movie adaptations. Besides the 4 tragedies, I have seen countless versions of Romeo and Juliet, and I like Leonardo's version the best. Suddenly, Wang Zhong realized that his behavior was not consistent with his status as a playboy. After all, in this era you can only go to the theater to watch plays, not movies. So he changed his mind and said, I haven't read it, but I still know that Macbeth tells the story of a usurping tyrant. Reporter Mike smiled and said, I'm just giving an example, I really don't mean anything else. What equipment are you planning to pass in today's committee? Wang Zhong, no comment. After saying that, he walked directly inside. Reporter Mike was about to follow, but was stopped by Vasily. The censorship committee already has agencies related to news release. Please contact these agencies. Wang Zhong silently gave Vasily a thumbs up. The review committee was held in the original circular exhibition hall on the first floor. All the exhibits originally displayed here were stored underground, leaving the exhibition hall vacant. In the center is a long table with 5 seats behind it. On the front of the long table are a blackboard, a shelf for flip charts and other equipment often used in scientific lectures. Wang Zhong was about to sit down at the long table in the middle, but was stopped by someone. He is the 40th principal of Suvorov Military Academy, yes, the old man who he personally invited back to be the 5th level clerk. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, when are you going to take my head? The old man asked. The posture of leaning on a cane while speaking reminded Wang Zhong of Saber's classic sword-leaning appearance in Fate. It seems like this is a popular posture in this era? Wang Zhong, what are you talking about? I still rely on you to maintain the operation of the committee. Old man, I'll also sign your transcript. Wang Zhong, Tkachev was shot because of his mistakes in the military line. Do you interpret this as my personal revenge? Do you look down on me, or do you look down on His Majesty the Tsar? The old man stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. Is it really not a personal feud? No. I also made an agreement with him to shoot Emperor Prasen with the same gun. Wang Zhong patted the pistol on his waist and said, this is the gun. The old man stared at Wang Zhong for several seconds and said, is it a big lie or a promise? Let me see clearly with these eyes. After speaking, the old man turned around and walked towards the door. Wang Zhong, aren't you going to be the review committee member? The current battlefield is a bit unfamiliar to me. The old man turned his head slightly and looked at Wang Zhong sideways. After all, it is something you have to use personally. I will trust the young man's judgment here. With that said, the old man left. Wang Zhong watched him disappear outside the door. Vasily also watched the old man farewell, and then said, why do I feel that he has recognized you? Wang Zhong, your feeling is correct. Vasily, when will my father recognize me? Wang Zhong, maybe he has already approved it. After saying that, he went straight to the middle of the long table, pulled out a chair and sat down. There was not much army equipment among the things reviewed by the first committee. It should be because the front line was defeated so quickly that the army had no time to evaluate the quality of the equipment. Many army units were also completely surrounded by the enemy and took prisoners. Among the many improvements in Air Force equipment, the IL-2 and PE-2 bombers are on the list. There are two modifications to the IL-2. One is to cancel the cannons on the wings, freeing up the payload to mount more rockets. The other is to swap the positions of the cannon and the machine gun, and install the cannon on the body to solve the problem of vibration when firing. Wang Zhong approved the production of the two variants after asking for the opinions of Air Force representatives and carefully confirming the target data during the test flight. In fact, Wang Zhong did not want to mass-produce IL-2 like in another time and space, because the close air support efficiency of the Earth's World War II Air Force was not high. And the generality is not high. The Western Front is better. 6 to 8% of the losses of Santoku tanks were caused by air raids. On the Eastern Front, there are only 2%. Yes, the 40,000 IL-2s only hit 2% of the tanks lost by Santoku, and of these 2%, most of them were bombed by IL-2s at railway stations. Those who came out were counted on IL-2 afterwards. In fact, the anti-tank efficiency of the Air Force in World War II was not very high. For example, when attacking anti-tank rockets, the British statistics were 1 in 36, and the American statistics were 1 in 22. It would be better to use rockets to hit trains, and one train would be hit every time. Gotta stop. Under the current technical conditions, it is unrealistic to expect the IL-2 to be anti-tank. Of course, IL-2 is quite good as an anti-soft target. Wang Zhong has seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, ANT's Air Force's attack group is currently equipped with IL-2, which cannot be produced without production. If they want to equip other aircraft, they will need to retrain. ANT also did not have a ready-made single-engine dive bomber. If he really wanted to replace the entire attack group with new aircraft, he would have to design them from scratch. That would be a lot of trouble. Wang Zhong took advantage of the convenience of participating in aid negotiations with the United States and asked for P-47 by name, but it was still doubtful whether he could actually deliver it. With these in mind, Wang Zhong approved several projects of the Air Force. For example, the high-altitude reconnaissance P-2, he knew that this thing would be the main source of aerial reconnaissance photos in the future, so he approved it. Another example is the Logger 3 emergency modification. Wang Zhong thought about how he could improve the pilot's survival rate, so he approved it. There is also an enhanced armor version of Yak-1, which mainly adds iron plates to key parts of Yak-1 to enhance the protection of the wooden parts. Wang Zhong approved it after carefully confirming the power-to-weight ratio of the aircraft. When reviewing the Yak-1, the Air Force representative's eyes widened as he watched Wang Zhong carefully inquire about various technical details. After the designer of the Yak-1 left, the Air Force representative asked cautiously, "Has the general ever flown an airplane?" Wang Zhong, "I haven't driven it before, but my adjutant Vasily has. He taught me. Damn it, I am obviously an expert who has simulated battles, referring to War Thunder air combat historical mode, more than 2,000 times. Let Vasily take advantage." After the Air Force stuff was finished, a designer came in with a brand new weapon in his hand. Wang Zhong narrowed his eyes and stared at the gun. "That doesn't look like an AK, it looks like an M14. Designer, I am Tokarev, the firearms designer. What I have in my hands is the reduced charge version of the Tokarev rifle that I designed based on the production indicators proposed by the general. Chapter 293 Is this Project 704? Wang Zhong observed the gun carefully, and then asked the question he was most concerned about, does the weight of this thing meet my design requirements? Because the gun in Tokarev's hand seemed light, that's why he asked. Tokarev, it is indeed 1 kilogram heavier than the 4.5 kilograms of full ammunition you requested, but I think the excellent performance of this gun can offset this disadvantage. I have a form here, which was tested at the shooting range of our design institute. Data obtained. Wang Zhong made a gesture, and the secretary in the room immediately brought the form in the designer's hand to him. The table mainly contains data such as accuracy and continuous shooting reliability. It can be seen that this gun has quite good accuracy at a distance of 400 meters. Wang Zhong shook his head. "Mr. Designer, do you know why frontline troops like to use submachine guns? Because most of the time the firefighting distance is within 200 meters. And because our soldiers have too short training time, their design skills are not very good. You can make one. It makes no sense for them to have a gun with good accuracy at a distance of 400 meters. Designers were shocked. Is good accuracy a disadvantage? Wang Zhong, no, of course not. But in fact, our troops cannot shoot with such accuracy. The Guards' 1st Machine Infantry under my command are generally equipped with Tokarev, the semi-automatic rifle you designed, but they also prefer to fight on the battlefield. For submachine guns. You don't understand my needs. In fact, what I need is a submachine gun with a far enough range. Regardless of whether the enemy's or our submachine gun hits at a distance of 200 meters, we can only rely on faith. What I hope to get is a submachine gun that can shoot at a distance of 200 meters. A submachine gun with a high accuracy. In fact, when Ceres on Earth first introduced the AK, he used it as a submachine gun. It was also named 56 Rush. When shooting, he also held the magazine and fired according to the usage habits of a submachine gun. Later, some troops realized that this thing was actually different from a submachine gun, so they held the handguard according to the custom when using a rifle. The result is that both shooting methods are available in the military. Wang Zhong stood up, came directly to the designer, took the gun in his hand, and said while gesticulating, "The scenario I envision for using this weapon is like this: a soldier holds this gun, and he is very nervousness. This is very common. Even veterans will be nervous when encountering the enemy. This is caused by the large secretion of adrenaline. The moment he saw the enemy, he squeezed the trigger, and 15 bullets were thrown out. He did not aim carefully at all, did not measure the range or adjust the scale, but all the bullets landed within 1 meter of the enemy." Tokarev was shocked. Within 1 meter. Wang Zhong: "Yes, it would be good if the distance of 200 meters can be reduced to within 1 meter with such poor aiming." Tokarev: "But shouldn't the enemy be killed?" Wang Zhong: "That is the job of a precision shooter. My idea is this. In the future, soldiers with shooting experience and good marksmanship should be separated into various infantry squads and given Tokarev semi-automatic or even bolt-action rifles. And general in the hands of the infantry is the weapon I envisioned. Hitting the enemy is not a very important thing. What is important is that half the magazine of ammunition can be poured near the enemy in an instant. Then the enemy will give up the attack and lie down to hide. The Prosen is also afraid of death. Suddenly there are so many bullets hitting him, and there is the sound of bullets hitting the cement everywhere. He will hide behind the bunker and dare not show his head." Tokarev: "Then how to destroy the enemy? Just rely on precision shooters." Wang Zhong: "Have you been on the battlefield?" Tokarev shook his head: "No." "Well, I know you once ordered the designer who refused to modify the design to go to the battlefield and use his own weapons in person. I remember it seemed to be the designer of the aircraft. But..." Wang Zhong: "It doesn't matter. I won't force you to go to the battlefield to experience life. Let me describe to you what the battlefield is like." As someone who has personally come back from hell several times, Wang Zhong knows very well what is going on the battlefield, so he described it vividly. Most of the time on the battlefield, you can't see where the enemy is at all. All that was seen was the flash of enemy fire. All you can do is keep firing and use firepower to suppress the enemy. As for whether you can kill the enemy, you can't control it at all because you can't see it. Wang Zhong could see it because there was a plug-in, but the plug-in was not effective from the naked eye's perspective and had to be looked down from. So he knew better how difficult it was to see whether an enemy was killed on the battlefield. Wang Zhong: "And the main way to kill the enemy on the battlefield is never bullets, but artillery. The best way for an infantry unit to destroy the enemy is always to call in artillery fire. When you can see the enemy's face clearly, it's almost better than pulling the trigger. Very close." In fact, this section is not only Wang Zhong's own experience on the battlefield, but also a combination of some first-person videos he saw before traveling through time. In those videos, you really can't see what is being fought at all. Compared with the real battlefield, various games and even Tarkov are considered close combat. Therefore, for ordinary soldiers, the accuracy of the rifle is just fine. Only precision shooters need to be equipped with high-precision rifles. Tokarev is enough. Designer Tokarev nodded thoughtfully: "A submachine gun with higher accuracy and longer effective range? Now I understand." Wang Zhong: "Your gun is actually not bad, and it has good accuracy at 400 meters. But as long as it can have this accuracy at 200 meters, it meets my requirements. See if you can make some adjustments while relaxing the accuracy requirements, reduce the weight, and improve reliability. It will be almost enough to make a new prototype before February next year." Tokarev nodded: "Okay, I will go back and modify the design. The current idea is to further reduce the charge of the ammunition, and if the bullet is shortened, it should be able to further reduce the weight." Wang Zhong: "Okay. Remember, I want a submachine gun that can hit the enemy at 200 meters. The PPSH hitting at 200 meters is basically a belief. In fact, at a distance of nearly 200 meters, if you use a submachine gun to shoot at the outer wall of a two-story building, the bullets will fall equally at various positions on the outer wall. It doesn't make much difference whether you aim or not. It's mainly because the effective range of the pistol bullets fired by the submachine gun is too low." Wang Zhong emphasized again: "Remember the submachine gun with a range of 200 meters. After saying that, he returned the sample gun in his hand to Tokarev and patted the designer on the shoulder. The designer kept repeating submachine gun with an effective range of 200 meters and went out with the sample gun, forgetting to collect the drawings. Wang Zhong rolled up the drawings and handed them to the secretary. Send this to designer Tokarev. After the secretary left with the drawings, Wang Zhong shouted to the gate, "Are there any people waiting for approval outside?" "No, General." Wang Zhong was shocked. The army's equipment is only one gun. He somewhat understood the feelings of the Surrey's army generals when they saw the Navy and Air Force dividing new equipment. "At least our new shoes are good." The representative of the Air Force stood up. "Several new aircrafts meet our requirements. I hope the new equipment will be delivered to the troops as soon as possible." "Damn, you can be proud." At this time, the voice of the guard suddenly sounded outside the door. "Who is it?" "Stop, have you reported?" "This is something the general specially instructed me to design. The design drawing was just drawn yesterday. I'm not reviewing, I'm just showing it to the general." The designer yelled outside. "Wang Zhong, let him in." It was quiet outside, and then the guard opened the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man in a suit came in with a blueprint. It was indeed Chief Engineer Ke Jing. "Ke Jing, General, the first version of the design of the 100mm artillery carrier you commissioned me to design is complete." After that, he unfolded the design on the blueprint rack. "Look. According to your requirements, I made improvements based on the T-34 chassis, lowered the height of the entire vehicle by placing the engine horizontally, and added a larger fighting compartment to complete this." "Assault gun?" Wang Zhong looked at the shape of the car on the drawing and thought of a real tank destroyer on Earth, Project 704. But the 152mm gun on Project 704 looks short and thick, while the gun on this car is obviously much thinner. In addition, Project 704 uses the chassis of IS-3, while this thing uses the chassis of T-34, which looks a lot lighter. Wait, Project 704 on Earth seems to have been designed by a heavy tank designer, who seems to be called Ke Jing. Suddenly everything made sense. Ke Jing explained excitedly, "I estimated its weight, which should be about the same as T-34, but because it does not have a turret and a rotating mechanism, its armor protection is better. The bulletproof shape on the front, plus the 100mm thick armor, even the enemy's 88mm gun may not be able to penetrate it at a long distance. And it is lower, suitable for concealed ambushes. The only problem is that I have carefully looked at the enemy's sights, and we can imitate its mechanical structure, including the rotating scale and the distance measurement method corresponding to the scale. But we can't produce such a good lens. That lens has a wide field of view and a good magnification. We need a magnification, so the field of view cannot be too wide. Wang Zhong, the problem of field of view can be solved by the commander's probe. This car has a commander, right?" "Yes." Ke Jing pointed to the back of the fighting room on the drawing. "This is the commander's seat. I deliberately designed it to be higher, so that the commander's head is located in this prototype observation tower. And there is a pedal here. As long as the commander stands up on the pedal, he can stick his upper body out of the hatch to observe." Wang Zhong nodded repeatedly. Okay. "Are there any problems with production?" Ke Jing, "Yes, because although it uses the T-34 chassis, the transverse engine requires the entire chassis design to be redone, which is actually equivalent to a new chassis. To switch from the T-34 production line, the production line needs to be transformed, and the workers also need to adapt. To solve this problem, I also designed a version with a traditional engine layout." Ke Jing unfolded another drawing. "This version can be switched to production quickly, but the problem is that it is much taller than the transverse engine version, so the frontal armor protection has to be weakened." Wang Zhong looked at the taller plan and frowned. "No, the previous version is very good. Anyway, the manufacturer of this thing is still in the process of relocation and reconstruction, which is almost equivalent to opening a new factory from scratch. You should quickly produce this car and start testing." "Ke Jing, the factory is working overtime to produce T-34 and KV. I wanted to make a prototype before, but there was no manpower and equipment." "Wang Zhong, this is easy. Just issue a production order in the form of a special royal mission. Allocate some of the production capacity of the T-34W to build 2 prototypes for you. Test them as soon as possible, mainly to improve the reliability. I don't want to hand over equipment that breaks down after driving a few dozen kilometers to the troops." Chapter 294. Look, the bottle is flying in the sky. "Wang Zhong, as for the optical sight, I will think of another way." At this time Vasily said, "If you plan to capture 1000% tanks, you will have enough sights." Wang Zhong wanted to kick this arrogant guy to death. "What are you talking about? Where can you capture so many Proson equipment so easily?" "Ke Jing, it's not appropriate to use captured equipment, right? We can't control the production, so replenishment is a big problem. Of course, if we capture 1,000 vehicles, half of them can be used as spare parts. Wang Zhong, I won't use the captured equipment. Why the hell don't you question the capture of 1000 Prasen tanks? Wang Zhong patted Keijing on the shoulder just like he did when he sent Tokarev away, go and get this thing out, and then drag it to the proving ground for testing. Are you satisfied with what I made in less than a month? Keijing was quite surprised. Wang Zhong, of course, as something designed in a hurry, it is already very good. The rest can't be understood just by looking at the design drawings. Let's build the actual car as soon as possible. Whether the real car can be successfully built remains to be seen. Wang Zhong, yes, I promise you that the royal production tasks will be assigned to the Ordnance Bureau and the United Factory tomorrow, and a call will be made to your design bureau tomorrow, asking you to bring the drawings as soon as possible. Suddenly Wang Zhong felt like a CEO trying to impress new employees of the company. So is this what it feels like from a boss's perspective during an internship? In this way, Keijing was sent away with coaxing and deceiving. Wang Zhong also took a look outside the door to make sure that there were no designers trying to break in, and then he looked back at everyone in the committee. The Air Force representative stood up and said, Your Excellency General, today the aircraft supported by the United States will arrive at the airport. Are you interested in coming to the airport to greet them? Wang Zhong, is it here today? It's actually later than Coke and Spam cans. The Air Force representative smiled and said, I heard that their aircraft had a lot of mechanical problems when they arrived in the north, so they first made a series of modifications and used antifreeze lubricants before flying over. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He remembered that among the aircraft Aramco helped Mao Zedong, one of them had poor heat dissipation, but it became insignificant when it came to Mao Zedong. So Mao Zedong liked that aircraft, and his evaluation was completely opposite to that of Aramco. Is there actually a mechanical failure due to the cold now? Which aircraft is it coming from? Wang Zhong, so what kind of plane is this? Air Force representative, the list given by the United States should be P-47 aircraft. It is said that because you specifically requested this aircraft, the United States Army Air Force directly sent its own aircraft. They happen to be replacing them with a model called Mustang. The plane is gone. Wang Zhong knew that the Earth was almost in a state of chaos, so he decided to adopt P-51 that month. Before that, he led Ying to try it for a period of time to eliminate all problems such as malfunctions. However, because the output of P-51 was not high, Aramco still used P-47 for a long time. Could it be that Prasen in this time and space has put too much pressure on the United Kingdom, and the production of Mustangs has been greatly increased, allowing the United States Air Force to change equipment faster? On the other side of the Earth, Dai Ying actually had a trump card during the air battle in Britain. At that time, they had a large number of Air Force units conducting training in places such as Scotland that Santoku could not reach. Santoku's Meyer actually did not have it from the beginning to the end. Let the British Air Force use its full strength. Here Meyer finally forced the United Kingdom to use its full strength. Since Ami can replace the Mustang as soon as possible, no one wants the P-47. No one wants me. I want to be a single-seat dive bomber and drop 500 kilograms aerial bombs. Wang Zhong turned back and asked Vasily, can I spare an afternoon in my schedule today? You mainly teach students in the afternoon. Just inform the school to adjust the class time. Vice Principal Valerie will solve it. Vasily said. Wang Zhong nodded, turned to the Air Force representative and said, then I'll go take a look. Has it been decided which regiment these aircraft will be handed over to? The 31st Destroyer Regiment. Wang Zhong, Harlamov's regiment. The plane I want to come is handed over to the destroyer group commanded by the lieutenant colonel who has a close relationship with me. You people are fueling the inappropriate rumors about Yebeo. Wang Zhong, no, I want this kind of aircraft not to be used as a destroyer. The Air Force representative was shocked, but Lieutenant Colonel Smith, who was contacted by the United States, said this is a fighter jet. Wang Zhong, then you are not familiar with the characteristics of the United States' excellent fighter jets. An excellent fighter from the United States, it is indeed very strong in air combat, but its biggest feature is its large number of ground mounts. It is said that this is because the aviation fuel used by the United States is too high, and adding it to the aircraft is like taking too much. Something happened to the Earth that scared itself. Ami captured a relatively complete Zero fighter, then dragged it back and added its own aviation fuel for a test flight. It turned out that the performance was so crazy that it scared the Navy to increase the performance indicators of the new fighter overnight. But in fact, aviation fuel in my childhood is not good, and junk fuel like Zero War Plus does not have this performance at all. In fact, the design of Zero War is so excellent because it was forced out by lack of power. Wang Zhong was actually a little worried that Ant's self-produced aviation fuel would not be able to make the P-47 fly as well as it would in the hands of the United States. But then I thought about it, and I also asked the United States for a lot of aviation fuel. Seeing that these people handed over the planes they named to the troops who were familiar with them, These high-quality aviation fuel would be supplied to these troops first. Wang Zhong, tell me hello to the Air Force Command. These fighter jets should be handed over to the 4th Attack Group and used as ground attack aircraft. The 4th Attack Group is the group to which the pilot Wang Zhong met in the Ordnance Bureau building who made suggestions belongs. At that time, Wang Zhong promised to get them some single-seat single-engine fighter jet suitable for dive bombing, and this is what he got. The 4th Attack Group. The Air Force representative frowned. Okay, I will tell the Air Force commander. How about you tell him in person when you greet the plane today? Wang Zhong, okay. Vasily, have you informed the school? I'm going to make a call right now. Vasily ran away quickly. Good guy, this guy was just watching happily from the side and didn't even know how to take the time to make a phone call. After a while Vasily came back. It's done. Wang Zhong, let's go. Wang Zhong met Air Force General Dostoyev at the airport. Allocate fighter jets to the attack group. The general looked shocked. How can this be done? We are actually short of fighter jets now. The performance of the Lager 3 is not very good. The pilots are very dissatisfied. We are going to use these fighter jets to replace the Lager 3. Wang Zhong, don't do it. The performance of this aircraft is slightly different from that of the Lager 3. It is suitable for energy operations. It occupies a high altitude, dives down, and then pulls up quickly. Air Force General Dostoyev stared at the boastful Wang Zhong with wide eyes. You actually know how to talk about this. I thought it was another compliment to you. Wang Zhong, pleasing. Air Force General Dostoyev shrugged. You should really disguise yourself and go to the bar in Yebeo to hear it. You have become like the giants in the Prasen myth, challenging their gods. Is my style of painting so horrifying in a tavern? The Air Force General returned to the original topic. You mean this aircraft is suitable for use as a bomber like the enemy's Stuka? Wang Zhong, just kidding, this thing is much more powerful than the Stuka, okay. General Dostoyev, the Air Force has indeed always wanted to learn from the Prasen Air Force and let the P-2 dive bomb as much as possible, but judging from the current feedback, the P-2 is a little too big as a dive bomber. Our single-engine IL-2 attack aircraft is designed to attack enemies in low altitude and level flight. If the dive angle exceeds 30 degrees, it will shake very badly. There was also a tragic incident before when it dived to 60 degrees and disintegrated in the air. We are short of dive bombers. Wang Zhong, now there is. At this time, the roar of engines was heard in the sky, and the P-47s flying in formation passed over the airport. Vasily raised his head and looked at these planes with the traditional zebra stripes of the United States Army on their wings, and commented casually, why does this thing look like a baby bottle with wings? You are right, Vasily. The nickname of this thing on Earth is Milk Bottle. Vasily, you don't look strong. Shouldn't a good fighter look like a long cigar? Wang Zhong, the kind uses a liquid-cooled engine. Air-cooled, or air-cooled, engines are similar in appearance. General Dostoyev glanced at Wang Zhong a few more times. The 30 milk bottles that completed the clearance began to land in batches and slid towards the apron where Wang Zhong was. At this time, General Dostoyev said, since you think these aircraft should be handed over to the attack aircraft regiment, we will let the attack aircraft pilots give it a try first. But most of them have no experience in using fighter jets, and their air combat capabilities may be relatively low. Wang Zhong, you don't need to let them fight in the air, dive bomb, and then use the high speed obtained by the dive to escape from the ground. General Dostoyev, let them try it first. Maybe the pilots don't like it? Then I will assign these aircraft to the destroyer group. Wang Zhong, okay, and then let the destroyer regiment perform dive bombing missions. I had Harlamov's regiment perform dive bombing missions in Shostka. At that time, they complained that they could only carry 100 kilograms. The damage to the enemy is too small. General Dostoyev, they have often trained on dive bombing projects since then. It is indeed appropriate to hand it over to them. Then it's settled. At this time, the landing P-47 taxied in front of Wang Zhong. The pilot opened the canopy, and without waiting for the ground crew to come over and set up a ladder, he jumped on the wings of the plane, then jumped to the ground, went straight to Wang Zhong, and said in broken Antese, "You okay, is it Lieutenant General Rokosov?" The guards immediately rushed up and stopped the pilot. Wang Zhong, no need to stop me, I just want to shake hands. After speaking, he pushed the guard aside personally and held the pilot's outstretched hand. Thank you for your hard work, you guys. The pilot immediately took out his hand and saluted Wang Zhong. Lieutenant Colonel Donald of the Volunteer Flying Corps, salute you. Wang Zhong. Volunteer Flying Team. Chapter 295 The Power of the Media, Update 3033. Chapter 295 The Power of the Media, Update 3033. Wang Zhong, what team did you just say? Lieutenant Colonel Donald, Volunteer Flying Corps. We once volunteered to join the Flying Corps to fight for the United Kingdom when the United Kingdom was at its most dangerous. In July this year, Preußen basically stopped large-scale air strikes against the United Kingdom, and we returned to the United Kingdom country. But many of our comrades have shed their blood, so we will fight with Preußen in another place. Wang Zhong, the United States Air Force, I mean the Army Air Force is not prepared to fight the enemy in the near future. Lieutenant Colonel Donald, the main thing is to defend the homeland of the United States and go to Asia and the Pacific to fight the Fuzhou Empire. But we want to fight the Preußens. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, so, do you plan to use these planes yourself? Lieutenant Colonel Donald, no, we just transport the aircraft over. The specific type of aircraft we fly depends on the situation. In fact, most of the aircraft we fly in the United Kingdom are Mustangs, which are somewhat different from the P-47 and need to be replaced. Train. Donald paused and said seriously, plots and pilots are very good. We don't want to encounter them when we are not fully prepared. Wang Zhong turned to the Air Force General and said, these are pilots with rich combat experience. I think we can let them teach our pilots how to fight with the Preußen pilots. Dostoyev nodded. The Air Force has indeed added a large number of pilots who only have flying club experience. They generally have not flown much, and of course they have not fought with the enemy. While talking, almost all the 30 P-47s in the sky landed, but there was the sound of engines again in the sky. Wang Zhong, are there any planes left? General Dostoyev, there are still 30 P-39 flying snake fighter jets. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he still gave it to Fei Shi. Lieutenant Colonel Donald next to him said, this is a relatively bad aircraft. The cockpit is narrow, the engine air intake is not good, and it is easy to overheat. If the Army Aviation does not want them, most of them will be given to you. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh, because these shortcomings of the flying snake were all overcome by Mazi by accident. For example, the cockpit was narrow, which had never been a problem. Although Mao Zi doesn't think it's big or thick, it requires very little space and can be easily accommodated. On the other side of the Earth, the Lend-Lease Act gave Mazi the M3 Grant Lee tank. Mazi looked at it and said, oh, there's a lot of space. He was stunned and stuffed 7 or 8 fully armed infantry into the tank, treating the tank as an infantry battle. 4 cars. The key is that this tank can still fight and fire normally after being filled with so many infantry. There should be only Indians who can stuff better than Mazi. There is also overheating. Just kidding, let's look at the combat environment. Is this a shortcoming? This is obviously an advantage, it is not easy to freeze. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong was already smiling, and Vasily was confused, what happened to this kind of aircraft? Wang Zhong, it's nothing. We'll know if it's good or not until pilots fly it. As soon as he finished speaking, a fleet of aircraft appeared in multiple flying geese formations, flying neatly over the airport. Vasily said in surprise, this time it's an airplane that looks like a cigar. So this one is liquid-cooled. Wang Zhong, yes, you can tell the difference by looking at the appearance. The one with a long and slim fuselage has a liquid-cooled engine, while the one with a thick and short fuselage has an air-cooled engine. As he spoke, he turned to Lieutenant Colonel Donald, are these also flown by the volunteer flying team? Yes, this way we don't have to go back and can fight directly here. Lieutenant Colonel Donald said. Wang Zhong, very good, more instructors. About this, Donald was a little embarrassed, actually, most members of the flight team don't speak Antese, so it might be difficult for the instructors to do this. I didn't have the chance to talk about it just now. Wang Zhong, then you can engage in air combat with our pilots, using the tactics of the Preußen army. Let them become familiar with the enemy's technology. Donald, that's really upsetting. At this time, all the P-47 pilots had assembled. Donald's deputy ran over quickly and saluted him. He spoke in English. Wang Zhong could only barely guess that what he said was, Lieutenant Colonel, the first flight team of the volunteer flying team has assembled. Complete. I know. The lieutenant colonel nodded, nothing special, just anything. Wang Zhong frowned, the second half of the speech was too fast for him to understand. There is no way, the peak of his English was during the college entrance examination, and now it has completely deteriorated. Vasily, he said we can go rest according to Ant's arrangement. It's been a hard long flight. Wang Zhong, do you still understand this? Vasily, actually, Preußen and Onsa are related to a certain extent. It is relatively easy to learn Onsa after understanding Preußen. But it is difficult to learn Carolingian. They are 2 systems. Plus Lorraine and Castilian are another system. Wang Zhong, can you speak Carolingian and Castilian? Vasily looked at Wang Zhong in shock, don't you know Carolingian? You are a noble. Wang Zhong, the era when nobles all knew Carolingian was more than 100 years ago. It was the era of the conqueror. At this time, General Dostoyev coughed, attracting the attention of the two and then mouthed towards Donald. Wang Zhong and Vasily looked over together, and happened to see Donald leading his adjutant over. Lieutenant Colonel Donald, members of the Volunteer Flying Corps would like to take a photo with you. Wang Zhong, me. Yes, everyone thinks you are the star of victory and can bring good luck. Wang Zhong originally wanted to say that this was superstition, but then he thought about it. In this world, divine arrows can really hit the enemy by praying, so it is better not to despise superstitious behavior. Although secularists believe that the guidance of the divine arrow will one day be scientifically explained, perhaps through quantum mechanics, it will be explained anyway. Wang Zhong, okay, when all the flying snakes land, I will take a photo with you all. He paused and asked again, am I so famous in the United States? Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Donald smiled, this is also due to the contribution of the Prasen people. A shareholder of Xinxiang Daily is of Prasen origin. Before the declaration of war, he had been publishing various praises of Prasen in the daily newspaper. Articles about the invincible army. They spent a lot of time boasting about Ixukov's victory. Wang Zhong understood immediately, boomerang, right? There are boomerangs in this era. Donald smiled, then the scene of you annihilating 100,000 Plozan soldiers in Kalinskaya and parading a group of generals became a household name immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy took out a notebook from the map bag he carried, then unfolded the notebook's title page and showed Wang Zhong the newspaper clippings inside. In the black and white photo, Wang Zhong rides busy Ferris with his head held high and his chest high, and he is in a heroic posture. Next to him is General Prasen's queue. The main thing is that General Prasen's military uniform has a red collar badge, and the photographer of the photo doesn't know what technique he used to make this red collar badge very obvious. Wang Zhong, so the flattery of the Prasenian before has suddenly become a super double effect on me. That's it? The other Plosonian was found to be in collusion with the Plosan embassy and was arrested as a spy. Good catch. Donald continued, in addition, the most famous general on our side was General Douglas. He liked to wear sunglasses and smoke a pipe. The contrast between you and him is too big, and the result is more propaganda effect. Wang Zhong, is it because of the contrast? Yes, General Douglas likes to do some outrageous things and get them published in the newspapers. Wait a minute, this general is called Douglas, and he likes to wear sunglasses and hold a pipe. A specific BGM and AI's magnetic dubbing suddenly sounded in Wang Zhong's mind. Five-star General MacArthur commented that if Rokosov was given a front army, he would dare to drink from the Atlantic coast, from Ireland to Cathay, which is Ants land. Wang Zhong, I would like to have a drink with General Douglas when I have time. Lieutenant Colonel Donald sighed, that will have to wait until he repels the Fuzu Empire's army. When we took off, the broadcast said that the Fuzu Empire had landed where General Douglas was stationed. Wang Zhong, the enemy is just a paper tiger, we will definitely win. At this time, the pilots flying P-39 gradually gathered around. Wang Zhong saw the last group of hovering P-39 twin formations landing and suggested, it seems that all the planes have landed. Or are there still planes that have not arrived? No more. There are only 60 in the first batch. The transport planes landed early and transferred the goods to the train. Wang Zhong, then let's take pictures. After speaking, there happened to be a flash of a flashlight and a pop sound. When Wang Zhong turned around, he saw reporter Mike and his partner. If this kind of thing doesn't happen, it must be because they are sick and can't get out of bed, or the Prosan spy assassinated them. Wang Zhong, let me introduce to you, this is the creator of the photo in the newspaper clipping. My old friend Mike, the reporter, and his partner, the photojournalist Robert. Reporter Mike came over with a smile, while Robert kept looking for a place to take pictures. As soon as we heard that you were going to greet the flying team in person, we rushed over immediately. Reporter Mike said. Wang Zhong, I came just in time. I want to take a photo with everyone in the volunteer flying team. They seem to think this can bring good luck. Reporter Mike, okay, we all need good luck at times like this. The next day, December 21st, Jules 914, Wang Zhong picked up the front page of the newspaper in the restaurant of the manor and found that it was not the one with the volunteer flying team, but that he was chatting with Lieutenant Colonel Donald. Photo. The photo looks like a lieutenant colonel of the United States Air Force listening to the teachings of the Victory Star. Wang Zhong couldn't help but frown. This must have been specially selected by the church. He didn't know which one the United States would use. Neely passed by Wang Zhong, raised her head and took a look, and said, "You've been on the front page most of the time lately." Wang Zhong, is it so frequent? Nelly, yes, you and Her Majesty Olga I are basically equally divided. Am I ready to be upgraded to a royal maid? Wang Zhong, don't think about it. Besides, whether there will be a royal family after the war is still a question. When Wang Zhong thought about the war, he immediately felt dizzy. He simply forced himself not to think about it. After all, the enemy was facing the enemy. How could he dare to think about what would happen after the war before he had defeated Prasen? This has pushed the United Kingdom to the edge. If Barbarossa hadn't started, the air raids might have continued. It's not Gojo Takyusan who failed to make the Royal Air Force happy. In order to distract his attention, Wang Zhong asked, "What are you eating today?" "Sparm with caviar, and canned sturgeon." Wang Zhong, except for the aid from the United States, is the supply of fish only normal. "Nelly, today is fish day." "Oh, I forgot." Fish day was only a non-mandatory rule before, but now supply has become difficult, so it has been established as a mandatory standard. However, it is quite abstract to be able to provide unlimited caviar when supply is difficult. At this time, the phone rang, and Wang Zhong picked up the receiver. "I'm Rokosov, what's wrong?" Pavlov's voice came from the other side. "You'd better come to Kubinka and have a look. A group of different recruits have arrived. I don't know how to deal with them." Wang Zhong frowned, wondering why the new recruits were so difficult to deal with. "It couldn't be the Leopard 2A6, right?" "I'll be there in a minute," he said. Chapter 296 Melania's Volunteer Army, additional update from the leader. It took Wang Zhong more than an hour to get to Kubinka. As soon as the convoy entered the checkpoint at the main entrance of the training ground, Wang Zhong saw a dark crowd of people sitting in the square, and the girls from the cooking team were giving them food. Pavlov and a group of officers came out of the training ground building that served as the city defense headquarters building and went straight to Wang Zhong's motorcade. Wang Zhong asked from afar, "Why do you let people stay in the snow? It's so cold outside." Pavlov looked bitter. "They were unwilling to enter the house and had to wait for you in the ice and snow, so I had to ask the cooking team to give them warm bread and water." Wang Zhong looked at this group of people. At this time, many people had discovered Wang Zhong, so the people who were sitting stood up one after another. Wang Zhong was about to walk towards them when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked about the background of this group of people yet, so he quickly turned around and asked, "Who are they? They don't seem to be wearing uniforms." "Pavlov, this is the first batch of Melania's volunteers recruited. They have just been sent from the resettlement place. According to the priest who sent them, they are unwilling to go to other units and ask to come to your command." "Wang Zhong, just because I took a photo with Miss Minerva?" Pavlov frowned. "Miss Minerva?" Wang Zhong waved his hand. "I gave Melania the nickname Princess of Subjugation." At this time, all Melania's people stood up, so Wang Zhong walked towards them. This group of people had obviously received military training. When Wang Zhong walked in front of them, they had already completed the entire team, and they all looked at him. "Wang Zhong, hello, Melania's volunteers." After he finished speaking, he expected to get a uniform answer, such as "Hello, Chief," but Melania just looked at him and said nothing. An uncle who looked to be 40 years old came to Wang Zhong and saluted. "Wang Zhong, although you don't have a military uniform, you look like you have received military training." "Uncle, I was originally Melania's Major General, but now I am elected as the commander." From the term commander, it can be seen that the uncle believes in the secular school. The secular school believes that everyone is equal, so he is called a commander. There is no distinction between high and low combatants. Together they are called commanders and combatants. Wang Zhong stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Major General. I heard from the priests that you must come to my command." The Major General held Wang Zhong's hand. "Salute to you, Lieutenant General Rokosov. We really asked to come under your command, because it was you who rekindled our fighting spirit against Prosan. Many of us have already. We were ready to continue running eastward, thinking that Anti would also fall, like the Carolingians." "Wang Zhong, the Carolingians have not stopped resisting. General Dago's Free Carolingians are still fighting. You should also continue to fight." The Major General seemed a little ashamed and let go of Wang Zhong's hand. "We have been beaten down by Prosan and have lost our fighting spirit. After the fall of the motherland, Prosan has been making great progress. Although the United Kingdom did not fall due to the Royal Navy, but it seems like there is no way to counterattack. When Prosan just tore up the non-aggression pact and attacked Ant, we were still rejoicing, thinking that Ant's 5 million army could destroy Prosan with overwhelming force. But what did we see? Even if we don't believe Prosan's propaganda, even if 4 million people are annihilated, the front line will not lie." Most Melania people could hear what the Major General said, and many people lowered their heads. "Major General, even if there is only a little hope, we will continue to fight, even if there is no hope at all. To us, you are the first ray of light that cuts through the darkness. Many of us saw you escorting General Prosan. The photos of them parading in the streets rekindled their fighting spirit. So we hope to fight under your command and regain our motherland." Melania's people echoed in unison, "Liberate the motherland." They shouted, "Recover the motherland" in Melania. Wang Zhong could vaguely hear what they were shouting. After all, they were all Slavic languages. Wang Zhong, my hometown has also been lost. I look forward to the day when I can return to my hometown. At this time someone asked, General, is it true that you carry the soil from your hometown with you? Wang Zhong, yes. He picked up the lunchbox that had been hanging on his body and held it high. On the day I dug this box of soil, my father and my good brothers died in the Ixikov encirclement. I want to fight back to my hometown. Sprinkle this box of soil on the place where they died. Wang Zhong noticed that many people had tears in their eyes. It seemed that they also had relatives who died under Prasen's iron heel. The Major General said on behalf of everyone, please let us join your team, we want to fight. The first batch of recruits are all with military experience. We have not been able to defend the motherland, but we can regain it. Wang Zhong, I heard that there are many high school students among you. Major General, yes, because most of the people here believe in the secular Eastern Holy Church, most of them come from the city, and there are a lot of high school graduates. It is also because of this that most people understand the Ant language. You can add us to any in the army. Wang Zhong, I hope someone with experience in mechanical maintenance will come forward. Please translate it in Melania. The Major General did it immediately. Soon, a large number of people came out of the team one after another. There seemed to be thousands of people. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, so many. Someone among the people who came out said to him, because many of them are fellow villagers of our factory, they were mobilized when the Prasens came over. As a result, as soon as they arrived at the station and before they started training, Visvavalsi fell. I can only run. Wang Zhong turned to the person who spoke, does your shop repair cars? A car maker, the man replied. Wang Zhong, okay, very good. We are very short of field maintenance personnel now. You will form our first field maintenance battalion. We want to fight the Prasens. Wang Zhong, I understand your enthusiasm for wanting to fire directly on the Prosenians. But war is not just about shooting at the enemy. Maintenance is also very important. My troops will be equipped with very precious equipment that takes a very long time to produce. Tanks and tank destroyers, it takes too long to produce new ones. So you must recover the broken tanks and repair them under the hail of bullets. This is your battlefield, your battle. This is a very, very important battle, even more important than firing on the enemy. One of the advantages of the Prasens is their protection ability. We must learn from it. The more than 1,000 people looked at each other in confusion. Someone else said, but we want to bleed for Melania and work as maintenance workers. We can't even drink with others and brag when we go back. Wang Zhong, why not? Didn't I just say that you have to drag the tanks back under the enemy's bullets and bullets? Don't you know that in the Ant army, the sacrifice rate of health workers is second only to that of priests? You are tanks hygienist. It's decided that you are the first battlefield repair battalion, the first regular support force for the mobile army under planning. Okay, Pavlov, allocate barracks to them, and get all the documents for forming the army. Good. Pavlov, okay, gentlemen, follow the staff officer. Don't protest. The general has wanted to form a professional emergency repair force for a long time. After watching these people leave, Wang Zhong turned to the remaining Melania people. The rest of you will be organized into the 1st Melania Mechanized Infantry Division, and I will equip you with the same equipment as other troops under my command. Since you are all high school students, most of you will become technical troops. By then you may be given a regiment of Ant infantry. Major General, are we going to form an army alone? Wang Zhong, yes, you can think of your own name. For example, you can call it Melania's People's Army or Melania's Liberation Army. As for your military flag, use red as the background color. Mine the troops use red flags because the flags given to me by the local people in Lktov were stained red with blood. I think you can also use this idea. Melania paid a bloody price, and flying the red flag means never forgetting these sacrifices. As for the pattern on the red flag, I think Melania's white eagle can be used, although I initially recognized it as a big white goose. There was laughter in the queue. The Major General scolded, don't laugh. Wang Zhong waved his hands quickly, no, I'm humorous. I'm embarrassed if you don't laugh. This sentence really made a lot of people laugh. Wang Zhong, then it's decided. Pavlov, organize them into one division according to the establishment of model divisions. Pavlov sighed, the model maker hasn't finished organizing yet, you can really get work for me. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, those who are able should do more work. Let's arrange dormitories for them first. Kubinka originally had a camp for troops participating in the exercise, and one army could be accommodated at a time. When the Prosens were approaching, the city defense headquarters planned to turn all the barracks into fortresses, so many windows were blocked. Now, if you want to live in these barracks, you need to open the windows again. The open window activity is a good collective labor task for the new army. Wang Zhong waited until Pavlov assigned staff to take away all Melania's people, and then asked, how is the reorganization of the model division? Pavlov, there is still a shortage of technical soldiers. The Navy sent more than 2,000 naval infantrymen, and I converted them into technical soldiers. But, you are an anti-aircraft artillery battalion and a field repair battalion. You need so many technical troops. Wang Zhong, yes. The enemy's air force poses a great threat to our fixed positions and soft targets. We can't always count on magic arrows. Look at how many magic arrows and prayer hands there are in the entire city defense headquarters. The prayer hands are also mobilized. It won't increase. We have to wait for them to grow up. In war, this is a non-renewable resource. Wang Zhong paused and added, and my Liuda may have a baby soon, and she will leave the front line. Pavlov, okay. But we currently have insufficient anti-aircraft guns, and the only anti-aircraft guns that can follow the movement of tank troops are vehicle-mounted quadruple machine guns. Wang Zhong, there are no vehicle-mounted 72K anti-aircraft guns. No. And to be honest, you know the situation on the ground in Ant. If you want to keep up with the tank troops, you need a track self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong scratched his head, I'll think of a way. Fortunately, the intensity of the war will be significantly reduced in the next few months, and we have time. Chapter 297 The World's Situation at Christmas in 914. For the next few days, life was uneventful. Pinguki means that the number of casualties released by the headquarters every day does not exceed 10,000. Christmas in the Eastern Holy Church is January 7th, but the Ant Empire is a vast territory. In order to take care of the people who celebrate Christmas within the territory, simple celebrations will still be held on December 25th. On the morning of December 25th, Wang Zhong was kicked up by Nelly early. As soon as he sat up, Lucia also sat up and touched his shoulder. Wang Zhong was shocked, even Lucia didn't get up this time. Ludmila originally got up early to accommodate Wang Zhong and stayed in bed waiting for him to get up before getting up together, but this time she was so early that she didn't even open her eyes. Nelly, today is Christmas. Although we can't do it, we have to participate in the activities held in the palace. Wang Zhong, I'm very busy. I have to go to the committee to see the revision opinions given by the various services and arms, I have to go to the city defense headquarters to see how the new army is organized, and I have to go to school to give lectures and write books. Ludmila hugged Wang Zhong from behind and kissed Wang Zhong's ear. His Majesty Belinsky called me yesterday and told you that you must go to the palace to participate in the event today, because both the United States and the United Kingdom have passed its Christmas, so it's time to entertain diplomats from allies today. They'll be disappointed if you don't go. Wang Zhong, okay, Your Majesty is right. Neely, bring me my military uniform. Lucia, are you going too? Of course. I'm going to wear a military uniform, what do you think? Wang Zhong, okay, the military uniform is good. It just so happens that I'm tired of seeing you in casual clothes recently. Ludmila, what about me without clothes? I'm tired of it, Wang Zhong said. Upon hearing this, Neely quickly used the clothes she had brought as a shield in front of her and took a step back. Wang Zhong, even if I get tired of it, I won't touch you. Nelly, given your bad record, I think it's best to be careful. It's over, it seems that even if she is reborn, she can't make Nelly let go of her prejudices. Wang Zhong sighed and started to get dressed. While eating breakfast, Nelly delivered today's newspaper and the official war briefing from the headquarters. Wang Zhong first read the war situation report, glanced at it and exclaimed, yesterday, 24th, the total casualties did not exceed 10,000. It seems that the intensity on the front line has indeed decreased. Ludmila, the number of casualties in the past few days did not exceed 10,000, right? I still hope this calm period can last longer. Wang Zhong, yes, seize the calm period and quickly organize the troops. Now we must race against time. He used a knife and fork to cut open the sun-dried eggs covering the spam slices on the plate, then inserted the ham and eggs into his mouth. In the remaining half of the sun-cooked eggs, the yolk that had not yet completely solidified flowed through the slices of the spam can, and slowly spread on the dinner plate. Wang Zhong quickly finished the canned food and eggs, then drank the oatmeal indiscriminately, and finally put a small piece of pickled cucumber dipped in sour cream into his mouth. Before he could swallow the food, Wang Zhong stood up and said, let's go. Ludmila, swallow the food before you speak. Wang Zhong hurriedly chewed a few times, swallowed the food, and said with a smile, you sound like my mother. Ludmila, can you still remember what happened to your mother? She seemed to have died when we were 4 years old, right? Wang Zhong and Pietro were half-brothers. After Pietro's mother died, the old Duke Rokosov had a second marriage, and then his young wife gave birth to Wang Zhong. That's why the age difference between the two brothers is so big. And Wang Zhong's mother in this world also passed away early. It seems that the old duke has lost 2 wives in a row and does not want to marry again. Of course, what Wang Zhong just said, like my mother, was referring to his mother from another time and space. The mother I will never see again. Wang Zhong waved away the inexplicable nostalgia and urged Ludmila, hurry up, you can't be late for such a formal event. When Wang Zhong entered the summer palace lounge, he immediately saw a group of people wearing military uniforms different from those of the Ant Army gathered together to chat. Wang Zhong recognized one of them, Lieutenant Colonel John Wick of the United States. He immediately said to Ludmila, Liuxia, I want to go over and have a chat with the gentleman. Ludmila immediately let go of his hand, then I'll go over there and chat with the diplomats' wives. Wang Zhong looked in the direction Ludmila was pointing and found a bunch of ladies in all their glory. He looked at his fiancée's military uniform and encouraged him, you are more beautiful than them in military uniform, and you have a unique sense of bravery. I know. Ludmila said softly, and at the same time pushed Wang Zhong's shoulder with her hand, asking him to turn around and face the military attaches from various countries. Go. Wang Zhong then strode towards the gentleman. The first person to notice him was Lieutenant Colonel John Wick. Oh, General Rokosov, my friend, we are all waiting for you. Wang Zhong went up and hugged Lieutenant Colonel John Wick. For a moment, he even wanted to imitate Su Sunzong and give him a passionate kiss, but he was not a gay man, so he gave up. John Wick, my old friend. When can I get it? To my Sherman. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick, you really don't forget to attack Prasen even during the holidays. The first batch of tanks should leave tonight and will be sent to your ice-free port in the north, and then transported to Yekaterinburg by rail. I don't know exactly what it is. It may be a light tank like Stuart, or it may be the Sherman you want. After John Wick finished speaking, the lieutenant colonel in the uniform of the United Kingdom Army teased, even our United Kingdom can only get the M3 Grant Lee tank, but we gave it to Aunt Sherman. Isn't it biased? Wang Zhong, isn't this the Matilda tank that trusts you? The United Kingdom lieutenant colonel shook his head, the protection of that thing is good, but it may not be able to penetrate Proson's tank. The most important thing is that it is too slow. The generals also think that slow speed is a good thing so that the infantry can keep up with the impact. Wang Zhong said, I thought your tanks were so slow to prevent the team members from spilling their tea. The officers all laughed, even the lieutenant colonel of the United Kingdom laughed heartily. After laughing, the lieutenant colonel of the United Kingdom said seriously, we need better tanks. Proson gave us a correct demonstration of armor tactics. We urgently need new equipment to innovate our tactics. Wang Zhong nodded, and then asked John Wick, are we getting to the point too early? I don't know your names yet. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick immediately said, oh, it's my fault. Let me introduce to you. This is the military attaché of the United Kingdom, Lieutenant Colonel Wild of the Kingdom's Army. This is Lieutenant Colonel Alan Ogden of the Royal Air Force. And this is Lieutenant Colonel Nelson of the Royal Navy, who is a descendant of that Nelson. The last one is my colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Duke of the United States Army Aviation. Wang Zhong shook hands with them in turn, and then simply remembered these people as Army Lieutenant Colonel, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Navy Lieutenant Colonel and Army Aviation Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Duke of the Army Aviation said, we are forming an expeditionary aviation force to train pilots and team members. Once the training is completed, they will go to the mainland of the United Kingdom to carry out long-range bombing of industrial facilities in Plassen. Wang Zhong, there shouldn't be any way to complete training next year, right? Duke nodded awkwardly, it will take time to complete the mobilization of the war machine of the United States. After all, the last time we fought a large-scale war was 40 years ago, and it moves very slowly. The Navy and Army should only be able to use existing equipment next year. Fight. I personally expect that the air raids will start in the spring of 916 and continue from there. As soon as he finished speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Ogden of the Royal Air Force echoed, blow them up. We have resisted Proson's bombing for nearly a year, and the local factories have been seriously damaged. Now it's time for us to retaliate in kind. The Royal Air Force's Lancaster bombers have already bombed the factories in Plzeň at night. There is nothing difficult. All that's left is to increase the quantity. Lieutenant Colonel Duke, the effect of night bombing is questionable. We should use day bombing. Our B-17s have enough armor and self-defense firepower, and they can effectively resist the interception of the Proson Air Force when placed in a dense formation. Ogden, our Lancaster self-defense firepower is also very strong. Wang Zhong, no matter day or night, it is a good thing to blow up the enemy's production capacity. At this time, Commander Nelson of the Royal Navy said, the Navy plans to launch an attack next year, probably sometime in the second half of the year. Wang Zhong asked casually, is the target the Carolingian colony in Africa? Nelson's eyes widened, where did you get the news? From another time and space. Wang Zhong just smiled and said nothing. Hey, Let MI6 guess, anyway, you will be one-way and transparent in the future. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Wild of the United Kingdom Army, who did not have the word royal, said, "We are different. We are in the Mamluk Desert and are already fighting fierce battles with the troops of Prasen and their Apennine brothers. We will soon would drive them all to the sea, bordering the Carolingian colonies of Africa." Wang Zhong, wow, so awesome. It shouldn't be possible. This time Judah left the game in person early in the morning. Lieutenant Colonel Wild looked at John Wick, "So give us Sherman as soon as possible." Lieutenant Colonel Wick spread his hands, "It's useless to tell me. As a small military attaché, I have very little influence on Congress and the President. The domestic plan to vigorously assist Anti is because Lieutenant General Rokosov has come up with results. The men in Congress are businessmen and they like guaranteed investments." Lieutenant Colonel Wild snorted, "When we wipe out the Prasen army in the Mamluk area, we won't need your new tanks." Wang Zhong, wow, so awesome. Everyone looked at Wang Zhong together. Wang Zhong, I mean, this is really awesome. I hope the Allies can fight wonderful battles on all fronts. Since the United Kingdom no longer needs Sherman, then give me a little more. Even if you can't thank me, man, please get some more radios and walkie-talkies. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick, of course there is no problem with this. Although Prasen submarine warfare is very rampant, the United States Navy has been put into operation. The anti-submarine power of the Arctic Ocean routes has been greatly strengthened. A large amount of supplies will be sent to Ant. It will some. Wang Zhong, that's good. At this time, the palace etiquette officer opened the door and came in. "Everyone, the ball is ready. Please enter in an orderly manner." Wang Zhong, "I'm going to meet my fiancée. I wish you a Merry Christmas." Others raised their glasses, "Merry Christmas." Chapter 298 Dandy, Tsar, and Flamenco. The banquet hall of the summer palace was newly decorated. Because it was the kind of reception where everyone stood and drank, there were 2 long tables placed on the edge of the banquet hall, filled with food that could be eaten. Wang Zhong entered the venue holding Ludmila's hand, picked up a piece of walnut cake, and looked around while eating. Diplomats and wives followed the pair, and soon the whole room was filled. The band was already in place in a dedicated area, playing soothing music. Wang Zhong asked Ludmila in a low voice, "What is the next process?" Because the saying that Lieutenant General Rokosov doesn't like dances has spread throughout Yebeo, Wang Zhong has not been to a dance since he took office in Yebeo for more than a month. His knowledge of prom still remains in various film and television works, such as the unprecedented War and Peace filmed by Mao Zedong. There is also that Mazi movie Arc, which is really shot to the end. In addition, the dance party is a complete black box for Wang Zhong, an unexplored territory. However, the person he traveled through was a party master before, or a party wanderer in two-dimensional terms. According to other people's stories, the dandy Rokosov should be extremely good at getting ignorant girls into bed at balls. This happens to be Wang Zhong's unfamiliar territory. Prom. Just kidding, even when I went to KTV, I would yell "steel pot" with tears in my eyes and shout to repair the ladle pot with my good friends. The only part of the entire KTV process where I interacted with the girls who came with me was when I sang "Girl Opposite Look Over." Facing the confused Wang Zhong, Ludmila explained thoughtfully, "There will be a speech later, just take care of the food." "Okay. I'm good at this. Just applaud at the end and that's it." Wang Zhong nodded. "Ludmila, then there will be the first song, where the hostess and the male guest lead the dance." "Yeah, I understand. I'll keep eating." Wang Zhong continued to nod like garlic. Ludmila looked at him, "No, you are the male guest of honor." Wang Zhong, "Me? Staying in Nyo? Real or fake?" Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's serious expression and smiled without restraint. "Why are you so serious? I don't want you to eat Prasen's army." Wang Zhong, "I would rather annihilate the enemy's army group." "Just kidding, you are much scarier than the Prasen tank. The front armor of the tiger is not as thick as yours." Wang Zhong, "Then the hostess is Olga, your majesty." Ludmila reminded in a low voice, "One life is missing." "Oh. So it's her? She and I will lead the dance." Ludmila nodded, "Be careful when stepping on your feet." Wang Zhong, "Have I ever stepped on my feet before?" "You always know how to do it." Then on the pretext of giving her medicine and massage, he took the girl to the infirmary that had been prepared nearby. Ludmila winked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, don't worry, I won't do this to my god sister." The palace ceremonial officer tapped the floor with the long staff in his hand, attracted everyone's attention and shouted loudly, "Her Majesty Olga I is here." Everyone who was chatting turned around and looked at the door where the ceremonial officer was. The door slowly opened, and Her Majesty Tsar Olga I entered the banquet hall dressed in gorgeous clothes, followed by 2 maids holding skirts. Olga's wrapping was a little tight, maybe it was cold today. Wang Zhong felt relieved a little. However, the next moment, His Majesty the Tsar shook his shoulders, just like the performance before the boss battle in the Yakuza series, and threw off the long royal cloak. Then she untied the belt around her waist that held the skirt in place. In an instant, Her Majesty Olga's burden reduction was completed, and she looked at the guests with a smile. She was actually searching and froze when she saw Wang Zhong's position. Wang Zhong was speechless. "Merry Christmas, everyone." Olga began her speech. Wang Zhong followed what Ludmila taught him just now and started to adjust things. Olga glanced at him and said, "Your Majesty is looking at you, isn't it good for you to eat with your head down like this?" "Wang Zhong, I'm looking at her too." "That's it?" He took the food and looked at Olga, and then realized that there was cream left on his lips when he bit the cake. This makes his gesture look like he is making a fool of himself. The Tsar almost lost his temper, but finally stabilized his position and continued his speech. "This year has been a difficult year for the Allies fighting against the axis of evil. Our empire has lost millions of soldiers, just captured there are more than 1.5 million officers and soldiers. Wang Zhongxin hopes that if it weren't for my hard work, he could get hundreds of thousands more, making it up to 2 million. The Tsar continued, "And the United States lost 6 battleships and countless sailors died in the Fuzhou Empire's sneak attack. As for the United Kingdom, as of July this year, they were still being bombed by Prasen, and countless civilians died in air raids. I propose a minute's silence for all those who have died." After saying this, Olga folded her hands and pressed them on her abdomen, bowed her head in silence. Wang Zhong quickly put down the food in his hand and bowed his head in silence. A minute later, Wang Zhong raised his head and looked at Olga, and found that there were tears in the corners of her eyes. "Are you thinking of Ivan?" "Olga, as the Tsar, I also lost 2 of my relatives under the iron heel of Prasen. This blood feud can only be resolved with fire and sword. The lost country will be restored, and justice will eventually win." Wang Zhong took the lead in applauding, and soon the whole audience burst into applause. After the applause subsided, Olga continued, "Today we celebrate Christmas to show our determination to the Prasen Empire and to show that we have not succumbed to their power. Let us raise a toast and celebrate Christmas." The waiters carried trays filled with goblets with superb skills, appeared in line, and then dispersed among the guests, moving freely among the guests. Soon everyone had wine glasses in their hands. Wang Zhong raised his hands high and shouted with others, "Cheers." After finishing her drink, Olga handed her glass to the waiter, then gestured to the band, and the first song began. Ludmila pushed Wang Zhong, "Go up." "Am I your Pokemon?" "No, now I should say I am your Palu." But he stepped forward and extended an invitation to Olga to dance. The strange thing is that he clearly didn't know how to invite, but his body had muscle memory and acted naturally. Olga smiled very happily and put her hand directly on Wang Zhong's palm. So Wang Zhong led her to the lead dance position. At this time, Wang Zhong finally confirmed that his body did have muscle memory, so he boldly let his body move on its own, guiding Olga to dance on the dance floor. Originally Ludmila was supposed to dance with the male host, but there was no male host, so she stood by with a smile and watched Wang Zhong and his god-sister dance. Wang Zhong tried his best not to pay attention to the front armor in front of him, and locked his eyes on Olga's face. At the end of the song, he didn't step on Olga's foot even once. "Damn it, did you agree to step on your feet and take the girl to the infirmary?" "No, I definitely don't want to bring His Majesty the Tsar there, I have no such intention." Amidst the applause, Olga whispered regretfully, "I thought it would be a more intense dance." "Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, that kind of dance requires the music to be tango, or a more intense flamenco. I can't get excited about the waltz played by the band." "That's it?" Olga turned to look at the band, raised her hand and snapped her fingers, "In the name of the Tsar, I want a flamenco." As a band that can perform for the palace, naturally any music is not a problem. Immediately the sound of the guitar sounded, it was really flamenco. Wang Zhong immediately started beating in his heart, wondering if his body had this skill. The violin sounded, and Wang Zhong said, "Have you ever learned flamenco?" "Olga, I saw you skipping with other girls. Good guy, you really have this skill. Dandy Rokosov, you are such a party person." At this time, the violin played, and Wang Zhong remembered that he had watched Antonio Ban and Catherine Zeta dance the song in The Mask of Zorro. So he followed suit and went up to hug Olga's waist with the help of his body. The first part of the song was actually quite soft. Wang Zhong put his arm around Olga's waist and walked around the dance floor. Then the guitar joined in and the drum beats became more intensive, so Wang Zhong's movements suddenly accelerated. As soon as he raised his hand, Olga started spinning like a top, her steps perfectly matching the rapid playing of the guitar. At the end, Olga rushed into Wang Zhong's arms. At this time, Wang Zhong made a move and pointed his face towards his front armor, almost inserting the tip of his nose into the gap in the armor. The spin just now hadn't made Olga sweat, So Wang Zhong could only smell the fragrance. He couldn't tell what kind of fragrance it was. He only knew that it smelled good, without the pungent feeling of inferior perfume. Also, Mashiro wanted to bury her face in it. Wang Zhong freely matched Olga's dance steps and rotated with her, making her skirt bloom like a flower. After the song ended, Wang Zhong controlled his breathing. Looking at Olga's face again, he found that she was finally sweating. It was obviously winter, and the temperature in the banquet hall was not low. On the last note, the two of them froze in the final pose. Thunderous applause. Olga took this opportunity and whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, "I have wanted to dance with you for a long time. My brother taught me the dance steps." "What the hell, Ivan, are you plotting against me?" Wang Zhong stood up straight, let go of Olga's waist, naturally took her hand, and greeted everyone. Then the applause started again, and Ludmila also applauded. Wang Zhong sent Olga back to where she should be, bowed again, turned around and looked at Ludmila. There should be a break between dances. The band also started playing soothing tunes. Wang Zhong walked towards Ludmila and bowed to her, "Would you like me to play flamenco?" "Ludmila, I don't have a teacher to teach me. I will step on your feet. And I'm wearing a military uniform." "Wang Zhong, isn't this good? Come on." So Ludmila put her hand on Wang Zhong's palm. Wang Zhong led her to the center of the dance floor, and using his newly learned tricks, he snapped his fingers at the band, "Flamingo." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 299. The Hero See the Same Thing, Update 3133. Chapter 299. The Hero See the Same Thing, Update 3133. When the dance music started playing, Wang Zhong was already familiar with the routine. Just now he was focusing on a movie he had learned from his memory. This time he began to make use of his previous experience, and his movements became much smoother. As a result, something went wrong with Ludmila's first big move. The skirt of her military uniform restricted the movement of her legs. As a result, she opened a slit in the skirt as long as her little finger. As a result, Ludmila took advantage of the circle and tore about 15 centimeters apart, turning her skirt into a cheongsam with a slit. After freeing the restrictions on her legs, Ludmila exerted even more intensity. Wang Zhong didn't know how to dance flamenco well. He only knew that the dance looked passionate, so the intensity should be higher. It's just better, right? Because she was his fiancée, Wang Zhong simply let go of his hands and feet and moved freely. There is a saying that dance should be free, and good dance can reflect the mood at the moment. Wang Zhong's current actions can well reflect his mood. When he was dancing with Olga just now, there were some moves that Wang Zhong needed to get close to, but in fact he didn't actually get close to her and kept his distance. Now he simply lost control and really stuck to it, even burying the tip of his nose into the gap in the explosive reactive armor. You don't understand, cleaning the gaps like this can avoid accidents when the shells hit. This is what a tank commander should do. After the song ended, Ludmila also took advantage of the last pose to say in Wang Zhong's ear, "Why, I couldn't touch you just now, so you were stifled, right?" Wang Zhong pretended not to hear and asked, "How come you can dance flamenco so well?" "I saw you practicing, so I took the dance class. I was originally going to learn dance, and the teacher happened to also know flamenco. This is it, this kind of unfolding exclusive to childhood sweethearts is really pleasant. It's a pity that you can't taste it if you don't travel through time. It is the normal state of modern series that neighbors never interact with each other until they die." To be honest, Wang Zhong felt that he danced better this time, but the applause was not as enthusiastic as before, and he didn't know if he was afraid of making the Tsar angry. But the Tsar himself clapped particularly hard. Wang Zhong raised his head, met Olga's eyes, and found that she really had an expression of admiration on her face. Then the applause from others also became enthusiastic. Wang Zhong wanted to lead Ludmila back to her original position, but she whispered, "I have to take care of the skirt." "Wang Zhong, doesn't it matter? Just sew it up. Nelly should have brought her sewing box. I'll be back soon." Wang Zhong suddenly wondered if there would be a day in the future when Ludmila would sew torn clothes while sewing her torn clothes while she was singing "A Big River Has Wide Waves." No, that was a joke. Ludmila left the room to find Neely. Wang Zhong watched her go out and then turned to look at everyone in the room. At this time, the wife of an unknown diplomat came up and asked in broken Antese, "Can I get your invitation?" Wang Zhong, "No, I'm a little tired." Promising that he didn't know how many more flamenco dances he would have to do next, Wang Zhong left the man behind decisively and ran back to the long table where the food was placed. The male diplomats happened to be chatting in a circle nearby. When Wang Zhong came over, they all said, "Hello, you dance very well, Your Majesty the General. I heard that you are getting engaged to Ms. Malekhovna, Lyuda's surname." Wang Zhong, "Yes, his family has retreated to Bolsk, but now the railway is full of military columns and it is temporarily impossible to get through. The backward evacuation route from Borsk did not pass through Yeberg, so Ludmila's family had no way to take the evacuation train to evacuate to Yeberg. Wang Zhong judged that Borsk would become the focus of the enemy's attack next year, so he asked Ludmila to send a telegram asking them to evacuate backwards quickly and not rush to Yebeo yet. As soon as he answered the previous question, a diplomat asked curiously, "There are rumors everywhere in Yebeo that you may become a prince. What is going on?" Wang Zhong, "This is because His Majesty's brother and I are brothers. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was originally planning to sacrifice himself, so he entrusted his sister to me and asked me to be his brother instead. Actually, I just wanted to be my god brother, but word spread in the Yebeo social circle that I wanted to marry Olga. How can it be so easy to fall in love with His Majesty? His Majesty has high vision, and I just blow my breath? Impossible, absolutely impossible." The diplomats nodded repeatedly, and Wang Zhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be an older brother. He will neither let down His Highness Crown Prince Ivan, who entrusted Olga to his care, nor will he let down Ludmila. At this time, the diplomats naturally talked about next year's war situation. Wang Zhong was stealing snacks from the table and listening to them. Suddenly a diplomat asked, "What does General Rokasov think of next year's war situation? Will the counterattack come?" Wang Zhong, "Our previous offensive theory is no longer adapted to the development of modern military technology. This offensive organized by Tkachev revealed that commanders and fighters at all levels of our army do not understand how to organize an offensive under the current technical conditions. I myself do not have much experience in organizing an offensive." Wait, does this sound like Versailles? Sure enough, someone among the diplomats teased, "You have captured 100,000 Prozan prisoners, and you still don't know how to organize an attack. Then no one in the entire Allied forces knows how to attack." Wang Zhong, "During my offensive, the enemy was hungry and cold. When we first broke through, the enemy's cannons were frozen, making it impossible to organize effective defensive firepower. No, that attack was more of a free gift from the enemy. The reason why we were able to push the front back to the east bank of the Duo River later was because the enemy's supplies were so poor. Once we encountered the enemy's stronghold fortification zone, we would immediately be unable to do so. We need time to learn war, commanders at all levels." Wang Zhong's words are actually more about himself. In the game, he actually commands more battles at the battalion level, and then he plays the role of overseeing the overall situation like in Iron Hero, from the middle group army to the front army level. Wang Zhong has only tried it in some very niche war games. But no matter how realistic a war game is, it is also a tabletop game, simulating war according to certain rules. It is a simulation. To be honest, Wang Zhong really didn't know how an army should attack. He had to practice it to learn. However, Wang Zhong always feels that he will still have to defend next year. The 100mm gun carrier that happened to be produced is also a tank destroyer without a turret, suitable for defense. Therefore, Wang Zhong was not only answering the diplomats' questions at this time, but also clarifying his own thinking. At this time, the military attaché John Wick also came over. "I just heard something. Does General Rokasov think that next year will mainly be defensive operations?" Wang Zhong, "Of course there will be local attacks, and counterattacks are part of the defensive operations." "Well, your views are very similar to those of the new Pacific Fleet commander." Lieutenant Colonel John Wick said something that was very inconsistent with his army uniform. The United States also had conflicts between the Navy and the Army. The Army Air Force, the United States did not have a separate Air Force at this time, used P as the beginning of its fighter jets, while the Navy had to use F. Army Airlines likes to use liquid-cooled engines and has snatched up all the liquid-cooled engine production, while HNA is grabbing air-cooled engine production capacity. Of course, this kind of contradiction is just a matter of not dealing with each other, and it has not reached the point where the Army is building aircraft carriers and the Navy is building tanks. Wang Zhong, "What does the new Pacific commander say?" John Wick, he said that next year's fleet should mainly focus on defensive operations, and the offensive initiative lies with the Fuzhou Empire. Wang Zhong nodded, there was probably no problem with this. The same is true on Earth. The entire 42 years were spent on the offensive. Although Ami took the initiative to occupy Guadalcanal, in fact, from a distance, Ami's occupation of Guadalcanal was also a defensive move. When I was young, I secretly sent people to build an airport on Guadalcanal near Port Moresby, preparing to attack Port Moresby. Then I was discovered by Ami, who occupied the nearby island. In the following days, troops preparing to attack Port Moresby were continuously placed on the island, and the Navy also took the initiative to attack many times. Therefore, although Ami conducted a landing operation in the Guadalcanal battle, it was actually a defensive battle. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick looked at Wang Zhong's expression and asked, "Is it true that the general is also involved in the Navy?" Wang Zhong, No, I am a landlubber, how can I understand the Navy?" I just think that the United States has just entered the war and will not be able to increase production capacity next year. The United States will really play its role in 9/16. John Wick, indeed. Wang Zhong suddenly felt like a divine ADC with 4 guarantees and 1 level. At this time, the band finished playing the rest song and the second dance song was about to begin. As soon as the band played the last note, many diplomats turned around and started looking for partners. Ludmila is still sewing skirts and did not appear at the venue. The quick man has already taken action. Wang Zhong saw that a diplomat went to invite Olga, but Olga declined. Then he walked towards the long table with an annoyed look on his face. Wang Zhong hurried up and asked, "What did your majesty say?" "Diplomat, his majesty said that he just sprained his ankle while doing flamenco. Now he can only sit down and rest. I hope we can enjoy it to the fullest." Wang Zhong always had the feeling that if he went up to invite Olga, her feet would immediately return to their original feeling. John Wick also said, "If you invite me, even if your majesty's feet hurt, you will be happy to accept it, right?" Wang Zhong, "Of course not. Your majesty is very willful. As I said just now, falling in love with his majesty is as difficult as going to heaven." It went bad and accidentally turned Olga into the flower of the high mountain. John Wick added, "Many ladies over there are looking at us eagerly. Why don't you go over there?" Wang Zhong, "I think I twisted my foot just now. I mean, my fiancé stepped on my foot." "That's right," John Wick said with a knowing expression, "I see. Then let's just treat it like this." The dance continued like this. By the way, Ludmila did not return to the banquet hall until the end of the ball. It was said that she was not feeling well. Chapter 300 The last day of the first year of the war, Update 3233. Chapter 300 The last day of the first year of the war, Update 3233. In the early morning of December 31st, Wang Zhong got up and touched his side, and found that there was a rare vacancy, and the sheets were completely cold. Apparently Ludmila had been up for a long time. He lifted the quilt and sat up, only to see Nelly adding firewood to the fireplace. "Wang Zhong, Ludmila is not here, so she can't give me the hug every morning. Nelly, can you do it for me?" Nelly patted her chest and made a loud sound, "Are you sure?" "Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter if it's hard, the most important thing is the feeling of being cared for." Nelly looked at Wang Zhong with very caring eyes. Caring for fools is also caring. Wang Zhong gave up acting coquettishly and stood up, "Bring me my clothes." After a while, Wang Zhong, who was neatly dressed, left the room. After taking a few steps, he saw Ludmila through the window in the corridor directing the servants to transport a tree into the yard. "Wang Zhong, why are you cutting down the trees?" "Nelly, let's make a Christmas tree." "Christmas is not, oh. Aunt didn't celebrate Christmas on December 25th, but on January 7th, so he mixed New Year and Christmas together, and decorated the Christmas tree on December 31st. No wonder Ludmila got up early. At this time, Wang Zhong vaguely heard the ringing of the phone from the study, and hurriedly left the window and hurried to the study, only to see that the old housekeeper had already picked up the receiver. Seeing Wang Zhong come in, the old housekeeper said, "General Rokosov is here, I will let him listen." After speaking, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took the receiver and said, "I'm Rokosov." "General," said the other side, "here is the director of the Weapons Testing Center of the Ordnance Bureau. He has just sent over two, weird things. He said they were produced under your instructions to work overtime and asked us to suspend the ongoing 76mm self-propelled artillery test firing." The 76mm self-propelled gun, also known as the Su-76, was rushed through before the review committee was established, aiming to use the chassis of the T-70 tank that had already been produced. After all, the light tank has proven itself useless on the battlefield that started in June, but the chassis has been produced, and the assembly line for producing the chassis is still there. It is a lot of trouble to switch to other production, and simply use it to build assault guns. On Earth, it was not only Mazi who adopted this idea, but Santoku as well. The Panzer III tank was soon proven to be obsolete, but converting the Panzer III chassis production line to other production would take a lot of time. It would be better to just use it to produce the Panzer III tank. Assault gun. The Panzer III Barbarossa may have lagged behind at the beginning, but the Panzer III assault gun is a good thing that can be used until the battle is defeated. Wang Zhong, is the original plan today to test Su-76? Yes, there are still 2 subjects left and the test is over. Okay, let's finish testing first. Tell the designers that they are on holiday and wait until the new year before testing and improving. It won't be done on this day or 2. Wang Zhong said. Yes, replied the director of the testing center. Thank you for your reasonableness. Wang Zhong, Su-76 is also very important to our army. The Su-76 plays a significant role as a mobile light artillery. It is not as simple as simply using the light tank production line. The problem with the Su-76 is that it is modified with a light tank chassis. After adding a 76 gun, it has no weight to use for defense. In contrast, the No. 3 assault gun's own defense is even stronger than that of the No. 3 tank. The 100mm carrier vehicle plan that Wang Zhong is nodding to now actually uses the idea of the Earth 3 assault gun, using a tank chassis to carry the cannon, and then having a relatively reliable frontal defense. However, the Earth 3 assault gun was really an assault gun at first, mainly to support infantry in demolishing bunkers. Later, the barrel was lengthened and used for anti-tank use. Wang Zhong omitted the assault gun stage and directly built a tank destroyer. Testing Center Director, well, I wish you a Happy New Year. Wang Zhong, I also wish you a Happy New Year. After saying that, he hung up the phone first, and then found butler Mikhail looking at him. Mikhail, is this okay for you? The master has already informed me that we have to continue working today. Is it really okay for you to celebrate the new year here? Wang Zhong thought about it and realized that it was indeed not good for him to enjoy life at home in the face of a powerful enemy. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea: watch the Spring Festival Gala before traveling through time. There were often New Year greetings. It seemed that the army chief officers went down to the grassroots units to celebrate the new year with the soldiers. Why not learn from advanced experience? So Wang Zhong snapped his fingers and said to Mikhail, tell Ludmila that today we will go to Kubinka and have New Year's Eve dinner with the soldiers, New Year's Eve dinner. Let the kitchen prepare today. The ingredients are pre-processed and then loaded into the truck, and the chefs are also on board. Mikhail was shocked. I have never heard of such a practice. Wang Zhong, then you have seen it now. I will call Pavlov first so that he will not be confused. 2 hours later, Kubinka. Pavlov looked at the truck driving into the training ground and blinked. Wang Zhong jumped out of the car and asked, has the notice been sent out? Pavlov, to be honest, I have never held such an event. There was a New Year's salon before, but it was mainly a dinner party for officers and a bonfire party with soldiers, never held it before. Wang Zhong, you have to get used to it as much as possible. There will be more and more such activities in the future. Let's let the truck take the ingredients to the cooking team first. My chef is also here. Let's. Pavlov, did you forget that we have a French cook here? Wang Zhong patted his thigh. Yes, I got it in looked off. He didn't die. Pavlov, it is said that when Araki broke out, he took a frying pan and beat it all the way out, smashing the heads of several Placians. Wang Zhong, I only knew that Italian chefs would smash their heads when cooking, but I didn't know that French chefs would do the same. Pavlov, so who's going to be the chef now? Wang Zhong, we didn't eat any French food along the way. Aren't they all pretty normal ant delicacies? Sour cream, pickled cucumbers, Chinaki stew. Pavlov just shrugged. Wang Zhong turned back to Neely, who was following him, and said, well, tell our chef. Hey, why are you wearing the boat hat again? Nelly changed her boat hat into a maid's headband when she was at Rokosov Manor. Nelly, now that I'm in the military camp, I'm a soldier again. Then it evolved into a subspecies of maidman, the military hat maidman? The stunt is taking out a Deshka machine gun from your skirt and launching a ripple? Nelly, I'm going to inform the chef that a French chef will be the chef today. But maybe that French chef has to defeat our chef in wrestling before he can get the right to take charge. Is Aunt's cook so hardcore? Nelly had turned and ran away. Pavlov looked at Nelly as she left and said, this is what I would do if I had a daughter. Wang Zhong asked doubtfully, don't you have a daughter? Pavlov shrugged, I hope so, but they are all brats, which is annoying, especially when they grow to 7 or 8 years old, just like my old sled dog when he was young. He will eat everything in my house. The disassembled mechanical device was completely destroyed. Do you know the pain of looking up when you want to tell the time and finding that the clock is dismantled? And when you want to listen to the radio, you find that the semiconductor inside is broken. Oh my god. Pavlov said with a pained expression. Wang Zhong, how are they now? Pavlov, now. I've been writing letters all day asking for my signature. I got some newspapers and signed your name under your picture on the front page. Wang Zhong, you signed for me. Yeah, it's better than annoying you, right? They haven't seen your signature anyway. Pavlov spread his hands. Wang Zhong, give it to me next time and I'll sign it. No, then the previous signature will be exposed. Pavlov shook his head repeatedly, that's it? Wang Zhong smiled. After all, the winter solstice has just passed, and night is quickly falling. It is said that daylight at Fort St. Andrew is so short that it only lasts a moment. There are now nominally 3 divisions stationed in Kubinka. The first is the completed 1st Guards Red Flag Mechanized Infantry Division, which is the main force of the mobile army being formed by Wang Zhong. followed by the 225th Mechanized Infantry Division formed as a model division. In fact, this division has not yet been fully staffed. There are many shortcomings in technical arms. The tanks of the armored battalion have been filled, but there is a serious shortage of other vehicles. There is only one tractor in place that can recover tanks, and there are only 50 trucks in the transportation group. Finally, there is the 1st Division of Melania's People's Army. This division currently has only a quarter of its troops. The good news is that there are many technical soldiers. The bad news is that the technical soldiers are not equipped with equipment. Tanks, anti-tank guns, howitzers, what? All are missing. Now the 3 divisions gathered together, and dozens of bonfires were raised across the playground, surrounding the commanders and soldiers. Wang Zhong was very confused. Why wasn't the food served when it was time to eat? But he didn't dare to ask. After all, as an ant person, it would be strange if he didn't understand ant customs. He was struggling with his hungry stomach. Ludmila came over and gave him a few biscuits. Let's eat something to satisfy our stomach first. Dinner tonight will have to wait until 10 o'clock. At this time, the girls from the cooking team came out carrying baskets on poles. The baskets contained snacks, which seemed to be for everyone's stomach. Ludmila continued, and don't let everyone just sit and have some entertainment. Wang Zhong, then let's start first? How about a flamenco? Ludmila scolded, look, there is no band here, who will play flamenco for you? And how can the soldiers dance like they dance at the nobles' ball? Wang Zhong immediately understood what dance the soldiers should dance, of course the knee destruction dance. Then Wang Zhong had an idea. He knew that Yegorov was good at dancing this dance, so he took a step forward and shouted, Yegorov. Pavlov, he and Dr. Katya went into the city, and they probably won't come back tonight. Damn it, there is no Yegorov at this time. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, can you do that leg-breaking dance? Pavlov, me? Do you think I can do that dance with my physique? I'll break my knees first to show you. Wang Zhong frowned. At this time, he saw his adjutant Vasily and had an idea, Vasily, I have a task for you. Find a way to heat up the place. Vasily was shocked, me? Wang Zhong, of course, you are a musician. Sing. Chapter 301 Skirt and Noodle Pocket. Vasily's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, someone next to him started to make noises, Vasily, come on. Wang Zhong was very familiar with this. Although he had not joined the army, he had attended military training in junior high school, and college. During military training, the instructor would lead the group to make noises and sing songs, which would subtly cultivate a sense of collective honor and competition. Now that someone started, Wang Zhong immediately started to make noises, Vasily, come on. As he led the group, people who were closer and knew what was going on immediately followed and made noises at Vasily. At first, the noises were not uniform, but after Wang Zhong took the initiative to lead several times and added clapping, the noises gradually became uniform. Vasily, come on. Pa. 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 Melania's comrades were not very familiar with the ant language and did not know what was going on, but it seemed fun to make noises, so they all followed suit. Facing the audience's regular applause and cheering, Vasily stamped his feet and said, okay, I'll do it. Filippov, come and play the drums. Filippov screamed in the audience, do you have to bring me along? You can be the only one who is embarrassed. Wang Zhong, how can this be embarrassing? I'm just responding to the enthusiasm of my comrades and performing a show. You can warm up the place, and everyone will take turns to come up later. Filippov came up with a drum, and Wang Zhong joked, look, aren't you carrying a drum directly? I vaguely guessed that it would turn out like this, but it was in front of all the officers and soldiers. Wang Zhong, are you scared? Filippov laughed, no, it can't be, how can this be scarier than the artillery fire of the Prasen people? Wang Zhong laughed. He particularly agreed with what Filippov said. He also felt that after returning from the battlefield, he seemed to be more capable of expressing himself in public, because he was not scared at all. Filippov played the drums, and Vasily sang the song Tanya Tanyusha. Wang Zhong smiled. This song also carries a lot of memories. Ltov just added that the thousands of military academy students in the army that was then the Rokosov battle group sang this song. At that time, this song was still a song that purely eulogized love. Its status in Wang Zhong's heart was similar to Look Over, Girl Across the Street. Now, this song has been stained with the color of war. It still eulogizes love, and also eulogizes the youth of young people in the war. Before crossing, Wang Zhong yearned for this kind of youth. This is the youth of his grandfather, who graduated from school singing Shouldering the Rise and Fall of the World and turned into a huge wave of national self-salvation. This is the youth of his father, the flag of the Republic has our blood-stained style. At that time, Wang Zhong thought it was too romantic. Now it's his turn, although it's in another world. At this time, Vasily sang the chorus, a little hoarse, Tanya Tanyushamitakyana, do you still remember that hot summer? The hot summer refers to the fierce artillery fire of Prasen. However, the young people in the artillery fire are still singing love. Wang Zhong could already imagine the painful expression of a junior high school student when he was asked to write a review of the song one day in the future. If you haven't experienced it, you certainly don't understand the meaning of this song to young soldiers. Thinking of the scene of writing a review in the future, Wang Zhong began to ponder the review. Should he answer, in fact, the soldiers are not singing about love, but looking forward to a peaceful and happy life after victory in this way? After Vasily sang the chorus, someone whistled 3 playful whistles. And more than one person was whistling. It seems that everyone knew there should be whistles here. Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw someone in the crowd eager to try, so he pointed in that direction and made a up gesture. Then someone jumped out of the crowd with a balalaika. Wang Zhong originally thought he was going to join the ensemble, but he didn't expect him to play the balalaika and sing another song. One summer, the sky was just getting light, and I looked at the neighbor's house. I saw a black-eyed girl picking baskets of grapes. I blushed and felt flustered. I wanted to speak to her. Please come to the river, let's welcome the Don together. Wang Zhong frowned. He had seen the quiet Don River and knew that going to the river here was not just as simple as welcoming the Don together. This was the Russians, very unrestrained, and there was no need for the sound of water wheels and mills to cover it. Popov came to Wang Zhong at some point and whispered, "Is this okay? It will become a love song meeting. Shouldn't we sing the Sacred War or something like that?" Wang Zhong, no, the soldiers will fight the Sacred War themselves. Now let them enjoy something they can't enjoy on the battlefield. Battlefield love is particularly romantic, do you understand? It's like you found a small flower on a battlefield full of corpses, and the surrounding hell scrolls will make it particularly dazzling. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he suddenly felt that he should find someone to write down these words. What a great biographical material. In the future, he should find someone to record his quotations. In this way, many golden sentences will be born that will make students who write book reviews scratch their heads in the future. The guy who sang Black-Eyed Girl went wild with his fingers when he entered the chorus, making the originally very melodious chorus seem like rock and roll. Then a new guy came on stage and started to dance the legendary knee-destroying dance on the ground to the rhythm. Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea. He remembered that the Maizi dance video he watched before crossing over was choreographed in the form of a dance battle. Moreover, many of Mao Zi's novels about military life also include dance scenes, which should be Mao Zi's tradition. So Wang Zhong waited for Dark-Eyed Girl to end, then came out and shouted, "Which army are you from?" The young man playing the balalaika winced, "Can you not punish me for picking shit?" Wang Zhong, "I won't punish you, but whoever fails to get on the show today will be blamed." "Which army are you from?" "The 1st Regiment of the 225th Infantry Division." Wang Zhong, "Okay, the 225th Infantry Division did a good job, applause." As he spoke, he took the lead in clapping regularly. After 3 rounds of filming, Wang Zhong asked, "Is there any better program for Kono Ujibu? Come on, one for Ujibu. Now that I have a feeling, I feel like playing songs during military training." The 225th Division immediately began to boo, and followed Wang Zhong in shouting, "The guards are coming one at a time." As soon as I stepped forward, someone shouted, "General, we don't have musical instruments. Please allow us to go back to the dormitory to get musical instruments." Wang Zhong, "That's right. Can't the others do it without musical instruments?" Division 225, boo your big brother. So the 225th Division started to boo very enthusiastically. The non-commissioned officers who usually trained in one machine step taught them combat experience. The relationship should be pretty good, and now they are more relaxed. Suddenly, someone stood up. It was Dmitry, who had been transferred to the artillery regiment. The regiment he belonged to was now part of the artillery division that Wang Zhong was preparing to build but had not yet formed. "Although I have been separated from the division's artillery battalion, I am also a veteran of the mechanized infantry. Let me be the first." Then he rushed into the open space between several divisions like a whirlwind and began to perform a human top. This posture requires bending the legs. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is very difficult. The boy holding the balalaika immediately set up the music, and Filipov also started playing the drums. Dmitry spun even more happily. As soon as he finished spinning, someone from the 225th Division jumped out and started a face-to-face dance. The two sides danced for 3 minutes until the music ended. Both sides were panting when they stood up, and then clasped their hands together hard. Wang Zhong, "Okay." Applause. At this time, the few people who had just picked up the instruments came back with bayans and violins. Wang Zhong, why didn't I know that there are still people in my old army who can play violin? Are you a high school student? The violinist said, yeah, what's wrong? Are you in the infantry? Wang Zhong asked again. Yes. Wang Zhong, you can't be in the infantry. We are short of anti-aircraft artillery firing commanders. Those who need to mentally calculate the firing parameters must be high school students. They will report to the anti-aircraft artillery camp tomorrow. My classmates are all in the infantry. Wang Zhong, then you all go to the anti-aircraft artillery camp. We want to bleed and die. Na Bian's young men protested loudly. Wang Zhong, do you think there is no need to shed blood and sacrifice in the anti-aircraft artillery camp? Well, I have already demonstrated it to Division Commander Yegorov. He will definitely use the anti-aircraft artillery to get up close and shoot the enemy infantry like me. Then there will be it's up to you to sacrifice. And now our divine arrow air defense suppresses the enemy's ground attacks, but there are only so many prayer hands, and we can't replenish them immediately if they die. Air defense is very important. Forget about this, let's perform your show. You can't embarrass Kono Ichibu, you freshly recruited recruits. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man with the violin played a cheerful melody. Wang Zhong, Skylark. It's not Skylark by Yuki Kajiura, but the famous violin piece Skylark. Friends who have taken violin exams will definitely know it. Wang Zhong happened to have such a friend before he traveled through time. This piece of music is also easy to recognize, because it starts with a violin imitating the cry of a skylark, as if you suddenly heard a skylark singing on a branch in a dense forest. Then the tune becomes upbeat. Because this piece of music is played quickly and requires very high standards from the performer, it has become a common piece for violin exams and is also the main piece for violin masters to show off their skills. Approximately equivalent to Flight of the Bumblebee in piano music. Wang Zhong, but Skylark doesn't need Bayan. This piece requires piano accompaniment, and Wang Zhong couldn't imagine how Bayan could replace the piano. Then the boy from Bayan told Wang Zhong the answer, no replacement. He started dancing directly. Bayan was just a dance prop. Wang Zhong was shocked. At this time, several girls from the laundry team appeared hand in hand. They were wearing skirts and spinning around the dancing Bayan boy, like blooming flowers. The appearance of the girl made all the young men present excited. In this regard, it can only be said that the young boys in both time and space are the same. Wang Zhong suddenly wanted to teach them how to sing. The girl opposite looked over. When he graduated from junior high school, his class reserved a large private room for the graduation party. It was the first time Wang Zhong went to KTV. There were two extremely hot moments at that time, which Wang Zhong still remembers. One was when the boys sang Look at the Girl Opposite You, which made the girls smile. The other was when they sang I'm Conquered by You. The scale of the MV was a bit big, and the whole audience was booing. It was then that Wang Zhong realized that this conquest might also mean that the distance between the two became negative. After the song ended, Wang Zhong said to the boy Bayan, that's right, I didn't expect Bayan to be a prop. As a result, they started playing at that time and then gave up the dance floor to the girls. The boys fell silent and looked at the girls. When the song ended, Wang Zhong shouted, yes, I declare that the girls have won this one. Everyone applauded. Vasily suddenly shouted, girls, the skirt you are wearing looks like it has the bottom pocket cut off. There are also words on the side, net weight is 50 kilograms. Wang Zhong took a look and saw that there were still words. Immediately, a girl shouted, these are the bags given to us to carry our luggage. They are not the bags used by the cooking team to carry food. Don't taint our innocence. Vasily laughed, you put yourselves in your pocket. Wang Zhong, where's the military uniform skirt? Pavlov, they are hired workers. They don't have military uniforms. They only have clothes donated by the rear. Wang Zhong thought of Neely, she was also a hired worker, and the boat-shaped hat seemed to have been given by Ludmila. Wang Zhong sighed and said, give the girls another bag. The girls cheered. Wang Zhong remembered the lyrics of Tanya Tanyusha. Sometimes I can see it in the crowd. That familiar dear figure. Blue round hat, blue blouse. Dark skirt, girlish figure. He looked at the skirt made of pockets and smiled helplessly but not bitterly. One day in the future, this will also become a precious war memory and appear in someone's memoirs. April summary. Let's post the update screenshots first. When I write the summary, April ends in half an hour, and there's no time to type out the next chapter. In fact, my updates cannot be calculated according to natural days. I live a very free life. I basically sleep when I want to, and I can fall asleep lying down like a pig. I never have insomnia. You can calculate it like this. A long break of more than 8 hours is mainly a long break for sleeping and eating. The short break of about 3 hours in the middle is a nap and a meal. There must have been 2 normal updates between my 2 long breaks, plus various additional updates. For example, right now, you know that I took a long break around 5 o'clock this morning, referring to the 30th, then started typing, and took a short break after the afternoon update. There will be a normal update in the evening. There will be one normal update and one supplementary update before the next long break. After explaining my update rules, here's the picture above. It is not as popular as last month, mainly because there is no monthly ticket reward and there is no pressure to update. In addition, I took the time to recharge this month. There were so many updates last month that it took me just 1 month to finish reading the first part of Grantz's Pingalo trilogy. Updates take up a lot of time, causing my reading efficiency to drop. April was much better. I had time to read The Clay-Footed Giant, also written by Glantz, and learned about the crotch stretching of the Soviet army before the war. Let's talk about the first part of this trilogy that I read last month. This part talks about the period from April 1942 to August 42, that is, the battles before Peningrad in places such as Yufu and the famous city of Tongliao, Rostock, as well as on the Don River plain. There are many highlights in this battle, such as the excellent performance of one of the three hearses, and Sandoku's triumphant advance on the grassland. At this time, it seems that Sandoku can indeed win. This is also the main content of the next volume. The protagonist wants to put the 100mm gun carrier developed by himself into the battle, and the elite division with strong support will also suffer a little here. As for whether I will be involved in the fierce competition for Penanglar in the future, this is what I think. In fact, most of the Battle of Peningrad was not fought in the city. I have only read the first part of Grant's Peningrad trilogy, but I have read a lot of the ones written by others before. Most of the battles in Peningrad were not fought in the city, but the film and television works and games related to this historical event were all placed in the city. Think about it, at that time, the main defenders of the city were the 62nd Army. This army group was much weaker than Paulus's 6th Army. If the entire 6th Army was pressed up, even if the battle damage was ugly, the urban area would be replaced. And there are a lot of tanks in episode 6, but tanks are not suitable for urban combat. Where did the tank go? Fighting against Soviet tanks on the plain outside the city. In fact, there was only a small part of the urban combat in Peningrad. Most of the hundreds of thousands of people in the 6 episodes were arrayed on the plains outside along the Valdecha River. Then for some reason, Chewikov directed 6 out of 62 episodes. It should all be the fault of marketing accounts. Therefore, in the next volume, Wang Zhong should lead his 100,000 men to fight Paulus' 300,000 men on the plains, and then let Kashuch go to defend the city and grind meat. This is too far away, it should be a story in June. Now, everyone can see that this volume is mainly about the protagonist establishing his prestige in the army. The protagonist will command the front army in the future. He must have division commanders and corps commanders under him. There are not enough characters who have appeared now. So I will try to expand the characters as much as possible. This is what I originally thought, but it turns out that I am beginning to be path-dependent. It is the battlefield knowledge and sensationalism that I am good at. If you look carefully, the new people who appear are all allied military officers. They are also you can't be the division commander or army commander. It seemed that only Lieutenant Colonel Donald of the Volunteer Flying Corps could die. No, he could be used. There should be more people appearing in this volume, mainly familiar faces. Now everyone is familiar with characters like Igorov, especially Igorov. I feel that there is enough foreshadowing. But I haven't decided yet, maybe I will live until the war. I code words to see where my inspiration comes from. Ltov's volume about the dead Elisha actually came to mind when I was listening to a song called Elisha. There is a line in the lyrics, now he can no longer pick flowers, it is the girl who gives him flowers. I was particularly touched. Then let the girl die too. For example, the deaths of Ivan and old Duke Rokosov were planned from the beginning, so there was a lot of foreshadowing. In short, in this book if you see a person with a lot of death signs, then he will die. Except for the protagonist and those on the character list, everyone can reward the main character list, so it is not easy to let them die. So those of you who want to create a new character should cheer, she won't die. Why her? Because male characters are supposed to fight and face death calmly, male characters will not get character cards. I didn't decide this because I tried several artists and all the characters they drew made people want to call him Army Master. When I was writing the last volume, I relented and didn't let Vasily's father die, but now I realize that I missed the opportunity to let my old father die. Vasily also lost the opportunity to grow, and his character and arc did not change at all. He became a mascot-like character, which I regret very much. Don't look at what I am saying in a joking tone. In fact, the death of a character is a very serious matter that needs to be taken seriously. If his death does not make his character's arc more complete, it will not make other people's arcs more complete. Then this death is meaningless. I am very disgusted with this senseless death. For example, what is the significance of Yang Wenli's death? Whose arc is fuller because of this? Yes, I know about the deaths of Reinhard and Yang Wenli, which makes the sentence this year, Reinhard von Lehenkram was 21 and Yang Wenli was 30. Both of them were in the future. More than in ages past became art. But is this enough? On the contrary, Siegfried's death was great, it made Reinhard's arc fuller, and one can't help but wonder if everything would have been different if Siegfried hadn't died. So letting a character die is a very serious matter. First, you need to stand up the character, and then work hard to make the death meaningful. This volume is mainly about existing characters, enriching the relationship network between them, so that at some point in the future, his departure can become meaningful in line with my aesthetics. Here I would like to mention a book that I like very much recently, yes, it is Xianjian Xian Clan. The passing of the first generation of the Li family really dances on my aesthetic. I also read Xianjian Xianzu and realized that readers are no longer children and can accept the departure of some characters. Thanks to the Xianjian clan and the Yueji people for writing such a wonderful work. That's too far. Back to this book, this volume has just started. I am actually very worried that the data will drop seriously. But now it seems that I have worried too much. I have even upgraded it from 25,000 to 30,000, and I have subscribed all the time. From 30,000 to 40,000. This ratio of follow-up and equal subscription shows that there is still room for growth. The key point is that there is no war in this volume. There is no war in chapter 40. There should be about 20 chapters in this volume, mainly new characters appearing together, new equipment in place, and new divisions being formed. Then the next volume is the outpost battle in Penangler. The protagonist wants to grab a tiger and hold it as a treasure. Yes, he wants to drive a tiger, because I like Caritas, and I even have a personally signed version of Tiger in the Mud brought by a friend who studied abroad. Unexpectedly, the white tiger pose is Ant's tiger pose, haha. By the way, I still owe one update after the March monthly pass. I should make up for this update and the remaining regular updates before the next long break. I'm going to take a break in May. Anyway, I'm in the battle role, so I don't have to worry about not having enough updates or losing follow-up reading, right? I write about those who are super strong in battles and those who chase more. So in May there are only 2 updates per day for 6K. The Alliance leader will continue to add updates, because May is very busy, so the Silver Alliance will add 10 updates. It's unlikely that there will be a golden cute, so let's discuss it again. It is unlikely to add 100 updates, I will hang up, let me take a rest. The leader's update is just to express my attitude. It does not mean that 1000 UN is worth an update. It is to express my determination to complete the book. Well, I will continue typing. Oh, by the way, I will take leave as usual next time I take a long break. I will take a day off on the 1st. I just happened to finish reading Glance The Rebirth of Giants and learn more about the Soviet army in Barbaro. How did SA reorganize after its initial collapse? Good night. Chapter 302 Please call me Dave Arisai. Wang Zhong continued to perform his duties, don't lose to the girls. Are there any more? Come on, boys. At this time, a group of people stood up. Wang Zhong saw that they were actually the Melania People's Army, and hurriedly asked them to come to the middle of the venue. Let's phantom Melanias. Wang Zhong hesitated. Calling brothers felt too warlord. Although calling comrades in arms was okay, it couldn't express the meaning of although the nationalities are different, we work together. After hesitating again and again, he felt that there was only one word that was most appropriate, and he said again, let's welcome Melanias Davarish. There is no better word than this. This word was originally called by the Navy, and later it was extended to mean comrades in arms and people with common aspirations. The same aspirations refer to overthrowing Prasen and liberating the fallen hometown. Melania's people originally planned to perform directly, but when they heard Wang Zhong shout Davarish, they stopped and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, keep going, Dawasili, forward, Dawarasi. The Melanians looked at each other and immediately began their performance. The song they sang was in Melanian language, but Wang Zhong had heard the melody and knew it was Melanians' military song. The Melanians danced a traditional dance to the accompaniment of the military song, which was a different flavor compared to the anti-people's dance that was against the knee joints. Next, Wang Zhong, apart from occasionally taking the lead in making trouble and provoking the competition between the divisions and units, watched everyone show their talents at other times. When it was almost 11 o'clock, the truck drove from the kitchen and directly lowered the railing of the truck bed, turning it into a huge dining table, revealing dishes in baskets and large basins. An old lady with a huge spoon appeared and shouted to the girl dancing with the soldiers, "Don't waste time, come and share the food." The girls then said goodbye to the boys and ran to the truck. Wang Zhong heard the auntie muttering, "You girls, you are wearing bags for carrying things. What will you use to carry your luggage in the future? That fierce quartermaster will be fierce to you again, and then you will come to me like little birds to seek justice. A girl shouted, Auntie, Lieutenant General Rokosov said that he would give each of us new bags. The auntie looked at Wang Zhong with annoyance. Lieutenant General, how could you do this? Do you know how precious flour bags are now? The best bags are in short supply everywhere. You have given hundreds of bags to the girls, but these bags should have been used to carry flour to feed your soldiers. You may lose the battle in the future if you do this. At this time, the atmosphere was very lively. When they heard that Lieutenant General Rokosov's command art was questioned by the auntie in the cafeteria, they immediately started to make a fuss. In addition to the fuss, there were also young people who knew the auntie and asked, Auntie Ilyanichna, do you know who he is? Auntie Ilyanichna, why don't you know? He is in the newspaper every day. Auntie, I can't read, but I can still read pictures. This is Lieutenant General Rokosov. The young soldier asked again, then do you know what he did? Auntie Ilyanichna, hey, he caught a lot of General Proson. What's the big deal? I have a hook for driving pigs, and I can catch a fat pig weighing dozens of kilograms. Can a general be heavier than a pig? Wang Zhong understood that this was an old farmer who had not read much. So he asked, Auntie, why are you cooking? Because my child went to the war, the kind parish priest came to evacuate, and I said I was waiting for my child to come back, but he took out a 20-jin doctor's sausage and said, Ilyanichna, take this sausage, think about the benefits of the church, and leave quickly. Then I left. The sausage was really good. I wanted to take my cow with me, but the priest said no, you should get on the tractor and go, so I left the cow behind. I wonder if the people of Prosen fed my cow well. The old lady said a lot, but she didn't say why she cooked. It seems that many old people are like this. They get off topic as they talk. Wang Zhong changed the subject. What are we eating today? Today is the last day of the year. What else can we eat? And Ilinakina lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing the dishes on the plate inside. Fish jelly salad, I ordered one, it's delicious, come and give you one. As she said that, the old lady picked up a plate and stuffed it into a girl from the cooking team, so the girl trotted to Wang Zhong and smiled when she handed it to him. Wang Zhong's attention was all on the dish. This dish looked very similar to a kind of snack that Wang Zhong would eat for breakfast in his hometown, called thousand-layer cake. Anyway, this thing doesn't look like a salad at all. Looking from the side, it was divided into many layers. The top layer was red, followed by white close to fish soup, creamy yellow of some unknown kind, and pure yellow at the bottom. He sniffed it closely and it smelled like herring. Although Wang Zhong had eaten a lot of anti-specialty food, this kind of salad was the first time he had seen it. So he cut a small piece with the edge of the fork and put it in his mouth. Although it was food he had never seen before, Wang Zhong took a big bite out of the curiosity of the series people about eating. Then he frowned. The red layer on the top was actually beetroot, yes, the beetroot used to color the beetroot soup. The fish soup in the middle was fish jelly with a lot of herring meat. This part tasted very good. Below was mayonnaise and cheese, and finally at the bottom was mashed potatoes. The fish jelly and mashed potatoes both tasted good, and the taste of red cabbage was okay after I got used to it, but the mayonnaise and cheese in the middle were a bit weird. This dish can only be rated as exotic. Of course, for Ant people, this is probably the taste of hometown. But Wang Zhong, with the intention of eating everything, took another bite. It doesn't seem so weird anymore, I'll try it with another bite. In this way, Wang Zhong tried to finish this strange solid salad. His first words after finishing the meal, is there any Chinaki stew? Bring me some. Belinsky's favorite Chinaki stew is also quite to Wang Zhong's taste, and the walnut jam pie is also good. Ludmila directly took away the empty fish salad plate and put the bowl of stew into Wang Zhong's hand. I knew you liked it. Wang Zhong ate the stew while watching others enjoy the food. The nights are getting darker, signaling that the new year is approaching. When the meal was almost done, the girls from the cooking team appeared pushing a trolley containing wine. In order to keep the temperature of the wine barrels, there was a charcoal stove on the trolley. There aren't that many goblets, the girl pushing the cart shouted, just use your kettles. The first barrel is filled with sparkling wine, and the second is your favorite vodka. The soldiers stirred when they heard vodka. But Wang Zhong saw that they all drank the champagne obediently from the water bottles with thermal sheaths, and then took the vodka. It seems that during the Chinese New Year, you have to drink sparkling wine first and then vodka. Otherwise, these wine men would definitely make vodka first. The secular church has always promoted sparkling wine, that is, champagne, as part of its propaganda. However, after so many years of promotion, the production of champagne has increased, but it cannot sell vodka. When Wang Zhong saw the car coming to him, he also took some champagne and put it into his mouth, and then some vodka. Just when the group was satiated and sipping some wine, the loudspeaker at the Kubinka training ground began to play bells. This was the arrival of the new year. Wang Zhong held the kettle with the thermal cover and turned to Ludmila. Happy New Year. Luda also smiled. Happy New Year, may you win more battles. Wang Zhong nodded. That's natural. The bell from the loudspeaker rang out for the last time, and then there was music, which seemed to be a variation of the Tsar Ode. Wang Zhong had a premonition that Olga might be giving a speech. Sure enough, Olga's voice appeared. Subjects of the Empire, this year has been a difficult year for us. The Prasen Empire massacred our brothers and sisters, our friends, and even our parents. They were cruel, killing prisoners and civilians, leaving a blood debt on this land. Compatriots, in the past year, Ant's territory has been filled with sorrow. Wang Zhong was wondering at this time whether Olga would reveal the truth about the Tsar's death. However, the people in Yebeo had long known that the Tsar was clamoring for surrender, so he was killed. After all, there were too many people in the summer palace on the day he went crazy, and there were many people who came to rescue him, and they all heard him. Finally, Olga mentioned this incident. The Plassians even fired cannons at the summer palace. At that time, my father was already on the verge of collapse because of his brother's martyrdom. As a result, the Plassans' cannon broke his nerves. The last string made him go completely crazy. So in the end, the Tsar was not accused of treason, but went crazy. Olga, it turned out that the guard's gun was taken away by my father, and he just swallowed the gun and committed suicide. Okay, it reminds me of a country where someone was shot 8 times in the back and then concluded that he committed suicide. Yingzhang, don't look at others, I'm talking about you. Olga, the great sadness has seized me, but I know that at this time I must straighten my back and wear this heavy crown. I, Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, I promise to lead you to victory. No matter how long it takes, we will regain our homeland, and then invade the culprit's country and completely eliminate the source of the atrocities. Wang Zhong nodded. Very good, short, and powerful, without any discussion, only emphasizing the results. For an illiterate old peasant like Mrs. Ilinikna, this kind of speech is most appropriate. After all, Ant's older generation still has many old farmers, so they have to understand. The Tsar's speech ended and the music started again, but this time it was not the Tsar's ode, but the Holy War. The soldiers began to cheer, hurrah! After all, after drinking, Ula's voice kept coming and going. Wang Zhong turned to Pavlov and Popov and said, be careful tonight. Don't leave drunk people on the playground. It will be bad if they freeze to death. Pavlov patted his chest, don't worry. Also, Happy New Year. Just as Wang Zhong was about to respond, thin snowflakes began to fall from the sky. It wasn't the violent goose feather snow more than a month ago, but snow that was so fine that it was somewhat inconsistent with the style of Ant's country. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered an old saying, auspicious snow heralds a good harvest. At this time, Popov said to Wang Zhong seriously, Your Majesty General, no, Devarisai, I strongly request that your set of work procedures be spread to all the chaplains accompanying the army. Wang Zhong, you mean singing? Is it the kind of dance competition where you compete with each other? Popov, there is also the singing competition. I thought about it. In this kind of singing competition based on troops, although everyone is only competing for the pitch of their voices, and the victory or defeat is almost just a battle of spirits, it plays an important role. Strengthen the role of collective consciousness. Nonsense, this is something that the Iron Army from another time and space has figured out over the years. Popov, you should come to us for lectures, Davarish. Wang Zhong, no, I have too many lectures to do. Just go and talk to them, or let Pavlov summarize it into a booklet. I read Pavlov's post-war experience, that's a good summary. Me. Pavlov was shocked, you ordered me again. Wang Zhong waved his hand, that's it? Chapter 303 Vortex, Update 3333. Chapter 303 Vortex, Update 3333. The New Year's Eve carnival lasted until 3 o'clock in the night, and then everyone rolled back to the barracks under the roar of the priests accompanying the army. Wang Zhong stayed in Kubinka with Ludmila that night. The next morning, Wang Zhong got up early and prepared to go to the Ordnance Bureau's test site to watch the test of the 100mm artillery carrier. After all, this is the highlight, and it is the most reliable way to move the 100mm gun to the armored vehicle before a turret ring larger than the T-34W can be found. Of course Wang Zhong would like to have a turret if possible. Although weapons like assault guns have the name of assault, they are actually weapons that are not suitable for offense. The original design was to be attached to an infantry division to build fixed bunkers during the attack, but later its actual use was to build tanks during defense. The demolition of bunkers is usually left to Stukas or larger caliber heavy artillery. There is a 15 cm infantry gun over there in Sandoko, which is very powerful, but it is not convenient to maneuver on the front line. Then they installed the infantry cannon on the chassis of the No. 1 tank and turned it into a Bison self-propelled infantry cannon. The effect of bombing bunkers was much stronger than the No. 3 assault gun. Wang Zhong finished his breakfast while thinking about this. As soon as he stood up, Ludmila stood up too. Wang Zhong, what are you doing? Going to the Ordnance Bureau test site to see our 100mm artillery carrier? Let me tell you, I think that thing will work. Ludmila sighed, I'm going home. After all, as a praying hand, I don't need to master other skills. I would really like to participate in sniper training to learn how to kill enemies with a rifle, but they think it is best not to use praying hands. Learn these. Wang Zhong, you can learn it if you want. It's always good to be able to defend yourself. Ludmila, they asked me to retreat as soon as the arrows were shot. All praying hands were asked to do so. Wang Zhong, that's it? Praying hands are a non-renewable resource. Even if you took out all the children in the seminary, there wouldn't be much. In fact, all people who can use divine power are non-renewable resources. If one dies, they can only wait for natural birth. This is still a card-drawing behavior with no guarantee. Therefore, in the past, the Eastern Saint sect of the Chongsheng sect was all conservative in the use of divine power, and would rather not use it to ensure their survival. Because the existence of divine power symbolizes the existence of God. Because the secularists firmly believe that divine power is a scientific phenomenon, on the one hand they are constantly studying divine power, and on the other hand they are more inclined to use divine power as a conventional force. The purpose of dismantling the Shenjiang Company and deploying it to grassroots units was to make such a gesture. But even secularists would not put prayer hands into a vehicle like an airplane that is likely to never return if it is shot down. Wang Zhong looked at his fiancée lovingly. At this time, she said, you let us take on the air defense mission, which has greatly improved our survival rate. On behalf of all the praying hands, I thank you. Yes. Wang Zhong nodded, let's go, Vasily, prepare the car. Vasily, General, the car is ready. Walk. After sending Ludmila back to the manor, Wang Zhong's motorcade arrived at the weapons testing site of the Ordnance Bureau. This test site and Kubinka are just at the two ends of Yebeo. The two locations are connected just past the Catherine II monument in the center of Yebeo, and the 3 points are connected in a line. As soon as he entered the test site, he heard the sound of cannons. Wang Zhong asked Vasily, what kind of cannon is this? Vasily turned over the documents in his hand. It should be that the self-propelled artillery using the T-70 chassis is being tested. There may be test projects that were not tested yesterday. If you are not here, the project you promoted will not be tested. Wang Zhong, yeah. At this time, the convoy followed the guidance of the test field and drove to the shooting test field. Then I discovered that there were several Proson tanks parked inside. Wang Zhong recognized at a glance that these tanks had strengthened armor compared with the ones Wang Zhong faced. He turned to look at the firing position, cut the bird's eye view, and found that the shortest distance between the gun emplacement of the firing position and the target was 500 meters, and the farthest distance was 800 meters. He was shocked and shouted, why is the maximum test distance only 800 meters? At this time, a large group of officers and technicians ran out of the observation post next to the test site and headed straight for Wang Zhong's motorcade. Before these people could approach, Wang Zhong repeated the question, why is the maximum testing distance only 800 meters? The leading officer shrugged, it is said that the standard tank engagement distance is only so far, and this is also written in the training manual. Wang Zhong checked the perspective and confirmed that the officer's name was Zinov Grigorievic and he was a brigadier general. He thought for a while and decided not to show that he knew the name yet, so he said, who are you? Introduce yourself. You are all. Zinov Grigorievic, brigadier general. On the order of General Gorky, I sent over the captured tanks that were not recorded in our military directory. Wang Zhong checked the plug-in perspective again and confirmed that this person did not belong to the army. Wang Zhong, where are your troops, brigadier general? Zinov Grigorievic sighed, they were all wiped out in the enemy's ambush. My command vehicle was also destroyed, and I was the only one who escaped with a narrow escape. Lieutenant General, please try me in a military court. Come on. I underestimated the enemy and destroyed more than 100 tanks in my brigade. Wang Zhong, are you from the Quick Victory sect? I am. Zinov Grigorievic nodded without hesitation. Wang Zhong, then why did Gorky not hand you over to the military court, but asked you to send the captured tanks back? I don't know. Zinov replied. Wang Zhong, I have no right to judge you. You might as well ask the judge over there. At this time, Wang Zhong's personal security officer, Bishop Bulgakov of the Inquisition, said, I also want to ask why you were not arrested above. But as the Inquisition, I would like to ask, are you a capitulator? No, Zinov said resolutely, I can't wait to eat all my enemies alive to make up for my mistakes. Wang Zhong, okay, I'll discuss your question later. Have you arranged a place to stay? No, I'm like an abandoned baby, everyone has forgotten about me. Wang Zhong, Vasily, arrange a place for him. Vasily, okay, I think there should be a lot of empty barracks in Kubinka, where an army group can be stationed, so that the troops can conduct exercises, or in other words, war games of the nobles. Wang Zhong, where are the others? A second lieutenant took a step forward. I am Anatoly Ivanovich. I am in the same unit as the brigade commander. I am a survivor of that ambush. I hope that the brigade commander will not be tried alone, but also me. Wang Zhong looked at this man carefully and found that although he had a strong back, his temperament seemed to have been well educated, so he asked, "Are you a high school student?" Vasily chuckled, because General Rokosov has almost become a high school student recently, looking for high school students everywhere to serve as technical soldiers in the army. Anatoly, I am a college graduate, majoring in mathematics. Wang Zhong, why are you driving a tank? Anatoly, because I can drive a car. Let me be a tank driver. I survived because the driver kept the hatch open and looked at the road, so it was easy to escape. Wang Zhong, it is too wasteful for a mathematics university graduate to become a tank driver. Anatoly said loudly, I want to fight against Prozan. I think the forefront of modern military technology is the tank. Wang Zhong, really? How many battles have you participated in? I have gone through 4.5 months of tank training, and the December offensive was my first battle. Wang Zhong, in other words, you know nothing about war. But I still reluctantly ask you, with your clever mind as a college student, do you think tanks play a decisive role? Anatoly immediately replied, no, I observed the composition of the Prozan people when I escaped. A single tank probably won't have much effect. Wang Zhong turned to Bishop Bulgakov and said, this does not need to be tried. I need him to join my army. Vasily muttered, good boy, I found a college student again. In fact, what Wang Zhong really wanted the mathematics students to do was to decipher the Enigma machine, but a college student couldn't do this, so Wang Zhong pinned his hopes on the church. The secular church promotes that science can interpret theology, so it has a very good relationship with scientists. If you are a scientist, you are a secular church, so it is more appropriate to leave this matter to the church. Wang Zhong, where are the others? Keep introducing yourself. So the officers introduced themselves one by one, but unfortunately none of the remaining people made a deep impression on Wang Zhong, or in other words, the behavior of these people without exception reminded Wang Zhong of star chasers, except that they were chasing Wang Zhong. Be loyal to the Star of Victory. After learning the names of these people, Wang Zhong asked the original question again, why is the target at a distance of 500 to 800? Brigadier General Zinov, because the designed engagement distance is this far. If it is further away, it will be inaccurate. In fact, judging from the situation on our battlefield, this is still far. Most of the time, the T-34 fires at 300 meters and hits the enemy tank. Wang Zhong, yes, so we will pay a huge price in the future, Brigadier General Zinov. Brigadier General Zinov, I know that my brigade has paid the price. I told these people that the enemy should be annihilated at a longer distance, so I asked them to change the distance to 1,000 meters, 1,200 meters, and 1,500 meters, but they did not can. And now they are about to conclude that our anti-tank firepower can destroy these enemy tanks modified on the battlefield. Wang Zhong, record the location of the impact point, and then add the results of 1,000 meters and 1,200 meters. Brigadier General Zinov, what about 1,500 meters? Wang Zhong, our gunners should miss, especially with such poor sights. The enemy can hit the target with the first shot from 1,500 meters. This is the result of elite tank crews and advanced sighting equipment. And SIDE generally lacks training no matter what kind of troops it is. After Wang Zhong gave the order, he found that the staff at the Ordnance Bureau's test site were indifferent, so he shouted, I said to pull it to a distance of 1,000 meters and 1,200 meters and try again. Tester, the enemy tank has been destroyed. Even if you zoom out, it is difficult to observe the effect of the hit. It is impossible to judge. Wang Zhong, test whether it can be penetrated first, you idiot. Go and do it. The staff ran away in a hurry. At this time, Wang Zhong heard the sound of an engine behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw two prototypes of 100 mm gun carriers approaching. I don't know if it's because the overall weight has become lighter, but the carrier vehicle equipped with a long-barreled 100 mm gun actually drives faster than the T-34. At this time, Wang Zhong heard Brigadier General Zinov next to him gasp, what is this? I have never seen it before. It looks powerful. Wang Zhong, this is the prototype vehicle I ordered to produce, wait a minute, let them stop moving those tanks, and withdraw the research institute. At this time, Two prototype cars without model numbers or engineering codes drove up to Wang Zhong. Designer Ke Jing jumped off the back of the carrier truck and came to Wang Zhong. Because we didn't give the project's code names, we gave them nicknames. The number 1 car is called Roe Deer, and the number 2 car is called Sika Deer. All vehicles are inspected finished, full of fuel and ammunition. Wang Zhong, have you seen those tanks? Let them drive 1,000 meters away from these tanks and aim at them and fire. Ke Jing immediately turned back to convey Wang Zhong's opinion to the crew, so the 2 transport vehicles turned around and drove to a place 1,100 meters in front of the captured Prasen tanks. After all, the driver didn't have Wang Zhong's plug-in, so it was impossible for him to get stuck accurately for 1,000 meters. Because Wang Zhong shouted to the technician, "Radio." Immediately, the technician handed over a radio aided by the United States. It looked like a much magnified Big Brother. Wang Zhong held this thing and was speechless. The United States really has everything. He picked it up and shouted, "The Roe Deer car." What a fucking name. Wang Zhong, the Roe Deer vehicle, aim at the enemy tank on the far right. Freely measure the range, customize the scale, and fire when you are ready. Yes. Then Wang Zhong put down the hand holding the walkie-talkie and waited. Suddenly, the carrier nicknamed Roe Deer opened fire. The muzzle flash of the 100mm gun was quite spectacular, and the muzzle blast directly caused all the dust on the carrier to fly up. The next moment, everyone knew that the Prasen tank on the far right was finished. Because the moment he was hit, thick smoke spewed out from all the holes in the tank, and then the fire burst into flames. Wang Zhong was speechless. At least the cannon was powerful enough. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and decided to name this kind of carrier Vortex. I just woke up after a long rest. I just got up and slept so soundly. I slept 4 hours more than expected. The next update will be around 5 o'clock, I dare not say it will be too full. It's not that the new Warhammer DLC is too fun and too dedicated to fighting for the Empire. Wait a minute, there really is a Silver Alliance. I'm about to start adding updates again. Why do I feel like I'm always adding updates? Chapter 304 Break Through the Defense. Wang Zhong planned to praise the designer, but just as he was about to speak, Brigadier General Zinov clapped excitedly, "Good. Very good. The shot is really accurate and powerful." Anatoly also applauded, but after clapping a few times, he asked Wang Zhong doubtfully, "Your Majesty Lieutenant General Rokosov, what is this used to deal with? Prasen doesn't have a tank that needs such firepower at all." Wang Zhong thought that there were no tigers and leopards in the future, but he couldn't say it so clearly, so he had to say, "Prasen has captured our KV series heavy tanks, and put their logo on them for use. We need the means to destroy KV from a distance." Anatoly nodded, "Indeed, I also heard that during the counterattack, some troops encountered KV painted in Prasen grey paint. But they hadn't encountered it when the project was established, right? Wang Zhong, we have abandoned so many KVs. The Prasen people can use the parts from the wreckage to build new cars. There is no way they will not use them. In fact, a large number of KVs were abandoned on the roadside just because of failure of the running mechanism, because the Ant army had no maintenance capabilities at all and did not have enough tractors to drag the broken tanks back for repairs." Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea and asked the director of the testing site, "Is there any KV for testing at the testing site?" "Director, yes, it is used to test improvements to the walking mechanism. The test task has been completed and it is placed in the garage." "Wang Zhong, pull it out and put it 1,000 meters away, next to Prasen's Panzer IV tank." "This." The director of the test site looked embarrassed. "Isn't it wrong to use the test vehicle without permission?" Wang Zhong already had rich experience at this time and knew how to deal with this situation, so he said, "Get a document stating that you need to use the KV that has completed the test to test the damage capability of the 100mm gun. I will sign it." The director's face immediately changed. "Okay. Right away." Sure enough, the tips I learned from Lieutenant General Chekhov are easy to use. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhong signed, and the KV drove from the garage to the test range and parked next to the Prasen tank that had just put out the fire. After all the researchers left, Wang Zhong used the walkie-talkie to shout to the 100mm carrier vehicle, "Roe Deer, step back 200 meters and aim at the KV tank." The prototype vehicle codenamed Roe Deer immediately began to retreat. Wang Zhong looked at the distance from a bird's eye view. When he reached 200, he shouted, "Okay. Stop, take aim and shoot directly." After saying that, he handed the walkie-talkie to Vasily. This thing was actually quite heavy, and it was tiring to hold it all the time. I don't know if Big Brother is as heavy as this. If so, it would be difficult for teacher Eugene to keep stuffing it into his butt. In less than 5 seconds, the Roe Deer cart opened fire, and just like before, the muzzle blast blew up the snow in front of the car. Wang Zhong even saw the projectile reflecting sunlight. It hit the front of the KV with lightning speed. The next moment, the KV's turret hatch was blown open by the shockwave, and then flames appeared on the engine cooling cover behind the turret. The fire quickly spread and the tank burst into flames. Okay. Brigadier General Zinov applauded desperately, okay. Now you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter a captured KV. At this time, one of the drivers who was evacuating the tanks with Brigadier General Zinov said, with this firepower, we are not afraid of the enemy's Carolingian tanks. They killed a lot of us with fire-breathing tanks modified from Carolingian heavy tanks. Where are the infantry? Wang Zhong ignored the driver because he was observing the burning KV from a bird's-eye view. Pulling closer, he could see a bullet hole in the front armor of the KV, indicating that this round had neither a machine gun muzzle nor an observation window. It just penetrated the front armor of the car body. 1,200 meters, the first hit destroyed KV. At this time, it is no longer important whether the frontal armor of the Vortex tank destroyer is reliable. This firepower alone has a place for it on the front line. But it would be better if the frontal armor of the Vortex is reliable. It would be even better if the reliability is also up to standard. If production hours drop again. Wang Zhong decisively gave up his fantasy, there was no way such a good thing could happen. Very good, he turned to Kejing's chief engineer and said, I'm very satisfied. Kejing showed a self-effacing smile, this is the Navy's 100mm gun of high quality, and it has nothing to do with my design. Wang Zhong, how do you solve the aiming problem? The preset usage scenario when designing our sights is to engage in combat within 800 meters. How did you achieve a first hit at 1,200 meters? Kejing, first, the test pilots had superb gunnery skills. Second, we used the captured Proson sights and optical equipment. The copying of the sights has been handed over to the 251 factory, which is based on St. Andrews. It was reorganized based on the employees of the St. Andrew optical factory who retreated from Fort. Wang Zhong, is it the factory that produces optical glass? How many people evacuated? Kejing, 1/3 of the technicians and engineers successfully evacuated. We originally had to evacuate the old workers who could grind lenses by hand, but all the workers were devout secular members. They planned to defend the name named after Andrew with their blood and lives. The city refuses to retreat. Wang Zhong, nonsense. This is the battlefield that needs them most. No one produces sights, or the sights are of low quality, which will cause huge casualties to our army. I wrote to them personally to persuade them to withdraw. Kejing was overjoyed, okay. That would be the best. Factory 251 is currently short of skilled lens workers. It would be great if you could write a letter asking the workers in the electronic tube factory to evacuate as well. Wang Zhong, okay. Vasily, please remember and remind me to write a letter tonight. Vasily, huh? I thought I was the ghost writer. Do you really want to write it yourself? Wang Zhong, of course. Only in this way can we be sincere. I want to persuade all these workers Doverich to come back and produce high-quality lenses for us. Of course, importing from the United States is also very important. The current United States is actually a bit like Series later. It can produce anything, not necessarily the best, but it can solve any problems. Shocked, the United States turned out to be Series the trumpet. Wang Zhong looked at the burning KV again. To be honest, after knowing that the 100mm carrier vehicle used the captured Proson sight, his mood was not as good as before. He thought he could achieve a 1,200-meter first hit and first destroy with a completely self-produced product. Although it is not as good as the 1,500-meter first hit and first destroy of the Sandoku Elite Tiger crew, it is still pretty good. Forget it, although it is not particularly perfect, it at least proves that the Navy's 100-gun gun is not inferior to Prosen's 88-gun gun. Suddenly, something exploded on the burning KV, and a stream of fireworks erupted from the turret door, forming a fleeting small mushroom cloud. Wang Zhong, what exploded? Researcher, it may be the remaining shells from the test. I guess they were placed somewhere and we didn't find them when we unloaded the shells. Wang Zhong frowned, could he miss a single shell? But the thought of him being missy was acceptable. Next, Wang Zhong watched the two prototype vehicles complete a series of experiments. It can run at a highway speed of 60 km per hour and has almost the same obstacle clearance level as the T-34, it is the same chassis after all. At the same time, because of its lower weight, it seems that the failure rate has been improved. The two prototype vehicles ran for nearly 100 kilometers in the proving ground without any failure. Of course, more detailed reliability testing requires more than a week of repeated experiments to finally determine whether this tank is durable. Before the protective test was conducted, Wang Zhong was conquered by this car. Then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the early darkness, the protection test began. Two prototype vehicles were sent because one of them was to be tested for protection. Researchers at the testing center stuffed several dummies into the number 2 car, nicknamed Cicadeer, and then the center director asked Wang Zhong for instructions. Should we also pull it to a distance of 1,000 meters? Wang Zhong, no, we need to be stricter in the protection test, starting from 800 meters. Yes, General. Wang Zhong, also, didn't we capture the enemy's tank? After testing the 45mm cannon and anti-tank gun, let's try firing an enemy tank. Use No 3's 50mm gun. The Plassen armored division that invaded rarely equipped the early 37-gun Panzer III tanks, but all had 50-gun versions. In fact, Wang Zhong most wanted to use the enemy's No. 4 tank equipped with a 75mm long-barreled gun for testing. No, considering that Prosan will release a longer 75mm gun later, the current 43 times the caliber, the barrel length refers to the caliber, how many times, 75 guns should be called Zhongkaiwu. Lengthening the 75mm gun of the Panzer IV to 48 times the caliber is already the limit. Any further lengthening will cause the weight of the vehicle to lose balance, and the failure rate of the first road will soar. At this time Anatoly said, among the captured equipment we sent back, there is also a new anti-tank gun, which should be 75mm. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Isn't this Pak 40? The only thing that can withstand this is fear of the 88 anti-everything cannon. So he said, drag it over and test it together. Soon, the captured Pak 40 anti-tank gun was towed to the test site. Wang Zhong walked around and found that this thing was much bigger than in the game. Ant's 45mm anti-tank gun sat next to it like a pocket toy. At this time, several captured Panzer III and Panzer IV tanks were also driven over. Wang Zhong, start the test with the least powerful Buffalo anti-tank gun. The results came out a few minutes later. The Ant Army's standard anti-tank gun PTRS-41 was basically unable to penetrate the front armor of the Vortex. Because Kejing did not make holes in the front armor when designing the Vortex, he placed the driver's observation window on the roof of the tank, and the driver's seat was also designed to be liftable. When not in combat, the bolt can be turned to raise it. Stick out half of your head to observe, then lower it during battle and use the periscope to look ahead. There is also a machine gun on the vehicle body. Kejing directly removed it and instead built an anti-aircraft machine gun above the fighting room. Therefore, the Vortex is destined to have a poor anti-personnel effect. After all, it is just an anti-aircraft machine gun. As for the gunner's sight, Kejing also placed it on the top of the fighting room, using a periscope structure to transmit the image. In short, there is no weak point on the front of the Vortex that an anti-tank gun can attack. In actual combat, this thing can basically only open various observation windows. There was no moment of sadness for the defeat of PTRS-41. Next on the scene was the Ant Army's standard 45mm anti-tank gun. When Wang Zhong watched the gunner operating this thing, he recalled the scene when he was begging his grandfather and grandma to get a company of this thing at the beginning of the war. In the end, it was the Ltov car repairman who saved 3 doors. Hey, it seems like I saved 76 guns. Anyway, this thing was pretty precious back then. The gunner opened fire, and Wang Zhong saw with his naked eye that the shell hit the front armor of the number 2 car and then bounced away. Ricochet. The researcher ran over, checked the dummy in the car, and reported that it was unharmed. Then the gunner changed different aiming positions, but the front part was still ejected, and the new car was spared the 45-gun service at a distance of 800 meters. Then according to the caliber principle, the 50mm gun of the Prosan III tank was mounted, and the result was no problem at all. After the 50mm test, it was the turn of the 75mm short-barreled gun of the Prosan IV tank. As a result, the high explosive shell of the 75mm gun caused the inner side of part of the armor of the number 2 vehicle to collapse. The researcher determined that one member was slightly injured and the 2 were slightly bruised, but they were still capable of fighting. Finally, it's the turn of Ant's ZIS 376mm anti-tank gun. This should be the tank gun with the best armor-piercing capability at the current test site, the ZIS 457mm anti-tank gun test site that Wang Zhong's troops are equipped with in large quantities. No, I can't test it today. Whether the new car can penetrate the defense depends on whether it can withstand the 76-gun attack. Chapter 305 This thing should be mass-produced immediately. Wang Zhong watched the artilleryman push the cannon into position and complete loading. The gunner saluted Wang Zhong, Your Excellency, the shooting is ready, please give instructions. Wang Zhong first turned to confirm whether the researchers had finished replacing the dummy. This was to make it easier to judge the damage. After all, the number 4 short 75-pound high explosive shell in the previous test had shattered the inside of the armor, and the fragments scratched the dummy. After confirming that the researcher had sent the replacement completed signal, Wang Zhong said to the gunner, aim a little bit and fire. Yes. As soon as Wang Zhong picked up the telescope, the gunner opened fire, and Wang Zhong didn't even have time to change the angle of view. Through the telescope, it was clearly seen that the shell hit the steeply inclined front of the number 2 car. Although it was bounced away, it still left a clear scratch. The researchers immediately rushed up to check the dummy inside the destroyer. After a while, a signal was sent that there is no internal damage and the test can continue. Wang Zhong, keep firing. As soon as he finished speaking, the gunner opened fire. The second shot was fired high and flew past the roof of the destroyer. Wang Zhong, what happened? Brigadier General Zinov said, under normal circumstances, it is best to refix the sight. I mean the sight of the 76 gun. Wang Zhong frowned, you mean the scope was just damaged? Before the Brigadier General could speak, Anatole spoke first, the vibration is distorted. It may also be that the gun mount was shaken out of a small error. As long as our equipment is a precision part, there will be this problem. I know the answer. Some people in the tank gun platoon would rather aim at the enemy through the barrel than use unreliable sights. Wang Zhong, isn't it too much to aim at the enemy with a gun barrel? No matter what, the sight is more reliable than the gun barrel, right? Anatoly spread his hands and said, the gun barrel may be more reliable if the target is closer. At this time, the inspection on the target side was completed. This shot did not penetrate, and the dummy inside was unscathed. The gunners also checked the sight according to the Brigadier General's suggestion and reported to Wang Zhong, there is no problem with the sight. It should be a normal error just now. Wang Zhong was stunned. If it were in the game world of tanks, how big would the dotted circle around the crosshair be, representing the possible impact range of the cannonball? Keep shooting. Yes. The third round was fired immediately, this time hitting the gun mantelet of the number 2 car. Since he didn't see ricochet, Wang Zhongxin mentioned it directly. Soon, the test results came, the upper and lower aircraft were stuck, but the artillery was faultless, and it took time to repair the upper and lower aircraft. Wang Zhong turned to Keijing and said, the protection of the gun mantelet needs to be strengthened, but no members were injured, which is pretty good. Keijing, I want to see the damage to the gun mantelet. Wang Zhong, okay, let's go together. Gunner, stop shooting. After a while, Wang Zhong and Keijing led a group of people to the number 2 car 800 meters away. You can see obvious craters left by shells on the gun mantelet. Keijing pushed up his glasses, it looks like the shell directly destroyed part of the armor of the gun mantelet. He got closer to the gun mantelet, carefully inspected the back of the gun mantelet, and then sighed, the gun mantelet is deformed and jammed the helicopter. As I expected, the gun mantelet is too thin. Wang Zhong, did you know that the gun mantelet was very thin from the beginning? Yes. Keijing raised his hand and explained while gesticulating, the tank turret is located above the vehicle body. Even if the T-34 is designed with the turret forward, it is easy to place the overall center of gravity in the middle of the tank. In fact, the T-34's turret is placed forward, designed to balance the weight of the engine and fuel tank. But this car is different. It has no turret. The entire artillery is placed in front of the car body. Then the front of the car body is equipped with such thick armor, and there is also a height machine and steering machine, so the counterweight of this car has changed. It's very difficult. I'm afraid that adding more weight to the gun mantelet will cause the suspension of the first pair of dive wheels to be crushed. Wang Zhong, so that's it? He suddenly remembered that Santoku's Hunter Tiger on the other side of the earth also had the fighting room placed in the middle of the car body. At the time, he didn't understand why it was designed like this. Now he finally understood that it was for counterweight, with the 128mm gun and armor placed together. Too heavy. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, are the height and steering gears electric? Keijing, switching from hydraulic to electric can reduce weight, but there may be difficulties in production. The current supply of motors cannot meet demand, and most motors are installed on tanks. Wang Zhong, hydraulic pressure is very heavy, right? It's not too heavy. After all, the trip is short. What is the shooting range of this thing? Wang Zhong continued to ask, he wanted to understand the situation as clearly as possible. Although the shot just now was absorbed by the gun mantelet and the helicopter and caused no casualties to the crew, the vehicle lost its combat effectiveness on the battlefield, it is not repaired on the battlefield after pressing a button for more than 10 seconds. Even a minor glitch like a stuck turret will take a long time to repair, and it can basically be regarded as saying goodbye to this time battle. So Wang Zhong wants to avoid this situation as much as possible. In response to his inquiry, Keijing immediately reported the data. The left and right sides are 15 degrees each, the maximum depression angle is 7 degrees, and the elevation angle is 50 degrees. Wang Zhong was shocked, such a high elevation angle. Keijing, the engineers of the Navy said that this is a high-level dual-purpose gun, and it has grenades for direct fire. In fact, the Soviet Army on Earth habitually classifies Su-85 and Su-152 as self-propelled artillery. When actually used, they often let them fire in a straight line, and even deploy them next to a howitzer regiment equipped with straight fire to fire in a straight line together. Obviously this space-time ant also inherited this idea, but Wang Zhong did not intend to let them inherit it, at least not this 100mm carrier vehicle. Wang Zhong, no, 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 reduce the functions and do what I want it to do. An elevation angle of 18 degrees is enough. The depression angle can be increased a little, to 9 degrees. The data given by Wang Zhong is the pitch angle range of the Tiger tank, -9 to 18 degrees. This. Keijing hesitated. Wang Zhong, I will add it to the technical parameters I proposed. I only mentioned the depression angle before, but I didn't expect you to actually want it to shoot straight. When he said this, he took over the pot, and Keijing immediately said he had no objection. Wang Zhong continued, there is no need for hydraulic pressure for the pitch angle and left and right shooting range. The hydraulic devices have been removed and replaced with hand cranking. This time it was Brigadier General Zinov who raised the objection, this will make the reaction very slow. What should I do if I encounter an enemy tank at close range? Wang Zhong, rely on the covering infantry to discover the enemy tanks. Do not engage in close firefights with the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Anatoly smiled bitterly, where did the tank troops come from to accompany the infantry? Wang Zhong, my troops will have them, and they will also have accompanying anti-aircraft artillery, accompanying artillery regiments and accompanying maintenance regiments. Wow, Anatoly gasped, I'm so lucky to be a tank crew in your army. I can understand why your army has so many tank crews who destroyed a lot of enemy tanks. Yebeo's newspapers may have been tired of reporting on Wang Zhong's own deeds. I don't know who started it, so they went to interview Wang Zhong's tank crews who had killed a lot of people. These interviews were then embellished in major taverns. After that, all of Wang Zhong's tank crews became armored heroes. It is said that it made the tank crews of the brother units feel competitive. Wang Zhong was too lazy to care about this. He said to Keijing, don't worry about how to use me. Your task is to build the vehicle according to my requirements. In fact, if these destroyers mainly fight at a distance of 1,200 meters, the hand operated that's enough. When the enemy is far away, you only need to move your hand at a very small angle to aim at the target. Anyone who has studied relevant geometry knowledge knows this. Keijing, okay, I'll dismantle the motor when I get back and thicken the gun mantelet, so that there will be no defense holes on the front. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, if you want to redesign the car, do you have to build a new car? After all, it is quite complicated to remove the hydraulic pressure and so on. Keijing, it is indeed necessary to redesign the structure near the breech block, and the gun mantelet also needs to be adjusted. In fact, these two vehicles can be towed back to the factory for modification, but that is very time-consuming, so it is better to just build a new one. Wang Zhong, then what is the number of car No. 2? Cicadier. Vasily reminded. Yes, the Cicadier will stay at the shooting range to practice target and comprehensively test its defensive capabilities. The 76-gun mantelet can jam the high and low aircraft. We already know this. Next, we will continue to test whether it can penetrate at different distances. Maybe we can find new problems and let Keijing's chief engineer improve them together. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Keijing for advice, but this look was obviously misunderstood. Keijing stood at attention and said, promise to complete the task. Just be determined. Wang Zhong looked at the sky. It's already dark. The gunner probably won't be able to fire accurately under these conditions, right? We'll test again tomorrow and send the report to my desk. The next day, on the afternoon of January 2, 915, a report was delivered to Wang Zhong's desk. According to this report, the frontal main armor of the 100mm artillery carrier can withstand the fire of the ZIS-3 anti-tank gun at a distance of 500 meters. But the gun mantelet can be penetrated at a position of 600 meters. Once it is penetrated, there will be problems with the high and low aircraft. After reaching a distance of 500 meters, shooting the gun mantelet with the 76 gun may cause the gunner and loader to be injured or even killed. In 3 of the 10 tests conducted, only the gunner was injured or killed, twice only the loader was unlucky, and 3 times 2 people were unlucky together, and the other 2 times 2 people were unscathed at the same time. Because the commander had 2 human shields, he had a higher survival rate and was only scratched twice. If I have to say it, this shortcoming is not a problem at all. In the game, it may be because the high and low machine and the breech will swallow up the after effects of the shells, and it will be nicknamed black hole armor by players. But this is reality. Those crews injured by fragments may be unlucky enough to hit an artery or something and die. This is a crew carefully selected by Wang Zhong. They are all veterans and are very precious. Therefore, it is imperative to improve the gun mantelet, even if it sacrifices aiming speed. About 7 days later, Keijing tinkered with the second generation prototype. The protection level this time has been impressive. The 76-gun cannon may not be able to penetrate the frontal armor of this thing even at a distance of 300 meters. So Wang Zhong ordered on the spot to drag the 85mm anti-aircraft gun over and test fire the prototype. The results showed that as long as the distance was kept above 800 meters, the second-generation prototype basically had no worries about Ant's own 85mm anti-aircraft gun. However, Proson's 88mm gun can penetrate the gun mantelet of the second-generation prototype vehicle at a distance of 800 meters, but it does not cause much damage to personnel, and only a few fragments enter the fighting room. After the test results came out, Ke Jing's head shook like a rattle. No, we really can't put anything on the gun mantelet anymore. If you want to get better protection, you have to move the fighting room backward. This way the artillery installation, the position also needs to be improved, and the overall position will become higher. Wang Zhong imagined it according to Ke Jing's statement, and what appeared in his mind were the Ferdinand tank destroyer, also known as the Elephant, and the Jaguar tank destroyer. A major feature of these two cars is that they are tall, so they can be spotted from afar. But what Wang Zhong wanted was a relatively low vehicle like the No. 3 assault gun and the No. 4 tank destroyer, suitable for ambush. And at a distance of 800 meters, the 88 gun only penetrated the gun mantelet and produced some shrapnel in the vehicle. Compared with other tanks that were killed by one shot of the Tiger, this is amazing, isn't it? When the Wang Zhong Research Institute of Chemistry and Textiles comes up with the anti-collapse lining requested by Wang Zhong, the survival rate of its members will be even higher. Overall, Wang Zhong is quite satisfied with the new things. Brigadier General Zinov, who has been paying close attention to the testing of this new weapon throughout the process, believes that this thing should be mass-produced immediately. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Subsequent production tests showed that the production time of this thing was 1.3 times that of T-34W. The T-34W cannot completely replace the T-34 because it is too labor-intensive to produce. To truly increase the production of T-34W, we must rely on the transfer of better production technology and equipment from the United States. Wang Zhong knew very well that wars are not won by specially installed machines or decisive weapons. Productivity is a very important point in large-scale wars. So he just had the idea of trying it out to see if the elite troops could achieve better results by using special machines that were difficult to produce. In the end, this tank destroyer was designated as Su-100. Su is the abbreviation of self-propelled artillery in Ant language, and 100 represents the gun caliber. And Wang Zhong personally assigned its nickname, Vortex. Chapter 306. The Allies generously donated money. The battlefield in January 915 was quite peaceful, meaning daily casualties dropped to about 10,000. At noon on January 15, Wang Zhong finished approving the documents at the Equipment Review Committee at No. 10 Hepping Road, showed up at the Urban Defense Headquarters in the city, and was about to go to school to continue compiling his teaching materials, when the call came directly. "My General Rokosov," said John Wick, a United States officer on the other side of the phone. His Ant's accent was somewhat easy to recognize. "In 1 hour, a military column full of heavy equipment for aid will be leaving. We've entered the station, why don't you go take a look?" Wang Zhong knew that his troops would definitely be replenished first, but he didn't know exactly what they would be replenished. In fact, no one knew what they would be replenished. After all, they didn't know which transport ship would be able to dock. Now is the time when Prosen's submarine strangulation war is at its most rampant. Prosen's propaganda minister brags on the radio every day about the results of how many thousands of tons he has sunk. The Allies' own statistics were not optimistic, and Prosen only exaggerated them 3 times. Even if they were not exaggerating, Allied losses were staggering. The previous batches of fleets and cargo ships transporting heavy equipment did not break through the blockade, so they only sent trucks, radios, and the like, but not a single tank. This time it seemed that a tank had finally arrived successfully, so Lieutenant Colonel John Wick called urgently. "Wang Zhong, okay, I'll go to the station right away to see the excitement." In fact, just by making a phone call and asking Lieutenant General Chekhov, Wang Zhong could know what aid tanks were sent before the train arrived. But this thing is like opening a blind box. What matters is the ritual of the moment of opening. So Wang Zhong asked the staff officer who came to greet him at the headquarters, "How is the situation in the city?" The staff officer immediately replied, "The Air Force shot down a Prosen plane that came for reconnaissance. The wreckage fell into a park 3 kilometers away from the Summer Palace. There was no body of the pilot on it. We are organizing efforts to search for the pilot who parachuted. Other than that, there's no big deal." "Wang Zhong, what about the surrender faction?" "Someone found that the banknotes had surrender slogans on them, and the banknotes have been recovered." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He had actually seen writing slogans on banknotes before traveling through time. He even took the money to the bank in person, and the bank immediately changed it for him with new banknotes of the same face value. The sudden behavior reminded Wang Zhong of his hometown. General. The staff officer asked. Wang Zhong, assist the tribunal in tracing the origin of the banknotes. If I have nothing else to do, I will go to the train station. The staff officer nodded, there is nothing else. After all, you have driven the enemy away from the edge of the city, and we are free. But everyone is worried about whether it will happen again in the future. Wang Zhong, no, I think next year, I mean this year, the Prasin people will not try to attack Yebao again. For our capital, the most dangerous time has passed. But we may still lose. War. That's why I'm spinning every day now. After speaking, he moved his shoulders. In fact, he was much busier when he was in the rear than when he was fighting on the front line. There were always endless textbooks to write, endless documents to approve, and endless classes to attend. He was very happy to do this. He wished he could write down as much as possible the experience he had learned from the Soviet Union after the war and the experience summed up by our army in his memory, and feed it to Auntie's army as life tips. Wang Zhong, then I'll leave first. I'll be at the station later. Telling the staff where you are going is so that the staff can find you in the event of an emergency. In case the capitulation faction launched a coup, Wang Zhong, the city defense commander, would be responsible for countering the rebellion. This was the reason why he placed his direct troops in Kubinka. After the arrangements were made, Wang Zhong went straight to the train station. When he boarded the platform, a train happened to be arriving at the station. Wang Zhong asked the railway dispatcher who picked him up directly, "Is this a train from Freezing Port?" "Yes." When the dispatcher answered, Wang Zhong had already seen the Sherman tank fixed on the train. Coming. However, the enemy's long-barreled Panzer IV tank appeared on the battlefield earlier than expected. The Sherman in this time and space may not be able to function like it does on Earth. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and then rejected the idea. Changguan No. 4 has only had a few sighting reports on the front line so far. Both the Tribunal Intelligence Department and the Ant Army Intelligence Department speculated that it might be a small number of pilots brought to the front line for testing. Production. In other words, Sherman still faces two tanks, the No. 3 with a short length of 50 centimeters and the No. 4 with a short length of 75 centimeters on most occasions. The Sherman basically crushed these two tanks. On the other side of the world, it was too late for Sherman to join the war on a large scale. All he encountered in Italy were tigers and leopards, so he was nicknamed a lighter. The Sherman is actually a pretty good tank, and it was pretty good when it first entered service. This thing is like playing a real-time strategy game. It has to pay attention to a time node. How many soldiers will be pressed at your door in a few minutes of fast attack with two barracks? It just happens that the stimulant upgrade is completed. It is all set. As long as it is a little late, the strong period will be over. Wang Zhong is now ready to take advantage of Sherman's strong period. As for the tiger and leopard who may appear early, let the vortex deal with it. Wang Zhong was looking at his dream car, the Sherman, when suddenly another stunningly ugly thing came into his field of vision. Two British Crusader self-propelled anti-aircraft guns were parked on a flat car. The turret of this thing looks like a Mayan pyramid installed on the body of the car. It can be as ugly as possible, but the 40mm Bofors cannon is a good thing. This thing is the world's best large-caliber machine gun, and its performance was not completely outdated even when Ami invaded the Gulf. This thing shoots flatly and can destroy infantry, light armored vehicles and even tanks. He may not be able to penetrate the tank armor, but he can destroy everything on the surface of the tank, such as hitting the root of the radio antenna, damaging the radio, etc. When Wang Zhong participated in the aid negotiations with the United States, he paid special attention to asking for Bofors's production license and obtained the help of the United States to establish a production line in Ant. However, it is estimated that this production line will be fully set up and production at half speed will begin in the spring of 2016. Full-speed production of 916 may begin in July or August. Wang Zhong plans to get an anti-aircraft vehicle equipped with a double-barreled Bofors machine gun and armored to withstand enemy light firepower. He has already thought of a name, and he will call it Apocalypse. By then, this anti-aircraft vehicle will definitely become the wildfather of the Prasin infantry. Now, there are single-tube Bofors like the Crusader that can be used, which is better than nothing. In this way, the problem of anti-aircraft vehicles was also solved. The best self-propelled anti-aircraft gun Wang Zhong could get before was a 25mm cannon mounted on the back of a Gez truck. Wang Zhong turned back decisively and said to Vasily, "Did you see that ugly guy? That self-propelled anti-aircraft gun is guarding above. Our air defense battalion is worried that there is no self-propelled anti-aircraft gun that can accompany the tanks." Vasily, "Okay. But are you sure you want to use such an ugly thing? Will it affect morale?" Wang Zhong, "What nonsense? Throw away your artist obsession. Appearance is not important, as long as it works." Vasily, "Are you sure it works?" Wang Zhong, I don't know, so we have to pull it back and give it a try. The next day, 8 Crusader self-propelled anti-aircraft guns were delivered to Kubinka. Also delivered were 30 Shermans. At this time, Thaddeus, the commander of the 1st Division of Melania's People's Army, found Wang Zhong, General de Varisai, we have compatriots from the United Kingdom who serve in Melania's 1st Armored Brigade. After passing the Sherman, he can serve as an instructor and help us quickly master this tank. Wang Zhong, have you ever used Crusader anti-aircraft guns? Thaddeus obviously had no interest in this ugly anti-aircraft gun, maybe someone has used it. Is this important? Wang Zhong, of course it is important. The existence of anti-aircraft guns can interfere with the enemy's air forces aiming and force them to drop bombs at a very high altitude. According to my actual combat experience, this is quite important. Yes, after the baptism of actual combat, Wang Zhong's understanding of battlefield air defense has undergone subversive changes. In the past, he thought that air defense had to shoot down enemy aircraft to be meaningful. So after seeing the data on the number of enemy aircraft shot down by the air defense forces of various countries in World War II, of course, some people who don't understand are shouting about air defense and air defense. Now Wang Zhong knows that air defense does not depend on how many aircraft are shot down. As long as it interferes with the enemy's attack, causing the attack to become inaccurate, and even makes the enemy pilots afraid and unable to attack wantonly, then the air defense operation will be successful. In other words, Wang Zhong used to think that the roof-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun was mainly used to attack infantry. In fact, it can really defend against air defense. With this anti-aircraft machine gun, the enemy might have dropped the bomb at 500 meters, but might have dropped it at 800 meters. This extra 300 meters is the meaning of this machine gun. Wang Zhong explained the above, and Melania's Major General showed an expression of admiration. I didn't have such an idea before. I thought the roof-mounted machine gun was mainly used to attack infantry. Wang Zhong blushed a little because he thought so before traveling through time. But I can't say that I have to hold back and maintain my image. Major General Thaddeus continued, when I served in Melania's army, the higher UPS did not notice the latest military advances at all, and their understanding of the Air Force was very shallow. They also thought that the Air Force was just a low-altitude flyby. Then throw the presence of grenades. So our troops' air defense basically put several machine guns together, thinking that this is enough. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked at the gas vehicle-mounted quad machine gun parked not far away. Major General Thaddeus also looked over. Yes, that's it. But according to you, this can actually play a certain role, right? Wang Zhong, yes, but the protection range of the machine gun is too small, and the truck is not suitable to accompany the armored troops. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 8 Crusaders he had just obtained. In addition, we are going to conduct a test soon to show you the anti-infantry efficiency of the 40mm Bofors machine gun. Chapter 307. This is the power of medium-sized anti-aircraft guns. Jules, January 16, 915, Kubinka, the station of the Mobile Army being formed. At the same time, this is also the residence of the Royal Yulin Army among many Yebeo people. Kubinka was originally a royal training ground, with a status equivalent to that of Zhurai in our army. Wang Zhong also made full use of this condition to train troops here every day while organizing his troops. When the new tanks were delivered, the troops were practicing infantry-tank coordination, so when they saw these Shermans and Crusaders coming in, all the soldiers saw them. Yegorov was organizing a drill. When he saw this scene, he directly ordered, "Take a 30-minute break and I'll go see what's going on." "Can we go too?" the veteran asked, having known Yegorov for a long time. "Yegorov, stay. The general won't mind if you mess around. I will. You are also a general." Alexander Alexandrovich, who succeeded Pavlov as chief of staff of the First Guards, said. Yegorov lowered his head and looked at his collar badge. "Indeed. I have never thought that I could be a general in my life. You and the military bishop look at them, and I'll go see what's going on." Ivan Petrovich, who succeeded Popov as the commander of the 1st Infantry Guards, said, "Go ahead. If there is good equipment, try to give it to our division." Yegorov grinned, "Of course. When General Rokosov was the division commander, he led us everywhere to get equipment. Now it's his turn to be annoyed by me." Many old soldiers laughed. Yegorov strutted towards the new equipment. Chief of Staff Alexander asked Ivan Petrovich, "Vanya, Ivan's nickname, look at his swagger, can you imagine that he is the old man who drank drunkenly because he missed his dead wife last night?" Before Bishop Ivan could speak, a soldier next to him joked, "Tell me more about drinking wine." In the end, the person who asked the question was a new soldier, but he was slapped on the forehead by the veteran soldier. "Don't make fun of this kind of thing." The division commander's wife and children were all killed in the enemy's artillery fire. Ivan, the military bishop, glanced at the educated recruits and said, "The teacher may not care about your teasing, But you have to be polite, right? In addition to teaching you culture, the night school also teaches you etiquette. The night school was a night activity started by General Rokosov. Because the Ant army did not have the practice of continuing to use time at night before, the soldiers had great objections at first. Later, General Rokosov took two measures to increase everyone's enthusiasm. The first was to establish a system. As long as he passed the night school graduation assessment, he could be added to the glorious armored force and charge into battle with the general. The second is that in the weekly night school summary, soldiers who receive excellent evaluations can get a bottle of vodka and are allowed to drink on the weekends and do not participate in additional training on the weekends. It is not yet known whether the first measure is effective because no soldiers have passed the night school graduation exam. The second measure was extremely effective. Every weekend, soldiers who performed well in night classes would get together to drink, making everyone else envious of them, and the others still needed extra training. Petrovich took this opportunity to educate the soldiers, and once again put his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the new equipment. I hope the division commander can get some good stuff. Chief of Staff Alexander said, I hope it will be a tank with a thick barrel. The barrel of another tank looks similar to our 45mm gun. It looks weak at first glance. Immediately, a veteran said, the protection doesn't look good. Tanks with thick barrels at least have a slanted front. A considerable part of the infantry has not even graduated from the 10th grade, so they only know that the T-34 has good protection because the armor is slanted, but they don't understand much more. Wang Zhong was arranging for people at the shooting range to set up dummies when he heard someone calling his name, General. You don't need to think that the person who would call the general directly like this must be an old man with whom he is familiar. He turned around and saw it was Yegorov. Yegorov, you guy. Wang Zhong said with a smile, you are here to get equipment, right? Yegorov pointed at Sherman, I want this. Wang Zhong, this has been decided to be handed over to Dave Arisai of the Melania People's Army. They have people from the Free Melania Army in the United Kingdom who have used this. Yegorov curled his lips, when you get promoted, you won't care about the old troops anymore. Wang Zhong, what are you talking about? The first person to complete the T-34W training field is Ujibu. Yegorov, I only have one battalion, it's not enough, let's get another battalion. Wang Zhong, you are an infantry division, not a tank division. Although I think your division should be more effective than the Takhachev tank division in combat. I don't know if it is the result of someone's active guidance. Now in the army, the tank divisions formed during the Takhachev era that lacked everything except tanks are called Takhachev tank divisions. And these tanks produced by Wang Zhong, a large-scale division composed of a battalion and a large number of other troops and arms, is called a new style division or a Rokosov tank division. After Yegorov knew that there was no hope of getting a new tank, he stopped looking at Sherman and turned to the Crusader anti-aircraft gun. What is this ugly thing? Wang Zhong, Crusader-style self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. While talking, he suddenly had an idea. If the 25mm anti-aircraft cannon is called light air defense, and the 85mm anti-aircraft cannon is called heavy air defense, then is the 40mm Bofors like the Crusaders called medium air defense? As a veteran player of Hearts of Iron 4, his favorite thing to do is to put a self-propelled anti-aircraft defense in an infantry division to improve the armor rating of the entire division, because the game only looks at the armor of the unit with the thickest armor in the division when calculating the enemy's armor-piercing ability. If the enemy's armor-piercing ability is not enough to penetrate the armor, the entire division will become harder. This behavior is commonly known as mixed gold shield, so Hearts of Iron players have a unique preference for mid-air defense that can provide gold shield, anti-air defense, and soft target killing, and is also cheap. Wang Zhong's guards already has a battalion of tanks, and may add another tank destroyer battalion equipped with vortexes in the future. The armor strength is not weak. In the game, there is actually no need to use this kind of Gundam division anti-aircraft guns mixed with gold shields. But in reality, the armored units of this elite division need reliable self-propelled anti-aircraft guns to provide accompanying air defense. Wang Zhong, this anti-aircraft gun will be strengthened to the level of a guard machine step, providing accompanying air defense for the armored forces. Yegorov immediately frowned, this doesn't look strong. Wang Zhong, not strong. He turned and asked the officer at the shooting range, have the targets been set up? The generals have been laid out, including the aerial targets hoisted by balloons and the dummies on the ground. Wang Zhong looked at the Crusader anti-aircraft guns, they were now manned by United Kingdom military instructors who had flown in. Tell the instructor to shoot the air target first and be careful not to hit the balloon. After he finished speaking, Vasily immediately translated. The instructor made an OK gesture, and then the Crusader turned the muzzle and fired at the target in the air. Wang Zhong heard Yegorov yell next to him, this movement. After all, Bofors is only 5mm smaller in caliber than the 45mm anti-tank gun used by the anti-army, and even larger than the 37mm gun equipped with the early Prosen 3 tank. This thing makes a lot of noise when fired continuously. Scary. The target was shot down in a series of air explosions and fell to the ground with a bang. Wang Zhong, let them shoot the houses. The training ground has brick houses used to practice indoor melee combat, and also used to test the damage of various artillery shells to targets in the houses. Dummies are now also set up in these houses. After Vasily conveyed the order, the Crusaders leveled their machine guns, aimed them at the house, and started shooting. When Bofors fired, a layer of dust would be blown up from the ground with each shot. This thing was a dust collector, which suddenly caused a large cloud of smoke around the Crusaders. On the other side of the target, high explosive shells hit the brick wall continuously, tearing apart the solid brick wall piece by piece, and broken bricks flew everywhere. The dummy placed outside the house was directly smashed, and the dummy inside the room was not spared. The one standing at the window was directly smashed, and the one hiding inside was probably also beaten into pieces. The wall facing Bofors of the brick house was directly demolished. Wang Zhong, cease fire. Vasily, cease-fire. Stop shooting. The shooting range personnel rushed to the house to check the situation inside, and soon a report came from the walkie-talkie in the hand of the shooting range officer. The 10 dummies were damaged to varying degrees, and all were determined to be injured. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov, who said, I want this. I just don't know if this thing is good at anti-armor. Wang Zhong said to Vasily, let them change armor-piercing bombs, bring one of the Panzer III tanks, Panzer IV tanks and half-track vehicles we captured, and put dummies inside. This time the preparation took a little longer, so Wang Zhong chatted with Yegorov, how does it feel to be a division commander? It's great, I can't wait to beat up the Prosen Japs. Yegorov said. Wang Zhong, I heard that you often drink alcohol. Yegorov, if you don't have time to fight the Prosen Japs, there will be no problem if you start fighting them. Wang Zhong patted Yegorov on the shoulder, it's still early. I estimate that the Prosens will not start a new offensive until April. Yegorov, are we attacking the capital again? Many officers around him looked over immediately after hearing this. Wang Zhong, no, the enemy's plan to quickly force us to surrender has been ruined. At this time, the importance of Yefort is not that great, at least not as large as our oil-producing area in the south. General Gorky and I both judged that the enemy's main attack this year the direction is south. Yegorov, so there will be no attack on the central front and the north. How is it possible? The enemy needs to hold back our forces, so we will attack in the north, center and south, but in other directions we will conduct diversionary operations. At this time the range officer reported, the target is ready. Wang Zhong, aim at the half-track vehicle first and fire. Without waiting for Vasily to translate, the Crusaders opened fire directly. After a few shots, the half-track vehicle burst into flames. This vehicle had just arrived at the shooting range, so naturally there was oil and engine oil inside that could burn. Yegorov, oh, not bad. Wang Zhong, aim at the number 3 tank. Soon the Crusaders opened fire. The armor-piercing bullets first raised the headlights of the Panzer III tank, and then broke the tracks. Yegorov, not bad, it can break the tracks. If the track breaks on the battlefield, the crew will temporarily abandon the vehicle, and a tow vehicle will be called to tow it later. Yegorov was obviously very happy to be able to break the tracks, but the Crusaders were still shooting. He didn't know where he hit, and number 3 suddenly caught fire. Yegorov, oh, okay, give me a whole battalion for this. Chapter 308 The Situation in January 1915, Silver Alliance Update 110. Chapter 308 The Situation in January 1915, Silver Alliance Update 1/10. Wang Zhong, how's it going? Not bad, right? Very good, Yegorov nodded, actually, I'm satisfied if it can break the tracks. This thing can not only break the tracks. Wang Zhong, it can also destroy the enemy's sighting system. If it hits the side, it can even penetrate the Panzer III tank. After all, this thing has a diameter of 40 mm. And there is another advantage of the machine gun, you don't need to aim carefully, you can hit the weak point and penetrate it when the fate comes. This is how the target Panzer III tank should catch fire. Wang Zhong, aim at the Panzer IV and see how this gun performs against Prosen's best armor protection. In fact, Wang Zhong's number 4 here can no longer represent Prosen's best armor protection. Number 4 with better protection has appeared on the battlefield, and there are various battlefield modifications. However, Wang Zhong did not expect Bofors to be the main anti-tank force, he just tried to see if he could penetrate it. Without saying a word, the Crusaders opened fire, directly sending out a large amount of smoke and dust around the number 4 tank. After firing 20 rounds, Wang Zhong ordered to stop shooting. The Panzer IV did not burst into flames. After the inspection, The target inspector reported through the walkie-talkie, one member of the tank was injured. It is initially determined that shrapnel flew in from the observation port and injured the member. In addition, the tank turret seat was stuck. We tested it and found that it could not rotate. The track was also interrupted. Wang Zhong clapped his hands. Okay. How about it, Yegorov, do you want it? I just said I wanted it. Can I not want this good thing? Yegorov said. To destroy a tank on the battlefield, you don't actually need to reduce the number of enemy members to less than 2. Breaking the tracks and jamming the seats can basically make the crew abandon the vehicle. If the driver is killed through the observation port, the crew will generally abandon the vehicle. Wang Zhong remembered that in Carius's autobiography Tiger in the Mud, he drove a 38T tank on the battlefield for the first time. In the end, one of the members was killed and the whole tank was abandoned. Santoku's tank crews are required to be able to play any position, but even so they still abandon the tank because it is difficult to quickly remove dead members on the battlefield, and the corpses will occupy the position. At this time, the only option is to abandon the vehicle, wait until the battle is over and control the battlefield, then drag out the body, repair the vehicle, and the crew joins other crews to form a complete crew, so a tank regains its combat effectiveness. In this case, a machine gun that can stably destroy enemy tank tracks, jam the turret seat ring, and even injure an enemy is much more useful on the battlefield than in the game. And this thing is also anti-aircraft. No, its main job is air defense, but not being used for air defense is the fate of every excellent anti-aircraft gun. After testing the Bofors on the Crusader anti-aircraft gun, Wang Zhong is increasingly looking forward to the double-barreled anti-aircraft gun he will build after the Bofors production line is completed. Wang Zhong spent the next half-month in a state of flux. During this time, Wang Zhong thought of the social life he had just started before time travel, going to work, working overtime. If it weren't for the beautiful fiancée and the beautiful little maid who greeted him when he returned home, Wang Zhong would have thought he was back on Earth. On January 29, as soon as Wang Zhong's motorcade arrived at the gate of his manor, he saw another military vehicle coming from the road on the other side of the gate. General Gorky waved to him in the car. A moment later, Wang Zhong hugged General Gorky at the door of his manor. Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment, but still did not follow Su Sunzong's example. Instead, he distanced himself and asked, "Why are you back?" "General Gorky, the situation on the front line has stabilized. I spent half a month carefully investigating the terrain of the front line and preparing to launch an offensive to hold back some enemy forces when the enemy attacks on the southern front in March and April." "Wang Zhong, isn't it difficult to fight against a fortified area?" "Yes, but after reconnaissance, I found a new ferry on the Dua River. Tanks can wade through and there is no enemy defense on the other side. I am ready to use this ferry." "Wang Zhong, have you tried it? Isn't the Dua River frozen now?" "General Gorky, the locals said you can cross the river on foot. I think tanks should be fine." "Wang Zhong, it's better to investigate more." He vaguely recalled that it seemed that the Soviet Army's first attack on Jilu on the other side of the earth failed because of the problem of crossing the river. The follow-up troops could not keep up. The troops that had already crossed the river were counterattacked by the Sondoko Armored Division and finally failed. "General Gorky, I have a hunch that the attack will not work, but apart from the attack, there is no other way to hold down Plusen's army. If Plusen concentrates his superior forces on the southern front, the situation will be worse. We cannot throw away Cuba's oil fields. The support from the United States is always subject to transportation capacity. If they don't have to allocate transportation capacity to transport oil, they can give us more other things. Now, new supplies from the United States are being sent to Ant every day, and Ant is being given a steady stream of blood transfusions. However, after all, the war has just begun, and the United States has not completed the conversion and mobilization of industry, and has not yet started mass-producing one free ship a day. The current transportation capacity constraints are still quite serious." Ludmila, who came to greet you at this time, asked, "Is it okay for you to talk about military affairs like this? Will spies listen to it?" "General Gorky, no problem. Just like last year, everyone knew that the enemy would definitely attack Yebeo. It is almost an open secret that the enemy will mainly attack the southern front. The question is, where exactly will they attack?" Wang Zhong added, "Most of the strategic issues are conspiracies and are laid out on the surface. Only in tactics can we carry out various tactical deceptions. However, no matter where the enemy wants to attack, he must first penetrate our coastal areas. Fortress, Bolsk Line, Prince Mishkin is there." Ludmila, "Oh, it's the sick prince. I saw him in Shepatovka. I don't know if he is better." Wang Zhong, "I don't know." Based on Wang Zhong's impression of Duke Mishkin when he met him, he speculated that the Duke had tuberculosis, which was now a terminal illness and could only prolong his life. The good news is that the Duke's symptoms are still relatively mild, and he should be in the early stages. Going to a place with fresh air to recuperate may be able to wait until human medicine can overcome this difficulty. It's not clear now. Ludmila added, should you go to the study to continue chatting, or should you eat first? Wang Zhong, I chose to eat in the study and let Nelly push it over in a trolley. Okay. Nelly, let me prepare with you. Neely looked at Ludmila with the same expression she usually gave Wang Zhong, Miss, go into the kitchen and make nothing but salad. Does Ludmila still have the ability to turn rice into poison? Do you want it to be so two-dimensional? Wang Zhong complained in his heart and patted General Gorky on the shoulder, let's go and let the girls do their work. There are also waffles in my room. You can fill your stomach before the meal comes. General Gorky, waffles don't matter. Is there Coke? They say Coke is considered a luxury product and the amount of aid is very small. Wang Zhong, yes, of course. I have enough Coke here. Then let's go. A moment later, in Wang Zhong's study, General Gorky drank a third of the bottle of Coke in one gulp, and then burped with satisfaction. Wang Zhong asked, there is no Coke on the front line. What is the supply situation of other supplies? General Gorky, it's not bad so far. We originally planned to ration food to the hired workers, but spam cans have changed this. Currently, the front lines are well fed and clothed, and the soldiers are clamoring for an attack. But we have just added new recruits. These are new recruits who have only been trained for a few months. We will use them to attack. The general shook his head and continued drinking Coke. Wang Zhong, if the enemy can be allowed to attack and our army trains new recruits in the defense relying on solid positions, the situation will be better. But the enemy's main attack direction is the southern line, where there is only a solid fortified line of defense at first, and the rest is the Great Plains. If a unit with many new recruits fights against the Prasen army, which is mostly veterans, in such a place, there will definitely be huge casualties. The new recruits our army is currently recruiting are all mobilized reserves, and there are only a very small number of pure recruits who have just come out of the recruit training camp. Prasen Empire, Eagle's Nest. Chief of the Imperial General Staff William Kelt reported, in view of the current situation on the front line, we have withdrawn all major combat troops. Some units of Army Group Center and Army Group South with particularly heavy losses were sent to Ixikov for rest and recuperation. It is expected that the recuperation will end in March. Emperor Reinhard, what about the equipment replenishment? Wilhelm von Moltke, who was removed from the front line and concentrated on serving as Director of Armored Forces, reported, the current Panzer IV equipped with KWK-40 artillery has begun mass production. After all, it is just a modification and does not require large-scale improvements to the production line. The workers are also relatively skilled. The problem now is that we originally produced the Panzer IV as an infantry tank, and basically maintained a 3-to-1 ratio with the Panzer III, which is mainly responsible for armored warfare. The same goes for the production lines. 3 factories are producing Panzer III tanks, while only 1 factory is producing Panzer IV tanks. To convert the number 3 production line into producing Panzer IV tanks, it will take 8 months of modification time. The current production capacity of Panzer IV tanks is insufficient. In fact, the production capacity of number 3 is also insufficient. In view of the fact that the current war on the Eastern Front may turn into a tragic war of attrition, I recommend general mobilization to fundamentally solve the problem of insufficient production capacity. Reinhard waved his hand, no, we wiped out several million Ant troops last year, and captured 1.5 million prisoners alone. This inferior race does not need us to mobilize at all. At present, with our combat effectiveness, there is still hope that the war will end this year. The effort to capture the capital and weaken the enemy's will to fight has failed, but the possibility of attacking the enemy's resource base and forcing the enemy to surrender still exists. It's here. Reinhard pressed his finger heavily on the Cuba area on the map. Take away the oil fields here, and on the way to attack, we will also seize the enemy's main coal-producing areas. By then, the Ant people will not even have fuel for heating. They will have to choose between freezing to death or surrendering. At this time, Army Commander-in-Chief Walter von Bryan said, however, the enemy also knows this. Didn't Rabyville already get the intelligence from the Clutter Bureau? Reinhard, everyone knows this kind of thing. Your task is to find a shortcut to achieve your goal, just like that in the Ardennes forest. He looked around the room, and finally looked at Air Force Commander Grand Duke Meyer, when will Ant's muddy period end? Theoretically, meteorology is under the control of the Air Force, although the Army also has its own meteorological department. Archduke Meyer replied, April. Reinhard, then launch the spring offensive in April. The first stage goal is to break through the enemy's defense line from the Marina Fortress to Borsk. In the second stage, we will gallop across the entire southern plain and strive to annihilate another million the Ant troops on the left and right, make it completely impossible for them to protect Bowser. Take another day off. This time I collected materials and played 2 games. One is about World War II called Headquarters, World War II. It can probably be regarded as an XCOM with a World War II theme. Each camp has 9 levels. Unfortunately, the protagonist has now entered the command role. The situation of core level units has changed. There should be few opportunities for such small-scale battles in the future. You can consider arranging for the Prussian paratroopers to be beheaded, and then he can temporarily command the Army Guard regiment to fight against the enemy. The second one is called Total War Warhammer 3. As soon as you look at the name, you know it is related to war, and I got a lot of inspiration. In addition, I have finished reading the first and second volumes of Giant Reborn, and some of the content has actually been used in the book. Well, I'm going to take a long rest, and I'll start typing when I wake up. After all, I'm really tired of the game this time. Chapter 309 Prosen's Imperial Meeting. As soon as Emperor Reinhard finished speaking, Chief of Staff William Celtic said, "The staff has formulated multiple plans, corresponding to the 3 main attack directions of North, Center and South. Our assessment shows that if we go north to capture the St. Fort Andrews plan was the safest. The supply route of this plan is the shortest. Although the swamps and forests of Livonia and the guerrillas distributed in them seriously interfere with the logistics of our army, supply in other directions also has problems with the guerrillas." Reinhard suddenly became angry and pounded the table. "I was going to kill all the ant people, but you stopped me, and now you tell me that the guerrilla problem is serious." Wilhelm Kelt glanced at Army Commander Walter von Bryan and said, "We need to hire civilian workers to ensure logistics. Our Army's logistics department employs 9 million employees, including railway workers, car drivers, and maintenance workers, etc., etc. We originally thought that relying on these people would be enough to supply the logistics for an army of several million people, but the actual situation deviated greatly from our predictions. Ant's infrastructure is too poor, and these 9 million employees alone cannot guarantee it. Supply for the 153 divisions on the Eastern Front. We must hire ants." Reinhard, "Then the supply lines became a mess because of the hiring of ants." William Kelt, "It's better than no supply lines. In fact, this is the case in the non-Plosen traditional territories we occupied, the Carolingians, Melania, and the Republic of the Netherlands. There are resistance groups everywhere." At this time, Heinz, the chief protocol officer of the Imperial Household Ministry who had been silent next to him, gently pushed up his glasses and said, "We are already trying our best to clean up these resistance organizations. In the past month, we captured hundreds of people who were airdropped. Of United Kingdom spies. There must be more lurking. The United Kingdom plays various poems in different languages every night, which are code words for resistance groups everywhere. And the reason why the enemy was able to achieve space success is because some people boasted that not even a fly could get in." Grand Duke Meyer took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his sweat, and then defended, "The aircraft used by the enemy for airdrops are all made of wood. Our radar cannot see this kind of aircraft, so it is impossible to prevent it. This kind of wooden aircraft can fly from a high altitude. Invasion, difficult to see directly from ground observation posts. This kind of plane flies very fast." Heinz smiled slightly, "You always have a reason, Your Excellency the Grand Duke." "Grand Duke, what is a reason?" "This is an objective fact. We now control almost the entire Europa. With such a vast airspace, it is difficult to defend against an aircraft that cannot be seen by radar. We are used to the unreliability of the Air Force," Army Commander General Walter said. Grand Duke Meyer frowned, "I cannot agree with what you say. Blitzkrieg would not be possible without the cooperation of the Air Force. General Moltke agrees with my point of view." General Moltke was feeling melancholy at this time. After all, he had been relieved of his front-line command position. Although he still had the title of Director of Armored Forces, it was basically impossible to obtain the Marshal scepter without achieving results on the front line. General Mauchi couldn't help but feel melancholy when he thought that his promotion had ended here. Less than 2 months ago, he observed Yebeo with a telescope and ordered the bombardment of Yebeo. Thinking of this made me even more melancholy, and even wanted to drink some wine. It's a pity that His Majesty Emperor Reinhard doesn't like to see people drinking before military meetings. Now suddenly hit by a ball thrown by Grand Duke Meyer, General Moltke could only look at the people around him in confusion. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." "What are you asking me?" Grand Duke Meyer repeated his question, "Do you agree that the Blitzkrieg cannot be fought without air support?" The cooperation of the 2 emerging services, the Air Force and the Armored Force, created the glory of the Blitzkrieg. This is how the propaganda of the Prussian Empire was promoted. General Moltke had no intention of destroying the results of the propaganda, and this propaganda was beneficial to maintaining his status. After all, he was an armored soldier wearing a dark black uniform and the director of the armored force. So General Moltke replied, "Yes, the Air Force's close air support has given us a lot of help." Grand Duke Meyer immediately showed a happy expression. But General Moltke added, but in the Battle of Yebeo that just passed, the Air Force basically did not play its role. Although this is because our army did not replace the antifreeze lubricants on the aircraft in time, we have to admit that sometimes the Air Force does not have enough. What's the use? Grand Duke Meyer quickly promised, it will be properly lubricated next year, so it can be deployed even in winter. I hope so. General Moltke said. Grand Duke Meyer planned to forcefully change the topic back to its original direction, so he said, during the spring offensive, I guarantee that the Air Force can attack with all its strength. You said the same before the war started. Commander Walter said. Grand Duke Meyer argued, when the war started, we did go all out to attack, but Ant was too broad, which directly caused the infantry on the ground to see that our close air support effect was once again reduced. He paused and emphasized again, we really came out in full force. Field Marshal von Bryan said, the whole force can only have this effect, and the Air Force cannot do more than that. Grand Duke Meyer, you. Enough. Emperor Reinhard snapped. As an emerging high-tech branch, the Air Force has always been favored by Reinhard. At this time, of course he must side with the Air Force. Marshal von Bryan lowered his head to express his submission, making Reinhardt's tense expression relax a little. The army generals are mainly composed of the Junkers officer corps. Emperor Reinhard has used the division of the armored force to weaken the influence of the officer corps in the army as much as possible. Recently, he has established a SCAR, which is not under the jurisdiction of the army commander-in-chief. Knights of Germany. But the army itself is so large, with so many officers, and the connections between the Junkers and the nobility are so intricate that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. And Reinhard clearly felt that the mouths of the army veterans that had been closed due to a series of brilliant victories were beginning to loosen again. There are two leaders among the veterans. One is the old Marshal Hindenburg who has retired at home, and the second is von Bryan who is only 5 years younger than Hindenburg. Of course, several years of brilliant victories have allowed Reinhard to establish an extremely stable rule, so even if he encountered a small setback, von Bryan still expressed his obedience to Reinhard. Furthermore, after several years of war, veterans also know that technological innovation has changed the shape of war. It is a general trend to add a large number of officers who master new technologies into the army, and it is a foregone conclusion that the power of Junker officers will be diluted. Many veteran generals have given up resistance and accepted military innovations calmly. Just as the nobles of Anti lost power, so too the Junker military nobility gradually lost power. Many Junker nobles have sold their old manors that have been passed down for so many years and moved into modern reinforced concrete cities. Their children have become accustomed to electricity, radios, and running water, and are no longer willing to return to the old manners. Reinhard stared at the army commander-in-chief for several seconds and nodded, the Air Force will go all out to assist you. It will take about 4 months to reach the Valdecho River. There is no need to cross the river. Just set up a defense line along the river, forcing the enemy to use inland sea shipping for reinforcements. Von Bryan nodded, just modify it based on our southern line plan. Our plan was originally only intended to break through the Primorsky-Borsk line, occupy this fortification zone, block the enemy's throat, and prevent the enemy counterattack from the southern front. Reinhard, your plan is too conservative. Not even Gilles will like it. Giles was still in charge of the southern part of Army Group Center's defense line, that is, the defense along the Duwar River, so he did not participate in this imperial meeting. Von Bryan, we will come up with a new plan before the end of the month. Although the specific offensive plan is not yet clear, we can already start to stock up on ammunition and equipment. Reinhard looked at his armored force director, replenish the troops with new tanks as soon as possible. General Moltke, as I said just now, unless we start mobilizing and transition to a wartime production system, our army will not be able to quickly replenish Changguan No. 4. By the time the offensive begins in April, I estimate that there will be 10 armored battalions on the eastern front that can get the long tube No. 4. Reinhard immediately and keenly did not miss a single word, get. General Moltke, in order for the change of equipment to go smoothly, the crews who were originally driving Panzer IV tanks must be changed first. Each battalion only has about 25 Panzer IV tanks. That's only 250 vehicles. Reinhard raised his voice, it's only 250 vehicles in 3 months. Has my Preußen industry declined to this point? General Moltke, there are mainly 2 reasons. First, the barrel production capacity of the 43-fold 75mm gun is limited. After all, the Imperial Army has just placed a large order for Pak 40. Although the barrels of the 2 guns are different in details, but there will still be mutual squeeze on production capacity. This problem can be solved by moving to a wartime system. Reinhard waved his hand, what is the second reason? The new tanks must first arm the Asgard Knights Division and the Air Force Field Division. Reinhard was embarrassed. Von Bryan and other old school officers looked at each other, and then involuntarily entered a state of watching the show. Reinhard finally shook his head. In the spring attack, use the Asgard Knights more. Put them at the most important breakthrough point where the enemy has the strongest strength. Last time they encountered that Rocco SOV, the poor performance was ridiculed by the newspapers of the United States and the United Kingdom. Just let them prove themselves again. Von Bryan and William Kelt looked at each other again. Then Chief of the General Staff William Kelt said, "Then we need your assurance, Your Majesty, that these troops will be deployed on the front line according to our plans." "I promise. Just deploy them as ordinary armored divisions, but put them in the most difficult places to break through." After Reinhard finished speaking, he turned to General Moltke again, "Director of the Armored Forces, what's the situation with the new tanks?" "General Moltke, the Panzer V tank was only in the pre-research stage before, and no design drawings were produced, so I asked the design team to carefully measure the captured Ant tank. Basically, I plan to improve it on the basis of the T-34 and correct its flaws. The prototype will be tested as soon as the end of this year." "Reinhard, then we may not need it in this war with Ant. We will destroy Ant's coal and crude oil production areas this year, and they will surrender next spring." "General Moltke, there is a tank that may be put into the battlefield this year. We had a very difficult time facing the Carolingian B-1 heavy tank before, so we proposed a tender for an 88mm carrier vehicle, which has stopped development before. Improvements are made based on the VK3001 solution. At present, Henschel and Porsche have built prototypes and are testing them at the combat vehicle proving ground in Belka. If everything goes well, the offensive trial production model will be shipped to the front line in April." "General Moltke, in Belka? Okay, I'm going to take a look." That's the end of this meeting. Chapter 310 The Victoria Star and the Fire Captain. Wang Zhong sighed. He was sharing a Coke with General Gorky. After finishing a bottle, the general made a satisfied sound, "Aha, it's really good." He put down the bottle and said in a teasing tone, "You know, they call me the Fire Captain now. I have only carried out 2 firefighting missions since the war started." "Wang Zhong, it's simple. I know a reporter from the United States named Mike. Ask him to write an article for you. Soon the Yebeo Daily will reprint it, and then you will have a cool name. General Gorky, you might as well write a song and sing about me." Wang Zhong could only laugh. How could he know how to write songs? They were all copied. If he was asked to write a composition, the secret would be revealed immediately. "Wait a minute, it seems that I can't think about it. I can just find some carols and copy them." Wang Zhong was thinking about which song to copy. General Gorky said, "Why are you really thinking about it? Don't be like this." "I'm just kidding. You'd better sing more praises to our soldiers. I came back by train today and saw a man at the station. The old mother sent her 4 sons to join the army. 4. Wang Zhong, are all 4 sons within the current age range for conscription? What a respectable mother." "General Gorky, maybe there is one more in the family. After all, this wave of conscription requires each family to keep at least 1 male. If the war situation worsens in the future, this mother may send her last child to the front line. I look at that mother eyes, I know he will do this." It's strange that Wang Zhong obviously didn't see the old mother with his own eyes, but he had a specific image just based on General Gorky's description, as if there was such a mother standing in the corner of the room looking at him. Is it because he has seen too many mothers like this? "Farewell to the Ant Woman" is a traditional military song. Is it really just a farewell to a beloved girl? Wang Zhong mixed the vodka and Coke on the table, filled a glass for each of them, then picked up his own glass and raised it high, "To Ant's mother. To Ant's mother." General Gorky repeated it in a low voice, and the two clinked their glasses and drank it down in one gulp. Then the general smacked his lips, "It's not unexpected. I thought mixing vodka and Coke was definitely a bad idea." Wang Zhong was surprised and rang the bell on the table. Nellie opened the door and came in with a puzzled look on her face. "General Gorky, why did she come in with this expression?" Wang Zhong, "Because most of the time I ring the bell just to watch Nellie heal my soul. Nellie, I still have 3 rooms to clean, so I'm very busy." Wang Zhong, "Do you miss the days when you were an orderly on the front line?" "No, although I have less things to do on the front line, there will be artillery shells falling continuously. Instead of falling artillery shells, I choose to clean the entire floor of the room." Nellie said. Wang Zhong, "Then next time I change to a male orderly, you can always clean the room in the back." Nellie looked unhappy and asked with a straight face, "Do you need me to get anything?" Wang Zhong, "Bring ice cubes, beer and lemon." Nellie, "You still need ice in this weather?" "Yes, I want it. Can I use the canned lemon that just arrived for the green lemon?" Wang Zhong, "Okay." Nellie turned and left. General Gorky looked surprised, "Is there a can of this thing?" Wang Zhong, "There are also canned pineapples. Do you want to try them?" "What?" General Gorky became even more confused. Wang Zhong, pineapple, a tropical fruit. Don't the tropics only produce bananas? A native of Ant, who had never been south of the Tropic of Cancer in his life, asked with a shocked expression. Wang Zhong immediately told the general about tropical fruits, and of course he did not forget to add at the end, this is what Crown Prince Ivan said. Where can I eat these fruits? There is still such a thing. The general nodded repeatedly and believed it. After all, the royal family was extravagant and used gold poles to carry manure. While talking, Nelly brought cans and beer over. The beer is only made from rye, and it takes a long time to produce. Wang Zhong, no problem. I know a recipe. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told me. The authentic one requires ginger beer, but I don't know what ginger beer is at all. While he was talking, Nelly opened a can of lemons with the can opener. General Gorky said, my father was a shoemaker, and there was a sailor who would ask him to repair his shoes every time he came home. He said they often ate this canned lemon, saying it was a custom left over from the past to avoid septicemia. Wang Zhong, you still eat canned lemons to deal with sepsis. In the past, septicemia occurred because the voyage was too long, and vitamin supplements were necessary every 1 or 2 years. Nowadays, they are all ships, and they can travel around the world in 80 days. There is no need to eat lemons on the ship. General Gorky, he said it's a habit. Nelly, do you want to pour out the lemon can? Wang Zhong, no, you go get the canned pineapple and leave it to me. He stood up, went to the wine cabinet in the study, took out the shaker and juicer for mixing drinks, returned to the table, and started his performance. In fact, he has never learned bartending, but he has watched a lot of short videos, just to be handsome one day in the future, but he never dreamed that he would be so handsome to an old man. He put the lemons in the can into the juicer, squeezed the handle of the juicer hard, and squeezed the lemon juice into the shaker. Wait a minute, it seems like you need to put ice cubes first? Forget it. Wang Zhong used a tong to pick up a few pieces of ice and threw them into the shaker, then poured in beer and vodka. By the way, we still need to put a little love into it at the end, but the target is a man, so Wang Zhong omitted this last step. He covered the shaker and started shaking it like the bartender in the short video. After shaking it symbolically for more than 10 seconds, Wang Zhong opened the lid and poured the wine into the cup. Looks well, ordinary. General Gorky, what is this? Wang Zhong, it's called Jack Wells, a kind of wine from the west coast of the United States. Ivan told me. Wang Zhong was extremely moved when he commemorated his good brothers in the game before, but now he uses the formula stolen from the game to commemorate his real good brothers, and Wang Zhong is very calm. General Gorky took a sip and blinked, it's okay. But I'd rather drink vodka directly. Wang Zhong also put down the shaker pot and said, I was also on a whim. Let's toast with vodka. At this time, Nelly came in with a can of pineapple. Through the glass bottle of the can, General Gorky stared at the jagged pineapple flesh inside. What's going on with this yellow saw? Wang Zhong, it's very sweet. Nelly quickly opened the can, I don't know how to eat this thing. How else can you eat it? Wang Zhong reached out and took a piece from the can and stuffed it into his mouth. It is a delicacy that netizens from the south of Ceres will eat in summer. However, Wang Zhong's hometown would soak it in salt water before eating it, but the canned food in Lianchuang is a bit too sweet. General Gorky also came for a piece and immediately praised, it's very good. This is a fruit that grows in the tropics. Damn it, that place in the United States is really enviable. It has vast fertile land suitable for producing food, as well as petroleum and coal. Steel, and you can even eat pineapples. No, buddy, isn't it inappropriate to put pineapples and coal and steel together? General Gorky picked up another piece of pineapple. It seems like he likes the fruit too. Wang Zhong, Nelly, do we still have canned pineapples here? Bring some more back to General Gorky. Nelly nodded, and then asked curiously, is it delicious? Is it sweet? Although Neely just asked this and there was no clue on her expression, as someone who had lived with Neely for so long, Wang Zhong immediately understood that Neely was greedy. Wang Zongliu had seen Nelly rinsing a Coke bottle with water before and drinking the slightly sweet sugar water. From then on, he always opened 2 bottles of Coke and told Nelly to take the remaining bottle and throw it out. Wang Zhong, you can have a piece. Nelly, we have guests here. She probably just ate it since there were no customers around. General Gorky, did I interfere with your pleasant master-servant interaction? No. Wang Zhong and Nairi denied it together. General Gorky, sure enough, it interfered. Forget it, let's talk about it at the Imperial meeting tomorrow. Wang Zhong, are you leaving now? General Gorky, I came in to have a drink and chat with you because we are friends. In fact, my purpose of coming was accomplished the moment I met you at the door. Wang Zhong, is it for the Quick Victory sect? This is for everyone in Yebeo to see. If I don't do this, a lot of people will try their best to test my attitude tonight. General Gorky successfully avoided the defeat, and the name of the firefighter has spread in Yebeo. Although it is not on par with the Victoria Star, many people are definitely planning to win over him. So coming to Rokosov Manor as soon as I came back was equivalent to making my attitude clear to those who were looking forward to it. Wang Zhong stood up. I'll take you out. General Gorky smiled. You have also grasped the essence. Wang Zhong laughed together. At this moment, Ludmila opened the door and came in. Dear, I don't feel very comfortable. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Wang Zhong didn't think much about it at first. No problem, I'll arrange a car for you. Go to bed early and drink more hot water. Ludmila, you have to come too. Wang Zhong, I'm very busy, He finally realized something was wrong. Ludmila added, I didn't have my period this month. General Gorky, congratulations. One of my motivations for fighting is to protect you girls who are about to light the flame. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Horatius on the bridge? I also like this poem very much. Then he looked at Ludmila and gently touched her belly. Is the time right? Now that something happened, it was almost the time we were conceived when we were stuck together in Shast. Then I spent so much effort teaching her. What are you doing with the public food? I vomited all the venison, snake, and hedgehog meat. General Gorky, pay attention, I'm still here. Then I'll leave first. Let's celebrate at home. After saying that, he picked up the hat and coat hanging on the coat rack. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, I should still send you out. Ludmila, go, I'll wait for you to come back. The next day, after a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Ludmila was pregnant with a child. She was conceived while stationed in Shastka, and Wang Zhong ate the venison and hedgehog meat in vain. This incident left an extraordinary ending to the ordinary month of January. February 915 arrived quietly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 311 Butterfly Flapping Its Wings, Silver Alliance Update 210. Chapter 311 Butterfly Flapping Its Wings, Silver Alliance Update 2/10. Things remained calm in February. Wang Zhong remembered that the Soviet army launched the first Battle of Rzhev in January of the second year on Earth, and then suffered a bloody blow on the fortification zone of the elite San Desert. It's February here, and Ant's army hasn't launched a large-scale attack. Wang Zhong speculated that there were two reasons. The first was that most of the Quick Victory faction had lost power, and the moderate faction represented by Wang Zhong now occupied the dominant position. The reason why it is called Moderate School is because Wang Zhong read a lot of Go Daoliu's online articles before traveling through time, and thought that the term Moderate School was good, so he used it. The second reason is that Prosan retreated more completely this time. After the failure of the Santoku Typhoon operation on Earth, there was no such complete defeat. They still held a salient and could threaten Mazi's capital at any time. This led to Mazi trying desperately to smooth this protruding part. Therefore, Mazi launched a large-scale offensive war when his personnel training and commander level were far inferior to San Desert, and he paid a lot of sacrifices in vain. Here, Prosan has all retreated to the launch line in October. The threat to Yebeo is indeed still there, but it is not as big as the Rzhev salient on the Earth. Although the Rzhev Bulge is named after the city, this place is actually only the northern apex of the Bulge. The Bulge also has an eastern apex, which is only more than 100 kilometers away from Mazi's capital. Rzhev itself is only about 200 kilometers away from the capital. So this huge protrusion is like a sharp knife stuck in the battle line, which can make Mazi's blood splash 3 feet at any time. But there is no such salient when looking at the central front of the Ant Empire. If you ignore the curvature of the ground and simply describe it based on the situation on the map, the entire front is now a diagonal line, starting from the northernmost Fort St. Andrew and drawing all the way to the southern coastal fortress, Borsk. If you think of the Ant Europa part as a pistol drumstick, then the battle line is a cut at the crook of the leg. The reason for this situation is easy to understand. To the south is the Great Plains, and the infrastructure is relatively good, so Prosan pushed farther. There are swamps, lakes, and a lot of forests to the north, so the battle for the Prosan army will be a bit harder. Because of this, the supplies of the Plosan people in the north are actually better. On the one hand, the road is short, and on the other hand, they rely on the sea and have shipping support. The Prosan people in the south have also invested in battleships, but after all, the Prosan people cannot support large ships in the port here. It will not be long before the battleship will be withdrawn through the strait controlled by the neutral country to the port of the Prosan Empire allies for overhaul. Such a large ship will need major repairs after 1 or 2 years of operation. There is almost the same diagonal line on the Earth, and then there is a Rzhev protrusion in the middle. This is almost as simple as looking at the map and you will know why Mazi is trying so hard to take back this protruding part. But there is no such protrusion here. Wang Zhong took the time to check the timeline these days and found that this change may have a great connection with himself. The first was the defensive operation in Shastka. Wang Zhong's troops, as well as the army group led by his superior Kyrenenko, and Kashuch's army, firmly blocked the Duo River defense line. Most of the hundreds of thousands of troops who were surrounded and annihilated on Earth escaped from the encirclement for this reason. This allowed the Ant Empire to mobilize its troops to launch a counter-attack when Prozan was most depleted, and annihilated 100,000 people of Prozan in one fell swoop. And this was also achieved by Wang Zhong personally leading the team. This victory greatly boosted the morale of anti-soldiers and civilians, and probably affected the judgments of Prozan commanders at all levels. Therefore, they simply retreated to a place where they could stabilize their defense line, leaving no super-large tanks that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Large protrusions. Yes, the Rjev salient of the Earth is very huge. Although there is only 1/9th Army stationed there, this army is about the same size as Paulus's 6th Army. The Jalef salient is even large enough to accommodate troops who have been removed from the front line for rest and recuperation. During Mazi's first attack, there happened to be an armored division that had been replaced and rested near the breakthrough. Then the commander of the armored division showed amazing qualities and gathered at the group army headquarters. When Chaos was unable to issue effective instructions, he judged the direction of the enemy's attack on his own and launched a counterattack. It is precisely because the Jalef protrusion is so huge that Santoku can implement elastic defense here. It can only bounce when it has depth. When the steel plate is knocked, it will only make a bang-bang, and will not make people feel elastic. The flat front with no protrusions meant that if Prozan wanted to launch an attack on Yebeo, he would have to take another 300-kilometer advance. But the absence of a salient also means that Prozan's headquarters only needs fewer troops to fill the defense line, and he has more power in his hands to do other things. After the enemy resumes his offensive, the pressure on the southern front will increase sharply. On the other side of the Earth, precisely because of the existence of the Ralov salient, Santoku had to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to defend the salient. When Mazi attacked it, he continued to ask for reinforcements. A large number of troops were dragged behind the Ralov salient. Department. There should be no such good thing this time. Wang Zhong, this little butterfly, finally distorted the direction of history. Maybe the Prozan Empire, which has more mobile power, will really push towards Cuba, and then Ant will continue to fight the Prozan Empire despite being short of oil and heating fuel. Wang Zhong could imagine that the battle would become very difficult. No matter what, the enemy's intention to occupy Cuba must be defeated. But this is not what Wang Zhong has to worry about now. The Prozans can attack as early as April, after the mud has completely improved. There are still 3 months for Wang Zhong to prepare. On February 10, the review committee held its second new equipment review. This time, the Vortex Type 100mm gun carrier that had been tested for more than a month was also added to the approval list and was placed on the penultimate stage. The penultimate one is regarded as the finale. Before the final 100mm artillery carrier debuts, there are still 17 improved weapons waiting for approval. Most improvements are based on feedback from the battlefield. Only 3 weapons had innovative production processes, so the design drawings were modified to adapt to the new process. Only 5 of the 17 improved weapons were judged to be qualified and were handed over to the Ordnance Bureau to start organizing manual production. Then it was the turn of Wang Zhong's favorite work, the Vortex Tank Destroyer. Chief Engineer Kejing walked into the review hall in high spirits and asked his assistant to hang the drawings of the Vortex Tank Destroyer on the blackboard. Wang Zhong could see that this drawing was much more detailed than before. When the drawings were hung up, the army representative on the review committee widened his eyes. "What is this?" he asked, looking at Kejing at first, but then turned to Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, tank destroyers have to adopt a turret-less design because they need to be equipped with larger artillery. Once the machine tools imported from the United States are in place, we can build a tank equipped with such a powerful main weapon. With a turret, that kind of thing." The committee members all showed icy expressions and nodded repeatedly, seemingly voting to approve the design. No one even asked questions. Wang Zhong originally thought that he would have to fight with the Confucian scholars before the Whirlpool plan could be passed. Unexpectedly, it was passed calmly, as if it was a matter of course. After sending away the chief engineer of Kejing, the last review item appeared. Tokarev took his masterpiece and entered the review room. Facing the judges sitting behind the long table, he looked directly at Wang Zhong alone. "General Rokosov, I made a new prototype gun according to your instructions. Tell me this: it is a submachine gun that can still hit people at a distance of 200 meters. I think I have made a weapon that meets your requirements." As he spoke, Tokarev walked directly towards Wang Zhong with a sample gun. As a result, several inquisitors immediately opened the side door of the room and rushed in, pressing him to the ground. "Wang Zhong, let him come over, but how can he hand me the gun?" As a result, one of the inquisitors took away the sample gun from Tokarev's hand, and then respectfully raised it to Wang Zhong with both hands. While Wang Zhong was playing with the gun, Tokarev was also freed from the clutches of the judges. He hurriedly explained, I further shortened the length of the bullet and reduced the amount of powder. As a result, the weight of the rifle when fully loaded was greatly reduced. Shrinking the bullet has brought about a decrease in range and power. We tested it many times and finally adjusted the amount of propellant in each bullet to the appropriate level. If there is less propellant, the trajectory will be significantly curved and it will not be able to achieve the 200-meter shooting accuracy you require. If you add more propellant, the accuracy will increase, but according to you, this increase in accuracy doesn't mean much. Very good. Wang Zhong praised, Tokarev Devarisai, you have understood what I meant. As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked carefully at the sample gun in his hand. Looks a bit like a VSS thread cutter silent rifle. The biggest feature of the thread cutter rifle is the very thick silenced barrel. Wang Zhong didn't know why this gun had such a thick barrel. He asked Tokarev, why is the barrel of the gun so thick? Tokarev, in order to ensure better stability, we set up a gas guide device in the barrel to guide part of the gunpowder gas generated during shooting out of the gun and reduce the recoil. Surprisingly, this design makes this gun the muzzle flash and smoke when the gun is fired are relatively small, especially the sound, which is much smaller. We speculate that part of the energy of the gunpowder gas is dispersed by the gas guide device, causing the bullet to exit the muzzle at a speed of only 320 meters per second, which is lower than the speed of sound, so the bullet will not make a huge sound when it breaks the sound barrier. Similarly, because the gas guide structure disperses the gunpowder gas, the sound waves generated by the gunpowder gas impact around the bullet when it leaves the barrel are also smaller. Good guy, in order to improve the stability of shooting, I accidentally created a silent rifle. At this time, the army representative asked, wait a minute, are the bullets fired by this gun so slow? Will the trajectory be very curved? Tokarev replied, it is a little more curved than ordinary bullets, but after all, it only shoots 200 meters and reaches it in about 0.5 seconds. The total drop is actually not bad. If you are shooting, this drop is actually irrelevant. If you are raising it to aim accurately, we can take this drop into account on the ruler, so that the shooter will actually raise the barrel of the gun to an almost impossible level when aiming. Perception angle. Wang Zhong asked worriedly, but if the speed is slow, will the bullet's lethality be insufficient? Tokarev replied, we have tested it with soft rubber. When it hits directly, because the kinetic energy of this thing is relatively small, it rolls inside the soft rubber that simulates the human body, and the energy is converted into destruction. In general, most of the energy of bullets was taken away by the bullet that passed through from the other end. Of course, in terms of penetration ability, this thing is indeed inferior to high-speed bullets. You can also remove the gas guide device and use an ordinary barrel to shoot. Tokarev gestured, and the assistant pulled out a gun that looked like a shortened version of a Dragunov sniper rifle. Of course, there is a version without a scope and an extended magazine. Tokarev, be careful, this thing jumps hard when hit. Wang Zhong was speechless, which version is approved? I have to try it myself. Immediately the committee officer replied, next door is the indoor shooting range of the ski terrain. It was converted from the People's Stadium. You can go there to test fire. Okay, let's go there. 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong fired 30 or 40 rounds from both guns. The gun with no gas tube and fast bullet speed is really difficult to use when strafing. It makes people doubt that it is not loaded with reduced charge ammunition at all. Therefore, if you want to maintain a better hit with this gun, you need to fire in short bursts, 3 rounds or more at a time. 4 shots. The thread cutter version is very comfortable when shooting. If you pull the trigger from the waist and empty the 20-round magazine, you can still get 1 or 2 rounds on the target. This is a 200-meter target. After the trial, Wang Zhong came to a conclusion and asked Tokarev, which production has the lowest man-hours? Tokarev replied instantly, of course it's the ordinary barrel type. Wang Zhong decided, then mass-produce the ordinary gun barrel. Tokarev was shocked, I think you prefer the subsonic version. Wang Zhong, yes, I prefer it, but in the future, this thing may need to be mass-produced at 6, 7, or even tens of thousands of units per day to meet demand. There is no time for such slow work and meticulous work. Tokarev added, however, the processing of the barrel only took half an hour longer, because I made productive modifications to the barrel gas guide to make it easier to produce. Wang Zhong, half an hour is a lot. 1 tube is a waste of half a working hour. If you produce 10,000 tubes a day, 5,000 working hours are wasted. Tokarev shook his head, General, you can't calculate it like this. Both weapons can reach a rate of 10,000 a day, but the factory workers producing the subsonic bullet version need more workers because there is an extra step of making barrels. Wang Zhong fiddled with the thread-cutting machine in his hand. Tokarev, and the 2 types of gun barrels are interchangeable. We can separate the factories that make gun barrels, so that both guns can start production. Based on the output of the gun barrel factory, we can decide which one produces more. As long as there are more, it's enough to hire a few hundred workers, and the larger the scale, the lower the cost. Wang Zhong thought for a while and finally nodded. We produce both types, and the troops will use whichever version is sent to them. Chapter 312 The tit-for-tat confrontation before the engagement ceremony. There was nothing worth mentioning in the next few days. The front lines were still shelling each other, and there were still thousands of casualties every day. Wang Zhong in the rear was still spinning. But Wang Zhong had a new hobby, lying on Ludmila's belly and listening to her stomach. Although the doctor and Lucia both told him that there would be no clearly audible fetal movements now, Wang Zhong just couldn't help but want to listen. Of course, it's also good to enjoy your fiancé's arms, by the way. On February 20th, Ludmila's family finally took a train from Rahul in the rear to Yebeo. Wang Zhong's brother, now Duke Rokosov, came back from the logistics headquarters dormitory for a rare occasion and had a meal with Ludmila's family. The engagement ceremony was on February 21st. Wang Zhong had no idea how to prepare for the engagement ceremony. The image in his mind of the engagement ceremony was completely based on a diplomatic signing ceremony. The parents of both parties sat behind the same table, with the national flags of both parties behind them. No, the family flags. Then both parties signed the engagement contract, and then, under the arrangement of the MC, exchanged the notebooks with the contract written in it before signing. This cannot be blamed on Wang Zhong. After all, in the public opinion environment before he time traveled, even if Wang Zhong had longing for a beautiful love, he would still be wary of marriage. Maybe it's because Wang Zhong didn't meet the woman before he traveled through time that made him think of the name of the child at first sight. Ludmila was truly the first. All in all, on the night of February 20th, when the old housekeeper explained the entire engagement process to Wang Zhong knew what the engagement ceremony was about. In fact, it is a minimalist version of a wedding. You call the nearby priest, the two of you hold hands and swear an oath, then put on the engagement ring and it's done. The ceremony on February 21st was held at the Rokosov Manor, and the priest invited was the parish priest of the church near the manor. As for the guests, the state of war meant that few relatives could not be summoned. Ludmila had relatives who were in the siege of Fort St. Andrew and could not come at all. The two friends of the same age are now either in the army or evacuated to distant rear areas. Otherwise, they will stay in occupied areas. Others have gone to see St. Andrew. In order to prevent the engagement ceremony from being deserted, Wang Zhong invited some old comrades from the Imperial Guard, such as Yegorov and others. These people are also Ludmila's old comrades in arms. In the early morning of February 21st, Wang Zhong looked at Lucia, who had put on a new dress, and sincerely praised her. She's so beautiful. Lucia smiled and suddenly said, since you regard His Majesty as your sister, shouldn't you invite her here? Wang Zhong, why, do you want to declare your victory to her in person? Ludmila said, no, I just suddenly thought that since I am a younger sister, I always have to attend my brother's engagement ceremony. Do you believe that she will come even if I don't invite her? Wang Zhong said, how about we make a bet? Elisha, don't always think of her as that little girl. She will seriously consider the impact of appearing at the engagement ceremony today. Ludmila looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly smiled bitterly, but after careful consideration, she may still appear. The royal family needs your support now. After all, in addition to the original city defense troops, the field army closest to Yefort is Wang Zhong's mobile army. Although the 3 divisions of this army are still being replenished, the combat strength is close to 70,000, there is also a large amount of technical equipment, and the quality of the soldiers is much higher than that of Auntie's general troops. With such a new force next to the capital, there should not be too many people who want to have a good relationship with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong put his hands on the shoulders of Lucia, who was sitting, and said, the Tsar needs my support. It sounds like I am about to proclaim myself Lord Protector. SHH, even if it's your own home, you have to be careful that the walls have heirs. Wang Zhong nodded, and at this moment the sound of a car came from outside. He turned and looked out the window. Cars. At least 5. There are not many people in Yebeo who can gather together such a convoy of cars. As soon as he finished speaking, Butler Mikhail opened the door and came in. The guard called and said that His Majesty Belinsky's motorcade had just passed through the gate and had already arrived in front of the manor when I came to report. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, I'll just say it. Ludmila smiled bitterly and said, the chance of His Majesty's appearance has greatly increased. I can probably guess the reason why Belinsky was crowned. He replaced the priest to preside over our engagement ceremony, so it will be difficult to break the engagement in the future. The church shouldn't want you to be Prince Rokosov, I mean when we win the war. Although Ludmila was talking about political matters, Wang Zhong was distracted at this time. He was thinking about breaking off the engagement and the 3-year agreement. 3 years later, Do Emperor Ludmila came to the door and told her about breaking off the engagement. The insults I suffered were repaid tenfold. What the ultimate suture monster? Ludmila, dear. Wang Zhong, it's okay. I just wanted to marry you. Ludmila, I was just talking about what happened after the victory. Wang Zhong, Olga is a smart girl. She has the wisdom inherited from her brother. Vanya, Ivan's nickname, study room is kept intact in the summer palace. The books Vanya has read, Olga I will definitely read it. Maybe there are also Vanya's diary and reading notes, trust her. At this time, the phone rang, and butler Mikhail immediately went over to answer the phone, Rokosov manner. Yes, I understand. He put down the receiver and reported to Wang Zhong, there was a call from the ceremonial hall of the summer palace. His Majesty the Tsar wants to attend the engagement ceremony of General Rokosov. Ludmila, look, Olga is here. Wang Zhong, since she specifically asked the etiquette hall to notify her, she shouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. If she does something out of the ordinary, she will make a surprise attack. You really know your sister? Ludmila smiled. Olga arrived at Rokosov Manor an hour later. Wang Zhong's brother, Pietro Konstantinovich Rokosov, was very reserved when he saw Olga, and even shook his hand awkwardly. Unexpectedly, Olga held Pietro's hand and said, Your Excellency, Prince Rokosov, I plan to propose marriage to my cousin. Wang Zhong frowned, why didn't I know that Vanya had a cousin? Olga and Ivan are brother and sister, and the cousin should be the child of the mother's relative. Olga turned back and smiled at Wang Zhong, I have many cousins, and she came back from the United States. Her parents went to the United States during the Civil War. Pete Rohan came down, here, I was married once, but my wife passed away. Isn't it good for a person like me to marry your cousin? At this time Ludmila said, Dear brother, since your Majesty has such good intentions, how about you accept it? Your Majesty should have thought about it carefully. After speaking, Ludmila and Olga looked at each other openly. Only then did Wang Zhong come to his senses. The patriarch came to preside over the engagement, and His Majesty the Tsar unexpectedly married a cousin to the widowed Pietro. His Majesty had some control. Ludmila probably regards this as an exchange of interests. If you compensate for one Pietro, you have to recognize my title as Mrs. Rokosov. Pietro was caught in the middle. He looked at His Majesty the Tsar for a while and his siblings-to-be for a while. He couldn't afford to offend either side. So he said, as long as Her Royal Highness the Princess does not dislike it, I have no objection. The princess, of course, refers to Olga's cousin. Olga smiled brightly and said, okay. It's better to choose the right day and get engaged today. By the way, my cousin will not become an adult in 3 years, so we can only get engaged first. Wang Zhong suddenly envied his elder brother. 15-year-old princess, even though I already have Nelly, I am still very envious. Ludmila smiled and said, Your Majesty really cares about his family. He is already worried about his cousin's marriage before he is engaged. You should also find a responsible man as soon as possible. After all, those old nobles think that an unmarried man in a country ruled by a Tsar would be unstable. Olga, when I meet someone who makes my heart beat, I will naturally get engaged. When she said this, she looked at Wang Zhong, and Wang Zhong pretended to be looking at the scenery. At this time Belinsky appeared, I heard that your Majesty was here, so I hurriedly came out of the preparation room. You actually have to recite sermons on the fly. Olga said in surprise, which sounded very strange. Belinsky smiled and said, the last time I presided over an engagement was 20 years ago. Isn't it normal to recite a prayer? Olga was about to speak when Wang Zhong suddenly heard firecrackers being set off in the distance. He immediately realized that these were not firecrackers and shouted, gunshot? And it's very close to us. He quickly ran to the window, opened it and listened carefully, it's coming from the north, pros and paratroopers. But for what purpose? Isn't throwing paratroopers into the enemy's hinterland just giving away their lives? Belinsky said seriously, no, that direction is a prisoner of war camp. You captured more than 100,000 prisoners at once, and settling these prisoners became a challenge. Every day in the prisoner of war camp, prisoners who tried to riot were shot, and dozens of people were sent to the gallows. It should be just another normal prison riot. There is no need to dispatch the mobile army that has not been completed yet. Wang Zhong, do the prisoners of war have a strong will to resist? They were all wilted when I captured them. Belinsky smiled bitterly and said, we thought so at the beginning. Although these Pelosin people dare not let them take up arms and fight on the front line, it is still okay to let them produce equipment in the rear factories. According to our preliminary investigation, there are a large number of high school graduates among these prisoners. If we can get them to support us, there will be tens of thousands of industrial workers. After Belinsky finished speaking, Wang Zhong asked, "It doesn't look like the effect is very good." In fact, there was no need for Belinsky to say that Wang Zhong was a veteran who had returned from the battlefield. He could tell that the intensity of the firefight was unusual. It seemed that the church's instigation of rebellion had basically failed. Belinsky sighed, "Yes, these Prozan people are much more difficult to deal with than we expected. It seems that Emperor Prozan's theory has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people." Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea and asked, "How did you instigate them to rebel?" "I tried all kinds of methods, and even showed them your article on why Ant was successful, but it didn't work." Wang Zhong touched his chin, and he suddenly thought of a childhood friend he had watched on Little John Kahn's show, A Real Friend. That program was about how this guy instigated die-hard Japanese prisoners of war and established a small life rebellion. War Alliance. Maybe I should try out what I learned on the show? Chapter 313 Engagement Ceremony. There shouldn't be any harm in just giving it a try. So he said to His Majesty Belinsky, "Maybe you can let me have a chat with them." Belinsky was overjoyed. "Plosan's officers have a good impression of you. If you go and chat with them, you may indeed instigate them to rebel." Wang Zhong, "No, most of the officers should be nobles, right? They should not treason for various reasons. I can have a chat with the Prosan soldiers, especially those civilians from the lower classes." Belinsky raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "First of all, I'm not questioning your ability. I'm just curious about how you plan to start." Olga was also listening expectantly. It seemed that she was really eager to know what Wang Zhong planned to do. "Wang Zhong, I plan to start from two directions. First, I have witnessed a lot of atrocities committed by the Prosan army. People with conscience will definitely suffer very much in the Prosan army. I plan to find these people. Secondly, most of the dividends from Prosan's expansion must have been retained by the upper class. As long as the soldiers at the bottom realize that the benefits they gained from fighting on the battlefield have been swallowed up by the upper class, we must let them understand that surrender is not treason. The real traitors are the generals who launched the war and exchanged the blood of the people of Prosan for their luxurious lives. They should organize the Prosan People's Army, fight back to the motherland, and guillotine the emperor." Even though Belinsky was well informed, his mouth opened wide after hearing Wang Zhong's words, "This. I just asked you to find a way to let the Prosan people enter our factory to produce things with peace of mind. You actually want to form Prosan People's Army." "Wang Zhong, I'm just saying that there is a possibility that the Plosan people will definitely try to form a puppet army as cannon fodder." Bishop Lovkid had been listening to the conversation when he suddenly said, "They have indeed organized it. According to the intelligence we have obtained, there are many ants in the large occupied cities such as Ixikov and Ranis. People have become pseudo-militaries and pseudo-police. In addition, the insiders of the prisoner of war camp also sent information. There is a Hazalaya man who goes to the place where local prisoners of war are held in Hazalaya every day to mobilize the prisoners to join the Hazalaya Free Army. There is also intelligence that the enemy has recruited 15 battalions of puppet troops from the surrendered troops and named them Dongfang Battalion." Wang Zhong, "Look, since the Plosan people can form the Eastern Battalion, we can also establish such a force. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone will pretend to surrender and then defect on the battlefield. We have to screen carefully. Also, such individual defections can be avoided by building a sense of collective honor." Belinsky looked Wang Zhong up and down again. "What you said makes sense. Popov submitted a very detailed report before, called Observations on General Rokosov's Working Methods, and introduced you carefully. Methods of work which he thought would be more effective than 10,000 sermons. I have read the description of your working methods in the report, and it is very good. I have ordered this report to be issued as an official document to every bishop accompanying the army, and to be fully promoted. Now you actually plan to instigate the Prosan prisoners to rebel and establish the Prosan People's Army. Wang Zhong, just having such an idea may not necessarily achieve it." Belinsky was speechless. "Okay, I will give you a note tomorrow. You can go to the prisoner of war camp and try your best. It doesn't matter even if you fail. I never expected to be able to do such an outrageous thing." He paused and changed the subject. "Let's discuss your engagement ceremony now. It's ready here." Wang Zhong, "Then let's start quickly." Belinsky, "Aren't you going to wait a moment longer for the guests?" As soon as he finished speaking, a military vehicle drove over along the road inside the manor. Belinsky, "Look." Olga craned her neck to look at the approaching car and asked, "Whose car do you think this is?" Wang Zhong had already used a plug-in to check who was sitting in the approaching car, and said confidently, "It's Turgenev and his adjutant." As the car approached, Olga recognized the person in the back seat before Ludmila. "It's really Turgenev. Do you have such good eyesight?" "No, I just cheated." Wang Zhong, "Of course, how can you spot the enemy general from such a distance if you have poor eyesight? In fact, What Wang Zhong is talking about here is that he commanded the T-34W for a counter-attack for the first time in Luchtwaffe. But Belinsky understood this as a joke and laughed. Wang Zhong also laughed. After all, the matter of cheating cannot be explained clearly. Before the patriarch had finished laughing, another jeep came, filled with Air Force pilots. The driver was Drachenko Grigojevic, commander of the 4th Attack Regiment, and a group of people, all pilots, were crammed into the back of the jeep like Indians. Wang Zhong hurriedly shouted, "Drachenko! If your car rolls over like this, a whole regiment of pilots will be wiped out. You will be responsible." "Drachenko, I will be dead by then, how can I be responsible?" "Wang Zhong, I'm not kidding, don't give me that playful smile, be serious. Stop the car, get off the car, and pay attention to traffic safety. Even if you die, you should die in the sky. Don't waste your life in a car accident." Drachenko turned back to the pilots and said, "Did you hear that? General Rokosov asked us to die in the sky. Remember, the next time you are hit by a Prozan bullet, there will be enemy-occupied territory below. Don't parachute, just rush down and hit a tank. Remember to pour all the bullets before hitting it." The pilots were excited. "This is what we were planning to do. You can't be captured even if you die. Belinsky, this is not good. You should come back as soon as possible. You can still escape when you get to the prisoner of war camp. Wang Zhong, also, even if you have to hit it, don't hit the tank. You may be able to damage the tank, but the Prozan people are very capable of repairing it and can repair it in a few days. No, don't choose a tank as a target. You should hit the oil, which is easy to catch fire and explode. There are also ammunition depots that are good. Drachenko, the general thinks our target was poorly chosen. What do you say? Then don't hit the tank. The general is an expert in this field. Yes, hit the fuel. Wang Zhong, but remember the premise for doing this, that is, you are sure that there is no way to parachute and land on friendly forces. To survive, you must ensure survival." The pilots looked at each other, and finally Drachenko spoke on behalf of everyone, "Got it, General." "Wang Zhong, speaking of which, how did you know that I was engaged today?" "What Vasily said was yesterday at the officers' club in the city, the one next to the Grand Theater." Drachenko said. Wang Zhong turned to look for Vasily and found that the boy had escaped. "Drachenko, General, please spare Vasily, he just wants to make the girl happy." "Good boy, make the girl happy with things about me, just wait." Wang Zhong opened the book of hatred and made a note to Vasily that he would wear small shoes for him one day. Just then more cars came and drove into the manor. From Wang Zhong's perspective, a large number of soldiers with names were running toward him, just like when it was time to spawn monsters in a tower defense game. Also, both the Patriarch and the Tsar came, and now everyone in the city knew that Rokosov was getting engaged. The senior executives who don't go to the Rokosov manor now are either the kind who have to be on duty at key positions, or they have something wrong with them. Wang Zhong saw this posture and asked Ludmila for her opinion, "Why don't we postpone it for an hour? This way there won't be any embarrassment if someone fails to catch up." Ludmila nodded, "Okay. You come to receive the gentlemen, and I will entertain their women." Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. An hour later, the engagement ceremony finally began. The originally prepared ceremony venue was simply not enough, so it was moved to the large ballroom of the manor. Because Wang Zhong rarely held dances after taking over the manor, the ballroom had been idle for a long time. In addition, the manor has reduced the number of maids, and areas that are not in use are generally not cleaned. The ballroom has also been left here to collect dust for a long time, and now it is temporarily cleaned. Although the ceremony was temporarily moved to a ballroom, the secular priests who came with the patriarch were all professionals and quickly built a very formal altar in the ballroom. The ceremony personnel were also arranged according to the highest standards. There were 4 priests ringing the bells, standing at the 4 corners of the altar. Belinsky put on his solemn robe, stood on the altar, and looked at the guests. Even the unruly pilots lowered their heads. Because it was just an engagement and there was no admission, Wang Zhong and Ludmila stood directly in front of the altar. Belinsky began to pray. Today, under everyone's gaze, another new couple came together because of their common interests. I witnessed the germination and growth of their love. I know that this is not just caused by the joy of reproduction. Illusion. Wang Zhong thought to himself, isn't this sermon a bit strange? Where is the Lord? Don't you mention the Lord even a word in your sermon? You secularists are too secular, right? Now, with everyone's witness and blessing, they make a sacred oath. As he spoke, a priest held a square plate covered with velvet, with 2 rings on it. Because Wang Zhong is from Ceres, he thinks of red when it comes to engagement, and is a little uncomfortable seeing blue velvet. Belinsky came to the 2 of them and put the engagement rings on the ring fingers of their right hands. Eastern saints' engagement rings are worn on the ring finger of the right hand by both men and women. Belinsky, may everyone bless you. It's everyone, not the Lord. In a world where there are miracles, where God is not mentioned once in church prayers, who is Saint Andrew who founded secularism? Isn't he a fellow countryman? Wang Zhong muttered in his heart. At this time, Belinsky completed the last step and tapped Wang Zhong and Ludmila's foreheads with fingers dipped in holy water. Belinsky, I'm looking forward to the day when your children will be baptized. As soon as Wang Zhong heard about baptism, he thought of the classic montage in The Godfather. On one side, a child is baptized, and the new generation of godfathers played by Al Pacino solemnly swears in the hymn. On the other side, the thugs attack cleanly and kill the child. All enemies of the Leone family were wiped out. Wang Zhong, I'm looking forward to it too. Chapter 314 Sowing the Seeds. On the second day of the engagement ceremony, Wang Zhong, accompanied by Cardinal Rafkid, came to the prisoner of war camp in the suburbs. Rafkid pointed out the window in the reception room and introduced, the main road in the middle is the dividing line. The officer area is on the left side of the road, and the ordinary soldiers and junior non-commissioned officers are on the right side. Where are you going to look? Wang Zhong, pick out those who have graduated from high school among ordinary soldiers. Rafkid asked doubtfully, why? Wang Zhong smiled and said, because smart people can easily become secularists. Rafkid thought for a while and said, it seems to be true when you say it. When Saint Andrew founded secularism, it first spread among scholars in the city. Right? So find the high school students among the soldiers, and they must be from the lower class. Those born in the wealthy class are probably not easy to mobilize. Rafkid, I will first select some people who perform well and let them gather in the auditorium. Wang Zhong added, release the news that I'm coming and see if there are any fans of mine, I mean, there shouldn't be too many admirers. Call them all. Okay. I'll make arrangements while you continue drinking tea. After finishing speaking, Rafkid left the reception room of the prisoner of war camp. He came back a moment later, frowning, General, as soon as they heard that you were coming, almost all the prisoners of war wanted to see who you were who captured them. Wang Zhong, that would be even better. Select those from poor backgrounds and graduates from high school. From now on, they will be our backbone members. Let me know when they are ready. Rafkid pushed up his glasses, it's ready. You can go to the auditorium now. Wang Zhong was shocked and said, how did you know that I would ask like this? It's not difficult to guess this. At least it's easier than guessing the enemy's main attack direction this year. Rafkid said seriously with a straight face. Wang Zhong stood up, okay, let's go and see these potential allies. The auditorium of the prisoner of war camp could accommodate about 4,000 people, but Wang Zhong always felt that at least 8,000 people were crammed into the auditorium. As soon as he entered, everyone looked at him eagerly. A large number of people suddenly stood up, making the soldiers on guard with submachine guns very nervous. Wang Zhong waved his hand, don't be nervous, everyone is just a little excited to see me. He personally fired the submachine gun of the guarding soldiers. When the prisoners saw this, some of them boldly stretched out their hands and said something in Prasen. Vasily translated, he wants to shake your hand. Wang Zhong simply held the prisoner's hand, hello, I hope you are used to our food. After Vasily finished translating, the man talked excitedly. Vasily, he said, our coffee and tea are very good, and the canned food we have recently started to supply is even better. Did the Spamkin actually conquer the Prasen soldiers? This reminded Wang Zhong of the story on Earth where he led a British officer to eat a kin of spam and was shocked. Wang Zhong, very good. He continued walking forward, and more people reached out to him. Wang Zhong was a little surprised, it seems that I have a good reputation among them. Why? Vasily didn't know whether he was pretending to be stupid or he was curious, so he translated Wang Zhong's words. As a result, the sergeant who was shaking hands with Wang Zhong said a lot excitedly. Vasily, he said that you single-handedly resisted the invincible Plozin army. You must be a military genius like the reincarnation of Suvorov. The Plozins respect a genius like you. Wang Zhong was a little surprised. He stared at the non-commissioned officer who was speaking and said, I am from Ant, what you call an inferior nation. Vasily translated the sentence with a touch of irony. The other person looked a little proud when he answered. Vasily, he said that one of the great things about a good nation is its ability to accept the strengths of other nations. It's actually self-consistent. It seems that what Emperor Prasen did has gained a lot of support among the people. Wang Zhong shook his head, walked up to the podium, looked around the entire auditorium, and said loudly, everyone. I came to you today because I want to have a chat with you. I'm curious, has anything changed in the empire itself since the Prasen Empire started its war of aggression? After Vasily finished translating, the others began to look at each other in confusion. Wang Zhong, The changes here refer to the situation of your family. Let me tell you frankly that your backgrounds have been carefully screened. There are no nobles, big businessmen, or factory owners among you. You are all ordinary people. It's been 3 years since the empire began to expand. Has your life improved? Wang Zhong started to hesitate after asking, because he suddenly remembered that the Earth's 3 virtues had just emerged from the Great Depression before they started to invade. Compared with the Great Depression, life had certainly become better. Could this be the case in this time and space? Then Mr. Lin Zhe's method of instigating rebellion against the Japanese cannot be applied again. He waited for the result uneasily, and the prisoners of war also looked at each other. Both sides were silent. As a result, the auditorium suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, a prisoner said something loudly. Wang Zhong hurriedly looked at Vasily. Vasily translated, he said that after the war started, the street seemed much more prosperous. The soldiers made the business of the shops along the street better. His own family ran a restaurant. His mother wrote that it was for the soldiers to eat. Whenever I see the military sign hanging at the door of a restaurant, I always tip a little more. Wang Zhongxin has finished thinking. It seems that the plan to instigate the Prosan soldiers through family circumstances has failed, and the only way to start is from human conscience. Unexpectedly, the sergeant whose family ran a restaurant started talking again. Vasily translated, he said, but there are fewer civilians in the restaurant, and only civilians working in military-industrial enterprises can spend money in the restaurant. He also said that the dishes in the restaurant have also decreased, because most of the vegetables have been purchased by the army. The furniture inside has not been updated for a long time, because the factory that produces the furniture is now making Mauser gun butts. Wang Zhong suddenly felt that there was hope, so he nodded and said, very good, thank him for sharing, RAF kid, please give him a pack of cigarettes. Rav kid nodded to the priest next to him, and a pack of cigarettes made in China was delivered to the non-commissioned officer. The prisoners of war became excited when they saw the cigarette hair. It seems that Wang Zhong guessed correctly, cigarettes are a rare item in prisoner of war camps. He came to this conclusion based on films such as Bridge on the River Kwai that depict prisoner of war camps. Another corporal came on stage and began to tell his story. Vasily continued to translate, this person said that his father was a worker in the factory. Before Emperor Reinhardt's reforms, the factory was half-stopped and basically could not pay wages. After the war started, the factory was acquired by Henschel, and began to producing screws, wages can be paid normally. But their family can buy less things every month than before, because the big businessmen spread all the money they spent on war bonds into the selling price of the goods. Wang Zhongxin thought that he was right to invite high school graduates to hold this meeting, and he also knew that the price became more expensive because the war bond money was evenly divided into the selling price of the goods. Suddenly, Wang Zhong had an idea and asked, do you know anything else about the old men making war fortune? After Vasily translated, the worker's son thought for a while and said, I know that when the Carolingians were occupied, the division commander emptied all the wine cellars of the nobles stationed there, and looted all the gold and silver jewelry. Wang Zhong, you didn't get a share. After Vasily finished speaking, the prisoners all laughed. A sergeant shouted something below. Vasily said, he said, how is it possible? Those are division commanders and brigade commanders, not even the battalion commander. Wang Zhong, very good, are there any other stories about making war fortune? Someone was jabbering below. Wang Zhong, without waiting for Vasily to translate, pointed at the person and said, come to the stage and say it. The man also didn't wait for Vasily's translation, went directly to the stage, pushed aside the worker's son just now, and started speaking passionately. Vasily translated sentence by sentence, in Hazalaya, the officers asked us to go down to grab grain during our rest, and used guns to force the people to collect grain. Then all the wheat was transported back to the rear. In November, my sister wrote and said that the wheat and flour from Kosalia are now being sold in the city, but they are very expensive, saying that shipping and labor costs have been added. Wang Zhong, okay. The gentleman took away the food rations from the people of Kosalia, but the people of Plusen couldn't eat it. All the food went into their own pockets. The so-called labor and military expenses were not paid to you at all. In hand. As he talked, he thought, this trend is very good. If it continues to develop, it will become a grievance conference. Next, more soldiers came on stage and told everything they knew about the officers and nobles developing war wealth. These shocking facts make people wonder whether they are true. But Wang Zhong had read relevant information before traveling through time, and knew that Sandeza was actually very corrupt, perhaps just a little better than Principal Chang's party scratcher. Therefore, Wang Zhong feels that these things that sound outrageous may not be completely fictional. More and more Prosan soldiers came on stage, probably because there were no officers or nobles on the scene, and they were becoming more and more relaxed. When Wang Zhong saw that the heat was almost up, he raised one hand to stop the prisoners of war who wanted to continue on the stage, and walked to the center of the podium. Wang Zhong, the war has been going on for so long. You have occupied a large area of land. The gentlemen are well fed, but the people are miserable. You have not yet started wartime mobilization. After mobilization, the situation will be even worse. Prasen will definitely mobilize, because they have already started a war with most of the world for their own selfish desires. The people of Prasen will have more and more hardships, but those gentlemen who advocate the theory of superior nations will continue to have a shiny face. I am here today to tell you that cooperating with us is not surrender, but choosing the right path for the future of your motherland. I don't expect you to turn around at once, I just ask you to think about who has benefited from the continuous expansion, think about your parents, think about your sisters. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he nodded to RAF Kid. The transformation of thoughts does not happen overnight. He just made a start, and then he will work slowly and carefully. After the conference, RAF Kid approached Wang Zhong and said, "Should we start with the family? It's a very good idea. Wang Zhong, you must translate the secular classics into Prasen language as soon as possible and show them to them." There was originally a version in Plosen. In fact, the spread of the secular sect in Plosen was pretty good before. It's just that we bear the name of the Eastern Holy Religion, and Plosen people generally don't believe in the Eastern Holy Religion. Reinhard drove away all the Eastern saints who were originally in Plosen, and a large number of secular members came to Melania, and then came to us. Wang Zhong, then let them come, first spread the Eastern Holy Religion, and then recruit volunteers from prisoners of war. Ravkid nodded, "I understand, I will implement it." Wang Zhong was very satisfied, but he suddenly realized, how could he give instructions to the cardinal like a leader? Who should I send it to? He decided to pretend not to notice. Chapter 315 Situation in March 915. At the end of February, as the temperature warmed, the snow began to melt, but only the surface snow was melted. In fact, the frozen ground deep in the land was still as hard as ever, forming a barrier to prevent the melting. Snow water seeps deep into the ground. So, mud season begins. Even in big cities like Yebeo, where there are asphalt roads everywhere, you can still see the shadow of mud. When you go out, your pants will be covered with mud spots. In such a bad situation, the tank would tremble 3 times, and the car would not be able to drive off the asphalt road. As a result, the battlefield was completely silent, and all major military operations from north to south came to a halt. Both sides are seizing the time to stock up on ammunition and replenish their troops, preparing to do a big job in the summer. On March 6, Lieutenant Colonel John Wick suddenly visited the Suvorov Military Academy and found Wang Zhong in the principal's office, who was about to go to class. As soon as they met, he said, "Have you heard?" Wang Zhong asked in confusion, "What did you hear?" "The intelligence agencies of the United Kingdom have just conveyed information to your headquarters." Wang Zhong, "How did I hear about what I just conveyed?" "That's it." Lieutenant Colonel John Wick sat down in front of Wang Zhong and said with a smile, "Then let me tell you. The Procenians are preparing to launch an attack on the southern front. The first stage is to break through the coastal fortress to Bor. The intelligence officers of the United Kingdom have not found the defense line of SKSK, the specific time of the attack and the main direction of attack." "Wang Zhong, what's the use of this? Everyone knows that Prosan wants to fight on the southern front." "John Wick, it is also very important to confirm the original conjecture. After all, troops are deployed based on the conjecture. Once the conjecture is wrong, it will be used in military textbooks and become a wrong example." "Wang Zhong, it can't be wrong. When they attacked Yebeo last year, it was when we were at our weakest. Now if we want to attack Yebeo, we will face troops that have been replenished and have experience in defensive warfare. It will be as easy as last year. As for the northern line, even if they take Fort St. Andrew, there is nothing to fight to the north. The north is full of forests and tundra, with worse infrastructure and fewer settlements. They will be unable to move forward, but on the contrary, we can rely on there are plenty of supplies in the ice-free ports in the north." Originally, Freezing Port was mainly engaged in the shipbuilding industry. The city and the surrounding industrial belt alone could not supply a front army. There was not much agricultural production capacity in the north, so we couldn't let the army just eat salted fish and wood, right? But now the situation has changed. The ice-free port is the endpoint of the Arctic Ocean transportation line. The materials shipped by the Allies are piled in the ice-free port, enough to supply 1 million troops for combat. Therefore, even if Fort St. Andrew is lost, the Fort Andrew front can continue fighting by changing its name. By setting up defenses along the railway line from Freezing Port to Yefort, there will be good supplies along the entire line. Wang Zhong analyzed all these, and then said categorically, "The enemy can only attack the southern front. This is basically a conspiracy. All the rumors that they want to attack the northern front or the center are all actions to deceive the enemy. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick smiled and said, "Your judgment is basically the same as that of our country's generals. Do you think the Prosans can succeed?" Wang Zhong, I'm not sure. Duke Mushkin is a very good general and has great experience in defensive operations. I don't know if he can block the enemy's offensive. In fact, the front army led by Mushkin already has hundreds of thousands of troops, and there are tens of thousands of naval infantry in the coastal fortress. As long as the commander is not stupid, this bunch of troops can hold off Prosan for a period of time. The question is how long it can be blocked. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick changed the topic. I heard that you have made significant progress in instigating a rebellion against the Prosan prisoners of war. Wang Zhong, it would be better for you to ask Cardinal Rafkat of the Inquisition about this matter. Come on, I'm not a reporter. I'm asking you about the situation as an army attaché. After all, in the future we will also need to recruit and surrender as many Prosan prisoners of war as possible. Wang Zhong, the current situation of prisoners of war is not bad. Some prisoners of war have agreed to enter the factory to help us produce equipment. However, instigating prisoners of war to rebel is a long-term job, and achievements do not happen overnight. John Wick, I thought that the Prosenians, who consider themselves a superior race, disdain to join in the troubles of inferior races. Wang Zhong just smiled and said nothing, and did not answer John Wick's words. So John Wick changed the subject. When will your child be born? The federal government plans to give him a small gift. Wang Zhong, you should ask the obstetrician. John Wick, of course, our intelligence department has asked the obstetrician, but I think with our friendship, I should be able to get an answer by asking you directly. Wang Zhong, of course, the earliest should be August. Will Belinsky preside over its baptism? Or will he be its godfather? John Wick continued to ask. Wang Zhong, I will preside over its baptism. The word of the godfather has not yet been decided. In fact, many people have come to inquire about their children's godfather in the past few days. After all, this matter may affect the future power structure of the Ant Empire. Wang Zhong was extremely disgusted with this kind of thinking about how to divide the spoils before winning, so even if John Wick, a friend from a foreign country, came to ask, he would not hesitate to put on a bad face. John Wick immediately said, "This is not actually what I want to ask, but Mr. Ambassador is very concerned about this matter. Please ask me to ask. Did the blame go to Mr. Ambassador?" Wang Zhong, we haven't decided who the child's godfather will be yet, because the competition is too fierce. I will inform the ambassador once it is finalized. John Wick seemed quite satisfied with this answer and continued to ask the next question, can I visit the test of the Vortex tank destroyer? Eddy current improvements have been advanced to the third-generation prototype, which has modified some problems of the second-generation prototype, improved reliability and adjusted the structure of the gun mantelet again. Now that the Vortex is at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, the members have good survivability even if they are hit by an 88mm gun. Yes, crew survivability, not armored vehicle survivability. Even if it is hit by an 88mm gun at this distance, the gun will still be damaged and the combat effectiveness will be lost. In this case, it is good to save the tank crew. In addition, Prosen's Pak-40 anti-tank gun also has the ability to break accessories and take away the Vortex combat effectiveness at a distance of 1,000 meters. Pak-40 is basically no threat to the crew at a distance of 1,000 meters, and the crew will definitely survive. People who have watched the eddy current test generally speak highly of this tank destroyer. The only problem is productivity. This thing is really difficult to produce. Obviously, the turret, a large part that takes up a lot of work, was removed, but the production time was actually higher, breaking the general rule that assault guns are cheaper than tanks. The main reason is that there are too many finely crafted parts on this car. Wang Zhong also wanted to make a beggar's version and mass-produce it for everyone to use, but General Sergei blocked him with one sentence, "Do you want the beggar's version to steal the barrel of a 100-gun gun from you? The output of 100 gun barrels is only that large." The current prototype uses the barrels originally prepared by the Navy for the secondary guns of destroyers and battle cruisers. However, after mass production begins, these barrels may be completely used up within a week. After that, the output will be determined. The output of the barrel is stuck. There is really no need to get a beggar's version to grab the barrel. All in all, the Vortex has directly become a rare commodity that only elite troops can use, just like it did with the target Tiger tank. All the Tiger tanks on Earth were allocated to heavy tank battalions, and then when the fire brigade ran around on the front, they left an astonishing exchange ratio wherever they went. Of course, Wang Zhong does not plan to organize the Vortex into an independent annihilation battalion, let alone let them run around as a fire brigade. It should only equip the first mobile group army that Wang Zhong has just received a designation. This made everyone more interested in this weapon, because in the eyes of others, This was special equipment that Lieutenant General Rokosov used his authority to buy for his direct troops, and everyone wanted to see what happened. Faced with John Wick's request, Wang Zhong readily agreed, "No problem, I'll ask Vasily to arrange a visit right away." "Thank you very much." John Wick stood up, then took out a document bag from his briefcase and placed it on Wang Zhong's desk. Wang Zhong untied the rope at the mouth of the bag in confusion and took out the stack of documents inside. The document had Prosen's Iron Cross logo on the cover. "Wang Zhong, the Prosen People's Battle Plan." John Wick smiled bitterly and said, "No, that one is too difficult to get. This is the status of each unit compiled by the Prosen Command in February, including key data such as the number of tanks ready for combat." Wang Zhong opened the cover, then turned the title page and abstract page, and went directly to the text. The first thing that comes up is a table of the number of combat-ready tanks in each armored division of Prosen, as well as a table of troop recruitment status. Wang Zhong frowned. Why are the number of combat-ready tanks in Prosen so low? The 1st Armored Division only has 81 tanks ready for combat, 25 for repairs, and 40 returned to the factory. The 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions even added up to 81 tanks for repairs and returns to the factory. It's just over 100 cars. John Wick, it seems that the Director of Armored Forces has lost power, so Prosen no longer pursues his dream of a large armored division with 400 tanks, and has reduced the number of armored battalions in most divisions to 2, and some divisions even have only an armored battalion. Wang Zhong turned to the next page and exclaimed, "The number of tanks has been reduced, but the accompanying troops have not been reduced, and an armored grenadier battalion has even been added. Has the enemy seen the final fate of our divisions that have nothing but tanks? Scared to increase the degree of synthesis of the troops? After all, it was a bit embarrassing for a tank division with 200 tanks to be taken care of by an infantry division. It was normal for the Prosens to be frightened. John Wick, it's not all about reducing the number of tanks. This report does not include the Asgard Knights. The Knights are said to still have 3 armored battalions. Wang Zhong, the Knights of Asgard are not under the control of the Prosen Command." John Wick nodded, "Yes, they are directly under the Emperor. By the way, everyone now thinks that your first mobile army is the same. Wang Zhong, there is absolutely no such thing." This time it was John Wick's turn to laugh. Chapter 316 Mobile Army Formation. Wang Zhong's first mobile army is indeed very different from Prosen's Asgard Knights, and it is not the Tsar's Forbidden Army. The official name of the first mobile army is the First Mobile Army, a teaching force directly under the general headquarters. According to the document drafted by Wang Zhong himself, it is a force established to explore a troop formation method that is more suitable for war. Now this army is only affiliated with the Yebeo City Defense Headquarters in terms of logistics and personnel relations. The army is a big supplier of supplies. Even if there is no war, nearly 200,000 combatants and employees are eating, drinking, and sleeping, which is a huge expense. Now these daily the logistics of the city defense troops that were consumed and left. So there is no need to have many associations when seeing the troops listed under the name of the city defense headquarters. Of course, the first mobile army does get some convenience in acquiring equipment, but that is only because this army has many logistics support units and the reliability of new equipment is low. They can handle it. If the new equipment issued to ordinary troops breaks, it will probably be thrown away. It's on the roadside. The first mobile army has 3 divisions, namely the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards, the 225th Mechanized Infantry Division, and the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army. The 3 divisions were all formed based on the Jinwei Ujibu template. The Guards' 1st Machine Infantry consists of a tank battalion, a reconnaissance battalion, an engineer battalion, an air defense battalion, a tank destroyer battalion, and an anti-tank artillery battalion. It also has a mechanized infantry regiment, an artillery regiment, an automobile regiment, and a support group. A cavalry company was also reinforced to serve as a reconnaissance and emergency communications force. After the 5th Bishinsk Infantry Regiment, which originally belonged to the 1st Guards Infantry Regiment, was reorganized into the 41st Guards Infantry Regiment, it was handed over to the 225th Mechanized Infantry Division as the backbone of the division. The current formation of the Guards' 1st Machine Infantry reflects Wang Zhong's summary of combat experience in the past year. All other technical arms in the division have only 1 battalion, and only infantry, artillery, automobiles, and support troops have been organized into one group. The 31st Infantry Regiment of the division's guards is Wang Zhong's old unit, which is the original 3rd Post Amour Regiment. This regiment has added a large number of M3 half-track vehicles and has truly realized mechanization. The most exaggerated thing about this regiment is its infantry artillery equipment. Because there are a lot of M3s, Wang Zhong stuffed a lot of 75mm infantry cannons into the regiment and dragged them with M3s, directly allowing the 75mm infantry guns in each battalion of the regiment to the number of millimeter guns increased to 12, and the 82mm mortars were assigned to the infantry companies as support firepower. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of the number of artillery pieces, a battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment can rival the Ant Infantry Division with relatively average equipment. As for the tank battalion below the Guards, the tanks are not too luxurious. There are still 4 tanks in a platoon, 12 tanks in a company, and 3 companies are organized into one battalion. Now the production of T-34W has increased a lot, so armored battalions with this number of T-34W can be found everywhere in the Ant Army. What is really abnormal is that Wang Zhong equipped this battalion with a large number of accompanying troops. He stuffed each armored company with a reconnaissance platoon, a 3-squad reconnaissance platoon in jeeps, and a mechanized infantry platoon, equipped with 4 M3 Grant Lee tanks. Yes, a mechanized infantry platoon, but the IFV is an M3 medium tank. I'm not kidding. The interior of the M3 tank is very spacious and can accommodate 8 fully armed Ant soldiers, so it was used by Wang Zhong as an infantry fighting vehicle. The half-track vehicle is not as good as the T-34W in terms of passability, so it is the same as a full-track tank. In this way, even if the tank company rushes very fast, at least 60 infantry will accompany the advance. When encountering complex situations, the infantry can get off the car and move forward to open up the field of vision for the tanks. In addition to the mechanized infantry, Wang Zhong also inserted an Su-76 self-propelled artillery into the tank company as accompanying direct firepower. The previous addition of infantry to tanks was based on Wang Zhong's own experience, and the direct firing of cannons into tanks was copied from the experience of the Soviet Army on Earth. When the Soviet tank company attacks, in addition to mechanized infantry, it will also be equipped with a vehicle-mounted 122mm gun. This way, once the tank company discovers the enemy infantry building trenches, it can use this 122mm gun to cooperate with the accompanying infantry in the attack. Wang Zhong doesn't have a vehicle-mounted 122mm howitzer yet, so he will make do with the Su-76 first, which is 46mm smaller in caliber. Let's deal with it first. When the Su-152 becomes available in the future, this thing will be assigned to the tank company. In addition to infantry and artillery, the tank battalion under the Guards 1st Machine Infantry also packed a support force that far exceeded that of other tank battalions. Wang Zhong even followed the standards of the Earth's U.S. military and packed a tractor into each company to tow anchors. Tank. Wang Zhong also wants to get some Dragon trailers, but unfortunately the United States does not have enough of them at present. After all, the production capacity has not yet begun to explode. The artillery regiment of the Guards 1st Machine Infantry is even more luxuriously equipped, with 36 152mm heavy guns and 24 122mm howitzers. In order to tow these artillery pieces, Wang Zhong equipped the artillery regiment with 150 tractors and 100 vehicles. Yes, there are 100 trucks in addition to the car group. There are still 500 cars in the car group, and there are only 600 trucks in the entire division. Thank you to the United States for your generosity. No, the anti-aircraft artillery battalion still has 8 Crusader anti-aircraft guns. It should be thanks to the generosity of the United States and the United Kingdom. There are 3 divisions equipped by local tycoons like this under the 1st Mobile Army. Of course, the destroyer battalion equipped with Vortex tank destroyers only has the Guards 1st Infantry Division, and the other 2 divisions are temporarily lacking. This is because the Vortex is a newly redesigned equipment, and the production capacity is too low. By the end of April 1915, there were only 36 vehicles, enough to equip 1 battalion. By the end of April, except for the missing tank destroyer battalions, each division had basically been filled with combatants, and the support personnel and employees were also fully equipped. In addition to the divisions, Wang Zhong also organized a large field hospital and a large field maintenance plant under the army, using field tank repair vehicles assisted by the United States. In addition to these, the military headquarters also directly subordinates a rocket launcher brigade and a barrel artillery brigade. In this way, Wang Zhong, a military leader, has more than 200 large tubes with a diameter of 152 mm or more, and initially has the ability to shave off 1 meter from the top of a mountain. But Wang Zhong still felt that the firepower was insufficient. Anyone who had been on the battlefield would probably have this problem. If you can blow up the enemy to death, why go up and risk your life in close combat? The equipment of Wang Zhong's army should not be much different from that of Prasen's army. The key lies in training. Since moving to Kubinka, high-intensity training has not stopped. Wang Zhong also imitated the monthly exams he took in high school. During the 4, 5, and 6 days of the last week of each month, he held comprehensive competitions. On the one hand, through competition and prizes, stimulate everyone's enthusiasm, and on the other hand, it also allows the commanders and fighters who have been training frantically for a month to take a break. Later, he simply extended the competition time to a week. First, Each company would hold internal competitions, and then the battalions, level by level. Based on the results of the competition, mobile red flags would be issued to the division with the most wins. So in the last week of every month, Kyobinka is filled with the atmosphere of a sports meeting, and the effect is outstanding. Especially after Wang Zhong added Havana cigars shipped from the United States to the prize. On the night of the last Sunday of each month, you can always see the champions of subdivision events smoking cigars in a very pretentious manner in the Kyobinka camp, enjoying the envious gazes of everyone. Wang Zhong really didn't expect that the things he learned in military training and high school would be so useful. By the end of April, Wang Zhong was convinced that the gap between his troops' training level and that of the Plosin people should be close, but there might still be some gaps in terms of cultural literacy. He has been communicating with the prisoners from time to time in the past few months. He discovered one thing. The high school penetration rate among the Plosin people is really high. The high school students are active in thinking and have high subjective initiative. That's why the Plosin army is so good. High quality. In contrast, in the anti-army, there are some soldiers who have not reached the 10th grade and whose hometown has not been occupied. Many people join the army just because the priest called for it. Wang Zhong also has to consider the meaning of protecting the family and the country. Start teaching. Fortunately, the priests in charge of night school teaching had rich experience in dealing with these rural children, and they soon understood the meaning of the battle and why Ant was bound to win and Prosan was bound to fail. By the end of April, the first mobile army was mentally prepared to fight the enemy. However, the Plosin army's attack on the coastal fortress Borsk defense line predicted by Wang Zhong did not begin. Early in the morning on May 1st, Wang Zhong had just gotten up and was having breakfast. Butler Mikhail entered the restaurant and reported, "General Gorky is waiting in the reception room. Wang Zhong, if he hasn't eaten, invite him to have breakfast." Mikhail saluted and left. After a while, General Gorky sat down opposite Wang Zhong and his wife, the prospective couple, and looked at the dishes on the table. "Even you can only eat canned spam. Wang Zhong, a lot of livestock froze to death last year, and the supply will not be restored until the second half of this year. Thanks to spam cans and fish catches from the North Sea, we have fed the people of Ant. So why are you back?" "General Gorky, it seems that I am going to be the chief of staff." Wang Zhong asked in surprise, "Didn't Marshal Boris do a good job?" It was Ludmila who answered this question. "The Marshal is ill and may have to retire. His wife said so." "Wang Zhong, that's it? Are there any other adjustments?" "General Gorky, General Turgenev is about to be promoted to general. He was promoted to general after the Civil War. As a result, he has not been promoted for so many years. Now he finally got the rank of general. But I think he may not care much about this." After speaking, the general shrugged. He continued, "Chekhov is also about to be promoted to general. He may be transferred to the General Logistics Department and will take over from General Sergei in the Ordnance Bureau." "Wang Zhong, is Sergei going to be replaced?" "To be honest, this guy doesn't have any big problems except that he keeps opening doors for his son-in-law. It's true. As the chairman of the Ordnance Review Committee, Wang Zhong deals with the Ordnance Bureau all day long. General Sergei does most things well, but he just likes to protect his son-in-law. But apparently Lieutenant General Non-Stick Chekhov was better than him." General Gorky observed Wang Zhong's expression and said with a smile, "It seems that you are also very satisfied with these changes." The military command and the Ministry of Defense were handed over to the reliable General Turgenev, and the logistics were left to the reliable Czech Admiral Husband is responsible. Wang Zhong corrected him, "Admiral Chekhov who is reliable and non-stick." "Ha ha ha ha." General Gorky smiled happily. At this time, Mikhail came in with a serious expression, holding a telephone in one hand and the receiver in the other. He stepped forward and handed the receiver to Wang Zhong, the palace's phone number. Wang Zhong took the receiver and heard Olga ask eagerly, "General Gorky is at your place, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes." "Olga, the enemy is attacking. I think the phone call from the headquarters has been made, but I am one step ahead." "Wang Zhong, is it finally here? Is it the southern route?" "Yes, the coastal fortress reported that it was being prepared for heavy artillery fire. At the same time, a battleship of the Prussian army appeared on the sea and was firing at the coastal defense batteries." "Wang Zhong, I understand. Will you come to the palace for an emergency royal meeting?" "Certainly." Chapter 317 Fire. One day ago, April 30th, 915. General Erich von Schippling, commander of the 11th Army, is inspecting the deployed railway gun positions. He had to hold his head high to see the muzzle of the Gustav cannon. "Schippling, does this stuff really work?" The major general in charge of the artillery nearby replied, "If it doesn't work, you can only hope for the Air Force's Fritz bomb." "Oh my god, then it still works." General Schippling looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on the number 2 tank on the cannon support, Why does the cannon have to carry a number 2 tank on its back? Major General, because the tractor we used to push the shells into the gun barrel was broken, and the large tractor used to reset the artillery could not fit on it, so we used the number 2 tank with the turret removed to take on this task. The size was just right. Admiral Shipling frowned. How big are the artillery shells? Do you have to get on the tank to push them? The weight of the warhead is 4 tons, and the weight of the propellant is 7 tons. There is also an armor-piercing projectile with a specially weighted warhead, which is used to attack the enemy's solid concrete fortresses. Admiral Shipling was speechless. It sounds powerful, but no matter how powerful the attack is, it's not a big deal as long as it misses. The artillery major general patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, relying on the experience accumulated on Leopold, we can ensure that the error is within 300 meters. Half a kilometer." Admiral Shipling was shocked. "Do you actually think this error is acceptable?" Major General of the Artillery, "Believe me, General, high explosive bombs can ensure that exposed soft targets within a radius of 500 meters are incapacitated. The error of 300 meters is not a big deal. And the error can be corrected through calibrated shooting. We have established an observation post on the commanding heights and connected it via phone. By the third and fourth shots, we will have relatively good hits." Admiral Shipling pursed his lips, stared at the cannon for a while and said, "How many rounds can you fire on that day?" "If you shoot continuously at a target with only fine-tuning in between, you can fire 14 rounds a day." 14 rounds. How come there are so few? Admiral Shipling asked. The artillery major general explained, "This is because after shooting, you need to use a tractor to reset the thing, and the entire reset process takes so much time." "Okay, you're convinced. 14 rounds a day doesn't seem unacceptable." Admiral Shipling sighed, "What if it's against different targets?" "It depends on the distance between the two targets, mainly the distance in the north-south direction. The greater the distance, the greater the angle the cannon needs to rotate. Currently, it takes 12 seconds for the cannon to rotate 1 degree. If something happens during the rotation, if there is a fault, it will take a long time to troubleshoot it." "Admiral Shipling, don't tell me this, give me a rough range." 9 to 10 rounds, Admiral. We still recommend attacking only one important target a day. After destroying the target, stop and let us inspect the cannon. It is better than having to evacuate the cannon after it is completely broken." Admiral Shipling, "Well, since you all asked for it, so be it. I'm going to climb up this big thing and take a look. Please come this way." The artillery major general quickly made a gesture of invitation. Soon, Admiral Shipling climbed up the back of the cannon through the gangway, looked closely at the special loading tank modified from the number 2 tank, and then turned around to look at the gun barrel facing the tank. "So big. What's the caliber?" 80 centimeters, Admiral." Admiral Shipling praised, "This should be second only to the urban cannon. If it is limited to the range of modern barrel artillery, then this is the largest artillery and the embodiment of the industrial power of the empire. We won't use it to destroy the resistance of the ant people." After saying that, the Admiral looked around, suddenly stopped, pointed at something that looked like a giant fly swatter not far away and asked, "Is that a radar?" "Yes, air warning radar. Although the Air Force has guaranteed not to let any Ant Air Force aircraft reach the sky above the cannon, we still spent a lot of money to equip radar stations and related power generation equipment so that our anti-aircraft guns are prepared in advance." Shipling nodded, "Very reasonable. The Air Force is unreliable, so let's rely on ourselves for air defense. The artillery will start firing at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. By then, the fire preparations will be over, and the enemy will enter the position, just in time to give them a taste of their power." "As ordered." The artillery major general saluted. General Shipling warned again, "Don't fire any armor-piercing shells, just high-explosive shells. Our infantry should have already set off when you open fire. The huge dust cloud created by high-explosive shells will boost morale." At 4:30 the next day, fire preparations for the coastal fortress began. From the Gustav cannon position, you can hear the sound of artillery firing in the distance. The giant cannon quietly waited for the time to fire. During this process, hundreds of maintenance personnel carefully checked every part of the system to ensure that this behemoth could operate normally. Then the shells began to be loaded. 6 gunners worked together to push a flatbed truck and sent the shells to the crane, where they were then lifted by the crane and placed on the loading track on the back of the gun body. Then the number 2 tank modified into a loading tractor pushed the huge warhead into the gun barrel, then backed away again, waiting for the crane to place the propellant on the rails, and then dutifully pushed the cartridge into the gun barrel. This kind of cannon has different amounts of propellant loaded depending on the target. The number of propellant packs that needed to be loaded for the first launch was 2, so the number 2 tank retreated again and repeated the previous steps. The last step is to lock the barrel. The locking device of such a huge cannon requires 3 people to operate it at the same time to complete the locking operation. After the cannon is loaded, there are still 40 minutes left before the fire preparation is completed. Despite this, the cannon operators still stood firm at their respective positions, with no intention of deserting, and were concentrating on waiting for the completion of the artillery preparations. At 8 o'clock, the phone rang, and the communications soldier immediately came to the Major General with the phone and respectfully handed over the receiver. As soon as the Major General picked up the receiver, he heard Shipling say in a calm voice, "Fire." Shipling's words brought the entire position from a dead state to life. The engineers and technicians who were busy just now started moving again to conduct the last inspection before launch. The Major General climbed directly onto the platform on the side of the cannon, where there was a console for controlling the cannon. The engineers who had completed the final inspection left the cannon as fast as they could, lined up next to the cannon, and waited quietly for the moment of firing. The Major General checked the shooting elements for the last time, and after confirming that there were no problems, he turned his head and saluted the Prasen flag hanging just west of the artillery position. As he saluted, the gunners lined up below covered their ears in uniform motion. After the ceremony, the Major General turned around, pulled up a rope next to the console, shouted something, and pulled hard. The cannon's muzzle spurted out bright flames, and a muzzle storm swept across the surrounding area in an instant. The action of the gunners covering their ears just suppressed the hat flap of the operating hat, so that the hat would not be blown away by the shooting wind. As the storm swept across the entire position, the huge gun body and the platform below recoiled along the rails, converting the energy provided by the gunpowder into work on the gun body. After the recoil ended, the cannon stopped directly. The gunners who had just lined up to cover their ears immediately took action. 3 tractors came over and began to tow the cannon. 3 tractors pulled hard to reset the railway gun, which weighed more than 1,000 tons, and then started the second round of loading. Chapter 318 Defend like General Rokosov, 4K Big Chapter. The Prosan army attacked the front line. When the sound of shells breaking through the air came, all the infantry troops behind the tanks raised their heads. The Prosan troops were supplemented with a lot of troops with military training foundation but no front-line combat experience, or only combat experience during the Melania period, but about 60% of the troops were veterans who had been on the Eastern Front since the offensive began last year. This is because some non-commissioned officers were transferred to form new troops or absorbed into the Asgard Knights, otherwise the proportion of veterans would be higher. After all, in the offensive operations that began in June last year, the Prosan army did not suffer too much loss except for the divisions that were surrounded and annihilated in Kalinskaya at the end of the Yebeo battle. The veterans immediately heard that the shells flying across the sky were not flying fast. "This is a shell fired from a fairly far distance. A non-commissioned officer said so." Immediately, a new recruit asked a question very tactfully, "Why do you say that?" The old sergeant, "The shells fired from a distance will be slower when passing over the head, because the trajectory of these shells is very high. If the landing point is far away from you, it is now at the highest point of the entire track." The sergeant gestured with his hands. At this moment, a cloud of thick smoke suddenly rose from a long distance ahead, obviously the shell exploded. The sound of the explosion came more than 10 seconds later. The sergeant was shocked. "This landing point is at least 5 kilometers away from us, and we can still see such a big smoke. This is definitely a super heavy artillery, it may be Leopold. I think it may be Karl." Another old sergeant expressed a different opinion. "Are you stupid? Karl flies slower. It definitely wouldn't have made this sound when he passed overhead just now." The new recruit asked curiously, "Why is there only one round? When we were preparing firepower just now, I saw that the enemy positions were all fireballs formed by the explosion of shells." "Stupid," the veteran patted the new recruit's helmet, "one round of this large caliber thing is enough to kill 1,000 people in the city, and I don't know how many were injured. One round of this shell can kill a battalion, no, a regiment." The lieutenant who had been listening to them spoke at this time, "You new recruits, you will understand when you are bombed by the heavy artillery of the ants." The new recruit protested, "I was also a soldier for 3 years before I transferred to the reserve. Don't think of me as a new recruit." The lieutenant, "You are a new recruit. Let me tell you, there are some particularly bad guys among the ants. They will scout where the civilian houses are in advance, and when they come into contact with us, they will aim at those civilian houses and fire at night." The veterans at the scene all frowned. The lieutenant continued, "Then you will know what it feels like to be bombarded by heavy artillery. The shells will fall 100 meters away from your bed. You will get scared and get up, and your nose will bleed continuously because your fragile nasal cavity will be torn by the overpressure. In more serious cases, you may cough up blood because your alveoli will be destroyed by the overpressure, and the blood will spray out through the trachea." The recruit also became serious, "I have read the newspaper. This is what the White Horse General did. The newspaper called him a scum who didn't care about the lives of his compatriots. The expressions of others became very subtle. Finally, the lieutenant said, "It's not his fault. We used to treat the ant people as untouchables and slaughtered them at will." Maybe he assumed that there were no compatriots in the occupied area. The recruit was stunned for a moment, and then he asked, "Sir, have you killed ant civilians?" The lieutenant, "I didn't. But I didn't stop my men from killing them, and I laughed on the side. So we must win this war, otherwise the ant people will do the same thing when they fight back to our homeland. And they are still righteous at that time, because we are the evil ones. We think we are better than the ant people, so we commit all kinds of atrocities unscrupulously. If the ant people prove that they are not worse than us, then these atrocities will lose their basis." The recruit said, "Sir, you keep using the word atrocity." The lieutenant, "Yes, no matter if there is a reason or not, no matter what the reason is, it is an atrocity. As long as you do that to humans, it is an atrocity. Damn, why did they attack the ant women at that time? Wouldn't it be better to find 2 sheep? Then the old sergeant said, "The captain was not like this before, but he became like this after we were defeated in front of Yebeo last year. Because I dream now, and I dream of that house that day, but it's no longer my soldiers who committed such atrocities against Ant's mother and daughter, but Ant's soldiers who did the same thing to my wife and daughter." And the White Horse General was standing where I was at that time, clapping and teasing, commenting on my daughter's figure and face. The captain glanced at the Ant army's defense line that was still in the distance. He said, "And in the dream I could only watch all this, because I had fallen to the ground and turned into a corpse." At this time, the tank passed a broken tree, and the captain looked back for some reason, and found a red spot on the broken tree. At first he thought it was blood, and then he found it was red paint. He immediately realized that this was the target of the defenders, and shouted, "Get down quickly, the mortar is coming." Just as the voice fell, a shell fell a few dozen meters away, followed by dense mortar shells. The captain lay on the ground and shouted, "Damn it! This defense method is Rokosov. We met Rokosov again." At the command post of the 5th Division of the fortress garrison, the division commander observed the effect of the mortar barrage with binoculars with satisfaction. Very good," he laughed, "let's try what I learned at the Suvorov Military Academy." The general answered my questions personally. At this time, the chief of staff of the division asked, "Is the general really that young?" There is a saying that it was actually his elder brother Pietro who made the meritorious service. The younger brother was only chosen for his outstanding appearance. The division commander shook his head, No, I swear it is definitely the young Rokosov I met, because during class, there was light in his eyes, and he really had an insight into the war. No matter what I proposed he can answer all questions fluently. In fact, they are all off the shelf in various military writings from another time and space. Of course, no one here can know about them." The division commander held his hands on the edge of the observation window of the division headquarters bunker, looking out at the battlefield full of explosions and gunpowder smoke, and sighed, "It's a pity that General Rokosov has not studied attack yet. We can only defend like him." The chief of staff laughed dumbly. For a general who is the only general in Anti who has the success of annihilating enemies with an organized system, it would be inappropriate to say that he can't attack, right? No, this is General Rokosov's own statement. He said that Kalinskia's enemies were actually lost to General Winter and General Mew, not to him. He also said that the attack was basically against one another. Kicking a dead tree that was riddled with termites was not his thing. So he only taught us defense. After he had experience attacking enemies who had sufficient supplies and established fortified areas, he would write a book to teach us how to attack. He looked at the defense line again. "Look, this is the defense line built according to General Rokosov's method. What's a pity is that when I returned from my studies, the front was already occupied by the enemy, and I couldn't personally investigate like the general. The enemy may control the area." Chief of Staff, are you talking about the harassment tactics of relying on first-hand reconnaissance information to guess where the enemy's headquarters and supply centers will be, and then taking advantage of night and daytime meals to launch artillery bombardments? Yes. The division commander bit his lip. "It's okay. We can give it a try when we move our defense to other places." At noon on May 1st, at the headquarters of the 11th Army in Plassen, General Erich von Schippling was holding a phone call and talking to General Evert von Steiermark, the commander of the 1st Armored Group. Telephone. The first attack was blocked, and the casualties were much greater than expected. Schippling said, "The enemy has at least made significant progress in defense compared with last year." General Steiermark said, "The armored division commander under me said that this defense method is very similar to Rokosov's defensive tactics in Araki that he saw in the experience summary report. The Enters are no longer persistent. You was fighting with us on the same position, but preferred to wait until our army had just occupied the position to cover it with artillery fire, causing us a lot of damage and then counterattack to regain the position. General Shipling replied, yes, the infantry also reported that the artillery shelter holes on the position were dug very secretly, and there were booby traps. Our troops who were not familiar with the position could not find the artillery shelter holes at all, and they did not dare to find them. As a result, he suffered heavy losses from enemy fire. The trenches in the position are also very difficult to dig, which is not conducive to defending against their shelling. Admiral Shipling paused and added, it seems that Rabelais' intelligence was right that Rokhassov was transferred to the rear as a teacher. As for whether it was because of the failure of the political struggle that he was promoted from covert to covert surrender, that's unknown. General Steiermark said, it would be good if this kind of intelligence can be half correct. So what are the plans? A frontal attack on such a defensive position will cause heavy casualties. Admiral Shipling, didn't His Majesty the Emperor's favorite Giles demonstrate it? Soil work. Otherwise, let the Navy work harder and completely block the water supply of the coastal fortress. I don't really want to rely on other military services. Steiermark said, I'll try my best to be roundabout, and you can continue the soil work. Shipling, good luck. Good luck to you too. St. Catherine's Castle, the Tsarist Council was held at 11 noon. Wang Zhong and General Gorky arrived at the Summer Palace at 10 o'clock, and first met in the waiting room with the generals who were scheduled to attend the imperial meeting. As soon as they entered the waiting room, the two of them saw General Turgenev wearing new epaulets. Hey, is the awarding of honors over? Wang Zhong, who has recently become familiar with these literary celebrities and has reached the stage where he can call them hey in person, said jokingly. Turgenev looked at his epaulets, an extra star doesn't make sense. I objected many times, but His Majesty still let me, an old man who only knows paperwork, be the chief of staff. Wang Zhong, if you don't want to be a general, you can let Gorky become a general. Anyway, they are all literary celebrities. General Gorky, no, I'm still working on my offensive plan. I don't want to hand over the command of the Western Front now. While talking, Admiral Chekhov came over. Wang Zhong, you were promoted too. Chekhov said angrily, I don't know who has been clamoring all day long to send Sergei's son-in-law to the front line to let him feel how bad his design is. He plans to retire and return home together with his son-in-law, so he can only send him to the front line. I'll take it up and train harder. Wang Zhong, what my fiancé said was that he was ill. Isn't this the same thing? Chekhov sighed, you should change your impulsive behavior. Then he changed the topic like this, so what is the situation on the front line? The new Chief of General Staff replied, we have repelled the first wave of the enemy's offensive, but the Prosenians will definitely not attack just once. By the way, the coastal fortress reported being bombarded by unimaginable heavy artillery, which was more powerful than the main gun of a battleship. Big, I don't know what it is. Wang Zhong, train gun, Leopold, or Karl cannon. Admiral Chekhov, it sounds like we can hold off the enemy this time. Wang Zhong, yes, but how long it can be blocked is a question. General Gorky, similar to last year, we will delay as much time as possible until the muddy period comes in October, and at the same time lure the enemy deep into our country to fight a battle of annihilation in the hinterland of our country. Admiral Chekhov, you're saying it's better not to resist. No, General Gorky shook his head, it's only April now. It's not good to put the enemy into the Great Plains so early. We will lose the war at a devastating speed. Admiral Chekhov nodded, I understand. At this time Turgenev asked Wang Zhong, is your new army ready? Wang Zhong, we are ready now, but the more preparation time we have, the better the effect of the battle will be, General. General Chekhov echoed, moreover, his army now includes nearly 200,000 non-combatants. It would be very troublesome to send such a large organization to the Primorye-Borsk line in a circle. Let's set off now. The leading troops will leave for half a month, and then the follow-up troops will arrive one after another within 2 weeks. In other words, it would take a month for Wang Zhong's model army to be completely delivered to Duke Myshijin. Wang Zhong really never thought about this. Seeing Wang Zhong's expression, Chekhov also explained, now you are not the only one using the transportation line for military purposes. The railway is crowded with soldiers and supplies being transported. Turgenev said, by the way, many people have suggested that your army should not be called the army. It will confuse everyone with those armies that only have 20 to 30,000 people and no logistics personnel. Do you want to change the name? Wang Zhong, then it's called a group army. At this time Olga suddenly appeared and said, by the way, let's change the name of the unit. The mobile army does not have the feeling of an elite unit. Others hurriedly saluted Olga, Your Majesty. Wang Zhong was pushing forward the conversation, then what do you call it? If it's called an assault, there's already an assault group army. Olga nodded to the others, and then continued to say to Wang Zhong, Prasen has established an Asgard Knights, You should also come up with a corresponding name. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, no, the name is not important. Even if my army group number is mediocre, as long as it achieves a record of achievements in history, this number will also leave its name in the history of war. Olga nodded, then let's call it the First Mobile Army. After all, your army is not for breakthroughs, but you don't seem to be planning to focus on defense, so calling it mobile is appropriate. Wang Zhong, thank you for the name. Olga stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, you are going to the front line again, right? Wang Zhong, not necessarily. General Chekhov just told me that it will take a month for my army group to mobilize to the southern front. Chekhov, it can't be the front line yet. 1 month is only enough to send you to the key supply hub. Then you have to spend time connecting with the local logistics system and then march to the front line. General Gorky, in fact, there is no need to rush into the battle with new forces. At least the Primorye-Borsk direction is still quite stable for now. If we resist the enemy's attack on the Valdacha River, we can use the Valdacha. The river boat is available, starting directly from Yebeo, and it's no problem to go all the way down the river. Wang Zhong, you can ship halfway, and then go south to join the competition on the grassland. We have the Vortex, which is a destroyer that can destroy enemy tanks at a long distance. We also have the best gunners. Olga, then you will stay in Yebeo for a while. Wang Zhong, it depends on the development of the battlefield situation. No one can say for sure, My Majesty. Chapter 319 Rejection of the plan to retake Shepatovka. The situation on the battlefield is indeed unpredictable. The Primorsky fortress resisted for 18 days, and kept reporting that the pressure was not great and the Rokosov-style defensive position performed well, but on the morning of May 19, the Primorsky fortress suddenly reported that the outer defense circle was breached. Of course, the Primorsky fortress still has 2 other lines of defense, and it can still resist for a while, but everyone's expressions at the Imperial meeting were not very good. May 19, Ye Castle, Summer Palace, Imperial meeting. General Turgenev was introducing the Air Force reconnaissance situation. We used the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft of the PE-2 modified to conduct reconnaissance and were intercepted by the Prosan Air Force, and we were unable to obtain the situation around the fortress. But the low-altitude infiltrating IL-2 reported that the enemy has a large amount of anti-aircraft firepower at this location. The general drew a circle on the map. In addition, the infiltration reconnaissance team of the defending force also reported that the patrol density in this area will increase suddenly, and it is equipped with military dogs, so there is really no way to infiltrate. Combined with the survey of the craters left by the enemy's heavy artillery, it is speculated that this may be a heavy railway cannon. At first, the fortress headquarters thought it was the enemy's battleship bombardment, but even the naval guns could not leave such a terrible crater, let alone penetrate the 30-meter thick roof of the underground ammunition depot. Wang Zhong, does the Allied side have any intelligence? No. Cardinal RAF Kidd shook his head. We have been exchanging intelligence with the Allied forces, and they did not mention the super cannon. Wang Zhong, in short, it was originally well defended, but today the ammunition depot was suddenly penetrated. The explosion was too loud, and the front line did not have time to stabilize the morale of the army, so part of the defense position was lost. That's it? That's right, General Turgenev nodded, and there is also a practical problem. The artillery firepower of the fortress is basically provided by the Navy Coast Artillery Regiment. The Coast Artillery Regiment mainly operates the fortress artillery of the fortress. The artillery that can support the section that has been breached now needs to be supplied by the underground ammunition depot that has been blown up. Wang Zhong, the ammunition is cut off after an underground ammunition depot is blown up. The Major General of the Engineering Corps who attended the meeting explained, it is not cut off. The coastal artillery can still get ammunition from other ammunition depots. The ammunition depot of the coastal fortress is like this. Each ammunition depot supplies a gun group. There is an underground track connecting the gun position and the ammunition depot, and the ammunition train can be used to deliver the ammunition to the gun position. It's not so convenient to transport it from other ammunition depots. We have to move the ammunition to the ground first and then transport it by truck. The enemy air force is now conducting very intense air strikes, and there is no way to transport it by truck. After the Major General of the Engineering Corps finished speaking, Turgenev quickly took over the conversation. We thought that the Primorsky fortress, which adopted a new defensive strategy, could hold out for a long time. Now it seems that we have to be prepared to lose the Primorsky fortress. After the fortress is breached, Mishkin's troops may be outflanked, and we may have to abandon Borsk. Wang Zhong, then where to retreat? The grassland is not suitable for defense. General Turgenev replied, there is still a barrier. The Sukayavli River can provide the necessary defense. We have been deploying defenses on the river since January this year. In order to ensure their own logistical supply, the enemy will definitely break through the Sukayavli River to the east first, and then continue to advance to the Valdai River. There are a large number of industrial areas along the Valdai River, and we rely heavily on shipping on the Valdai River to transport power supplies from Yebeo to the south. As long as the enemy advances the front to the Valdai River, we can only rely on the inland sea route to transport supplies to the southern front. Wang Zhong added, the fuel can only be transported from Cuba by the inland sea route. Yes. General Turgenev nodded, so the defense of the Sukhavli River is crucial. We sent the 51st Army led by Lieutenant General Kashuk. This army was expanded on the basis of the 51st Army. In addition, the 52nd and 54th Armies were sent to the Sukhavli River. Wang Zhong, I remember that these armies participated in the battle from September to October last year, and Kashuk's army suffered considerable losses. General Turgenev, they have rested and are now fully equipped. That means that my first mobile army is no longer needed to defend the Sukhavli River. Wang Zhong asked. Yes, you can get more training time. Turgenev continued to explain the map and said, of course, the defense of the Sukhavli River is not as reliable as that of the Duva River, because there are open grasslands on both sides of the river and lack large cities as support points. Last year, we were repeatedly broken through by the Prosons on the same terrain. The good news is that these armies have been reinforced with heavy tanks. We referred to the suggestions of Lieutenant General Rokosov and organized heavy tanks into battalions of 21 tanks, and reinforced them to infantry divisions in need as a kind of mobile support point. Wang Zhong immediately raised his head and chest when he heard his name. In fact, he also copied the Soviet Army organization on Earth. In the middle and late stages of the war, the Soviet Army did not use a large number of heavy tanks in a concentrated manner because the Soviet Army's maintenance and support capabilities were really bad. The unit composed of 21 heavy tanks was the largest unit that could be supported. The maintenance and support capabilities of the anti-army were equally bad. Because heavy tanks were heavy, the failure rate was much higher than that of medium tanks, so it was natural to disperse the heavy tanks to reduce the difficulty of support. Wang Zhong just pointed out the experience that Ant Army himself could sum up in advance, and then took it as his own credit. Turgenev continued, in addition, in accordance with our new field defense manual, we dug many tank bunkers along the river with only the tank turrets exposed. This new field defense manual was also created by Wang Zhong. The entire Ant Army is currently using the combat rules Wang Zhong borrowed from Earth. Turgenev, judging from the results of the defensive battle between Primorai Fortress and Bolsk, the new defense system performed well. I personally think we can look forward to their performance on the Sukhavli River. That's probably it for now. Wang Zhong, aren't there any offensive actions by the enemies on the central and northern fronts? No. However, we have received a lot of intelligence, indicating that the target of the Prosons' attack this summer is still Yebeo. General Turgenev looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, this is an action to deceive the enemy. The enemy's target is the oil field. General Gorky and I both judged this. The same goes for the High Command. So I just mentioned it casually. General Turgenev said, then the situation is like this, Your Majesty, I'm done. Olga, who had been holding back, immediately spoke, Elisha. Wang Zhong, in work situations, it is called military rank. Olga pouted, but immediately put her expression back. Lieutenant General Rokosov, the operations section has submitted a combat plan to launch an offensive on the southern front to retake Shepatovka. What do you think? Wang Zhong, okay, what troops are you planning to invest? Mainly the newly formed tank brigades, 5 brigades are planned to be invested, plus 2 infantry divisions. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into knots. In the second year of the war, the Soviet army on Earth had some very abstract formations, such as forming a large tank army with 600 tanks. As a result, the commander had no experience in commanding such a large tank force, and the battle was in a mess. In addition, this tank group still has only a few auxiliary troops, and they are taught by the highly synthetic Santoku. In the end, even the commander of the tank group was directly killed by Santoku. Starting from the midterm, the Soviet army also knew that the tank force needed to be equipped with a large number of auxiliary troops. A tank corps would be organized into a large number of self-propelled artillery and infantry. Instead, the number of tanks was reduced to about 200, but the name was still stubbornly called a tank corps. An ant is luckier. Thanks to Wang Zhong, the ant people have taken this step less. But this does not mean that these tank brigades formed by the ant army are not abstract. These brigades do combine infantry and artillery, but the total number is very small, giving people the impression that as long as the problem of whether or not the brigade is solved, the strength of the brigade will increase by leaps and bounds. In addition, these brigades are still extremely lacking in support capabilities, with only a few maintenance and support personnel. Mainly, not every commander has the dignity to second a large number of skilled workers from the church and navy to form a support force. Of course, Not every tank battalion has the conditions to assign the tractors that rescue and recover tanks to the company like Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong had strongly suggested reducing the number of these tank brigades, but Turgenev convinced him. Turgenev said this at the time, "You are special. Just because you can form a highly integrated force with luxurious configurations does not mean that the military command department can also form it. I have tried my best to equip them with auxiliary forces. Let's put the tank brigade first. Establish it and fill it into the battle line. After all, we have produced so many tanks. When the infantry troops see the tanks, their combat confidence will be greatly improved. In this way, at least they will not see Proson's tanks rushing 100 meters in front of the position, abandon the position and start to flee. Wang Zhong's own troops have passed the test of blood and fire, and they can survive more than half of their casualties without retreating. However, most of the anti-army's troops do not have such a will to fight and will need another year of training. The same is true for the Soviet army on Earth. In 43 years, there are still troops who fled before the enemy could rush into position. Even in the movie Liberation shot after the war, the first one also had scenes of a large number of Soviet soldiers fleeing. The first one was about Kursk in 1943. Now, let this kind of tank brigade, which lacks support capabilities and has a low degree of synthesis, and infantry that will retreat when the enemy tanks come up, launch an attack on the Plozans, and also retake the important town of Shepatovka. It feels like a little overthinking. So Wang Zhong said, Shepatovka is a city, and there are a large number of reinforced concrete buildings nearby. With so many tank troops and so few infantry troops, what do the people in the combat department think? No, no. Olga, but, didn't you support General Gorky's offensive plan? Wang Zhong, General Gorky's offensive plan mainly relies on infantry and artillery. The armored troops only play a supporting role. The purpose is only to contain the enemy's troops on the front line and to train the offensive capabilities of the troops. This is two different things from confidently wanting to retake a major town. I am opposed to this aggressive attack plan and to wasting precious technical equipment and soldiers' lives in such a place. Olga nodded, okay, then I won't approve this plan. Wang Zhong nodded and complimented very good casually, and then realized that this was wrong. It looks like the Tsar is just my puppet. No, 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 you misunderstood. Chapter 320 The Sword and Shield of the Empire. Although at the imperial meeting on May 19, General Turgenev expressed concern that the loss of Primorsky Fortress would cause Duke Mishkin to abandon Borsk, but until June, Primorsky Fortress was still in the hands of the Primorsky Independent Group Army. The fortress reports that it is bombarded by 8 to 12 super heavy artillery shells every day. Most of the peripheral defense support points have been destroyed by this heavy artillery. The coastal artillery support for the fortress garrison has been greatly reduced. However, the fortress defense troops were able to withstand the attack by relying on their fighting will. They defended for more than 10 days, carrying the bombardment of the enemy's super heavy railway guns and battleships on the sea every day, and managed to keep most of the position in their hands. Therefore, the battlefield is a stage of unpredictable fate. Wang Zhong understood this again. Because the coastal fortress blocked it, the possibility of Borsk being outflanked was greatly reduced, so Duke Mishkin also blocked the Plozan attack, and the front line was temporarily in a stalemate. However, the Coastal Independent Group Army reported heavy casualties under the enemy's heavy artillery attack and requested reinforcements. Aerial photographic reconnaissance of the fortress showed that Proson's heavy artillery had destroyed the core of the fortress's outer support points. The Plozan navy completely blocked the sea outside the coastal fortress, and was able to block the coastal road southeast of the coastal fortress. The artillery observation post established by the Proson army on the forward position covered the inland transportation line of the coastal fortress. On June 3, the Supreme Command concluded that the coastal fortress should no longer be defended and ordered the fortress defenders to begin a breakout. Once the coastal fortress is lost, the flanks of the Bolsk front commanded by Duke Mishkin will be exposed, and the High Command estimates that the Bolsk front will have to retreat to the southeast in early July. Wang Zhong also participated in the imperial meeting where this decision was made. After the meeting, General Turgenev stopped Wang Zhong, who was about to leave. Rokosov, wait a minute. I thought you would raise fierce objections. Wang Zhong was a little surprised. What's the objection? Let Meshikin retreat to the southeast. General Turgenev stared at Wang Zhong's face. Borsk is the last important Hazalaya city under our control. There are coal and iron mines there. Give up here. If so, the only thing Salya controls is the vast grassland. Wang Zhong, isn't the Suhayavali River still in our hands? My friend Kashuch's army is still conducting defensive operations there. Turgenev, you are calmer than I thought. Wang Zhong, can being emotional prevent the fall of my hometown? No, there is no such good thing, General Devery. One day in the future, I will liberate my hometown, and by then I guarantee that I will be much more excited than you imagine. Many. General Turgenev showed an approving expression. Very good, I am worried that you are as emotional as you are young. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that the skin was still quite young, probably younger than Su Sunzong who fought with San Desi on the little nameless land on earth. So it is normal for Turgenev to worry that he will become as emotional as a young man. Wang Zhong, don't worry, General de Barisai. Is this the latest popular title? I heard that the young staff officers in the military command department are also calling each other this way. Wang Zhong, it was originally a title for sailors, referring to comrades who fight together for the same goal. I thought it was good, so I used it to call Melania's comrades in the People's Army. They seemed to like it very much. By the way, my troops are also very fond of it. I like it, maybe it has gradually spread, you know, my troops and I seem to be big stars in Ye Castle. Turgenev laughed loudly, what a seam. So how is the mood of your troops now? Wang Zhong, when I left Kubinka yesterday, they blocked me and asked me why I was not transferred to the front line. Rather than firing training bombs on the training ground, they wanted to use their new weapons to beat up the generals. Lawson people. I think the troops are mentally mobilized and ready to go to the battlefield at any time. When Wang Zhong said this, Cardinal Rafkid, who was attending the meeting as an intelligence officer, also leaned over and listened with a serious face. Turgenev glanced at the bishop and then said to Wang Zhong, His Majesty the Tsar and I have discussed that the use of your troops needs to be cautious. She hopes that you will show the results as soon as you are dispatched, rather than use them as a fire brigade to fill the gap on the battle line. So we need to wait for the fighter plane. Wang Zhong, when necessary, we can also create opportunities. Turgenev, where do you think the first battle will be? Wang Zhong, I am not an astrologer and I don't know how to predict the future. But if you ask me where I want to fight, I will tell you it is on the west bank of the Valdecho River. Turgenev, why here? Because it would be better to have supplies backed by a big river. Wang Zhong, yes, and it can also be supported by the inland sea fleet. It is a pity that we have not built shallow water heavy gunships, and the shallow water heavy gunships used by the United Kingdom in the canal zone cannot be transported to the inland sea by land. After all, the United Kingdom is not Rome and cannot sail on dry land. Turgenev, the United Kingdom's Mediterranean fleet seems to be planning to pass through the Dardanelles Strait and engage in a decisive fleet battle with Prussian's fleet, but the neutral countries refuse to let them pass. In order to show their neutrality, the neutral countries also prohibited Prussian's ships from passing through strait. In addition, the United Kingdom's fleet fought against the Prussian fleet in the Aegean Sea. The United Kingdom's warspite hit the Black Prince, the flagship of the Prussian Empire's Aegean fleet. Currently, the control of the Aegean Sea is controlled by the United Kingdom. Frederick the Emperor may not be able to return to Hong Kong for the time being. The good news is that the naval attaché of the United Kingdom speculates that the time is approaching when Friedrich der Grosse will need major repairs, and Preußen has no dry dock on the White Sea coast that can repair this thing. The bad news is that this ship can last for a while even without major repairs. As long as we fight near the coast, we will be bombarded by its 381mm main gun. When Wang Zhong heard the 381mm main gun, he felt a phantom pain in his head. After all, he was shot immediately after crossing over and miraculously survived. Also surviving was the Duchess's male favorite. By the way, where did that guy go? Wang Zhong has stayed in Yebeo for more than half a year and has never seen him once. Wang Zhong was distracted when General Turgenev said, the United Kingdom Air Force is planning to conduct an operation to use their Lancaster bombers to drop a special bomb. They hope that we can provide a bomb that is close enough to the ship, and then a large airport that is secure enough to launch an attack. Wang Zhong, I recalled the combat radius of the Lancaster bombers, then looked at the map, and said with a sigh, then we don't have an airport that meets the requirements for the time being. How about we let them make do and refuel at the front-line airport? General Turgenev, they estimate that it is unlikely to succeed with just one offensive, so we need to hold the ground around the airport for 20 days and ensure logistical supplies. Wang Zhong, you deliberately told me this because you plan to transfer my mobile group army to do this, right? General Turgenev, no, you misunderstood. In my opinion, there is no need to worry about this battleship for the time being, because we have decided to abandon the coastal fortress and will not fight within the cannon range of this ship for the time being. If this ship dares to go south to bombard our ports in the Caucasus Mountains, they will then enter the attack range of our Yongbei airport in the mountains. It will not be too late to coordinate with the United Kingdom at that time. General Turgenev said while drawing circles on the map with a pencil. Wang Zhong, can't we use a submarine to sneak attack on this giant ship? We tried, and the torpedo hit the battleship, but the effect was not good. The mine protection belt of this battleship was too thick. However, relying on aircraft reconnaissance, the battleship consumed a lot of shells, fuel, and supplies, and the draft was reduced. Deeper, we speculate that it should have taken in a lot of water, but not enough to sink the battleship. Turgenev shrugged. Wang Zhong nodded. The control of the Black Sea on Earth has always been controlled by Mazi, which is why the coastal fortress has been able to hold on for so long. If Judah controls the sea here, the coastal fortress cannot hold on for a long time. However, since the Ant Navy has lost its control of the sea, will more naval infantry be transferred to my command? Wang Zhong calculated this. At this time, the door suddenly opened. The chief confidential staff officer of the headquarters quickly came to Turgenev and was about to whisper in his ear. Turgenev stopped him. No need, Lieutenant General Rokosov and Bishop Raf Kid are both people who can be trusted absolutely. The confidential staff officer nodded. Understood. The Western Front launched an attack today, intending to outflank Shostka. The attack is going well so far. Wang Zhong, Shostka? Are the Asgardian Knights still defending there? No, according to our intelligence, when the muddy conditions improved at the end of March, the Asgard Knights withdrew. They were replaced by 3 infantry divisions of the 9th Army. The 197th Infantry Division guarded the city, and the 206th and 206th Infantry Divisions were stationed in the city. The 246th Infantry Division was on the left and right flanks. The 337th Infantry Division is defending the ferry. Currently, our forwards have broken through the defense line on the east bank of the ferry and arrived at the ferry. The leading troops have already crossed the river. Wang Zhong, is this 337th Infantry Division a new unit? We cut through the defense line all of a sudden. The confidential staff officer shook his head. I don't know. We may have to wait for the frontline interrogation reports on prisoners to determine when this division will be formed. Wang Zhong, let me call General Gorky directly and ask. As he spoke, Wang Zhong picked up the phone on the table. Switchboard, call the Western Front headquarters. A moment later, a voice that Wang Zhong was not familiar with came from the other side of the phone. Western Front headquarters. Wang Zhong, I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. I want your commander to take the call. After another 10 seconds, General Gorky's voice came from the other side. Did you call me after receiving the battle report of my first wave of attacks? Wang Zhong, you broke through the ferry faster than I thought. That's because the 337th Division is an infantry division converted from a National Guard division, and most of its people were still fighting guerrillas a few months ago. Prosan is not all elite soldiers, there are also tofu soldiers. In the future, we can launch attacks on all fronts, test the enemy's defense strength, find weaknesses and then deploy the second echelon at the weaknesses. When Wang Zhong heard this, he realized that this was the tactics used by the Soviet army later. Attack across the board to see where the dim sum soldiers were, then break through from there and advance quickly to the rear. However, all the elite troops of Sandoku were surrounded and did not fight, and even the armored troops who encountered Sandoku were surrounded and refused to fight. The battlefield on the Eastern Front is too vast, and there are many places where breakthroughs can be made. It makes no sense for a small number of elite troops to have a high exchange ratio. Wang Zhong, I wish you success. General Gorky was very happy. From now on, you will be the iron wall of the empire, and I will be the sword of the empire. Wang Zhong, okay. Then we will really be the twins of the empire. Wang Zhong was sincere when he gave such blessings. But he vaguely remembered that there was a story about the 9th Army on Earth. Later came Model, the most powerful defensive master among the 3 virtues. Military fans gave him the nickname Mo Buletin Gong. To use a more two-dimensional expression, it is because it's too big. I was afraid of pain, so I clicked on defense. The commander of the 9th Army in this time and space seems to be named Mendel, the same name as the pea grower. Is it possible that he can grow peas, hooters and nuts to resist General Gorky's attack? Chapter 321 Mendel and his peas hooter. Walter Mendel did not understand the situation until noon that day. Mainly, General Gorky launched feint attacks in many places, and also dispatched aviation forces attached to the Western Front to conduct aerial bombardments on the headquarters of the 9th Army. Mendel's adjutant was injured in the bombing, and a young staff officer was temporarily replaced as adjutant. He was not even equipped with the adjutant ribbon that is the symbol of an adjutant. It can be seen that the young man who became an adjutant for the first time was very nervous and spoke very quickly when giving the report. Mendel, don't be so fast, I can hardly hear you. Speak slowly. As my adjutant, you must always behave very calmly. Yes, General. The Chief of Staff of the Group Army brought a glass of water over. Drink some water to calm down. The young man took the water glass and drank it all in one breath. Mendel, have the losses from the air raid been calculated? Yes, the enemy must have known we were here for a long time. The command accompanying the Air Defense Regiment reported that they had observed an aircraft that they had never seen before. It has a thick fuselage and zebra-like black and white stripes on its wings. It may be a new type of dive bomber. The bombs dropped were extremely powerful. Mendel, they didn't identify the aircraft. No. The adjutant looked apologetic, as if it was his fault. Mendel patted the young man on the shoulder. It's not your fault. The adjutant swallowed and continued. The commander of the anti-aircraft artillery regiment said that the Ant Army has never had a single-engine dive bomber before, and the enemy's IL-2 has never conducted high-angle dive bombing. This is definitely a brand new aircraft, and the performance is better than our Stuka. Mendel frowned and muttered, the Empire's equipment is lagging behind. Obviously, Mendel did not know that this dive bomber was actually a pure-blooded air superiority fighter. It was just that the United States fighter had a large engine and a high-octane rating of aviation fuel, so it could carry a load of nearly 2 tons, so it was taken away. Come be a dive bomber. After a brief sigh, he immediately shook his head. No, we suffered from the T-34 and KV heavy tanks last year. Although now we all know that these two tanks have fatal flaws and are easy to deal with. In the hands of the Anters, it's easier to deal with, but we have to admit that this is indeed a good tank, but the Ants don't know how to use it. So now, where is the enemy's T-34? New adjutant, it mainly appears in 2 places. The first is the defense line of the 337th Division, and the second is the upper reaches of Shastka. We don't know where the enemies in the upper reaches cross the river. Mendel, contact with the 337th Division has been restored. Yes, we just contacted their division headquarters via radio. The defense line on the east bank of the ferry has been breached. The enemy is still establishing a beachhead on the west bank. The 337th Division originally used artillery to suppress the beachhead, but immediately the division's artillery force was attacked by the enemy. Fight back. Mendel looked at the map and suddenly asked the Chief of Staff, have the communications troops heard the enemy's radio communications? I heard a lot, and there were a lot of code words and radio call signs that were clearly agreed in advance. We no longer called out the numbers directly like before. The Chief of Staff replied. Mendel was speechless. The enemy has obviously been equipped with more radios and has more experience, so the coordination between their arms should have improved. It is normal for a division like the 337th Division that has just been transformed from a National Guard division to be unable to stop it. Chief of Staff, the enemy still has tanks. The 337 is missing an assault gun. The anti-tank gun only has the Pak-38, not the latest Pak-40. Last year's battle has proven that the Pak-38 is not enough to penetrate the front of the T-34. Mendel walked to the map of the 9th Army's defense zone hanging on the wall. The map was now full of symbols representing the Ant Army's attack. He said, it can be preliminarily judged that the enemy has 2 main attack directions. The first is the position of the 337th Division, and the second is a certain area upstream. We did not know that we could cross the river before, so we had no defensive force, so we didn't find them crossing the river immediately. Chief of Staff, this kind of thing will happen because the troops on the defense line have been severely mobilized. The headquarters must be planning to do something big. As commanders of the army, Mendel and his chief of staff were unaware of combat operations in which their army was not involved. Some generals with relatively strong connections will obtain some information through old friends within the headquarters, but the most critical part will definitely be covered up. Mendel did not have such a powerful old friend, so he had no idea what the headquarters would do next. But he could probably guess the high command's plan. Because many strategic matters are conspiracy, and no one is stupid. The real key is the specific details behind the conspiracy. It was as if Santoku knew that the Allies would definitely open a second battlefield, but did not know where or when they would land. Now for Proson General Mendel, he knew that he would probably take action against Cuba's oil fields next. But he didn't know the specific combat plan. However, he also understood that the 9th Army would not bear the main offensive responsibility in the next large-scale offensive campaign, so it was logical to transfer the troops and technical weapons of the 9th Army to the troops that actually launched the offensive. Mendel took over. This must be a grand offensive operation, but it has nothing to do with us. We just need to complete our mission. Has the aircraft reconnaissance found the location where the enemy crossed the river upstream of Shastka? Chief of Staff, the Air Force reported that 2 FW-189s did not return. They are responsible for investigating these 2 sectors. The reconnaissance planes sent out by the Air Force every day will divide the reconnaissance area according to sectors. Whichever plane does not return proves that something must have been discovered there. After the Chief of Staff drew the sectors with a pencil, he suggested, we should send troops to search along the Dua River and explore the river covered by the 2 sectors. Mendel shook his head. No, it's too late to conduct reconnaissance before deciding whether to counterattack. The station of the 1st Armored Division happens to be within the coverage of this sector. Order them to attack east immediately and fire on all the ants they see. Destroy anything that looks like a T-34. The Chief of Staff nodded, walked to the phone and began to issue instructions. Mendel's new lieutenant asked, is it really a good idea to have such a general order? There is nothing good or bad. Have you seen how much false information we have been exposed to since this morning? In this case, the judgment of frontline commanders should be trusted. They are closer to the battlefield than us. After speaking, Mendel cursed, damn General Whitehorse, now we don't even dare to set the army headquarters within a range that can be hit by ants cannon. In fact, the army headquarters that command so many units should not be too close to the front line. The area defended by the group army is too large. In theory, the best position for the group army headquarters is in the middle of the defense area, at a similar distance from the various units organized in the army. In this way, even if the telephone lines and walkie-talkies fail, the messengers in each department will know where to find the headquarters, or the remains of the headquarters, and no messenger will have to travel a lot more distances. The Chief of Staff came back after giving the order and asked, what about the lost beachhead over there with the 337th Division? They shouldn't be able to regain the position. Mendel looked at the map and pointed at the 9th Armored Division stationed 15 kilometers behind the 337th Division, let them engage in counterattack. The Chief of Staff immediately said, this division was withdrawn for rest, and many middle-level commanders are still in Ixikov. In addition, the equipment replenishment of this division has not been completed. They only have 46 Panzer III tanks and 15 Panzer IV tanks. We are in a state of combat readiness, and the only ones left are number 2 and no 1. Don't worry. Mendel soothed, we can reinforce the Panzer Grenadier Division of the Grossblossen Division, this is the name of the division, with 9 units to drive the ants down the river. If you have time to build a pontoon bridge, rush over and attack the enemy's logistics depot and headquarters. Mendel stopped, stared at the map for a few seconds, and said to himself, I will never let last year's blood flow in vain. You can't even get back a square meter of these lands. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 322 General Rokosov has friends all over the world. The 1st Armored Division of Mendel's 9th Army has just received a batch of long-barreled No. 4, the official number is No. 4 F2. When Mendel's counterattack order was received, except for the 25 No. 4 F2 tanks that had just arrived, the division had only 45 tanks in combat readiness, and the others were under routine maintenance. Because the division commander, Major General Hansen, had just ordered the entire division to clean the tank engine the day before yesterday. This is a very laborious task. The tank engine must be disassembled and dusted carefully. Normal field maintenance only cleans the filter at the engine air inlet. Dust, or even sand will still accumulate inside the engine. The road conditions in Anti are so bad. The tanks will raise a lot of dust wherever they go. If the engine is not disassembled to remove dust, the failure rate will soar. There is no problem with the division commander's order. It just happened to happen that they ran into the ant people's counterattack. Division Commander Hansen made a prompt decision and dispatched the division's motorized reconnaissance battalion as the vanguard. He combined the currently available tanks and an armored grenadier battalion to form a battle group, and immediately set off to attack eastward. Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen was appointed battle group commander. Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen climbed onto the No. 3 command tank assigned to the battalion headquarters and glanced at the long-barreled No. 4 behind him, ready to go. I hope these tanks have a lower failure rate. The failure rate of new equipment that has just been put into the battlefield is always extremely high. It is normal for half of the tanks to be damaged before encountering the enemy. The technical sergeant of the Battlefield Emergency Repair Battalion patted his chest and said, don't worry. Even though these tanks may look like they are carrying long tubes, they are actually still No. 4 tanks. The overall weight is just a little bit extra. They will be fine. Lieutenant Colonel Schreifen said, I hope so. He put on the earphones, picked up the microphone and said to the entire battle group, everyone, listen up, the Anders have found a ferry that is not on the map and have penetrated the Dua River. Our task is to push them back into the river. Go feed the fish and cheer me up. His Majesty the Emperor has sent us new equipment, a T-34 tank that can penetrate the ant people head-on. Of course, the test results of the people at the Imperial Academy of Sciences are all wrong. Let us see for ourselves how strong this tank is with these eyes. Witness it. The order is simple, go eastward and crush all the ants you encounter. After saying that, he put down the microphone. At this time, the loader asked, Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen, they said that you almost killed that Rokosov. Is it true? Yes, it's Pernier. He made me suffer a lot. If I hadn't been successful and injured in the battle to siege Ixikov, I might still be a major now. But that guy is already Lieutenant General, damn it. The No. 4 F2 formation passed by Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen's command vehicle, and the raised smoke covered Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen's face. The Panzer IV equipped with a long-barreled gun looked much more powerful than the original Panzer IV, which also made Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen feel better. The Changguan No. 4 has amazing armor-piercing capabilities. With this in Hauptpanzer, it won't be able to defeat the enemy's KV heavy tank. Recalling Penier, Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen's expression wrinkled. He had too many bad memories of this village. At this time, the driver reminded, The tank queue is almost over, should we follow the tail? Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen, follow me. So his number 3 command tank inserted into the road and followed closely behind the tank column. Behind him is the half-track of the Panzer Grenadier. Compared to the armored soldiers, the Grenadiers received less new equipment. Instead, they strengthened the anti-aircraft artillery unit of the tank unit and used new anti-aircraft artillery. In fact, a 37mm anti-aircraft gun was obtained in the compartment of the half-track vehicle. Schriffen shook his head. He never thought that the war would last until the second year. In fact, during the time when he was recovering from his injuries, the most common question he was asked on the home front was, why did we not win? The second most common question was whether we could win next year. Some girls are more concerned about the return date of their sweetheart. Schriffen couldn't remember how he answered these questions for a while. Just as he was trying to remember, a report from the reconnaissance battalion that had set out earlier came over the radio. Hans, an ant tank was found in the woods to the west of the Alpha location. We are calling Bob for an attack. Schleifen immediately took out the map. The location of Alpha was actually the code name of Highland 247, which was agreed upon in advance for the confidentiality of radio communications. Bob's attack is actually a call for artillery attack. He found it without much effort and muttered, have the enemy already penetrated this place? Then why didn't they find our military depot to launch an attack? The battle group staff officer said on the radio, perhaps the mission they were given was just to occupy the Alpha location. Ant's lower-level commanders lacked initiative, and so did the lower-level soldiers. The combat group staff officer was also a veteran who had been working hard on the Eastern Front for almost a year, but he actually used the tone of teaching new recruits a lesson. Lieutenant Colonel Schriffen, I know. I have seen Ant soldiers and know their level. The moment he said this, Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen thought of General Rokhassov, who was riding a white horse and leading the KV charge. He has forgotten the specific situation at that time, or in other words, his brain has corrected his memory of the time. Now when Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen talks about that encounter on any occasion, it is like this scene. Schleifen was sitting in his command tank, fighting an inextricable battle with Ant's T-28. At this time, Rokossov rode a white horse, holding a red flag in one hand and a saber in the other, and rushed out of the smoke of the battlefield. Head towards Schleifen's command tank. Just when Schleifen ordered the tank to turn its muzzle, the KV heavy tank burst out of the smoke and charged behind General Whitehorse. Schleifen's gunner and the enemy fired at the same time. As a result, the 37mm cannon of the No. 3 command tank knocked off General Whitehorse's hat. The KV, due to poor shooting skills, did not hit the command tank's body directly. The shell grazed the base of the turret, causing the seat ring to jam. Die. Then Schleifen had to give the order to abandon the car, ending this hasty duel. After General Rokossov became famous, reporters immediately found Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen, who was recovering from his injuries. Schleifen told this story to reporters without hesitation. At that time, this story aroused an enthusiastic response. For a time, Schleifen thought that the propaganda minister was trying to portray himself as a war hero on the same level as General Rokossov. Unexpectedly, the propaganda minister's propaganda focus had been on the victory of Igsukov. Thinking of this, Schleifen felt very regretful. Lieutenant Colonel. Came the battle group staff officer's voice over the radio, Lieutenant Colonel, are you okay? I'm fine. Lieutenant Colonel Schriffen shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts that suddenly occupied his mind. It's been so long since I've been on a tank assault, I'm a little dizzy. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver asked in the internal communication, do you want me to drive slower? No, that's it. Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen replied, let me feel the wind while riding. This wind, this feeling, this is war. As soon as General Gorky put down the receiver, the chief of staff asked, what do you think of the results of the counterattack? He is very worried, afraid that we will suffer a loss. Wait a minute, don't call him Prince. He is engaged to his childhood sweetheart, and the ceremony is presided over by the patriarch. It is no longer possible for him to become a prince. The chief of staff shrugged. Maybe after he takes back Hazalia, he will be named the king of Hazalia. This is possible, but don't call him your highness. You don't want to affect my friendship with him because of your gaffe, right? Although I think he may not care about this kind of thing, but just because he doesn't care, it doesn't mean we can do it. After General Gorky finished speaking, he immediately changed the subject, how is the floating bridge? Chief of Staff, it has not been completed yet. Our engineering troops are not familiar enough with the equipment of the United States. Those bridge erecting vehicles are all supported by the United States. The troops reported that the equipment is very fragile and half of it broke on the road. General Gorky said with a straight face, is it because the equipment is squeamish, or is it that our troops use it too roughly and do not follow the training of others? Rokossov is right. We need to improve the cultural level of the troops. When the battle is over, the participating divisions will begin to rest and recuperate. When the time comes, follow the practices of the 1st Mobile Army and give them night classes. Yes, replied the Chief of Staff. General Gorky looked at the map. The pontoon bridge can't be fixed, something is going to happen. Chief of Staff, so far, there is no news of the Prosen people's counterattack. Today is about to end. The Prosen army is not in the habit of attacking in the middle of the night. We still have a chance. Just as General Gorky was about to answer, the communications staff rushed into the bunker. The enemy counterattacked. Our army on Highland 247 upstream of Shostka was suddenly attacked by the enemy. The 71st newly formed tank brigade and accompanying infantry were defeated. General Gorky glanced at the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff lowered his head. I underestimated the enemy. General Gorky, don't underestimate the quality of enemy officers, especially mid-level and senior commanders. Chief of Staff Davilich. Did the 71st Brigade report on the enemy's composition? Communications officer, according to the newly issued identification book, they recognized the logo on the tank, which is the troops of the 1st Armored Division. In addition, the brigade commander Alexander also reported that they found a Panzer IV tank with a long barrel. These tanks can destroy T-34 from a long distance. General Gorky was speechless. Rokosov warned us last year that we should be careful about Changguan No. 4, so we must improve our tanks and not lose to the enemy. Some people think that he said this based on political considerations and that we must strengthen them. That committee status. Suckabule. Rokosov only focuses on one thing, which is to defeat the Prosens. As his old acquaintance, I can guarantee this. Chief of Staff, now that the enemy has counterattacked, do we need to activate the plan? Of course. Order the front artillery to cover Highland 247. If you can't blow up the enemy's assault spearhead, just blow up the following troops. Notify the troops standing between the enemy and the ferry that the enemy's elite armored division is counterattacking. The Chief of Staff immediately picked up the phone. Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen heard the roar of shells piercing the sky. He raised his head. Damn, it should be the bombing of Highland 247. Compared with last year, the response speed of the Ant people is much faster. And this strategy of immediately covering the newly lost position looks like Rokosov. While Lieutenant Colonel Schriffen was recuperating from his injuries, he studied the summary of the personal tactics and habits of Ant's famous generals issued by the command every day. Rokosov liked this. Although he was famous for personally commanding tank battles, what he was really good at was the use of artillery firepower. A few seconds after hearing the crackling sound in the air, the follow-up echelons shouted on the radio, "Shelllardment. Very fierce bombardment. At least 100 heavy guns are firing at us. Shelling." A harsh murmur interrupted the conversation. The battle group staff officer asked on the radio, "Your Excellency, the follow-up echelon was blown up." "We." Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen, continue to execute the order. Pay attention to communication discipline. Today's radio communications do not yet have complex encryption and frequency hopping. It is just a matter of default that the enemy is also listening. Therefore, clear place names, our army's combat plans, combat targets, numbers, etc. must not appear in the radio. After ending the communication, Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen pursed his lips. The Anders may be better at war than last year, but Prosan is stronger. At this time, the reconnaissance battalion reported, Hans, at the beta location, we found that the enemy has entered a state of combat readiness. There are tanks and anti-tank guns. Bob is already on the way. Lieutenant Colonel Schleifen, very good. He switched the frequency and shouted to the troops, go forward. The key is speed. Attack the enemy before they can react. Chapter 323 The Ending of Coastal Fortress. On June 5, 915, Wang Zhong received a call from General Gorky from the Western Front headquarters early in the morning. Wang Zhong, don't attack my home, maybe the secrets will be leaked. Don't tell military secrets. General Gorky, then you quickly go to the city defense headquarters. You can call us at any time. Then General Gorky hung up the phone. Wang Zhong put down the receiver and looked at the map in the bedroom. Since Prosan and the Western Front started attacking respectively, Wang Zhong moved the map to the room so that he could stare at the map while accompanying his fiancée, who had grown pregnant. Thinking. There didn't seem to be any major problems with the battle lines on the map. The update time written in pencil on the edge of the map was 11 o'clock last night, which should have been updated just before going to bed. Ludmila asked curiously, what's going on? Wang Zhong, I don't know, but it's probably not an emergency on the front line. In that case, the caller wouldn't be General Gorky, but Olga. Ludmila, then why did you call so early? Wang Zhong, I guess his breach was filled in by the Prosens. It took so long to fill it in, which shows that our army performed well, much better than last year's tofu dregs that fell apart in a single blow. Ludmila smiled and said, "You said tofu again. Do you like this kind of series food that much?" Wang Zhong, butter, I mean, our army's performance last year was the same as butter, or cheese. Ludmila smiled happily, okay, let's see if we can get some canned tofu from the United States. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly, because he knew that there were no canned tofu in the United States at this time, and maybe people didn't know what tofu was. He kissed Ludmila, who was still about to say something, and then touched her belly. "I'm leaving." Ludmila pretended to be disappointed. "You only touch your belly now. I am no longer attractive in your eyes." Wang Zhong quickly made up for painting the front armor. I was wrong, you are interested, you are interested." Ludmila pushed him. "Let's go, the front line is waiting for you." Wang Zhong nodded, and just then Nelly appeared with a military cap and polished leather shoes. When Wang Zhong walked into the city defense headquarters, the staff were surprised. "You didn't go to the imperial meeting." "As a lieutenant general, I always attend those meetings and serve as a staff officer like you. Do you really think I can influence any decisions?" Wang Zhong said. "Has the confidential secretary gone to work? Let him squat at the switchboard." "Yes, General." The staff officer immediately executed the order. Wang Zhong went directly into his office, took off his hat and hung it on the coat rack, and then opened one of the buckles. The weather had started to get hot, and he would definitely be sweating if he kept buttoning the buckles. On the other hand, the heat can only be dealt with by turning on the wind. It's a joke. As soon as Wang Zhong sat down behind his desk, the phone rang, and the confidential secretary answered. "I'm at the switchboard." "Wang Zhong, go to the Western Front headquarters. General Gorky is waiting for me." A moment later, General Gorky's voice came from the receiver. "Rokosov." "Wang Zhong, yes, what's going on?" "The enemy killed all our troops who broke through to the other side of the river. Our troops disintegrated faster than expected. The good news is that this time it was not a retreat. In addition to the scattered troops, many people from other troops were able to withdraw." "Wang Zhong, did you order the retreat?" "Yes, the engineering troops originally told me that the pontoon bridge could be erected at midnight on June 3rd, but the pontoon bridge has not been completed yet, so I ordered a retreat at 4 o'clock this morning and used front army level artillery to cover the retreat of the large forces. The retreat is not over yet, but the Plozans are already sweeping along the east coast, trying to drive us away from the ferry completely." "Wang Zhong, invest the troops who have not yet crossed the river. There should be many troops who did not cross because of the delay on the pontoon bridge, right?" "You guessed it right, we are currently working hard to hold at least one bridgehead. I already know the situation, but I still don't understand why you called me." "General Gorky, did you know the result from the beginning?" "Wang Zhong, I just made an inference based on the situation of our army and the enemy's army, but in war, we won't know the outcome until we actually fight it." "And?" Wang Zhong's mood suddenly dropped because he was about to say something very cruel. "And what?" General Gorky asked. "Wang Zhong, we need to use this method to train our commanders and check for leaks and fill them. The Prasen army was not so strong from the beginning. They have maintained their military tradition for so many years." "Do we have a military tradition?" "And said that there is a military tradition, and indeed there is, but the gap between it and Prasenby is a bit big." A sigh came from the receiver. "It's really uncomfortable to hear that sacrifices are needed to train commanders." "Wang Zhong, I look forward to your experience summary." General Gorky smiled bitterly and said, "If someone else said this, I would take it as a sarcasm, but you, I suspect you are planning to take me to class as a counterexample." "Wang Zhong, yes, and you are required to speak to the students in person and analyze it yourself. When you go on stage, I will also provide you with powerful music. Suck a buell, you guy." "Okay, when the battle here comes to an end, I will go back to Ye Castle to give you a good summary." "Wang Zhong, for the ferry, if the casualties are too great in defending, you can consider abandoning it. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices." "General Gorky, I have heard your opinion. I will consider it. I promise. But now I have to defend it for a while. Maybe I can consume some of Prosan's manpower and reduce the pressure on the Binhai side. However, the Binhai side may. No, it is always good to reduce a little pressure." Wang Zhong nodded, yes. He knew what Gorky meant. The Binhai side had begun to retreat, but the only way was within the coverage of the enemy's naval guns. There was no choice but to retreat at night. Duke Mishkin was also trying to launch an attack and try to open up the land route from Borsk to the Binhai fortress. But like the problem encountered by General Gorky, the quality of the anti-army soldiers is too poor, especially the level of grassroots commanders is too poor, resulting in a mess of offensive organization. The poor level of commanders is due to the fact that too many experienced commanders were sacrificed in the war in the past 6 months, and on the other hand, The cleaning of the Quick Victory faction and the Surrender faction washed out many experienced commanders. Now the military command is in. There was a discussion about re-employing some of the Quick Victory factions who had repented, but it was blocked by Belinsky. Belinsky firmly believed that the students taught by Wang Zhong in the crash course for half a year would grow into independent officers after being trained in actual combat. Moreover, a new batch of students would soon graduate from the Suvorov Military Academy. These people would first serve as deputy positions on the front line to accumulate experience, and they would grow into divisional and brigade-level cadres in a year. That is, before they grow up, the anti-army would have to shed a lot of blood. It seems that the hundreds of thousands of people in the Primorsky fortress were the first wave of sacrifices. General Gorky suddenly said, "If you transport your first mobile army over there, can you rescue the troops in the Primorsky fortress?" Wang Zhong, I don't know. Regardless of whether my first mobile army can be transported over now, even if it is transported over, there will be no problem with logistics, and I don't know whether it can achieve results. You know, my first attack was a pure tailwind game, that is, sailing with the wind and downstream. I have to actually fight to know if I can attack well. General Gorky, now I always feel that you say this to save my face. Wang Zhong, if you don't want me to take away the title of the best attacker, then sum up your experience, Georgil. Here Wang Zhong deliberately used Gorky's nickname to call him. The general responded, "You should also be careful not to let me take away the title of the Empire's Iron Wall. I now have a little experience in defense." Wang Zhong, the fire captain, said that he has a little experience in defense. Well, let's not talk about it. See you in July. On June 29, 1915, General Erich von Schippling, commander of the 11th Army of Plassen, boarded the Peter the Great I battery, the core of the fortress. Standing on the top of the turret, he looked down at the huge crater left by the armor-piercing shells of the giant cannon and exclaimed, "It's so deep that you can't see the bottom, as if it leads directly to hell." The commander of the 191st Division who accompanied him on the tour said, "We are in hell, General." The 191st Infantry Division was left with only a frame in the fierce close-range battle, so it is understandable that he said this. General Erich von Schippling patted the commander of the 191st Division on the shoulder and turned to the fortress city without saying much. Like the Lizin fortress, the Primorsky fortress also has an urban area, where 150,000 civilians live, most of whom work in the fortress's shipyard and affiliated factories. At this moment, the battle is still going on in the city, and fierce gunfire can be heard. Looking down at the city from the Peter I fortress, all you can see are black smoke columns everywhere, as if the whole city is burning. Schippling took out a postcard from his pocket and looked at the picture of the coastal fortress city as usual. "I don't know how long it will take for the city to restore the beauty on the postcard." The commander of the 191st Division was obviously a little irritable because of the high casualties, so he said directly, "Such words coming from the mouth of the people who destroyed the city will only make people feel hypocritical." Schippling looked at the postcard and nodded, "Indeed." At this time, the communications staff led a communications soldier with a radio on his back and came over, "Report to the commander, the 1st Battalion of the 222nd Infantry Regiment of the 65th Division reported the capture of the headquarters of the coastal fortress garrison." Schippling, "Very good, very good." The Army Chief of Staff asked, "Do you want to stay in the city overnight?" Schippling shook his head, "No, find a house near the artillery fort to stay overnight, it's not conspicuous. The ants like to catch our headquarters and bombard them now. Please come this way." His adjutant immediately made a gesture of invitation. "Oh? Already found it? Okay, take me to see it." After a while, the group came to a wooden hut, but the person who should have lived here was nowhere to be found. From the decoration, this should be the hut of the Tatars who have lived here for generations. Schippulin entered the hut, looked at the decoration inside with satisfaction and said, "Good, very good, set up the headquarters here, and quickly set up the antennas. I can't wait to send the news of victory to His Majesty." On July 2, 1915, Schippulin and his staff were drinking coffee in the room. Suddenly, a staff officer walked in and saluted, "Your Excellency the Admiral, I request to turn on the radio." Schippulin raised his eyebrows, "Oh? Turn it on." The radio was immediately turned on, and the staff skillfully adjusted the frequency, and soon the voice of Reinhardt, the Emperor of the Prosan Empire, came from the radio. "Everyone, I can't wait to inform you of a wonderful news. The coastal fortress that has been blocking our country's advance since last year was completely controlled by our army yesterday. The anti-empire once again suffered a huge defeat, which means that they have completely lost the control of the White Sea. Last year, our attempt to force them to surrender like Carolingian failed, but this year, we still have hope to end the war. Anti is already at the end of its strength. They have lost 5 million troops in the past year. They will soon have no soldiers to fight." The broadcast was still going on, but the senior officers of the 11th Army in the room all had serious expressions. They could no longer be as optimistic as before. Although it was mainly General Ni, General Dong, and the overly long supply lines that defeated the Prosan army in front of Yebeo last year, and although the Ant army still couldn't stop Prosan's attack now, but the officers all felt that the level and fighting will of the Ant army were far different from last year. Everyone listened to the Emperor's speech quietly, but not because of respect for the Emperor. Finally, when the Emperor said that the Ant people were in trouble now, Shiplin picked up the can that was used as an ashtray on the table, turned it to the front, and looked at the word spam spelled in Ansa on it. Obviously, Ant was starving only in the imagination of His Majesty the Emperor. The speech ended, and Shiplin waved his hand. Continue our plan. Occupying the fortress is not the end. Now there are about 90,000 people squeezed by us to the small area on the seaside, and they are still resisting stubbornly. The confidential secretary came in with a telegram. Report, General, His Majesty the Emperor has an urgent telegram. Read it. Admiral Erich von Schipling, your victory undoubtedly opened a good start for our offensive in 915, and it became possible for our army to sweep across the entire southern Ant. In view of your outstanding performance, I have decided to promote you to Field Marshal. Imperial Emperor Reinhard von Hohenzollern. Schipling frowned. Promoted twice in a row, this is creating a gap between me and other generals. He shook his head repeatedly, but couldn't hide the smile on his mouth. The Chief of Staff suggested, on this happy day, let's hold a banquet in the evening and invite all the officers and cross-medal winners currently in the city to dinner. Schipling nodded, okay. In addition, there is no need to wait until the evening, let's have a drink now to celebrate the victory. Bring the wine. In this way, after a year of fighting, the coastal fortress finally fell into the hands of the enemy. By the way, the banquet had to be stopped halfway that night because 12 Po-2 bombers bombed the city at night. They chose the only place in the city where there was no light control, killing a total of 5 lieutenants. Chapter 324. A tenth of the loss was actually because of him. Silver Update 310. Chapter 324. 1/10 of the losses were actually because of him. Silver Plus Update 3/10. July 4, Eagle's Nest, Prosan Empire Royal Meeting. William Kelt was reporting to Reinhardt, the census 1 year after the war started last month has ended. Our army has suffered irrecoverable losses of 980,000 soldiers, of which 100,000 were captured in Kalinskaya. Lieutenant General Kosov surrounded and eliminated. Reinhard cursed, damn it, 1/10 of the losses are actually because of him. William Kelt glanced at von Bryan, Your Majesty, the losses caused by Rokosov are more than that. He killed and injured a large number of our soldiers in Araki and Shostka. Rokosov is obviously still he is a novice, but the exchange ratio with our army is close to 1-to-1. Von Bryan said, the defenders of the coastal fortress that was just captured recently also used Rokosov's tactics, causing huge casualties to our army. Reinhard looked at Duke Redwitz, the leader of Rabovali, isn't your Krat Bureau very powerful? Can't you contact the remnants of Ant Saint sect? Let them kill Rokosov. Duke Redwedge looked embarrassed, we only have a cooperative relationship with the Saint sect. Of course, I can ask them to try to kill Rokosov. After all, the secular sect now relies on him to greatly strengthen its control over the Ant military. Strength, the Chongsheng sect definitely doesn't want to see this happen. But I can't guarantee that they will agree, let alone success. Reinhardt, but you need to take action, do you understand action? William Celtic, assassinating the enemy's famous general instead of defeating him on the battlefield will make people look down on us. Reinhard said angrily, then let him continue to shed the blood of the people of Prosen? No, I can't meet your request to confront him in an upright manner. If Rabelais can't kill him, let the Air Force do it? Grand Duke Meyer was shocked, me? Your Majesty, our airport is now far away from the enemy's capital. It is very difficult to bomb the capital. Reinhardt, he will still come to the front line, blow him up when the time comes. Kelt, you continue to report. William Kelt nodded, okay, 1 year after we started the war, the irrecoverable losses of tanks reached 2,179. The good news is that number 1 and number 2 accounted for a large part of them. The bad news is, these losses have not been reached so far. No additions were made. Since the beginning of the war, a total of 1,000 tanks have been provided to the front line. The total number of tanks on the front line of our army has been greatly reduced compared with last year. When he said this, William Kelt looked at General Maltka, the director of armored forces, who said, it can't be calculated like this. The tanks we provide to the front line are all number 3 and number 4 tanks, and they have been improved based on front line combat experience. The number 3 and 4. The quality of these tanks is much higher than that of number 1 and number 2. In addition, although we have added fewer tanks to the front line, We have armed new armored divisions, and we can rely on these armored divisions in subsequent operations. Moreover, we will soon have new tanks. The tanks are going to the front lines. The 88mm artillery carrier has just received the production number of the number 6 tank. The trial production model has arrived at the front line and is fully capable of participating in Operation Blue. Operation Blue, a battle plan drawn up by the Prasen Command to sweep through southern Anti and seize the Cuba oil field. Reinhardt seemed very confident in the Panzer VI and asked, which troops will these heavy breakthrough tanks be strengthened for? General Moltke, it will be organized into an independent heavy tank battalion to strengthen the said armored division of the Asgard Knights. Several army generals present frowned slightly when they heard this. After all, the Asgard Knights are not considered an army force, but the Emperor's personal soldiers. The generals began to worry because good equipment was provided to the Asgard Knights. Will the army be able to obtain enough new equipment in the future? But no one is stupid enough to voice such concerns. Reinhardt crossed his arms and said, very good, Division Sater is doing a great job. They need to break through the Suhayavali River with the utmost strength to prepare for the next phase of the attack. Keitel, continue report. William Keitel continued to recite the investigation report. The number of assault guns our army has lost since the war began. Wait a minute, Reinhardt interrupted, how many of our lost tanks were destroyed by Rokosov's troops? William Keitel was embarrassed. Well, there is no statistics on this data, but if we calculate the number of tanks lost by our army in the Kalinskaya encirclement, it should be about 200. Another 1/10. Reinhardt slammed the table hard. This Rokosov is really annoying. William Kelt, can I continue reporting? You tell me. Afterwards, the Celtic Chief of Staff reported in detail the losses of other technical equipment of the army, and finally concluded, since the Battle of Anti, the armor strength and technical equipment lost by our army are far lower than those of the Carolingian battle. Even if calculated, the average daily losses were also much lower than those in the Carolingian campaign. In the 2 most intense months of the Battle of Anti, our army lost only 15 tanks per day, while in the Carolingian campaign, which lasted 42 days, the average daily loss was 26 tanks. That's right, Reinhardt nodded repeatedly. The number of Ant's armored forces is 10 times that of the Carolingians, as many as 20,000. Ant is an inferior race, and such a large numerical advantage can only cause our losses were so low. General Moltke interrupted and said, the quality of their troops is indeed very low, and they lack coordination. Only their bravery is admirable. However, bravery is only a special performance of a few troops. Most of the anti-army will retreat when the loss reaches 10%. Reinhardt had an admiring expression on his face. Gentlemen, although we suffered a loss of 980,000, we caused 4 or even 5 times that number of losses to the anti-people. We destroyed 20,000 of their tanks in 100 days. The time to completely defeat the anti-empire is coming. Celtic. William Selt made a gesture, so his adjutant and a combat staff came with a map and unfolded it on the small blackboard that had been prepared long ago. William Selt, in the first phase of Operation Blue, we are going to invest the 5th, 10th, and 15th armies to advance eastward and clear the anti-troops on both sides of the Suhayavali River. We call this stage the Battle of the Sukayavli River Bend, because the terrain should not be able to annihilate the enemy in an organized manner. But in the second stage, we will implement a pincer attack on the anti-army on the plain south of Sukayavli without worrying about the flanks. They have just retreated from the coastal fortress, and a large number of fresh troops have gathered in an area of about 100,000 square kilometers near Borsk. We will implement an encirclement operation like the Iksukov Great Encirclement here to wipe out about 600,000 anti-troops in one fell swoop. In the third stage of the plan, during the gap when the enemy's fresh troops are annihilated, we will quickly advance to the southwest, with the goal of capturing Cuba and even Ababakan, which is farther away, and obtaining a permanent air force base on the coast of the inland sea. After William Selt finished speaking, Grand Duke Meyer said, once Ababakan is controlled, the air force will come out in full force to cut off the supply route on the inland sea. Well, the end point of this route is Ababakan, but even if the anti-people move the end point of the route to the north, the air force is confident that it can be cut off. Marshal von Bryan suddenly said, you said the same thing about the United Kingdom 2 years ago, that the air force could make the United Kingdom surrender or something. Grand Duke Meyer frowned. Reinhardt interrupted the conversation between the two, no matter what, once we occupy Ababakan, the people of Ant will be hit hard. Compared with the plan to attack Yeberg, this plan has a biggest highlight, that is, a large number of combat areas are in the mature industrial areas of Ant, and our army supply will not be as embarrassing as last year. The first phase of the offensive will be launched on July 9. It will be carried out by Marshal Ewald von Steiermark of the Southern Army Group. At 4:30 on July 9, the commander of the newly formed Suhayavali Front Command of the Ant Army, General André, was awakened by the sound of artillery. He immediately picked up the phone, connect to the headquarters. Headquarters. Where is being bombarded? The front chief of staff who answered the phone at the headquarters said, it's the front line, the enemy is preparing artillery fire. General Andrei said, let us follow Rokosov's approach, the front artillery group will immediately start counter-fire preparations and bombard the enemy's possible assembly areas. Yes. The chief of staff replied, any other instructions, General Andrei Ivanovich? General Andrei, no, I will go to the headquarters now and tell the divisions that if they hold on firmly, there will be a way. Yes. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the Prosan army set out for the position. Colonel Busey, the commander of the first wave of the attack, looked at the barge that fell in front of the assembly area, literally in front of it, and laughed. The ants learned a little from General Whitehorse, but only a little. Because the Prosan army was more organized and had better quality soldiers, it could place the starting point of the attack farther away than normal, and still maintain a relatively complete formation during the attack. At this time, Colonel Busey heard the engine sound from behind, and hurriedly turned back, and saw several square tanks with very wide tracks coming. These tanks have intimidating thick and long barrels, and most of the Plassen soldiers recognized them as 88mm guns at a glance. Many soldiers cheered, new tanks. Looks very good. Colonel Busey frowned, he jumped off his command tank, came to the wide-tracked heavy tanks, stopped the tank column, and said with his head held high, I am Colonel Busey, the commander of the battle group. What's wrong with you? I heard that the reinforcement was given to me as a company, why are there only 4 tanks? Do you only have 4 tanks in a company? This is a platoon. The commander of the new tank smiled bitterly and said, we didn't want to, but 8 tanks broke down from the station to here. The reliability of this thing is worrying, but don't worry, the remaining 4 will also teach the ant people a lesson, just wait and see. Chapter 325 The Tiger Comes Out of the Cage. Just as Colonel Busey was about to answer, he saw the commander of the new tank getting out of the tank. By the way, I want to borrow a motorcycle from you. Colonel Busey looked puzzled, what? The commander pointed to the front, the enemy is preparing for counter-artillery fire, right? When the artillery preparations are over, I want to go in and see the location of the crater. Colonel Busey was also an armor commander and understood immediately, afraid of falling into a bomb crater. Yes, the tracks of the new tank are very wide and can pass well on muddy ground. However, the weight of this thing is too great. If it gets into a hole, it will probably not be able to get out. You probably don't have a tractor that can drag such a heavy thing. Colonel Busey's adjutant didn't know why he was a bit confrontational, so he said, our tractor can tow 40 tons. This thing is 56 tons, the commander said. The adjutant shut up. The commander immediately comforted him, don't worry, we won't drive it into the pit. If you carefully check the ground ahead, you can start first. Colonel Busey was confused, what if we break through the enemy's defenses? Then break through, the commander said, just let us follow behind. If you encounter resistance, let us take action. If you are counterattacked by enemy armor, let us take action. We will take care of everything. Colonel Busey, so confident. You have no idea how well this thing performs on the test track, I mean, apart from the failure rate. But new cars are inherently prone to failure, and you can't force this kind of thing. Colonel Busey nodded. The young commander left a pretty good impression on him. He asked, what's your name? The young commander immediately replied, my name is John Christopher. As you can see, I am a captain. I am happy to accept your command, Colonel. Colonel Busey, you forgot to introduce yourself to your new superior, but you remembered to survey the road. I have a hunch that you are an excellent tanker. Thank you. John replied. Colonel Busey looked at the rain of bullets that were still falling in front of him, and simply continued to ask, have you had any actual combat experience? Yes, he participated in the Carolingian battle and was injured. As he spoke, the young man showed off his Carolingian battle ribbon and battle wound decoration. Colonel Busey looked at the battle wound badge and asked doubtfully, you were injured again? What happened? Before the Battle of Melania, I jumped on a tank and slipped and broke my bones. It wasn't considered a battle injury at first, but my battalion commander at the time thought highly of me, so he gave me a battle injury. Hurt? Colonel Busey couldn't help laughing, what a lucky guy. This kind of injury that does not affect self-care ability and can be far away from the battlefield is regarded as a kind of luck, even in Prosan, which has a military tradition. John Christopher also laughed, indeed. Colonel Busey asked again, does it have anything to do with becoming a new tank driver? No, I saw an advertisement for a tank driver in the newspaper and submitted my resume. As a result, the Ministry of National Defense quickly transferred me to the test site and joined the experimental company. And now as you can see, I am here. Just as Colonel Busey was about to respond, the artillery shells that had been falling in front suddenly began to fire extended shots. The colonel immediately jumped into the tank and put on the hatch cover. The safety factor inside the tank is definitely better than outside. It wasn't until he entered that he realized that John Christopher was still outside. Wouldn't that guy have another battle wound patch on his shoulder? The extended fire quickly passed the actual assembly area and moved further to the rear. Colonel Busey got out of the turret and saw John Christopher crawling out from under the chassis of the new tank. He patted the dust on his body and said, "The barrage of counter-fire preparations will continue to extend forward, learned." Seeing that he was okay, Colonel Busey picked up the radio, "Attention all troops, start moving forward. Report." John Christopher raised his hand, "I suggest not to move forward for the time being. The Enders played a trick the first time, and they will play it a second time. When we thought the front was safe and swaggered through, there will be another rapid-fire attack." After John finished speaking, the voice of the Chief of Staff came from Colonel Busey's earphone. "The extended barrage just now caught all units off guard and suffered considerable losses. If we set off immediately, the support team may not be able to catch up." At this time, a lieutenant from the armored force came over and saluted, "Sir Colonel, the tracks of 15 tanks have been damaged and they cannot attack." Colonel Busey swore. At this time, John Christopher said, "I happen to go to the front to conduct reconnaissance. After confirming the passable route, I can attack with you. You must have lost a lot of tanks, right?" Colonel Busey replied, "Yes, most of the tracks were blown off." Captain John smiled and said, "Then it is crucial for you that we can join the attack. After all, if we can't occupy the battlefield tonight and start rescuing those tanks with damaged tracks immediately, they may have to go on the offensive tomorrow." The list of permanent losses. Colonel Busey could only nod, "I'm afraid that's true." "John, what about my motorcycle? To help you, I have to conduct reconnaissance first, otherwise I won't be able to drive the tank to the front of the enemy's position." "Colonel Busey, didn't you say that the ants might be cunning again? I also think we should wait another 15 minutes to make sure that the ants will not continue to fire before taking action." "Yes," John Christopher said, "but when the bombardment comes, it's easy for me to hide alone. It's okay. They won't use such a terrible artillery group to embarrass a scout like me." Colonel Busey made a gesture, and the adjutant immediately said to Captain John, "Come with me, I will borrow a car from the motorized reconnaissance regiment for you, using personal connections." When the two left, the crew with damaged tracks had just removed the track pieces fixed on the tank. "It is very embarrassing to have the tracks blown off. You say it is insignificant, but it can indeed make a tank withdraw from the current operation. Most of them say it is very useful. Most of the broken tracks can be repaired later. If the crew brings spare tracks, even the crew can repair the tracks themselves. The cost is more than 10 hours. But it is better than abandoning the car directly after the tracks are broken." So more and more old tank crews in Plauson began to put the tank tracks on the outer armor of the tank as additional protection, so that once the tracks are broken, they can quickly get off the car to replace the tracks and troubleshoot. Of course, sometimes the car will break down right in front of the enemy's position, with machine guns and hundreds of ants staring at the wreckage of the tank on the battlefield day and night. At that time, you can only play dead in the tank and find a chance to get out. While Colonel Busey was thinking endlessly, John set off on a motorcycle. About 30 minutes later, the bombardment did not come, and John came back on a motorcycle. "Okay, I have a rough idea in my mind, let's take the lead. The new tank has far more protection than the number 3 and number 4, let us show you." "Colonel, approve your request, and ride as much as you can." "Yes." John Christopher climbed onto the tank carefully, as if he was afraid of repeating the same mistakes as before. When he got into the tank, accompanied by an order, the giant beast roared, rushed forward a little, and then the roar gradually stabilized, and the tank passed in front of Colonel Busey. It doesn't look bulky, and it should be said that as a heavy tank, its mobility is unexpectedly good. Colonel Busey's troops had tested captured anti-heavy tanks, and their bulkiness left a deep impression on Colonel Busey. Today, the mobility of this square new tank also opened Colonel Busey's eyes. They roared forward, and the other two new tanks followed behind it. Yes, two, and one was broken in the shelling just now. Colonel Busey is still not sure whether he will be satisfied with the new tank, but he knows that the logistics department, especially the masters of the field auto repair shop, must be very fond of this new tank. John Christopher drove his beloved tank along the route he had just explored. Soon, the tank passed a painted tree trunk, and Christopher realized that it was the enemy's target and he had entered the enemy's firepower range. In a flash, an armor-piercing shell came from a distance, leaving a string of sparks on the front gun shield of the new tank, but the shell disappeared. Christopher heard someone join in the headset and asked hurriedly, "Who is injured? Is the injury serious?" "It's okay. I don't know where the armor collapsed. It scratched a shallow scar on my face. Only a little blood flowed." Christopher didn't think much and picked up the telescope to look for the enemy's gun position. In order to ensure the advantageous combat distance, he issued the first command after joining the battle: "Stop the car, we will be on guard at the spot." The vehicle stopped suddenly. In the shaking of the sudden stop, Christopher suddenly found that there was a flash on the 414 high ground by the river. The second shot fell next to Christopher's car. Christopher, turn the turret 30 degrees left, on the high ground, wait for it to fire for the third time. The turret just turned around and hit the third time. However, the new tank did not move at all, but the shell passed by the place where it was hit, leaving a large scratch, scratching the tactical number on the vehicle and the logo of the armored unit to which it belonged. Christopher, gunner. Did you see the flash? The flash just now? Gunner reported, no. We are observing the enemy position with the highest magnification. No. Christopher said decisively, use the lens with the smallest magnification, so that you can ensure that you can see the flash. If you see the flash, you will find the position of the enemy's anti-tank gun. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another flash. The gunner almost immediately returned fire, and a puff of white smoke immediately rose from the position on the high ground where the shell had just been fired, like a fat enoki mushroom. Christopher shouted, come again. At this time, he suddenly saw a flash in front of him. Attention, there are enemies in front of the vehicle. Fire a shot at the gun position on the 414 high ground, and then turn the gun immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the wingman next to him opened fire, and the target was the target Christopher found. The next moment, an explosion occurred, and the turret flew into the sky. Christopher was shocked. Is it a tank? Is this the kind of tank bunker that buries the body of the tank? Another shell was fired from the front, and there were tracer bullets from the machine gun. But now the new tank had just passed the first target and was obviously still far away from the position. The tracer bullets from the machine guns made a peeing trajectory and did not urinate on Christopher. Suddenly, the enemy opened fire again. This time, the gunner opened fire without waiting for the tank commander Christopher to indicate the target. The shell hit the object behind the camouflage, and thick smoke immediately rose from behind the haystack. It was obviously another enemy tank. At this time, Christopher heard the roar of the engine from the opposite side. It seemed that the enemy tanks found that they could not penetrate the new tanks and decided to close the distance. The next moment, several KV tanks rushed through the cover of the bushes. Then more than 10 T-34s appeared. Christopher shouted excitedly, the enemy took the initiative to deliver it to our door. If they continue to hide, we may not be able to find them. Fire! The three new tanks lined up in a row and fired continuously. The scene was a one-sided massacre, and Ant's tanks were blown into fireworks one after another. Finally, Ant's tank turned around and gave the vulnerable rear to the three new tanks. Then Christopher and his comrades happily sent these escaped tanks into the sky. Christopher, forward. Crush the enemy's position. The engine of the new tank roared again, and it moved forward quickly under the surging power. Ant's other anti-tank weapons may have panicked and kept firing from a long distance, and were called out one by Christopher's crew. When Christopher's car approached Ant's trench, several Ant soldiers jumped out of the trench. Christopher thought they were here to attack the tank, and hurriedly shouted, the body machine gun. Sweep them down. But these people turned around and ran away. Obviously, the new tank, like a god of war, scared these Ant people. After the initial collapse, the Ant people's battle line was like an avalanche, and soon everyone in the entire trench began to run back. At 10 o'clock in the morning on July 10, Wang Zhong had just arrived at the city defense headquarters when the phone rang. Wang Zhong picked up the phone, and the voice on the other end was Belinsky's. There seems to be a problem on the Sukhevli front. Wang Zhong, no way, the news I heard last night was understanding the situation on the front line, and wasn't the aerial reconnaissance normal? Belinsky, there is no way to understand the situation on the front line because several divisions near the breakthrough point have collapsed. Only today have the scattered deserters run to the rear and were caught by the troops of the Inquisition. Wang Zhong, is the situation very bad? It's really bad. A sergeant who escaped said, it's like June 22 last year. In addition, the Inquisitor got information from different people. The square Plauson tank was found, which looks bigger than all the tanks encountered before. Wang Zhong was squinting his eyes and looked a little lazy, but when he heard this, his eyes opened completely. A square new tank? Does it have wide tracks? Yes. Wang Zhong, finally, you are here. Let's see which new tank is better. Belinsky, in short, be prepared to attack. Although Turgenev still has at least 6 newly formed armies, I think he also wants to verify whether your army building ideas can be used. After all, you only have 1 infantry regiment in a division, and Yebeo is saying that you are a vacancies. Wang Zhong laughed dumbly, a vacancies. Vasily next to him said, don't you know? Last time the mobile army organization table was announced, a lot of people laughed at us. Wang Zhong, is it true? Really, Belinsky said, in short, prove it to them. Prove it to us, to everyone. Over. He hung up the phone. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.